Hello and welcome to the final day of the FIA Motorsport Games. My name's Louise Beckett and I'm joined as always in the studio with Darren Turner, but also joining us this morning are our commentators John Watson and David Addison. Hello everybody, lovely to see you.
Hello Louise.
Morning, morning.
Well, we've had medals awarded, we've had some great qualifying, there's been so much motorsport activity going on. It's been a great game so far, hasn't it? Who am I going to speak to first? John.
Well, it's totally different to any other motorsport event that we get involved in throughout the year because it's all about nations. But the thing I really enjoy most, and I shouldn't really pick out one discipline over all the others, but because I'm a single-seater racer at heart, I love the Formula 4 because it's all about the kids that are at the very beginning of potentially a great life career. And to see them out there all going a bit maniac and going nuts and trying to sort of say, well, calm down, dear, calm down, dear. But that's what makes it so exciting. And I think we've seen one driver in particular, I'm not name him because we all know who he is, who already has got a contract with a major motor manufacturer, who's got a career already penciled out. And there's others in that field who will make their way through all the junior formulas. And maybe in 3 or 4 years' time, they'll be walking into the paddock with a contract under their arm worth squillions of dollars. That's what's great about it for me.
David, but it's also given us an opportunity to see motorsport that maybe we wouldn't see. I mean, we've all learnt about drifting again, haven't we? But, you know, like, it's really opening up the platform.
Yeah, you're right. There are two big elements for me that work really well about this. One, in terms of the actual competition, is that you get entry lists that are very different. By definition, there are people that only will race against one another at this event. It's not the regular entry for a touring car race or a GT race or even karting. But you're absolutely right. The other good thing about this is you're introducing other motorsport disciplines to everybody else. We come here as circuit racing people, but we get sucked into drifting and rallying and auto slalom. And it works the other way. There are lots of people that are here because they're esports fans.
Yeah.
But while they're here, they're looking at the real world cars and the appeal of that, or karting and the accessibility of that, or auto slalom. And you suddenly realise just how big a spectrum motorsport actually covers.
Darren, what would it mean as a 13, 14-year-old representing your country, actually even at your age, you know, representing representing your country as opposed to a manufacturer?
I think it's a tremendous thing to be able to do in motorsport competition. It's not normal, you know, that's the wonderful thing about these motorsport games, representing the country, and as you say, as a 13, 14-year-old in the karting, it's a great accolade to have at this sort of age of your competition. So, yeah, I would love it. You know, I'd love to be coming along now. As I was walking out of the paddock last night, I was like, how am I going to get involved with this on the other side of the mic next year? Because it'd be great to be representing the UK on the national sort of international arena like this motorsport game. So, yeah, I can imagine for the 30 youngsters and the racers in F4, it's a really proud moment for their careers.
We saw John's mentioned F4. We've mentioned the qualifyings. We've got some races still today. Tell us what the highlights you feel today are going to be.
The Touring Car Cup is going to be really good because you've got a proper serious entry in there. I'm not saying other disciplines don't, but you've got some of the real stars from the European scene and national champions. The same is true in F4. So the touring cars that haven't yet raced go into battle today. We know that touring car racing is always dramatic, so that's going to be gloves off. That's going to be great. F4 yesterday, we said before the race started, this is the race to keep out of trouble. You just have to finish. You just have to get on the grid for the main race. And by turn 3, we had broken dreams and broken cars. So there are lots of people coming up from the back of the grid in that race. That'll be worth watching. And the GT Sprint is something completely different. No pit stops, one driver. It is absolutely flat chat for 60 minutes. And you've got at least half a dozen potential winners of that. So that promises to be the icing on the cake, I think, all day.
Great, thanks very much, guys. It looks to be a good day. Now, one of our new disciplines is cross car, and Ben Constantiouris is at Autocross Venois to give us all the reactions and the report from there.
Welcome everyone to the cross car category of the Motorsport Games, and we are about 130 kilometres from the Mediterranean, from the Circuit Paul Ricard into the Haut Alps mountains, and isn't it beautiful here in Vennes, the Autocross Venoise, a single surface, loose surface for buggies, and in the junior category it's one single make buggy run as the Cross Car Academy for the FIA. In the senior category, a variation of different machinery and attracting some famous names as well. Kobe Pavels is the Belgian champion in crosscar. He's also the European RX3 category champion this year. And Latvian Renes Nitis is also part of a 17-driver field in the seniors and a 14-driver field in the juniors. Now, the junior category, as I said, a one-make championship run by the Life team, and a famous face is the head of that company. Thierry, it's fantastic to have a man like yourself here. Tell us your involvement here.
Yeah, basically we're here with my company Life, which basically is engaging the junior cars for the cross-car junior category. And yeah, we have 14 cars over here, 14 drivers, and they are all fighting for their country to get the gold medal.
You have cross-car junior and cross-car senior. Just tell us the basics of the two cars and how they're put together.
Basically, it's all based on the same tubular chassis with a motorbike engine. The juniors are using a 700cc Yamaha engine, the seniors a 900cc Yamaha engine, and it's between 80 and for the juniors and 120 horsepower for the seniors for 340 kilos. So it's quite a fast car, rear-wheel driven, sequential gearbox. It's really fun to drive. It's very fast, and you learn a lot because you can drive on gravel, you can drive on tarmac as well, and it's fun as well.
You're not a man that's synonymous with rallycross or autocross, but obviously using this platform to train the next generation.
Yeah, I mean, it's a grassroots sport. It's like karting for circuit racing. The cross car is the base for the juniors to start into a rallying career, whatever it will be, rallycross or rally afterwards. I think they can start with 13 years, so it's quite early to get already, train their skills basically on different surfaces with a pretty fast car.
And who are the favourites from your perspective looking forward to the finals?
It's hard to say. I mean, there are 14 drivers, and I would say that 8 out of those 14 can fight for victory. But we have seen so far that France and Belgium are very strong, but Holland is also pushing behind. So yeah, let's go and have a look.
It has been a stunning weekend in Vennes. Not the Mediterranean, the Alps, but still Mediterranean temperatures of 25 degrees. And we are off and racing for the junior final. They've had qualifying races throughout on Friday. They've had semi-finals, and now we're into the finals, into turn one. The big story is that France not represented in this junior final. The French driver spinning out of his semi-final and therefore not qualifying, having been the best of the drivers through the qualifying stages. Étienne Pepujol watching on. Holland is at that lead. Belgium there in third position, another of Thierry Neuville's favourites. But it's all very, very close as they come through the final corner. This is a 7-lap final. They've been doing 5-lap heats at 6-lap semi-finals. In second position, Alexander Gustafsson for Sweden. It's Nathan Otnik who is representing the Netherlands at the head of the field. Now, the Netherlands have had some good results throughout, but of the drivers at the head of the field here, Nathan only 5th after the 3 qualifying races. Combine those results to make our grid for the semi-finals. That's how it works. And Nathan with the best result of second position in 2 of his heats. But leading here, and you'd have to say, Gustav looking like he's putting him under huge amounts of pressure. Behind them, we've got Estonia, Spain, Germany, Norway, and GB. GB just dropping off the back of the pack. Fantastic facility here in Vennes. They really put up a massive effort. Oh, a little bit of contact between Gustav and Nathan. As we said, not necessarily the most outright pace. There's a dive down the inside. Gustafsson now needs to shut the door because he's run a little bit wide. There's more grip, as you can see on the racing line, but it is Sweden ahead. More contact through the final turn as Nathan gets himself back up into second position. Does this allow Belgium up the inside going into turn one? Oh, there was a tiniest of gaps there. The circuit, of course, develops over the 2 days of action. starts off grippy across the whole circuit, but much like a racetrack, you develop a racing line, and you need to stay on that racing line, and almost more dramatically than you find on a normal circuit. Oh, a spin! Norway's gone round and tangled with Spain there. That is Diego Martinez and Eric Steinschott. And I think Corey Paget had a half a spin as well. Estonia up the inside. That's for the second battle pack for 4th position. The top 3 now have got themselves away, and I think that's because of that spin. Netherlands in the lead. Sweden in 2nd, Belgium in 3rd, then a gap. So our medalists are clear from the rest of them. Still have to say, though, that Alexander Gustafsson looks like the faster of the 2. Less and less laps remaining. This is the one place where there's a bit of grip on the inside line there. It's more dramatic if you go offline. You can't get the drive, these little wheels struggling for traction. And in these cross-car juniors that don't have so much power in comparison to the senior category, momentum is key. Under the arch for another time. Alexander Gustafsson struggling to find a way through. Yes, these cars have mirrors. You don't really see much out of them, and then therefore you don't really distract the driver ahead of you when you're moving around. Key thing, focus forwards, never look back. Not when you're in Nathan Otnick's position here, where he's on course for gold for the Netherlands. An opportunity to look at the beautiful scenery as well as the fast cross cars coming past us. It really is a stunning place, Sven. About half an hour away from Gap, well known for the service park of the WRC. The checker flag will appear at the top of the screen of this particular shot in I guess 1 or 2 laps time now. I haven't been counting. Feels like we are on lap 6 and the gap has grown once more. Could this be Team Netherlands and Nathan Otnick? As I say, after qualifying, only 5th fastest. We lost France in the heats, having spun, but Netherlands 3rd fastest in the first of the qualifying, 3rd fastest in the second of our qualifying, but really has upped his game for the final. You can play strategy with your tyres as well to make sure you've got the grip for the final. There is a checker flag. The Netherlands have taken a gold medal here in cross-car junior. Alexander Gustafsson in 2nd, and Romain Dumoulin, who was a big favourite for Belgium, only in 3rd position. A great crowd here in Venn, loving that. On to the seniors then. Cross-car senior. 2-time champion, unbeaten from France, David Meyer. On the inside, defending, already has the lead, and that's ominous for the rest of the field. Round the outside goes Spain. You'll notice that some of these cars have a very different noise to what we've been experiencing earlier, with different engines and different chassis in cross-car senior to what we had in the one-make cross-car junior, as Thierry Neuville explained. David Meyer was not the best of the qualifiers. He was pipped by Patrick Holberg for Sweden, who is mighty in the qualifying races. There he is in 2nd position and doesn't look particularly comfortable. He's been collected there by Spain. A little bit sideways, so momentum is jeopardized. And that's Team Italy, I think, going around the outside for 3rd position. But Meyer at the head of the field, looking strong right now in his K3 Yamaha. Sweden 2nd, there's Italy. And there is Spain on the inside and back up to 3rd position. Lovely, lovely move there from Ivan Pinacincilla. It's Simone Firenze for Italy, who's now off those medal positions. Nice and sideways, setting it up beautifully through the final turn. We've also got the Netherlands in this one, Estonia, Norway, Slovakia, Poland and Turkey. Representing in Belgium and Latvia, unfortunately both being knocked out in our semi-finals. Kobe Powells and Renes Nitis, as I mentioned at the top of the show. We did have Team UK in this, represented by Dan Rook, who you'll know as a commentator for the Rallycross Championship, but unfortunately Dan, having an engine problem, changed the engine throughout qualifying to get himself into the semi-finals, and then woke up on Saturday morning and found that that engine wasn't working either. So a torrid time for Team UK in Cross Car Senior. As Thierry mentioned, this is the karting category really of autocross. There are then the Super 1600s and Super Buggies, which are wider and a lot faster. And they are like the F1 of the autocross category. But this is the karting category, well supported here in Vennes. They've really been looked after well by the Auto Club Venois, with local produce and lunch provided, entertainment down there as well. And from everybody that I spoke to in the paddock, they just have loved their experience representing their country. A real passion, of course, for France around the circuit. A real disappointment. There were tears in the eyes of the fans when they lost Team France in the semi-finals of Cross Car Junior. But David Meyer is making sure that there's another medal coming his way. He's not getting away though. Team Spain are right on the tail. Oh, that bump catching Team Netherlands out, and Jari van Hoof losing a position there. Estonia going up the inside. Martin Luger. It's another big sport in Estonia. They do like their off-road. Big gaps developing out the front. There's David Meyer, who moved into cross car when it became a category 2 years ago in the FIA Championships and dominated the first year in 2021. And he's backed that up with winning the championship this year. And once again, looking on course to take another victory here. Not at his home track. There's plenty of other autocross venues across France, but a circuit potentially he'll know a little bit better. But it develops all the time, it changes, they water it as well between races to keep the dust down. Makes it very slippery when these guys go out with no real knowledge of how much grip they've got. Ivan Pincilla, second position. Patrick Holberg is the Swede in third. Everybody's saying around the paddock that Sweden were going to win this. He seems so much better than the rest. But ultimately maybe using all his tyres in those qualifying races so that he doesn't have the grip here in the final. Estonia has lost a position again to the Netherlands. They're back behind the Netherlands. That's for fifth position. We did see that change earlier on, but the Netherlands really under pressure here from Martin Luger. Coming towards the flag, David Meyer is the champion here in Vennes and gives something for the French fans to shout about. A gold medal for France. Local produce from the local circuit for our top three in the junior category. Hopefully the juniors will be giving the bottle of local wine to their fathers and mothers. Nathan Opnik for the Netherlands, taking the gold medal. And flying the flag for France, David Meyer in the cross car senior category. It was Spain second and Sweden in third position. And the national anthem ringing out.
Ben Constantiouris, thanks for joining us in the studio. It was great to see Crosscar as part of the FIA Motorsport Games.
It's a fantastic category, and they're well supported across Europe in all the different autocross disciplines. We kind of know more about rallycross, really. That's the more famous of the names, but autocross is incredibly well supported. They've got these really cool buggies. These obviously the cross car buggies, narrower and slightly slower than the super buggies that exist in autocross. They're amazing beasts to drive and a very different technique to what you would need at a racetrack, Darren.
Yeah, completely different, but it looks really fun. That was the bit.
Yeah.
You've seen the drifting, that's all about being sidewards, and then you see the cross cars and it's like, that looks so much fun out there. being in the dirt, putting the car sideways, yeah, I'd love to have a go. Did you have a chance to have a go down there?
No, but I did speak to Thierry and say, well, he's got a senior and he's got a junior. He said, I'll put you in the junior because I don't know how good you are. And then you can move to the senior afterwards.
Right.
But that's the other point, actually. Hearing from other cross-car drivers, they say it's a great entry level to motorsport.
It is the karting for autocross, but Thierry's saying this is a great place to train the next generation of WRC drivers because that changing grip, I mean, they go out and water it with a big Bowser, and you go out and you come off the line into the first corner on a track that you have no idea how much grip you had from the previous race because it might have been dry in the previous race. That's a technique that you need in the world of WRC because you are approaching every corner blind, effectively. And yeah, Thierry's obviously there. Fantastic to have a WRC name. I was about to say champion, but not quite. He should be. He's very close to be. And all the drivers, all the juniors especially, just looking up to him with big, wide eyes.
Oh, I can imagine. Great to have. Well, another of our categories, of our disciplines happening today is the KCMG F4. Now, that was great action in the qualifying race yesterday. Did you get to see any of it, Ben? Okay, well, Darren can tell you about it then.
Yeah, it was an exciting race. I mean, we knew that the Italian team was going to be very strong.
Yeah.
And if they got a good start, you know, it was going to be their race. And certainly there was no mistakes from that. But everything from P2 backwards, it was hectic, to say the least, especially that first couple of laps, opening laps. Very sad to see that Charlie Wirtz for Austria had a problem on the lap 1, but he's going to be charging back for the main race this afternoon or later on today. So, yeah, I mean, it was an exciting race to watch yesterday and really enjoyed the F4 race. I think for many of us who've come through sort of the single-seaters ourselves, it's really good to see the younger generation. And what I'm always amazed about is how good and how professional they are. You go around the paddock and it's, when I was sort of doing junior formulas, I was nowhere near that maturity at that age.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, they've developed really well, great races. So I'm looking forward to seeing the F4 race. Yeah,
even in my job interviewing them, you know, like they just come across, they've got it all together. It's great.
Yeah, very good. So, yeah, that's going to be a good one to go with.
The other thing I was going to say about that is, you know, across the board of that paddock, they are all identical. Hi-Tech are running the cars. They allocate the engineers per car, so it really is a level playing field.
Which is exactly what you want with these games, isn't it? You don't want to have teams that are coming in with, you know, really established teams that are already giving the drivers an advantage or that nation an advantage. You want it to be a level playing field. And I think we've seen that across all the categories. You know, with the esport, it's literally who's going to be the best on the day. It's not about the equipment there, and it's really nice to see with the cross cars, with the juniors, that they're all in the same equipment, because then it takes out that variable that, you know, is it the car or is it the driver? Where you know now with all of these competitions, it's about the driver. And their preparation.
So this is all about nations, of course, and we do know at the moment, with all the medals that have been awarded, that France are leading the way.
Elsa Freeze.
3 gold medals, the first of the games. Italy are just behind on 2. Now, you've already mentioned who you think is going to be the front runner in this race coming up.
Yeah, the pressure's there, isn't it? You know, the pressure to get that extra medal, to probably bring them alongside with France in the medal table at that point. So yes, I'm sure everyone in Italy is supporting their F4 driver, and yeah, hopefully he can produce the goods and get that extra gold for them.
We haven't got long left, but we saw a lot of incidents yesterday. Do you think they're going to keep it clean, or do you think they're just going to go full
No way.
throttle?
I mean, you think in the qualifying race, that was the race they're going to try and keep it clean just to make sure they got the position for the main race. But now, I mean, there's nothing to lose, is there? They've got to give it everything, and I'm sure today's race will be even more spicy than yesterday's.
Thanks, guys. Well, one thing is for sure, this is going to be a good race to watch. So let's join the action at the KCMG F4.
It is time to go racing here at the 2022 FIA Motorsport Games. The Paul Ricard circuit is a very busy place, not just in terms of the track, but a whole estate with all the different disciplines taking place. But for the moment, we're going to concentrate on the race circuit itself. The KCMG F4 Cup is about to get underway. They had the qualifying race yesterday. That sorts out the grid for this. This is the main race. This is where the medals will come from. It is a one-by-one staggered grid based on the results of yesterday. 1 or 2 penalties to factor in as well. But Kimi Antonelli, the Italian and German F4 champion this year, is the man on pole position. He is already a man with a Mercedes F1 Junior Programme contract in his back pocket. He starts absolutely as the favourite, but there's going to be an awful lot of action around him, that is for sure. David Addison and John Watson trackside, and this is going to be a really good start to the day, Watty.
Well, it's another glorious day here at Paul Ricard, and we're going to see another battle. Hopefully it will be a battle, not a race of a demolition derby, which is a little bit of what we saw at the beginning of Saturday's race. Big difference, of course, now is we're early in the morning, 9:15, ambient track temperatures are low, so we'll go back to the usual old scenarios of tyre pressures, tyre temperatures. Can they get enough temperature into the tyre on that parade lap? No. So how do they get temperature into the tyre? Well, it'll be a work in progress, but it'll all up again into turn 1. Who gets into turn 1 first? Maybe it'll be Kimi Antonelli, as he did very well yesterday, but then behind him, it all went pear-shaped in some respect. So hopefully that will be borne in mind by these. They're all young competitors, and you'll learn from what they had yesterday.
2 drivers to look for are the Austrian and Serbian athletes, Charlie Wurtz and Filip Jenic, respectively, starting up from the back of the grid. Pablo Sarrazin for France is on the grid. His father is Stéphane Sarrazin, rally driver, racer, of course, and he is on the grid. So too is Gemma Scott.
Well, we seem to have quite a few junior names that are recognised on the grid here, and I'm now joined by Stéphane Sarrazin. Stéphane, supporting your son Pablo this weekend, so a different role for you being on the grid.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here with Pablo, to see him on Formula 4. It's just amazing, so I'm so proud and happy.
But a real honour for him to be representing his country, and while celebrating his 17th birthday this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's 17 since a few days, and yeah, yesterday was a difficult race for him. He had been pushed by a guy and he crashed, so he started from far, but it was a good pace yesterday, so we'll see. But he's very happy to be here, you know. It's unbelievable to be representing France at Paul Ricard on this track, so we're all happy, and I hope he will be fast and strong.
Absolutely, everything crossed for him that he has a great start as well and gets through the field. Now for you, you've driven in various different categories, from circuit racing to rallying and all sorts. What do you think of the Motorsport Games event?
It's very good, it's great. I was here with my team in the rally, so you can see a lot of different disciplines, and we need to push for it. It's the first time, so it will be bigger and bigger. It's a great event, and it's very important for motorsport to do like that, to do this kind of event. So I'm very happy to be part of it.
Thank you very much, Stéphane.
Thank you.
So Stéphane Sarrazin, who we've seen, of course, both in, as we've been saying, racing, rallying, in single-seaters, in GT, in touring cars, in sports prototypes, incredibly versatile driver, wishes his son good luck. There is Alistair Young, another famous surname, because his father, Alex Young, former Grand Prix racer as well as GT racer and V8 supercar racer. Alistair Young, mechanic, racer, sim racer, and having a final look at the Paul Ricard circuit map just to make sure he knows exactly what he should be doing and where.
Well, I think most of these drivers, of course, have been on simulators in preparation for this weekend, so they'll know the racetrack pretty much inside out, but they still will look at those and just to maybe preset what they might have to contend with, particularly at the start on that opening lap. We know it's going to be a bit manic, and with all the talking that goes on prior to getting into the car and the assistance you get from your dad, like Stéphane Sarrazin, or Alex Young, or Alex Wurtz, who was here, and sadly his son was taken out on the opening corner on the opening lap, and they're starting, in the case of Charlie Wurtz, starting at the very back of the field. So a disappointment for the Austria team to be so far back when they were so far forward for the race yesterday.
This for Panama is Valentino Mini, a regular in the French F4 Championship, so he's got some circuit knowledge. But again, just to illustrate how far and wide the FIA Motorsport Games stretches, how many nations we have, over 70 of them represented across myriad disciplines as the countdown continues. There aren't many racing drivers to have come from Panama, but it's good that Valentino Mini is here representing his nation.
Yeah, so I mean, we work in motorsport, we work in various series and events, and that's a commercial form of motorsport. And this is really motorsport's version of what would be the Olympic Games or maybe Football World Cup, wherein it's all about you represent your nation. And there is something different about it because you're not racing in a single championship over maybe 10 different events. This is the one event. We have it every 1 year, 2 years, and it's an honor to be invited to take part, to represent your nation. And the fact is, the world is a big place, and motorsport is a global sport. And to have all these nations come together here for this weekend and compete against each other, and I don't know how many of these youngsters in the Formula 4 cars will independently have made their way primarily to Europe, because that's always been the center of, if you want to get on to motorsport, that's where you've got to go. But each region has got its own Formula 4 championship, which in itself is probably very competitive.
Michael Shin here for Korea is a driver that we've seen in the British F4 Championship this season. There isn't a British representative on this grid, sadly, but Michael Shin, as I say, is somebody that has raced within the UK Championship for the Virtuosi team. He had a win, a second, and was 11th in the Championship, so he's another driver to watch. In terms of the stars and the nations, there's Kimi Antonelli, who's the German and the Italian champion. You've got Pedro Claro for Brazil. He's this year's Brazilian champion. For Denmark, Julius Dinesen, he is the Danish champion. And Charlie Wurtz, starting last on the grid after being eliminated with damage on the first lap yesterday. He's this year's UAE champion. So that's, in addition to race winners, those are just 4 of the champions. So makes the point that it's a high-quality entry here. That is Bruno Ventos del Pino, the Spanish athlete, who is currently 15th in the Spanish F4 Championship that concludes in Barcelona in a couple of weeks' time. And Bruno Del Pino, another driver to watch to see what progress he can make up from 5th on the grid. Now, that is Charlie Wurtz at the back of the grid. His brother was eliminated early on in one of the karting sprint junior heats yesterday. It wasn't a good day for the Wurtz family. There is a lot of work to be done from last on the grid, sadly.
Well, it's a terrible, a big disappointment for the Wurtz family, for Austria as a nation, to be so far back at the very back of the field. But you know what, ironically, when you're that far back, you can afford on that opening lap either be very opportunistic and try and thread your way through what might be a bit of a confusion in turn 1, turn 2, or you can be very pragmatic and hang back and let it all unfold in front of you and then pick your way through it. So sometimes being at the tail of a field, just a quick analogy, 73 British Grand Prix at Silverstone, opening lap, Jody Scheckter dumped his McLaren into the wall, caused one of the biggest race car accidents I've ever seen in my life, because I started back at the field. By the time I arrived at the scene of the accident, I was able to slow down and thread my way through it, and I got through it without. But those in the midfield, it's just mayhem. So being in the back, be positive, think what you might benefit, not the negativity of being at the back of the field.
And we did see yesterday that you can race these cars, you can overtake. The nature of this circuit means that you can get a tow at certain places. The nature of the final sector as well, where you're sweeping from a left to a right to a left to a right, does again allow overtaking.
And something I observed yesterday, and you're curious to find out maybe more about it, but Australia lost the front wing assembly on their car, and that towards the last 3, 4, 5 laps of the race. They still managed to sort of more or less maintain position, maybe lost a couple of positions before the flag fell. But it's not going to be total disaster if you do lose a part of your front wing, or in the case of Australia, they lost the entire assembly. So it's not ideal, but I don't think the car is a hypersensitive, aerodynamic, Formula 1 style, lose a little trim tab and the car's undrivable.
Just thinking about Australia, you're quite right. Costa Taparis yesterday was involved in an incident with the Serbian athlete, Filip Jenic, and as a result of that was given a 10-second penalty that dropped him even further down the result, which in turn dropped him further down the grid. Yesterday's race was ending under the safety car because Ethan Ho for Chinese Taipei ended up in the pit wall, and so the safety car brought them across the line, and Ethan Ho is going to have to start 22nd on this 24-nation strong grid. It's only one athlete per nation. You can't have multiple for one country. Italy on pole position. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, to give him his full name, the man to beat. And in a moment then the 15-second board is shown, and the drivers will in a moment or two therefore be released onto the final formation lap. They're on Pirelli tyres. They're all in the same car. These KCMG F4 with the 1400cc turbo Abarth engines. They're hybrid cars. And it means that it's the ultimate arrive and drive category. In a sense, everybody has the same car, the same engine, the same tyre. It's the same team running them, but very experienced engineers brought over to operate them with the mechanics. But it's as level a playing field as you'll find.
Yeah, and in fact, they're actually really nicely put together race cars. They're very well constructed. I mean, they've got quite a high static weight. They're 635 kilograms, which for a turnkey, if you like, single-seater race car is quite heavy. But that's because there's a lot of safety built into the chassis, the carbon fiber chassis, and all to do around the protection of the cockpit. There you can see that. I mean, this looks like a little mini Grand Prix car when you see it coming here down into the chicane at the far end of the circuit.
And these are serious bits of kit for the KCMG F4 Cup. Italy starts on pole position. Kimi Antonelli with Manuel Espirito Santo for Portugal with him at the front of the grid. On the second row there is Switzerland, represented by Dario Cabanela, and for Brazil, this year's champion Pedro Clero. On the third row, Spain, that's Bruno Del Pino, and Michael Shin for Korea starting 6th. 7th is the Danish champion, Julius Dinesen, and Panama's Valentino Mini is alongside him. On the 5th row for Malaysia, Alice de Jong. For Ukraine, Alexander Partishev. On the 6th row of the grid there is Belgium, represented by Laurence Lesetua, and Hungary, it is Zeno Kovac who represents his nation. India has Rohan Alva driving, and Georgia, it is Sandro Tavakeladze lining up alongside. Guillaume Rocha represents Mozambique, and Pablo Sarrazin drives for France. On the 9th row for Uzbekistan, Ismail Ahmed, and for Hong Kong, China, Jasper Tong, brother of Sean Tong, GT racer. For Australia, the penalised Costa de Paris. Germany, Valentin Klus, he had a 5-second penalty in yesterday's race after a pit stop for a broken front nose cone section. Chile, Maria Jose Perez de Rodriguez represents his country, and for Chinese Taipei it is Ethan Ho. Serbia and Austria are on the back row of the grid. Serbia, Filip Jenic, Austria, Charlie Wirtz. They were quick yesterday. Wirtz started second on the grid and was out by the end of a lap.
Look, I don't want to be pessimistic. I just hope that this parade lap is going to be sufficient to enable the entire field to get a sort of modicum of temperature into these Pirelli tyres. This is a durable tyre. It's not a qualifying super soft, rubber, sticky kind of Pirelli tyre. This is a tyre that is meant to test the drivers, but in the process of a cool track temperature and still a low ambient temperature right now. I just hope that particularly as the midfield is always going to be the issue. Those at the very front, Antonelli and then Portugal's Espirito Santo, are in the best position to get away. We saw Antonelli do that yesterday extremely effectively, and he had a very lonely race. All he ever could see in his mirrors is cars getting further and further and further behind him.
Yes, the result sheet will say that he won by something like 0.8 of a second, but that hardly tells you the story because they'd all concertinaed up under the safety car which brought them across the line. He was absolutely way out on his own. So Kimi Antonelli very much starts as the favourite. Now he slowly makes his way up towards the grid, bunching everybody up, and he's not sat there for too long with the temperature ebbing away from the Pirelli tyres then as the cars slot into place. The race director, if he's happy, is going to therefore command the start. And as I say, you've got Serbia and Austria trying to come through from the back. You've got the rest up near the pointy end of the grid trying to get ahead of Kimi Antonelli off the line. He drove so well yesterday. He has been just mighty in the German and in the Italian championships, says Andrea Kimi Antonelli. So he really does take some stopping. He's had, what, 9 wins in the German, 11 wins in the Italian championship. So he will take some stopping. But that is not to say that he's going to have it all his own way, because the 30 minutes, so it's a long race for single-seater cars. The grid is now formed, and there the green flag at the back shows that everybody is back from the formation lap. 5 red lights. They go out. The KCMG F4 Cup main race underway. Not everybody gets off the grid, but a good start is made by Kimi Antonelli on the run down towards turn 1. So Italy will lead the way as they dive down towards the first left-hander, and drama in the background. There was contact there, and that was Switzerland being clobbered, and around goes Dario Cabanela. Broken suspension. He was hit from behind, and that's his race run.
Yes, indeed. Looks like the rest of the field has more or less made it through without any contact, so good job by all the competitors. But down into the chicane already, Antonelli, well, he's gained the lead, but as Portugal's directly behind him. So when they get on to the first part of this Mistral straight, maybe we're going to see a battle and somebody missing the chicane going the long way around. That's the road you're meant to use little lockups coming down again, side-by-side action all the way through turn 6.
I think the one that went off the road was Charlie Wirtz, because he suddenly appeared out of nowhere and has gained a whole heap of places. Yellow flag at turn 1 because of a stricken car, but Wirtz is on a mission then, and whether he has gained places the right way or the wrong way, the stewards will determine. But up they come to the Mistral chicane, and Antonelli is not getting away, because right there behind him is Espirito Santo for Portugal. It is Italy versus Portugal, as they are absolutely together then through the chicane for the first time. Great racing.
And a much better start than we saw yesterday, so now the field strings its way up through the second part of the Mistral Straight. I guess Serbia trying to make progress, does make progress, but whether again he'll be required to give that position back or 2 positions back. But now you can see the whole field just fans out as they come down, the incline up into seeing the fall, almost flat out right-hand corner. India goes around the outside of Georgia, great bit of driving, avoiding contact, which is primary for everybody in this field.
Wirtz is on a mission for Austria, carving his way up through the field then. At the last timing point, he was 12, having started 24th on the grid, and the safety car is being deployed. Safety car deployed then. This is to move out of harm's way the Swiss car down at turn 1. Now, safety cars can breed safety cars, you know, but it does, of course, keep the pack together. That will help those like Austria, Germany, and also Serbia trying to come through from the back of the grid. That's the reason for the safety car. Switzerland out of the race.
Yes, and of course the clock continues to count down. So while the safety car will make its way to pick up the Swiss entry and get it removed to safety and get the driver still on board, they're going to try and tow it. I mean, the rear suspension has been broken. The car may be towable, so that little snatch buggy might be able to get away much more quickly than waiting for a full flatbed truck to come and hoist it up. So good work here by the crew around the circuit to clear the racetrack as quickly as possible.
So the field turns out of turns 1 and 2. There you can see the car on one of the many different routes through turn 1, turn 2. Let's try and piece together exactly who hit Dario Cabanela, because as the safety car is on track, we can have a quick look at the replay of the start. Everybody blast away. Now look, Cabanela was on the second row of the grid. He didn't make a brilliant getaway. Now who is behind as they get to the braking zone? Wait for the impact. There it is. Was it front to back or side by side? I think it might have been Brazil, Pedro Claro, that made contact with him alongside rather than being hit from behind. But the suspension breaks instantly, and as he turns in, the car just gives way, and around goes Cabanela.
So there's another car at the first chicane, or at the chicane on the straight, was also in need of being removed. So there's 2 cars around the racetrack. So in relative terms, that was a very clean start.
Yeah.
Now everybody can calm down, and they will be in single file for the restart. There were, I thought, maybe a couple of cars found a way around others coming back towards the start-finish line. I don't know whether that'll be corrected. There's a view of what happened into turn 3 and 4.
So the leaders turned through, but then it was Charlie Wirtz, wasn't it, for Austria. Certainly one car we lost. It went way off the racetrack. Wait for it to come back on. There it is. And that to me is Wirtz. Now, I think that's an advantage.
Well and truly out of order, frankly,
yeah.
Because he took the escape route, then charged back at the exit of turn 5 and just pushed his way in. So I think that might be something will be considered, because he was coming much more quickly than those cars that were on the racetrack.
Well, the safety car is going to be in this time. I mentioned the fact that Wirtz had gained 12 places. You can see why. So now it is up to Kimi Antonelli to lead the field round with the clock ticking on down. 30-minute race. We've got not quite 5 minutes done. So we're going to go racing this time. Everybody bunching up. It's up to the race leader to control the pace. And as the field turns from Le Beausset, then towards the final sequence of left, right, left, sweeps to the very tight right at the Virage du Pont, the safety car will accelerate away. That will peel in, and then we'll be back in business this time. But of course, with everybody all bunched up again, it could all kick off once more at turn 1. Go, go, go! Kimi Antonelli pushes now and accelerates clear as the field streams up towards the Virage de la Tour. And so for Italy, for Portugal, for Spain, that's the top 3. Antonelli from Santo from Del Pino. Korea 4th, Michael Shin going nicely. But we're back racing again in the F4 Cup.
Yes, Antonelli decided to go earlier than later. And we could hear the engine revs building as they were coming through that final sector. and he was off and running, and maybe he was catching some of those behind a little bit off guard, but the gaps are more or less equidistant between first to second, second to third, third to fourth, and all the way down through the field. But the good news is it's mostly single file into turn one, with the exception of, can't quite say, well, that was Austria. It was Charlie Wirtz, yet again the man who's been making the headlines so far in this race.
Absolutely right, and here he's having a go now at the Ukrainian driver Alexander Partyshev as they drop down towards the chicane, gets up on the inside line. There they go, wheel to wheel. Denmark tackling Belgium, so that is Julius Dinesen for Denmark. Loris Lecentua for Belgium loses a place. Out wide goes Michael Shin for Korea. He's all over the back of Brazil entry of then Bruno Del Pino. Sorry, the Spanish entry, Bruno Del Pino, losing out to Brazil's Pedro Claro. So the cars shuffling within the leading quintet right now. So Michael Shin is the one dropping back behind Brazil, forgive me. So Pedro Claro for Brazil goes fourth, but Michael Shin comes back at him as they make the run towards the chicane. Whereas up front, Italy, Kimi Antonelli is getting away now.
Yeah, he's just managing by the sector, 3 sectors around this racetrack, just beginning to pull fractionally. Coming across the start-finish line at the restart, he was half a second ahead of Portugal Espirito Santo behind the wheel, and I suspect it's beginning a tenth of a second here. By the time we come to the conclusion of what will be the third lap of this race, it may be almost just under a second. Very tight with Belgium, and Denmark, all look at this as more of what we would have expected. Denmark up the inside of Panama.
Now, the incident between Switzerland and Spain is being looked at. We were wondering if it was Brazil, but Spain is the nation that's being looked at for making contact with Switzerland's Dario Cabanela at the start of the race. As there, side by side, number one is the Uzbekistan driver, Ismail Ahmed, and he's trying to get himself back ahead of Ukraine's Alexander Partyshev as they come up towards the completion now of lap number 3, with Kimi Antonelli trying to build this gap over Portuguese driver Manuel Espirito Santo.
Well, that was just coming through the final turn, but up front the gap was half a second between first and second, waiting, timing and scoring to reset to see what it is. 1.4, so he's pulled 9/10ths of a second over Portugal on that first flying lap after the restart. Oh, side by side and getting a little bit aggressive coming into the first chicane.
That was Belgium's Loris Lecertua. We've got Charlie Wirtz now for Austria up into 10th place, as rattling out wide. There goes Brazil. Pedro Claro is delayed. Michael Shin comes back and in for Korea. Belgium's Loris Lecertua is right there as well, going to the outside line as they dive down to the chicane. Belgium on the outside has to give way, and they're also looking for a way through is Denmark. Julius Dinesen tries to get up the inside, and he will do so. Belgium has to give him room.
Yeah, Belgium put themselves in the wrong part of the racetrack coming into turn 5, and as a consequence there's a gap opened up and that was filled instantly. So having to keep an eye on what's going on ahead of you is as important as keeping an eye on the mirrors to make sure you don't open up those opportunities to another team or nation.
To the Mistral chicane they go, but look now, Kimi Antonelli getting his head down, pulling away as he heads into the left, then the right, then the left again, that brings him back onto the Mistral straight. But look at the battle pack also for what's that, 5th place, turning through now. So they're all bunching up, and that line of cars getting longer. Now, one of the drivers that were delayed yesterday getting on with, Ethan Ho is 20th, Valentin Klus for Germany 17th, Filip Jenic for Serbia 16th, Charlie Wirtz 10th for Austria at the start of this lap, and there Valentino Mini goes through for Panama, so Wirtz has gained another place. He's up into 9th. He's about to have a go for 8th as Belgium attacks Korea now. Loris Lecertua all over the back of Michael Shin, and Shin tries to get up the inside as well there, couldn't quite do it.
Now, this is the busy midfield battle that's going on. So you look for an opportunity, and at the same time you open up another one for those that are following you. So go wide to give yourself a good run off that corner to get the undercut, and somebody's filled that bit of racetrack that you've just vacated. So it's absolutely, look down the inside into the, can't quite make that move. Again, get yourself, oh, down the inside now, contact. Are they going to get through without cut? Well done.
So that was Ukraine, Alexander Partyshev on the inside line, and as they come up towards the completion of the lap, right there with him as well was Korea's Michael Shin, hung out to dry on the outside line. Wirtz is up into 9th.
And Wirtz is trying to make his way through these two cars. He moved over to the left of the racetrack on the entry into turn 1 and 2. Contact, front wing damage, up in the air.
That's Korea, that's Michael Shin. So yeah, squeezed off the road, he's damaged the nose cone, so I'm afraid to say after a good start to the race, Korea's Michael Shin is bound for the pit lane with that broken nose assembly. That's him pretty much done, therefore, as far as a good result is concerned, whereas Austria pushing forward all the time. So Charlie Vert's gaining ground. There's nothing that's come up on our message line to suggest he's under investigation for the first lap. So it seems to have been a plan that's worked well for him.
Well, I mean, I would have thought that was gaining an unfair advantage, but we're waiting to see whether the stewards will review it, because they've just gone through an incident between car 4 and 6 into turn 1 on the opening lap. So maybe that's on their agenda. But look at the gap already. Antonelli is opening up. He's got the best part, well, 2.5 seconds at the start of this lap, and that's probably now 3 seconds as they come to the second part of the Mistral Straight.
So the battles rage on as the field comes once more through the chicane. This is lap number 5. We're not yet at the halfway point. 30 minutes for single-seater racing. Pretty long race, as you see there. The car's back onto the Mistral Straight. Australia, that is Costa Taparis, another driver working his way up from near the rear of the grid. You can see Michael Shin's damaged car now becoming the cork in the bottle. Valentino Mini for Panama all over the back of him. But with that damage to the front, it's not going to be a nice, compliant handling race car anymore, is it, for Michael Shin for Korea?
No, it's not. It's not going to be the car it was prior to the damage to the front wing, but it's not inhibiting him to have a huge degree. But he's losing downforce, and he's going to be opening up opportunities there. We see another overtake on the Korean car. So you can see he's all over the racetrack trying to just maximize what he's got. And those behind will be frustrated, because the car will still be as quick as it is in a straight line. It'll maybe just be the slower of those around him coming here into turn 15.
Germany, Valentin Klus tries to get up the inside. So at the end now of lap number 5, Italy leads, Portugal, Spain 3rd, Brazil 4th, Denmark 5th, Belgium 6th, Ukraine 7th, Austria 8th, Panama 9th, Uzbekistan 10th, Korea 11th, Germany 12th, France 13th, Hungary 14th, Serbia 15th. They are in 15th place, going through. Now 14th, Serbia's Filip Jenic. He's just gained a place at the expense of Zeno Kovac. And who was that going on? France, wasn't it? Pablo Sarrazin getting lost.
So he missed turn 2. So again, it's this issue about by cutting inside turn 2, because either you were forced out of turn 1 or you made an error and you had to adjust. Well, that again is considered to be gaining an advantage. And there's so many activities taking place around the racetrack, with cars having to go off track or being forced off track, determining whether that was an incident that was an advantage or just a force majeure.
Race leaders currently on lap number 6, and Kimi Antonelli ahead by 3.4 seconds last time around. So he comes towards the chicane as an effort is made lower down the order there. Look to try to gain place and successfully gain ground through on the inside line. So another shuffle takes place as the F4 Cup nudges towards half distance, but right now, as predicted, Kimi Antonelli just looking so strong. 3.4 seconds to the good from Manuel Espirito Santo for Portugal, and then it is Bruno Del Pino 3rd for Spain. Charlie Verts goes through then, and the Austrian driver has, on this lap, got himself up into 7th at the expense of Alexander Partishev. Well, the racecraft is good. He may have bought a whole load of places in one fell swoop with a question mark over it at the very start, but Verts has done a really good job since then getting through the traffic.
Yeah, I mean, he's shown a load of class and being able to put himself in the right part of the racetrack at the right times. As we see 4th and 5th, the gaps, well, catching the Denmark entry, catching the Brazil entry, 10th here, 2 tenths there. So there is Belgium. And there's the race leader, 4.3 seconds. So the gap is more or less stable now, 1st to 2nd. 2nd to 3rd is going to be an interesting battle, with Del Pino running 3rd, Espirito Santo in 2nd.
And you've got, therefore, Italy, Portugal, Spain, Brazil, still the top 4. Austria, 7th. Now, Verts is 13 seconds off the race lead. In fairness to Korea, Michael Shin is still going, but then he doesn't have the room. He runs off the road. Valentin Klus will get himself into the top 10. And there's another one in the background that's gone the wrong way through turns 1 and 2 as well. So it's another of those pinch points. If you're on the wrong line, you just can't get in to make the corner.
Well, Michael Shin decided to go into the corner side by side with the car with a collapsed front wing, and basically just hadn't got the bite to turn in and then cut across the inside of turn 2. Able to go more quickly through that part of the off-track escape road and get back on track, and, well...
Race leaders then powering their way for the 7th time up the Mistral Straight. Antonelli 4 seconds to the good. And this is his gold medal to lose as Denmark makes a bid on the inside line there against Brazil for 4th place. Doesn't work, but Julius Dinesen for Denmark going really nicely now, picking his way up the order. That's a car that's sort of coming alive later in the race, but he gets way run out wide there. Pedro Claro doesn't just stick out his elbows. That was very, very defensive. And Julius Dinesen stands his ground. He's on the inside line up towards senior. Denmark goes through. Brave, brave stuff, and he deserved that.
He did. He started that process going into the chicane. Had to wait, be patient. On the exit of the chicane, he was quicker than the Brazil car, got run very wide off the racetrack in effect. But as you say, he stood his ground and now loses one. Brazil lose one more place, and again a consequence of what began in the chicane.
And that was a really good pass by Belgium's Laurens Lecetour, through on the inside line, absolutely flung the car through. There's a meatball mechanical warning flag to Korea because of the damage to the nose cone, so Michael Shin is going to be brought into the pit lane. But right now, Julius Dinesen and Laurens Lecetour, that means Denmark and Belgium respectively, gaining places, gaining ground. We could do for them with another safety car now, just to bunch everybody back up. But Kimi Antonelli does definitely not want that, because he's got a nice lead of 4.8 seconds as he goes through. Manuel Espirito Santo is in 2nd place, and his last lap was a 2 minutes 8. In other words, he's pulling away still from Bruno Del Pino in 3rd place.
Interesting, Pablo Sarrazin, the France entry, now up into 10th place. On his last lap was the fastest car in that 2nd sector. So we're looking principally at the front of the field, Sarrazin in the middle pack, and he was still able, with all the cars around him, to do that one quickest sector time. So it's just, you never know who's going to be quick at which point.
That is Uzbekistan going off the road and back on again. Ismail Ahmed, the former European karter. He's another driver that's raced in the UAE and Italian F4 championships this year, but going off the road now finds himself under attack as he comes out of turn 6 Salvo. He's got Malaysia, Alistair Ewing up behind him. So the race leader is now 4.8 seconds to the good. So Kimi Antonelli getting ever closer to the much predicted gold medal. 12.5 minutes are on the clock right now. What about Julius Dinesen then for Denmark? He is not quite lapping as quick as the others ahead of him, but now he's got clear road ahead of him. He might be able to this time.
He's got 12.5 minutes to make that progress as we look at this battle side by side into the chicane. So that was a good, clean racing overtake.
Yeah, Hungary against.
But they're going to lose it. He's going to lose it on the exit.
Yeah, Ethan Ho for Chinese Taipei, Zeno Kovac for Hungary as they run up towards senior. There's another pair going side by side as well. Look, because on the outside line, Uzbekistan loses out as Malaysia sweeps through on the inside. Alistair Young gains the place back.
I mean, look at the way they move around so quickly. There's dark from one side of the racetrack to the other.
One of the nice things about this as a car, as a category, is that, as you are seeing, they can race. So often you hear that Slicks and Wings single-seaters don't overtake. Oh, yes, they do. Big dive there up on the inside line, and through goes Georgia's Sandro Tavakilatsi, moves ahead of Rohan Alva for India. So proves the point. This is the right car for the right track.
Yeah, I mean, these cars are the wings front and rear, but they're not high-tech, sophisticated aerodynamics. The cars are very raceable, very drivable. The Pirelli tyre, likewise, is a very durable tyre that will not sort of have a big peak and then a big drop-off. So it gives young guys, or young competitors, an opportunity to race and grow their skill.
Well, the race leader has grown the gap. 5 seconds to the good now. It's Kimi Antonelli. The next battle pack dives into turn 1 with their through on the inside line for Georgia. Sandro Tavakilatsi back up ahead of Hungary's Zeno Kovac. So that's for 17th place, another change. Amazing to see which nations as well take part in which categories, because you don't sometimes think of all of these countries as being single-seater hotbeds, but producing drivers through karting that then go off and race in different mainland Europe F4 championships, a category that is growing and growing all the time around the world. Now, there is Michael Shin for Korea, having a new nose section put onto the car.
Well, unfortunately, he's had to make that pit stop. It's not quite a 5-second pit stop to do the nose. They've got to take some of the body panels off to get the nose removed then, but whatever. So his race is he can go back out and complete. We've got 10 minutes or so remaining, but any opportunity of having success, sadly, has gone.
So with 10 minutes to go, we are heading into the final third of the race now. And the field streaming up through Senior. There is Julius Dinesen in 4th place. Then he's got Belgium behind him. Julius Dinesen, remember, is representing Denmark. He's this year's Danish F4 champion. He's got Laurens Leclerc for Belgium tucked up behind him. Now, last time around, the gap was down slightly between Denmark and Spain ahead. But the problem now for Denmark is that the pressure being applied by Belgium, by Laurens Leclerc, means he's going to be delayed, and that's going to compromise his lap time. So Julius Dinesen, I fear, ain't going to get onto the podium. He won't be a medalist unless they can work together. 9 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, 9 minutes, and the gap between 3rd and 4th place is 4.6 seconds. So the mathematics are going to be very difficult, other than, of course, as we saw yesterday, if there is an incident where we get a full course yellow, then a following safety car, that will bring the field back together again. And then if we get to race to the checkered flag, which we didn't have yesterday, again, due to the circumstances, what's contact there? Somebody's run way, way wide. And it's coming on to start, finish straight. So hopefully we won't have a safety car intervention. We'll let these competitors race. Look at that India, right onto, almost onto the rear wing
of Hungary. So that's Rohan Alva tucked up behind, and now alongside Zeno Kovac diving down towards turn 1. Couldn't do it. 8 3/4 minutes are on the clock as the cars wriggle their way out of turns 1 and 2. 5.7 seconds now the lead gap. Italy to Portugal. Manuel Espirito Santo gave it a good go at the start of the race, but hasn't been able to stay there. Austria 7th. Charlie Wirtz. It's been a good recovery, this.
Then he's within, what, half a second, under half a second from Brazil. So that's a possibility of another position for the Austrian entry.
That Brazilian car is fading. It still makes me think that that was the one involved in the incident at the start of the race, because Pedro Claro has dropped and dropped and dropped, as we saw over the last few laps. And as you say, he's junking time now to Charlie Wirtz. There's another place then to be gained for Austria before the very end. And there is that battle, look, because understeering out of the chicane is Brazil. Austria, Charlie Wirtz pushing on. So son of Formula 1 racer Le Mans winner Alex Wirtz, the grandson of Rallycross European champion Franz Wirtz, goes through. Incident of number 16 under investigation for not following race director's instructions. That's Mozambique's Guilherme Rocha. But this is the fight currently on for 6th place. Brazil versus Austria, and a drama for Wirtz there as the car got away from him and it got all crossed up.
He was probably thinking about what I'm going to do further down the road, and maybe just put himself into a bit of the racetrack that wasn't as clean as the bit he should have been on. So just a minor error, but he was running close to the tail of the Brazil entry, so it ought not to be too long before he gets back there, and again has to go through the whole process once again of thinking, where do I put my car to gain the advantage off the next corner, as our race leader comes across the start finish line onto his 10th lap.
So the leaders go by. You've got the Italian driver, Kimi Antonelli, ahead of Portugal's Manuel Espirito Santo, and then for Spain, Bruno Del Pino to as ever thus. But that gap 3rd to 4th is very definitely coming down. It was over 4 seconds. It is now down to 2.8. So on that last lap, over a second quicker, Denmark than Spain. Maybe the Spanish car picked up damage in that contact at the start of the race as well. But right now, I think we are going to be in with a battle for that last medal position, because bronze is up for grabs. Spain being caught by Denmark.
Well, that's a big lump of time to take out in the space of 1 lap. Normally there's a reason for it, whatever that is. We'll wait to see whether they can continue. Dinesen for Denmark can continue that level of progress. So we look at Wirtz making his way through turn 6, and he currently is still in 7th place, just under a second behind the Brazil entry. There it comes Wirtz.
Further down, Ukraine versus Panama. Alexander Partishev versus Valentino Mini. And there, look, Panama, Valentino Mini up on the inside line. Brakes as late as he can coming into the chicane. He's got the line. Is he near enough? Is he fully alongside? Yes, he is. Panama through. Sorry, not Panama. I tell you we're live because we've already had a shuffle there. That's another place gained. It is Michael Shin, who is a lap down, trying to get himself back into the mix. Apologies. So out of sequence, Michael Shin for Korea overtaking, but doesn't do him any good. Valentino Mini is the next one in the queue behind Alexander Partishev, but he's not close enough yet to make a go. But Michael Shin, having taken the place on the road, loses it at the next corner, but it's all irrelevant anyway because he's a lap down after the pit stop.
Well, we got Correa back in the race, but of course he's found himself in a bit of a pack and a battle in Germany, sliding up the inside and making their way up through the field, having had to start at the back of the field likewise.
Valentin Klus then gaining a place. His car had damage yesterday, so the German driver now going through, gaining ground. And that's a good effort again by Valentin Klus. He was another driver, as I say, having to come up from near the back. 20th he started, and he's into the top 10. As now, look, you've got Julius Dinesen and Laurens Leclerc. That means Denmark and Belgium heading up towards the line, still chasing after Spain. That gap was 2.8 seconds, third to fourth. This time as they come through, the gap is 2.2. Just under 5 minutes to go. Denmark getting closer, closer, closer. And in the background, look, as they drop down towards turn 1, Austria has a go on the inside and goes 6th. Then Charlie Wirtz through ahead of Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, that was sort of an easy overtake. He got himself up the inside and planted the Austria car there. And it was as if Brazil didn't offer any great deal of resistance. So an easy overtake in relative terms for the Austria entry, Charlie Wirtz.
Now, what other progress can be made? He's got a clear road ahead of him for the moment, but he's still about 2.5 seconds back from Belgium. That's the Brazilian entry of Pedro Claro falling away. Some cars are sort of coming alive late race. That's a car that seems to be fading. Those that are coming alive, not only the Austrian entry, but also Denmark and Belgium. They've got much quicker as the race has gone on. Pablo Sarrazin in 11th, a man to possibly break into the top 10 before the end. For Serbia, Filip Jenic, another man from the back of the grid, started penultimate. He is up into 12th place. So those that did have to do the hard yards, Valentin Klus, another one, he's 9th. They have been able to get on with the job.
Yeah, I mean, if you're caught in the midfield, as Klaus has been, and Wirtz to a somewhat lesser degree because of the way he managed to return to the track on the opening lap. But Klaus has really had to drive through the field. I think Wirtz maybe was a beneficiary of using the escape route to come back onto the track at a point where it brought him up through the field much more than he would have done if he had been on track and trying to find his way through.
But Kimi Antonelli is 6.5 seconds clear in the race lead. There in third place is then Bruno Del Pino. It's Spain ahead of Denmark. Denmark in turn just shaking off Belgium, which means that Julius Dinesen for Denmark can concentrate on his own racing for the moment, not having to worry about defending at all. This is Antonelli, the race leader. Italy dominating the race, as we have expected him to do. Comes up towards the timing line, goes by, and is going to be able to squeeze 2 more laps out of this race now. So over the line goes Antonelli, race leader goes by, and in the background you can see Portugal, and that's 6.8 seconds. But crucially, it's what's going on for third that's of interest, because there, look, is Spain. Denmark closer, 1.4 seconds. 2 laps to go, I reckon, and 1.4 seconds to make up.
Well, if he can get into the slipstream of the Spanish entry, then he will have an opportunity. But of course, knowing that it's the closing 2.5 minutes, you're going to think that Spain isn't going to open the door voluntarily to let Dinesen overtake, but you never know. The momentum right now is with the Danish entry.
So out of the chicane they come. Laurens Leclerc for Belgium, coming back at the Danish athlete Julius Dinesen as they come out of the chicane and down through the Virage du Camp. This is Saint-Baum through that right-hander, and then towards the Mistral Straight they go for the 13th time. In the first sector, Spain quicker than Denmark. So the pendulum swings back in favour of Bruno Del Pino, but it's the rest of the lap where possibly Denmark will have an advantage. Let's see. Julius Dinesen needs to shake off Belgium. Laurens Leclerc are there in 5th place, 6th still. It is Austria, Charlie Wirtz, and Wirtz on the last lap did a 2:09.8. He's lapping quicker than 2nd and 3rd.
So Belgium pushing on. Dinesen in 4th place and Del Pino in 3rd.
So through senior they come. 1 more lap to run at the end of this. Sector 2 times are offered up, and Dinesen takes 3/10 out of Del Pino. So Denmark catching Spain again for 3rd place. There is Denmark. There, 5th is Belgium. Margin between them at the start of the lap, 0.677 of a second. But Denmark for a bronze is still a possibility, but Julius Dinesen is going to have to really work that car very, very hard indeed. The start is under investigation of Pedro Claro, and he's being looked at for track limits as well. Pedro Claro under investigation. The leaders come down towards the Virage du Pont, ready to start the last lap. When they get to the end of the next sector, we'll have an idea whether Del Pino is safe for 1 more lap or not.
I think he probably is safe unless he makes a mistake. But if he keeps driving at the pace he's been doing, it's a big gap to find. It was 1.3, it's come down a 1/10 of a second, and find 1.3 advantage over the car running in 3rd position is, again, maybe only due to other circumstances, as we see Denmark swing into turn 1 and 2, just ahead of him. is the Spanish entry, and of course Dennison's been kept on his toes by the Belgian entry behind.
A disappointing last lap that by Denmark, because the gap had been coming down steadily, but then only, as you say, by 1/10 of a second last time. So Bruno Del Pino being able to respond, and Julius Dennison doing his level best to get onto turn, but he's going to run out of time, as there, Kimi Antonelli for the last time heads up towards the chicane. He was always the favourite. It's going to be another gold medal for Italy, and you've got to say, deservedly so.
Well, when you say somebody's a favourite, sometimes that's a poison chalice, but I have to say, watching what Antonelli has done over the 2 events, both the qualifying sessions as well, he has been outstanding, and there's no question in my mind that's a young competitor who's going to have a massive future ahead of him, and all he needs now is the right guidance, and I think that's already been put into place. So keep an eye on this young competitor, because he will be, in my view, a major star for Italy motorsport over many, many more years to come.
His father, Marco Antonelli, very successful team owner. The team is here running other cars in other categories, other disciplines. But Andrea Kimi Antonelli is about to become a gold medalist in the FIA Motorsport Games, because he worked his way through the last sequence of corners, heading down towards the grandstands near the Virage du Pont. And it is going to be after a dominant display in free practice, in qualifying, in the qualifying race, and this medal awarding main race, a win for Italy.
Yes, what I'd like to see is Antonelli in a mid-pack situation. We've seen him leading the race majestically. What do you be like mid-pack?
We won't find out this weekend, but we'll see in the future, because in the KCMG F4 Cup, the gold medal goes to Italy. Andrea Kimi Antonelli wins then in dominant fashion, and look at that, wait for another car. Finally, Portugal takes silver. And what about bronze? It's going to be Spain, I think, just ahead of Denmark, ahead of Belgium. Over the timing line they come. It was close for bronze. It was down to 0.8 of a second, but it's Spain in 3rd, 4th Denmark, 5th Belgium, and 6th Austria. Charlie Wurtz then taking 6th place for Austria, ahead of Brazil, ahead of Germany, Ukraine and Panama to round out the top 10. The winning margin was a gnat's under 7 seconds. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, having been, as we've been saying, just the dominant driver, he was always expected to be the man to beat, the Italian champion, the German champion this year as well. And he won't, as John was wishing for, have to experience mid-pack battling for another race weekend, because this is done and dusted for KCMG F4 Cup in the Motorsport Games, and a tremendous effort by Andrea Kimi Antonelli. So able to use the cold tyres on the first lap to push, to build up the lead, and then as the field goes towards the chicane on the Mistral and the marshals wave all their flags on this slowing down lap to the competitors in colourful style, it is Italy from Portugal from Spain, the top 3. But he has just driven so well all weekend. There was one incident he had at the very end of qualifying, but other than that, slight bit of ink on the copybook. It's just been a perfect demonstration of how to win in F4 from Andrea Kimi Antonelli. So a gold for Italy, a silver for Portugal, and a bronze for Spain. And this is how we look. The provisional results at the end of the KCMG F4 Cup. Italy victorious by just under 7 seconds from Portugal. Spain hanging on to 3rd by 0.8 of a second. Denmark 4th ahead of Belgium, then Austria 6th. 7th to Brazil ahead of Germany, and Ukraine 9th from Panama. France 11th from Serbia, Australia, Malaysia. Georgia taking 15th. Chinese Taipei 16th, Hungary 17th, 18th to India, 19th to Uzbekistan, and Mozambique in 20th. 21st to Hong Kong, China, 22nd in the end to Chile, 23rd to Korea, and Switzerland sadly eliminated at the very first corner. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the race winner for Italy, Manuel Espirito Santo representing Portugal 2nd, Bruno Del Pino for Spain in 3rd. So the cars then come down the pit in. The podium is in the fan zone, so the circuit podium not used. It's a special construction for the Motorsport Games, and the drivers will make their way to that in due course. More track activity, of course, to come. We've got the 2 touring car races, and we also have the GT Sprint Cup to look forward to as well. All of that taking place on the track. Of course, there are other disciplines. Now, the esports competition finished yesterday. That was a gold medal for United Kingdom's James Baldwin. The drifting completed yesterday as well, but there's still auto slalom and karting slalom and karting. We had the karting endurance sorted out yesterday, but the kart sprint tournaments still going on. So different areas of the complex here at the circuit of Paul Ricard, all still playing host to plenty of action. And then at the end of the day, there is the closing ceremony, where the winning nations will be awarded their trophies to go with the medals for the athletes. This is how we look in terms of the medals right now. Italy just taking another gold, therefore is level with France right now on 3 golds apiece. The Netherlands with a gold and a silver. Interesting, isn't it? Italy and France only scoring gold, nothing else right now. Netherlands a gold and a silver. The United Kingdom has got a gold and a bronze, esports and the GT Cup respectively. For Belgium, it's also a gold and a bronze. Then 1 gold for Latvia coming out of drifting. A Spain effort for 7 medals, so no golds yet, but 3 silvers and 4 bronzes. Quite a few of those medals coming out of rallying yesterday. But Spain with more medals than anybody right now, but not a gold as yet. Czech Republic's got 2, 1 silver and 1 bronze ahead of Sweden. Then Kuwait, Turkey, Germany, and Portugal with Estonia and Poland all on 1 medal as well. So Italy and France right now topping that medals table, but that's all going to change over the course of the day as more and more of the disciplines here at the 2022 FIA Motorsport Games are decided. Of course, the FIA Motorsport Games back on the calendar after its pandemic-enforced hiatus. We were last at Vallelunga, and you can see how the event has grown. Let's look back at the highlights then of that KCMG F4 Cup that began with Kimi Antonelli making the best start, but drama behind as Pedro Claro for Brazil got involved with Dario Cabanela for Switzerland. That broke the Swiss driver's rear suspension, pitched him into a spin, and in turn necessitated the safety car. As the field filed through behind, ready to go racing, Charlie Wirtz had already got through half the field for Austria and was on his toes when the race got back underway. Michael Shin was under attack coming out of the Virage Dupont, forced out wide, and as the field battled their way over the line, Michael Shin fell down the order, ultimately picking up damage and having to pit. Julius Dinesen for Denmark got himself ahead of Brazil, and Denmark very nearly caught Spain before the end of the race. That was the damage done to Michael Shin's car, and launching himself up over the curbing as well. He did get to the end, but a lap down, having had to pit under instruction from the race officials with that damage to the nose cone. There were battles raging on up and down the field, except for the race lead, because Kimi Antonelli was just dominant. And at the end of the KCMG F4 Cup, it was a gold medal for Italy. So looking down at the Circuit Le Castellet, the circuit for the moment takes a breather. That's the run right down to the far end of the complex, where you've got, for example, the Virage du Camp and the corner at Saint-Baume, and coming back up towards us, the Mistral Straight. There is, on the right as you look, the kart and auto slalom courses. Again, just part of the paddock. To the right of that, just out of shot, the Mistral Hall, where esports has been taking place. Look left, you'll see a big white transporter there, Antonelli Motorsport. I mentioned that Kimi Antonelli's father was a team owner. There's the transporter, because the team is here operating cars within the TCR category this weekend as well. The paddock, a busy place, and you can see the car parks are filling up as well. More and more activities for the fans to do. There is the fan zone in the paddock. There are lots of catering areas around the complex here as well. And perversely, the paddock not as full as it often is of transporters, because if you take the case of many of these disciplines, it's an arrive and drive formula. So all the Formula 4 cars can come in 2 transporters. It's not 24 different teams arriving with all their equipment. So the paddock is busy, but in a different way from a normal race meeting. And there in the fan zone, where the podium awaits, is the Italian driver Kimi Antonelli, who climbs from the car. The Halo device, of course, on a modern-day FIA-approved single-seater. And I think it's fair to say, John, these have been very good cars. I keep making the point that so often a criticism of single-seater racing with slicks, with aerodynamic aids, is you can't overtake. But these cars here, and again at Vallelunga back in 2019, have proved that that is rot.
Well, these cars have got wings that we've seen on them, but they're not, say, this very high-tech, very sophisticated kind of wing that we see in other modern Formula cars. So what they've got are wings to help them begin the process of learning about aerodynamics, but not the complexity of super Formula 1 trick-type wings.
Indeed. So, well, it's certainly given us good racing. It's a shame, in a way, that it's not 2 heats in the final for the F4 Cup, because we've enjoyed both races and some lively battles, with Kimi Antonelli then coming out on top. And the drivers will make their way shortly, as I say, to the podium. Right now, as we look down from the top of the pit buildings, the fans getting themselves ready for the next action on track. But Italy wins the KCMG F4 Cup. Kimi Antonelli is the gold medalist. Gemma Scott is with him.
Andrea, congratulations. That's the 3rd gold medal now for Italy. A great feeling for you, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really tough race. I was struggling a bit physically because yesterday I hurt myself. But yeah, really happy about the result and to win. And I'm really honored to represent Italy and to have won the medal today.
Well, you've certainly shown you're a future star to look out for.
I mean, for the future, I'll upgrade. I'll do some FRECA, and really excited for the future. But yeah, really happy to have won today, and now we'll be looking for the future.
Thank you very much. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Andrea Kimi Antonelli, then, for Italy, is the winner of the KCMG F4 Cup. It is the 3rd gold medal of the FIA Motorsport Games for Italy. There may well be more to come.
On Spain, so pour la dernière journée de compétition des FIA Motorsport Games. Et en ce moment, sur la piste du Castellet, viennent de s'élancer les voitures du GT Sprint. Ce sont des essais libres. Le GT Sprint qui tiendra ses...
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, so in the race I was...
Well, I am joined by the winner of that race. We're very pleased. We're in the right place, aren't we, Darren? Finally, we've got one of the winners.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, Kimi, you've done an exceptional job this weekend. Pretty much topped every session. But I didn't realise you've obviously injured your wrist as well. So to have that result, gold medal for Italy, you must be very, very pleased with the result this weekend.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank all the Italian Federation because I'm really honored to represent Italy and really happy to win the medal today. And yeah, it was a good result. A bit tough, but we made it. I'm really pleased with that.
I mean, just talk us through your season as well, because your name is a hot name right now, and I know that that may not be the right thing you want to hear, but you've had such a great season.
Yeah, I mean, this season I did F4, was my first maiden season in single-seater, and was really good. I mean, we won both championship, and was a really great result. In the Talent Championship was a bit tough in the start because we had a crash in all 3 races, so we came away with 0 points, but then we worked really hard and we managed to win the championship in the last round, and same in the German Championship. So really happy about this season, and yeah, now I'll be looking for about the future.
Have you had a chance to look around the games as well, or have you just been focused in your paddock and in your pits?
No, I've been looking at go-kart. I mean, the chassis they're using are the one I was using back in the old days in karting, and there are still the same people. So yeah, yesterday I went to meet them and to have a chat, and yeah, it was really good to be back. To be honest, I miss a bit the karting atmosphere, but yeah, it was really good to also be back there in the karting paddock.
And what's it like? Obviously, normally in a normal championship, you're representing yourself and the team that you're racing for. But what's it been like this weekend being here representing Italy? What's it been like on that side?
I mean, I knew I had to do a good job this weekend because obviously I was representing Italy. And so, yeah, I mean, at the end we still managed to win it, and I'm really, really pleased with the result.
Yeah, I mean, now with that gold that you've just got there, it puts you at the top of the medals table now with France. So, yeah, great for you. Obviously, some more events coming up later today, so let's see how you and France and Italy carry on for the rest of the day.
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, we'll let you go. Thank you very much for talking to us. I'll take that microphone. You can go and enjoy your podium or get ready for it. Thank you very much, Kimi Antonelli. That's the winner from the KCMG F4 race that's just happened. Now, joining me shortly is the FIA Director of Formula E and Innovative Sports, is Frederic Bertrand. Frederic, you can come in and join us now if you like. and I'll pass you over the microphone. We are live. Okay. Fred, this has been you are partly responsible for these games, and it has been such an incredible games compared to Edition 1 to Edition 2.
First of all, it's not me, it's a lot of people.
Of course.
We are I think, a big team to make this event happen, but it's true, it's strange as a feeling because so many months have passed since the first one in Rome. 2 times having to delay, and then finally it happens. So it's a lot of expectation which have raised all along the months, to be honest, and also a little bit of skepticism, which started to feel it. And now I think you can go to any meetings, you can go to any media event or whatever and explain the concept. Nothing is better than just living it, tasting it. And I think now we don't need to say anything anymore. Everything is proven, it works, it's a great success, and it's a great satisfaction. For me, to be honest, very strong satisfaction for the FIA for sure, for SRO and Stéphane, and for all the people involved. I think here about the people in Vennes for the autocross. I think of the people of the different places here on the track. I think of the people of Marseille for the rally. It's a very, very big satisfaction for everyone.
You mentioned the people of Marseille, and that's what this Games has really proven as well. It's the surrounding areas. So you're bringing motorsport to the whole region, not just to a racetrack.
Yeah, it was part of the challenge. You never know if it will work because not being all on one place creates additional issues. But on the other side, it helps making more people having the chance to benefit from what's going on.
Exactly.
And I think it really worked. There were people on the rally stages. Vennes was also full yesterday. And the opening ceremony in Marseille was a great show. And to see so much crowd here in Paul Ricard is from everyone looking at this track with a bit of experience. They say, except Formula One, is probably the most crowded event here. So, yeah, we are happy.
So, if you look at year 1 to how much it's grown for year 2, what are you expecting for year 3?
I was going to ask
That's what I'm doing. We've got 16 categories this time.
You already want to be year 3, well, we still enjoy year 2.
I knew you would say that.
I'm intrigued because it's been such a wonderful event with so many different nations racing and competing this year. Have you got any ideas for adding to the categories? Is there something you've got your eye on?
Ideas, plenty, because there are still plenty of things to improve. We are happy from what we get here, but there are plenty of things we want to improve. And the first thing we want is strengthen what we have here, consolidate what we have here. The great mix between professional drivers we can see today on track with GTs, touring car, etc., and amateur drivers, or let's say very grassroots categories, is a mix which has worked, and we want to make it bigger, intensify this mix, and have maybe more pro categories, but also more grassroots categories so that everyone can find a way to participate. The second improvement is probably the work we have to do now with the different ISNs.
Yeah.
Is how to make sure that each of them, on top of having enjoyed the weekend here, is going back home with the idea of how can I be stronger, how can I be bigger, how can I be better for the next edition. And I always take that picture, but it's a little thing we put in the ground here, which hopefully will create plenty of trees, forests, or whatever you can take as an example for the future. And if we can make sure that every club at least lives here with the idea that one category can be developed in their country as a grassroots level. Should it be karting slalom? Should it be auto slalom? Should it be the karting endurance format, which is done with rental cars? Should it be other categories, cross car, whatever? This will be the main victory for us, because this is the legacy. The real legacy we want to give is make sure that from this event, which is the cherry on the cake, people will build down in their countries a big ladder, big pyramids, so that they can make their country bigger and stronger for the next edition.
And the other thing I was thinking is you're saying about the skepticism at first and how you've had to convert people, but I've seen organisers from other championships here this weekend. So is it a case now that they are coming to you and say, hey, we want a piece of that, we want to be part of the games?
We already work with a lot of let's say, partners, because Marcello Lotti is here and Nuncia are here to help us on touring car. We work with Eileen and all the drifting guys. They have a specific organization and they support us here, as I said, with the autocross, etc. So probably it may create additional level of interest from newcomers, and then we will be happy to get newcomers on board.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks for speaking to us, and congratulations, because
thank you very much. Thanks to you too, because I know it's kind of a marathon for you also. So many things to happen, so well done.
So we've got karting next. Karting's been a great success this year, hasn't it?
Karting was one of the main categories we wanted to introduce. It's really based on youngs. And it was also very important to be sure that we can secure that we address different levels. We had karting slalom with this mixed gender concept. We wanted to have the best of hockey junior, hockey senior, and we created the endurance category to open additional possibilities. Probably for the future there are some additional categories which could join, like mini kart or categories where we may have more places for top level drivers also, so that we make sure that everybody has a chance.
Actually, that is a good point about the top level drivers. You know, with these countries, you are getting karters who are mixing with high level drivers, and I love that those experienced drivers can actually maybe train up their fellow Italian or whoever it may be.
I think it's exactly what we need is to make sure that everyone can taste and touch everything. So it's valid for the drivers, it's valid for the teams in general which are joining, but also for the public. So everything is open, and we want that to be the future. And if we can make more top drivers, top stars even joining and coming, we had, I don't know if you look in the paddock in some ways, but we had big stars from rallying. I don't want to give the name because I don't know if you wanted to be here incognito or not, but we had big stars from rallying. We have big stars from circuit, and they are all here to see and think, and some of them already place their kids in the cars. So that's also a promise that this will develop properly for the future. And why not dreaming of having Formula One driver part of the concept one day as being the captain of a team or whatever.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. So now we do have the karting sprint senior Heat 3 coming up.
So into fourth position goes Israel, makes the bid there on Chile. Nice overtaking move. So Israel up to P4. Elkin still hasn't given up on his chances of the gold medal. He still feels that if he can get into a decent starting position for the final and then make progress in the first couple of laps, he can last the 32 laps better than anybody else in the final later.
Yeah, he makes his way up to 7 in the classification as we speak. So an interesting position for Israel, and Elkin trying to emulate on his fellow countrymen, of course, in the junior class, having taken his first win of the weekend.
And a nice move there on the inside. That's Schleimer getting the opportunity there on Jovan David. So Germany passes Sri Lanka, but it's not done yet between these two. And obviously Schleimer wanting to try and hold on to the second row of the starting grid for the final. So that maneuver has got him on 18. But Jovan David is on 24, so he wants to move up as well. And that's Valentin Flamini picking up a warning flag, the Panamanian having a bit of a moment there at the back of the grid, unfortunately. So we've lost out 4 nations already gone from this race. Ukraine, Brazil, Portugal and Costa Rica all in trouble on the opening couple of laps. Everybody else has managed to keep going as Valdemar Agerholm manages to give Denmark the fastest lap of the race in this one. Up the inside, that's a big launch from the Dane, and he gets through. Excellent overtaking move there on the pole. So Denmark passes Poland, and that is a terrific bit of racecraft from Valdemar Agerholm.
Yeah, interesting. Another move in turn number 10, clipping the curb on the inside. And we get to see that more and more ever since the start of the races this morning, which is a good sign of more opportunities for the final, certainly, as it got reduced to just 2 spots pretty much for the first couple of races. But now you can see, you can feel the drivers, you know, are right there to make more attempts. They go for the move, they're being more aggressive, and which is good to see. As in the meantime, up to 0.8 of a second now between Belgium and Sweden for the lead. So Eli Goldstein is being able to find a bit of extra pace this morning. Don't know what he had for breakfast, but it seems to be paying off for the Belgian on his way to seal the deal and take pole position for the final. As we are here with the 2:21, this is Nacho Tunon being harassed by Israel, Ariel Elkin. Spain against Israel, battle for third, and he's dropping a bit of momentum on Joel Bergström in second. Bergström, of course, more than happy to see or to at least be aware of them two battling just behind him as he keeps his head down to make himself into second on the grid of the final. But where can Elkin and Israel find a way to pass? Maybe in turn number 10. Here's Goldstein, Sweden with Bäckström, Spain, Israel, Nachatunon and Elkin. Maybe right on the inside. Oh, there was no space to go through.
You've got to remember that all of the current Formula One drivers in 2022 have come from this sport. Up the inside, Elkin gets the move there on Spain. So Israel through to third place on Spain. That's a lovely overtake. He even tidied it up on the exit when it looked like he'd overshot. So very nicely handled there by Elkin. And Israel move up into third position. As I was about to say when he made the move, all 20 of the current Grand Prix racing grid have come from this very sport. So it's fitting that there is a FIA Motorsport Games competition to fight for the gold medal in sprint karting. But Elkin wants to give Israel their first medal, and he is pushing hard to try and make it happen.
Representing Israel on the international karting scene with the TB kart colors on his racing suit. The team has been competing this season in Italy, being crowned IMA Series Italy winner this time around. Valdemar Agerholm from Denmark, the fastest lap in this race. Still very much in the mix, although he dropped a couple of positions in 10th, trying to get close to Capo U227, representing this time around Hong Kong, China for the FIA Motorsport Games. The battle for 9th place will be interesting to follow. The 2:14, Sweden, Joel Bergström, Ariel Elkin doing his bit, is progressing to the ranks. He's 6th at the moment when it comes to the grid for the final. Can he go maybe one position further up? This will be difficult because he has 2 points of a delay on Suarez in P5, but still is gonna go for the move as we're about to conclude lap number 11 out of 16. Watch out for Ariel Elkin. Oh, opening the door to number 11, and yes, he does the same as the lap before. Beautifully made once again for Israel. Up a position into second. Joel Bergström is looking over his shoulder. Watch out because Spain and Nachatunon are just further back behind, trying to get close as well to make a similar bid maybe. But Ariel Elkin on a much better form than yesterday, and now Israel makes it up into second position with 1.6 seconds to climb on Eli Goldstein in Belgium. I'm afraid maybe time will be running out, but still that's a strong result that Ariel Elkin had been needing.
Such a crucial overtaking move for Israel to get up into second position there past Sweden. That was an amazing move from Ariel Elkin, and he's got 1.6 seconds deficit to try and close up on a driver he's raced against many times before in various different competitions around Europe. But Israel into second position, the highest they've run in senior so far. Obviously they've taken a heat win. Oh, that's a problem further back. That is game over,
Poland.
sadly for Poland. So Adrian Labuda is out of this race. That's very unfortunate. Meanwhile, further back, we've got a little bit of a battle brewing here as Bergström has lost ground to Spain. So Sweden are down to fourth position now as Dunion has got through into third place. We didn't see where the overtaking move was. There's yellow flags for the Polish driver on the sidelines, but it's a big move for Spain as they have got through past Sweden to get third position. It looks as though Joel Bergström is all at sea. This is not good news.
Yeah, good news indeed. Watch out for the move coming. Oh, that was close!
What's going on? They both backed off big time, and as a result, Sweden having to defend the move as Schleimer and Wirtz are trying to cut through. Now Bergström's gone wide and off on the runoff area. He's lost 4 places. Big drama for Sweden. What on earth happened there? They suddenly braked down for the hairpin. It looked as if there was an issue they were trying to get out of the way of, and all of a sudden it's dropped Bergström all the way down from B4 to B8.
Disastrous turn of event for Sweden, and at some point they were 4 wide on the entry of turn number 11, where there's only space for at least two maximum, but he's gonna have to try to make up for the ground that he lost. But that was quite an impressive sequence, but a disastrous indeed turn of event for Joel Bergström, and Sweden P8 at the moment on the inside. And yes, he makes his bit and tries to recover already. Beautifully made on the 224. This is Valdemar Agerholm from Denmark, who still is behind with Capo Yu from Hong Kong, China, just behind, trying to make his bid as well. On the inside, oh, that was a close call, but not quite successful for Valdemar Agerholm, who's just stirring in disbelief. He's not happy about what just happened. The door was shut, but that was quite aggressive driving, going defensive for Joel Bergström, who is in trouble. He needs to keep that position alive, otherwise he's going to be certainly tumbling down the order on the grid.
And all of a sudden, there's quite a few drivers that have gained a benefit as a result of that shuffling of the deck. Sri Lanka on the charge up into 7th position now as side by side. This is going to be close as up the inside comes Sweden to try and make another bid to defend from Denmark. Out in front though, it is still Belgium from Israel, and then Spain in front of Germany. Austria making a terrific comeback in front of Sri Lanka, and Chile is up the inside. Sweden defends again from Denmark.
Let's see what happened as well with Germany, with Maximilian Schlemmer in 4th place, because he only has 2 points left to score on Joel Bergström in Sweden to snatch 3rd position on the grid. So if he actually can make his move on Nacho Tennant for 3rd, and in the meantime, if Joel Bergström loses another place in the process, he might actually lose the 3rd place on the grid for the final. Let's see about that. These are some of the calculations as we'll make the counts once the race is done and the classification is being made.
But Belgium are going to make it 2 out of 3 here. It's Ellie Goldstein who takes the checkered flag. Belgium triumphs in the 3rd heat. Israel is 2nd, 3rd is Spain. What a dramatic end to the race that was, with such a shuffle of the deck. And Sweden does drop behind Denmark on the last lap to 9th place. So that is going to be crucial by 1 point. Bergström and Sweden will remain 3rd for the final, but with 2 wins out of 3, Belgium takes pole position for the gold medal race. Bring it on!
We are ready for the podium for the KCMG F4 Cup within the FIA Motorsport Games. The medals are ready. Paul Ip, the man behind KCMG, who's here participating for Hong Kong, China, but also with his business hat on, is responsible for the chassis that has been used by all the nations in this edition of the FIA Motorsport Games, and indeed back in 2019 at Vallelunga, and he is there to present the medals to Italy, to Portugal and to Spain as the top 3 at the conclusion of the KCMG F4 Cup. Kimi Antonelli, a dominant display to win, but as the drivers step forward, first of all we have for the bronze medal. Another medal goes the way of Spain, and it is Bruno Del Pino Ventos who steps forward representing Motorsport Team Spain. He stands on the 3rd step. It's a rather Iberian podium to begin with, because for 2nd place the silver medal is to Portugal, and representing his nation is Manuel Espirito Santo, and the Spanish and Portuguese drivers congratulate one another. But the gold medal will go to Italy as the German and the Italian F4 champion step forward. Andrea Kimi Antonelli stands on the top step of the podium. He took, after a tremendous season in Formula 4, 9 wins in the German Championship, 11 in the Italian, and 2 race wins this weekend. 1 came in the qualifying race, 1 in this main race for the KCMG F4 Cup to get the gold medal. Paul Ip presents the bronze medal to Bruno Del Pino, then to Manuel Espirito Santo there is the silver. And the gold medalist in the KCMG F4 Cup is Andrea Kimi Antonelli. It is gold for Italy. And a delighted Andrea Kimi Antonelli rounds out what has been a stellar season in F4. 2 championships and now gold in the 2022 FIA Motorsport Games. Complimenti, Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Italy takes gold, Portugal takes silver, Spain takes bronze in the KCMG F4 Cup. And the champagne is there. Another really nice touch about the FIA Motorsport Games is that we have the national flags that the drivers bring with them. And although they spend all season racing, and perhaps in a way it's just another race in some respects, well, no, it isn't. That honour, that pride of representing the nation is borne out, and you can see they are oh so proud to have their national flags with them, and the bronze and silver medalists, namely Spain and Portugal, celebrate. But Andrea Kimi Antonelli, we've already heard from, he takes gold, and it's a name you're going to hear a lot more of in the next few years as single-seater stardom beckons in higher categories for Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Let's return to the studio and rejoin Louise Beckett.
Karting slalom, was one of the successful disciplines in the 2019 FIA Motorsport Games, and it's back again this year. Gemma Scott is over at the karting slalom track to bring us everything from there.
Well, we're down here now at the Karting Slalom Arena, which is, of course, just behind the main paddock here at the Paul Ricard circuit. I'm joined by Ben Constanduris, and we're going to be watching the small final, which is just about to take place. These karts are run by the mixed gender team, so we've got a male and female lineup, age 14 plus, and they are electric 20 kilowatt karts, I believe. That's right, Ben. And what we're going to see here is the bronze race, the bronze medal race that's going to be taking place. But what I love about this, you know, the whole part of the motorsport games that we're looking at, over here we've got the electric power with the auto slalom and the karting slalom that's taking place. So we're looking at all walks of motorsport.
Anybody who's driven an electric car knows that the most impressive thing about electric cars is their acceleration, and top speed here doesn't matter in karting slalom because you really are at quite a low speed. Precision is very key, and that acceleration is fantastic to boost you up to the speeds that are kind of needed. You have to get through some very narrow gaps here in a kart, which, if anyone has done karting just at home or in their local indoor circuit, karts are kind of slightly triangular, so they're wider at the back and narrower at the front. So these drivers are having to be so precise to get through the cones, because ultimately a lap is only 40 seconds. If you touch a cone, you get a 3-second penalty. That's massive.
I was just going to say, that is a huge penalty when you're looking at a 40-second race, and I've seen on some of the timing races, people are getting 3, 4, 5 penalties.
Yeah, exactly. So precision is key. Luckily in a kart, you are central, so you can kind of position yourself. But once we get these karts out onto this layout here, I mean, from behind us, you can kind of see it's just a lot of cones everywhere. They have been practicing over the last 2 days. They have a map that they will have worked out where to go. So to them, there is a racetrack in there. To me, it's just a load of cones. And we are waiting to see, there's a few discussions going on right now. Hopefully we'll get the small final underway shortly, but it may be that we might even get semi-finals being rerun here, because there's some discussion as to the fairness between the two lanes and the two karts.
Well, that's the point that I was going to raise to you. So each of the drivers will run each course 3 times, and then they will change karts and change lanes. Is that right?
Yes, so they'll do 1 practice run, and then there will be 2 runs in that kart in that lane for each driver. So in terms of nation, that's 4 runs per nation, and then you'll swap round to run the second course, 2 runs, so that's 4 per nation. So ultimately you've got 8 races of 40 seconds each to end up with a total cumulative time to decide initially, hopefully, who is the bronze medalist, and then we will see the finals run shortly after for who is silver and gold.
It's slightly complicated, but once you get your head around it, it's actually really exciting, and I'm really excited to see these karts get underway. Can we just take a quick walk over this way, Ben, and let's have a look at one of the karts. We've got we can take a walk around it, and perhaps you can give us a bit of a chat through what we're looking at.
I'm slightly worried that flag's just been taken off, so it means we are getting prepared for something, but I think we've got a reserve kart in over there. As you know, with karting, the motor is on a fixed axle, so unlike in a car where you've got a differential and the 2 wheels can rotate in different ways, this is a fixed axle, so both rear wheels rotate at the same time. So then to basically get round a corner, you need the front wheels to lift the inside wheel off the ground to allow it to turn. So these boys and girls are desperately trying to get as much weight on the front of the car as possible to lift the rear, because there's a lot of turning going on here. And it's amazing how high grip the car park here is in Paul Ricard. These guys are really, really, really pushing. Anyone who's particularly light, certainly a lot of our female races, there's a weight, so there's a little peg there beside the seat, and you can put 2.5 kilos on to make sure everyone is at equal weight to each other, there and thereabouts. No gears, throttle and brake, quite simple. Adjustable, even adjustable steering rack I can see there with that yellow knob. There's also the seat goes back and forwards, so they can really get themselves into a comfortable position to drive these karts. And we do have a safety roll hoop on these birrells, therefore they have a seatbelt. Usually karts don't have seatbelts, but obviously if you've got a roll hoop, then you put a seatbelt on, otherwise that roll hoop doesn't do very much. No real worries about that kind of thing here with all this wraparound bodywork, incredibly safe vehicle that Birrell have made. And this is the kind of thing that actually was used in the endurance karting race over at the kart track yesterday.
There's a lot of technology going on here, and of course, like we said, it's very fair and evenly set because the drivers are sharing the karts and swapping over. And again, like you say, with the weight that's added in there, the seat that can move. So the setup is really all done for the drivers. It's all down to their experience. And this is grassroots motorsport that we're looking at. And this is very accessible motorsport as well that we're looking at here, because these drivers are able to race the slalom courses in their own home countries. And I think that's representative of some of the nations that we've got running here.
Absolutely. The likes of Kosovo, for instance, we had running earlier in the week. Teams and countries that don't have a massive motorsport heritage, or maybe not even have a racetrack.
Yeah.
But with an auto, we call it in the UK auto test, auto slalom, you can do this in a small confound, as long as the tarmac is relatively okay, and actually you don't really need that either. Put out some cones. You can bring your own car because it's not massively stressful on a vehicle, and we will see the car later on. We're just going to go and get a test run by the looks of things, just to make sure that everything is set up, and then we can get our running back again. And so, yes, it's incredibly accessible. This is the perfect way to get into motorsport, and it's great that the FIA have it represented here at the Games, because it does allow Kosovo and those kind of countries to enter. We have kind of got to the pinnacle now in the semi-finals and the finals, and we've got teams that are much more have a much greater motorsport heritage, with Germany and Belgium being the real favourites. Estonia and Poland have been fighting it out for the small final, and it does look as though we are going to go into that small final quite shortly, because the female Polish racer has got her helmet on and she's ready to go, so she's part of the small final. Maybe this test run will give us an idea as to how it works. Let's have a look.
Well, I think we're going to get the test underway down here, and then we'll be able to come back and join the finals as they're taking place. But in the meantime, I believe we're heading back over to Louise Beckett, who's in our studio.
Thanks, Gemma and Ben. We'll be joining the karting slalom again later on. But joining me now is Marek Nawaretsky, and he is the Director of Sports and Touring Cars for the FIA. Marek, thank you for joining us. Now, let's talk about the GTs first of all, because, of course, we had the GT Cup, which was in the first edition of the Games, but now we've got GT Sprint this year, and it's going to be a great one. The race is coming up later today.
Yeah, that's true. And what I would like to highlight, that the GT as a category, it has a very special place in motorsport games, because everything started from GT at the beginning. It was the Nations Cup for GT, because GT is among the motorsports has one of the biggest number of drivers, teams among the world, so it was the best category to start the concept of motorsport games. So this is why we started with GT, and now we have the second category, GT Sprint, which I think will be very interesting from the sporting point of view, because we have many drivers coming from very, very different series, and we can have a very, very good racing there.
Darren, I'm sure you're pleased that there's the addition of the sprint race, but actually, does it add another element because it's just one driver?
Yeah, it does. It obviously puts more pressure on that one driver, but any extra GT racing is always a good thing for me. You know, I love watching the cars. GT3 as a platform has really made GT racing popular, with the manufacturers all being able to put cars in, but there's so many championships around the world using that platform, so the sort of the feed of drivers available to come to the Motorsport Games is incredible, because there's so many championships that have access to drivers and in different nations. So it's great, great to be having another class of GT racing here.
And Marek, we've got some great names in that game.
Yes,
discipline, haven't we?
I think that what's very also important to see is that we have, I think, 4 continents represented in this grid, which is very, very important. And we have drivers which have been illustrated their performance in many high-level series. Of course, the sporting level is quite, I would say, the different from one region to another. But
Right.
this is the great platform to see and to have the opportunity to compare different drivers and teams competing against each other. So.
Darren, do you wish that you had bought your overalls and your racing helmet?
100%. Yeah, but not maybe for the GTs to try some of the other things that have been going on, because there's so many wonderful categories that have been racing this weekend. I think I pretty much would have gone out and tried anything that was there because they all look great fun. But yeah, with the GT, the Sprint Cup, it's going to be a fantastic race. Very hard, straight. It's a sprint, isn't it? You know, like the name says, it's going to be. You know, feisty from the word go, and you've got such top-level drivers coming in, works drivers there for different manufacturers. So I think it's a lovely element to have to the Motorsport Games this year.
All right, thanks very much. We'll talk again later. But we're going to head back to the Karting Slalom now. So it's back to Gemma Scott and Ben Constanduris.
Anything that's run by the FIA.
Thanks very much, Louise. We are indeed anticipating the start of the second part of the small final down here for the Karting Slalom. They've done a couple of tests on the karts because the drivers were concerned that perhaps there was some movement in one of the seats on one of the karts, but that has now been rectified, and they've confirmed that they're going to rerun the second part of it with agreement from both sides and both nations, and they're just swapping over to get into the correct karts.
Yep.
So initially they got into the wrong one, so they're just swapping around now, and we've got Estonia versus Poland. So our Polish driver is Emilio Rotko. And for Estonia, we've got Marta-Lisa Mindorf. Do you have any information on who we think might be tipping this?
Halfway through the qualification of this small final right now, so we have seen both ladies, seen both males do their runs on one of the courses. We are now doing this. They are now going on the course that they haven't run yet. So we have an idea. We're 3 seconds up for Team Poland. But 3 seconds is one single touch of a cone. These guys have to approach this not at 100% like you're trying to do on the racetrack, maximising performance. You have to be so careful not to touch a cone. And it is very difficult because these are wide karts.
Yeah.
So.
And let's just clarify, touching a cone, there is a box drawn around the base of each cone. And that cone, if that is touched, needs to be moved completely outside of the box or knocked over. Now the karts are off. So the electric power again, it's so silent, isn't it? It's not what I'm used to from being in the pit lane. Yeah, absolutely. Let's come over this way so we can leave the cameras to film what's going on. But once this gets underway, we're looking at a 40-second race, right?
Yeah, only 40 seconds. So again, that's why you don't touch cones. Try not to touch cones. Estonia with Marta Mindorf and Emilia Rotko in the Polish kart. Poland lead by 3.2. Off we go then. I'm going to watch the Estonia kart.
I'll keep
Gemma.
an eye on Poland.
Yeah.
We'll let you know if any cones go down. And of course, if we see a cone go down, the marshals will be ready to raise that cone up to make us very aware for the judges.
So far, so good from both, and it looks very clean and looks very, very similar between both nations, doesn't it, as they came closest to each other. A little mistake there from Estonia, so they seem to be a little bit behind now.
It's incredible to know exactly where they're going. They've got their map so clearly laid out in their minds, and Poland seem to be just slightly edging it at the moment.
A little bit wide again from Estonia. Poland coming towards the finish of their lap. Oh, a mistake from Poland. Has gone a bit deep, and of course it's difficult to get these karts into reverse, so Estonia have taken the victory, and Poland are going to lose a lot of time there from that overshoot.
So we've got one more lap to run, is that right, Ben?
For the girls, yes, and then we get the guys in. So a little mistake there from Estonia initially, but then it seemed as though that they were a lot stronger. Now that does look as though that was the practice run, because there's no timing on the timing screens. So they do get a practice run before they go into the competitive lap. So we got overexcited prematurely there.
Nothing unusual. But now we're lining back up, and this is going to be the first run that we're going to see now, the timed runs from the girls for this section.
Here we go then. That was why it was quite clean at the start, because they weren't quite pushing, knowing that they didn't have the clock on them. Estonia looking good, actually, on the start of this run. They were pretty equal, weren't they, when we saw the practice run, but Estonia in the lead.
Absolutely. Poland looking a little bit sticky down the bottom end there just now.
but crucially no cones. They are behind though, aren't they? So with that mistake that we saw right at the end for Poland, that's given them a little bit less confidence going into this run. Again, it's very, very tight for these guys to get them, these girls, sorry, to get them turned through these cones without touching. I haven't seen any movement from any marshal. Estonia take the victory ahead of Poland, but this time much less of a gap between the two karts.
Interestingly there, as they come into that closing lane, we saw Estonia take it sideways ever so slightly. Does that still count with those cones? If they come into that finishing point and they knock a cone in there, does that add a penalty?
Absolutely. There are squares, as we were looking at earlier, and so any of those cones get touched, they do get themselves a penalty. Looking at the timing, there was no penalty there, but it's now just 1.2 seconds between Poland and Estonia with that win from Estonia. Going again.
So Estonia pushing very, very hard, even at the end of there. She's getting very excited. They're off again, but just needing to refine that movement and make sure she keeps it really, really clean from both sides. Both off, and again, I think Estonia are looking to be slightly ahead, aren't they?
A little bit fast into that crossover, so lost a little bit of time from Estonia, but Poland are still behind here. Crucial, as we said, not to touch a cone. That's way more penalising than just being a little bit slower and cautious.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think Estonia is still taking this one. Poland seem to be taking things slightly wider on the places.
And again, trying to get the weight over the front of the kart to maximise the turn, not understeer too much, because karts like to understeer, especially at low speeds. Coming to the line, Estonia win again. The gap is going to be quite big. I think that might put Poland into second and Estonia into the lead with 2 more runs to go. The girls are going to get out now, and the guys are going to jump into these karts.
So interestingly, we see the changeover once again. This is a really nice, evenly matched competition where we're looking at the fairness and keeping the drivers, the guys and the girls stepping in and sharing things. You know, it's great to see that level of competition with the guys and the girls going head to head together.
Yeah, absolutely. And the times are not that different as well. That's really lovely to see. That the performance between both male and female are really, really equal. So the gap confirmed then at 0.2 seconds between Poland and Estonia. Poland lead right now. Estonia just 0.28 back. We have 2 more races to run, and they are the guys from Team Estonia and Team Poland. So Karol Kroll and Jürgen Lanzo.
Okay, so we've got, once again, Estonia on, so they've swapped sides as well, haven't they? So Poland are now on our left and Estonia are now on our right.
Yeah, so from the big high shot that we've got, then it's Poland in the right course, which I think is course 1. Not entirely sure. Yes, it is course 1.
Okay. And we're going to see 2 more laps from each of these drivers, and this will decide, at the end of this, we'll know who our bronze medalists are.
Yeah, exactly. This is a medal race. Even if it's not the grand final, this is the medal race. They've come through 20 nations that started, so we had 40 competitors, an amazing atmosphere down here when all 40 competitors were here with all their support crew, and actually the crowd is building slowly as we get closer. They know that the finals were supposed to be happening right now, so the crowd is here. So we're going to get a practice run first. And off they go. Don't get too excited about this. This is just for the drivers to get their eyes in before the last 2 timed runs. A little clip of the cone from Poland there, but the cone just wobbled. It stayed in its box, therefore no penalty.
And that's what's crucial, keeping that cone. If they knock it over, it is the penalty there, or if it's knocked over and stayed within its square. Explain that part to us, Ben.
Yeah, so I don't know how that would work in physics, but if you knock over a cone but it stays in its square, that's okay. But if the cone stays upright but it leaves the square, and of course with these karts you can kind of clip them and they spit away, then that is a penalty.
Well, that's the end of the test run that we've seen there from both teams. And ahead slightly on that one was Poland, of course, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything for the 2 laps that we're going to see ahead, which will count competitively. You can hear the crowds really cheering, which is really nice. As we said earlier on, with the grassroots, the family support and the friend support is really lovely to see.
Absolutely, and the nation support, the nation feel that you are doing something much greater than sitting in a kart on your own trying to win a race. And I said it last night, motorsport can be quite a selfish thing. And so to have a team around you, to have have a nation supporting you is really quite fantastic.
And let's not forget the marshals that are here as well, because motorsport can't happen without marshals. We see the orange suits and the orange army around the slalom here, as well as around the circuit and all of our venues that have been running for the Motorsport Games. And of course, they're all here voluntarily because of their passion for the sport. Well, here we go, we're off.
So Estonia with a slight disadvantage coming into this one of 0.2 of a second. They were very cautious on their practice lap. They are slightly behind Poland right now. It does look as though Karol Kroll really flying in course 1 and way ahead, in fact, of Estonia at the halfway through this first race. Now, crucially for Poland, if he can glance over to his left-hand side, he'll see he's ahead. He now needs to be careful not to cut any cones. Coming to the last section of heavily coned area, and it is going to be Team Poland who take quite a convincing victory. They finish now, Estonia finish now, so the gap grows.
Absolutely, and the support is lovely. We can hear the crowds cheering, the Polish flags are waving as well. It's got a great support. And like you said, really not cautious at all in terms of pushing hard.
Yeah, they're really making the difference, Karol Kroll, isn't he? Growing that gap from 0.2 up to 2.9 seconds coming into this last race. One touch of a cone, if they finished equal, would still give the victory to Estonia, so he still needs to be careful. The pressure is still on, but this could be a bronze medal for Team Poland. Here we go. A little kiss of the very first cone for Team Poland, another kiss from Estonia, but I don't think either cone left its box or fell over. So it's clean.
We see the marshals just heading over to check on that and make sure that they're replaced as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Safe for the marshals to go out there and really get a close look as to the result of where that cone ended up. Much more equal between the two of them here. Estonia even looks slightly ahead, but maybe Karol Kroll for Poland has decided to really play it cautiously on this final run with that advantage of 2.9 seconds. I haven't seen any cones go up in the Polish camp in course 1, into the box, and that is Poland with the bronze medal.
And that is the medal race, so that of course means that Poland are going to be on the podium and taking that bronze medal. It really is wonderful to see. And Estonia, of course, slightly disappointed, but what a result to be able to get into those medal finals. It's great atmosphere down here, so if you're here and you want to check on out the karting slalom, the finals will be taking place shortly for the gold and silver medals. But in the meantime, we're going to cross back over to our live studio with Louise Beckett.
So that's the bronze medal sorted for the karting slalom, and still gold and silver to come. But I'm joined now in the studio by one of our commentators, John Watson. John, it's lovely to have you with us. You've been seeing all of the activity, all of the different disciplines that have been happening this weekend. And just tell us what you're surprised about, what you're impressed by, particularly with the young drivers.
Well, I refer back to what we've seen this morning, Formula 4. We saw another wheel-to-wheel victory from Kimi Antonelli. I mean, a wheel-perfect drive from the minute the lights went out to the checkered flag. Absolutely, I mean, a joy to watch a competitor, let alone a youngster in relative terms, being able to drive with that degree of maturity and good sense. You know, not pushing too hard. He built up a gap. He had a 6.5 second lead at the end of the race. He didn't need to win by 10 or 20 seconds. He controlled his own race and he controlled his own pace of those behind him. But maybe what was more impressive was actually when the race was finished and he came in and sat down with you and Darren and you had a few words with them. And I went, hold on a second, what age is Kimi? He's being asked questions and he's not his natural language in English, and he understood every word and he responded extremely well. And hold on, they're so complete. I mean, not just Kimi, but the entire field. And if you look through all the disciplines that are here, they're all now so well prepared. Whether they're having media training or whether they're actually doing homework when they're still actually competitors. But it's the balance between the professionalism on the racetrack and that when you see them sitting in here being interviewed and asked, answering questions, they've no idea what you're going to ask. It's just, I think, wow. And if I think back to when I was their age, I couldn't string a sentence together. And
in your own language.
Any language. But it's just the development of motorsport in general on a global platform.
As a package.
Yeah, and if you want to be successful, it's not just only important to be quick on the racetrack, it's all these other elements now which should go with it.
Yeah.
And I mean, again, he referred back to, he went and watched the karting because he has come from a karting background. I mean, you came from a karting background. Karting was only in its infancy when I started my career. I mean, the karting that was in 19, I'll not go back that far, you had lawnmower engines in them. Literally, your Atco 125cc 2-stroke, pull the string and keep pulling the string till it fired up. Whereas today, karting is, I mean, I can't even, you know it better than I do, it's just unreal.
Yeah, they're so advanced now, but I think, like you say, the drivers are, they're so much more developed than we ever were as a junior package. You know, having a first interview for me was, I was probably in my 20s, having the first time a microphone put in front of my face and a camera. And at that time, I was just completely overwhelmed by the experience. But you look at them now, and they're just developed in a different way. They're so much more comfortable with that exposure. And like you say, for a young chap to be sat there and very composed, doesn't get ruffled, and they're all like that. You know, you go around the paddock, we were speaking to some of the karters yesterday, and they're 13, 14, and again, they're just relaxed in front of the camera, and you're very right, it is important what they are off the circuit as much as what they're doing on the circuit. You know, it's the full package will give them a chance of having a professional career in the future.
Well, I guess that also they have to stand out to sponsors and, you know, where they're going to get that funding from, so they have to stand out from the rest and show that they can deliver.
Absolutely. I mean, it's if you're thinking about, you know, a works career in the future, it's you're representing manufacturers on a global scale, and you know they need people to be at the front and being able to present themselves and the companies and the manufacturers in a very professional and sporting but enjoyable way as well. That's one of the things. You've got to still have your natural sort of charm about you to sort of get that across and enjoy being the person you are as a sports person.
Thanks very much. Well, let's get back to that grassroots because we've got the karting slalom final coming up right now with Gemma Scott and Ben Constantiouris.
Thanks, Louise. Yes, we are partway through the final race now. This is the medal race for gold and silver, and it's Germany versus Belgium that are competing. The first run has already taken place, and Germany took the victory in that one with some really quick turns through here, and you could really see as they're going through the course, the Germans really leaning forward, or both drivers really leaning forward in the seat. And Ben, you were telling me that's so that they get a better turning, a better weight sort of distribution within the kart, right?
Yeah, take the weight off the rear of the kart, allow the front to turn, because understeer is a big thing in karting. That's 2 wins to Germany now, but more importantly than that, I did see a marshal with a cone in the Belgian lane. So not only is the gap, there was a huge penalty for Belgium on that last one, 9 seconds. So the gap is 14 seconds after the first 2 races. And now we are about to see the girls getting into the karts for their 2 runs. But that's a huge advantage in this final for Team Germany.
And of course, we're looking at the cumulative time by the end of this. So the girls will now get in. Do they get a test run at all?
Yes, they'll get a test run first. So the first run we'll see was just them getting their eye in before the 2 timed runs. But very much pressure off the girls of Annika Spielberger and Romy de Groot. Romy de Groot for Belgium and Germany, Annika Spielberger. Belgium with that advantage thanks to Dario Pimov, sorry.
So of course now what we're going to see are the girls taking a quick test run so that they familiarise themselves with the course there, and then they'll do their 2 fast laps, which will pass fairly quickly, being only a 40-second run each one, and then they will switch across again for the guys to change lanes. So they go from having done course 1 for Germany to over to course 2 for the Germans, and the Belgians will swap over to course 1. So, you know, to really mix this up and give them maximum time in the karts, but also keep it very, very interesting.
Advantage, Team Germany, 13.9 seconds. And that is Annika Spielberger, who's in course 2. Belgium in course 1 with Romy de Groot.
Coming into this, the slalom on both auto slalom and karting, Germany are very, very strong, aren't they?
Yeah, I wonder why. I mean, there's a huge amount of support standing in the German lane with the trainer, I think, really giving the German drivers a huge amount of support. And it is Team Belgium, though, in course 1 that has the advantage here with the ladies, or did, but maybe a little mistake there because it looks pretty equal as they come back towards us.
so far there haven't been any penalties on either lane.
I'm looking at course 1. There's been a touch, but it doesn't look as though it is a penalty. The marshals are putting the cones back. Belgium just taking that one. Very close between the two.
That was incredibly close. Mind your back there as they're coming back into the lane, Ben. They're silently approaching, but of course hearing that screech of the tyres, you know, you really get an idea for how much they're throwing these karts around.
Yeah, absolutely. They're right on the edge of grip. But remember, that was the practice run. So we do have another run. Well, we've now got the 2 timed runs coming. So Germany going into their lane, and behind us, Belgium. Every time I'm worried about my ankles.
You keep worrying about your ankles and we'll let you take a quick breather. Right now, we're going to go back to Louise and we'll join you shortly.
Well, we'll be back with the karting slalom later, but the touring cars are getting ready out on track as well. What are you expecting for this next one?
A couple of my countrymen taking part in it.
Of
You
course.
didn't realise, did you, Louise?
No.
Do you know who they are?
Jack Young.
Yes.
Didn't know there was another one.
Chris Smiley.
Oh, okay.
So Jack Young has done really well. I think he's on the front row of the grid alongside
For Ireland.
Gilles Magnus. Chris Smiley a bit further back, but he's not familiar with Paul Ricard, hasn't raced here before. But 2 representatives, one representing Northern Ireland, effectively, and the other representing Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, or ERA, to give it its Gaelic name.
Oh, well, you've taught me something, because I didn't know that, because that is not in the programme.
Chris Smiley's representing Great Britain, not Northern Ireland.
Oh, well, there you go. Thank you very much. I was right.
You were right.
So yeah, it's going to be a good one, Darren. We've seen the guys. We've spoken to Tom numerous times off air.
Yeah, I mean, it's those 3 guys at the front of the grid. They've sort of been at the top of the times in all the practice sessions and qualifying. So I expect the podium to look very similar to how qualifying is. But let's see what happens, because there's always a bit of carnage in the touring car race.
Yes, the Belgian driver who was here actually in 2019 as well, he's obviously very strong. So it is the qualifying race that we've got coming up for touring car. They are out on track, they are ready to get going, and we are definitely looking forward to what we're going to see next.
We are ready to go racing in touring cars, because the qualifying race for the Touring Car Cup as part of the FIA Motorsport Games is on the grid, and it's a really good high-quality entry, this, with the grid 18 strong in terms of nations, with many a championship winner, many a race winner on this grid. Now, there's a sort of format to this, and I say sort of advisedly. This is the qualifying race, which sorts out the grid for the main race. The main race is where the medals come from. So in theory, you want to get through this without too much strife. But the Formula 4 Cup that ran in the same vein didn't get through its qualifying race without strife, and touring car racing is always elbows out. So any suggestion that people are going to bank a grid position here, try and keep out of trouble, might well go out of the window, especially given that you want to be as far up the grid as possible going into the slightly longer main race later on in the day. 25 minutes plus 1 lap, this race. The main race, 30 minutes plus the regulation lap. And it is Belgium, Gilles Magnus, the representative, who lines up on pole position. All of these cars run to the international TCR specification. There are champions, as I say, on the grid, be them European or national or regional champions. So it's a high-quality entry. We'll come to more of that in a moment. But Gilles Magnus on pole position with Tom Coronel lining up alongside him. Gilles Magnus was a race winner at the 2019 edition of the Motorsport Games. He was the silver medalist within the Touring Car Cup, and although he's been racing GT cars mainly this year, he's a very experienced TCR racer, Belgian endurance champion as well. He's raced in TCR Europe, he's raced in the World TCR Cup, so Gilles Magnus certainly starts as one of the favourites, but he was only about a tenth of a second up on Tom Coronel yesterday. Now, to go through Tom's entire CV would take us the 25 minutes plus a lap, but suffice to say There isn't much he's not driven. There isn't much he's not won. There isn't really much he lacks in terms of experience either. He's a great character, is Tom Coronel, as I'm sure many of you are aware. And certainly when it comes to racecraft, well, he is very much capable of being at the front. Hong Kong, China represented on this grid by Andy Yan. And despite the travel dramas involved for people from that region, it's great to have them here in numbers and cheering on. You can see Andy Yan's car there, in fact, number 3, cheering on their fellow countrymen at Hong Kong, China as we get ready to go racing. Andy Yan, TCR Asia champion, but a grid drop of 3 places, incidentally, for impeding another car in the qualifying session yesterday. He impeded Sergio Lopez, the Venezuelan car. So a grid drop for Andy Yan. Now, I mentioned Tom Coronel, and loquacious is one adjective that can be described to him, as you're about to find out. Tom is with Gemma Scott.
Tom, great to see you back competing at the Games once again. You did the inaugural event and you're back competing. How different are the 2 games?
You know, the first time was, of course, the one in Vallelunga, and you see it's really getting more popular. More countries are entering, more competitors are there. The show is building up big time. You can see it also with the crowd here. No, this is one of those things that you have to build up. It's already big at the moment. So no, it's good to be back here at these Olympics.
Absolutely, and obviously looking behind you, like you say, the crowds are busy, but the grid is busy as well.
Yeah, this makes it interesting for drivers, but also I think for the countries to send their drivers to score as much points, to be in a total ranking. Holland at the moment is P4. The Belgians just overtook us. Well, as you see, my teammate is also Belgium. He's just in front of me, so I got a mission, but no, it's a good atmosphere, and I think that's different than the normal championships. It's just a one-off, and that makes everybody smile.
Wonderful to see all the orange again as well. Yep. Thank you very much, Tom. Well, Tom mentioned his teammate there, and I'm just going to head over this way to see if we can grab a quick word with Gilles, of course. I think he's just down this way. Here he is. I spoke to him yesterday, actually, and he was really on good form and having a great time. Very proud to be representing Belgium. Gilles, we meet again down here on the pole position. We've just spoken to your teammate, Tom. He's got a bit of fighting talk there. I think you might have a battle into the first corner, even though you're teammates.
Let's hope not. So I think a good start will be crucial as always. It's only the qualifying race, so finishing first of all will be important. Not doing any mistakes, not having any damage on the car, as we have not a lot of time between the qualifying race and the main race. So my objective is just finishing, and obviously I want to finish first. But if it's second, then it's second. I won't take any risk.
Well, you're starting on cold tyres. How difficult is that?
Well, we got a big lap here. Paul Ricard is very long to heat up the tires, so I'm not worried about that either. It's quite hot, so yeah, we'll be fine.
And we saw some very, very close racing behind you yesterday. Obviously, you were way out in front dominating, but touring cars are renowned for being very close.
Exactly, that's why it's fun for the fans to watch. So I'm excited to race, and the guys should be excited to watch as well.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Thank you.
So Gilles Magnus certainly starting as one of the favourites, but it's a very Benelux front of the grid, isn't it? Belgium and the Netherlands on that front row. There for Argentina, number 29, that is Ignacio Montenegro, who has been a single-seater racer in the Spanish F4 Championship before switching to touring cars both in Europe and South America, and he starts 6th on the grid, the Argentine driver. He'll be certainly a man to watch over the course of the next 25 minutes plus 1 lap. Now, we also have Irish representation on the grid. Jack Young, very much a tin-top star, starting 3rd on the grid. Jack is with Gemma.
Well, we've heard from our 2 front sitters there, 1st and 2nd. Let's have a chat now with Jack Young, who is in 3rd, representing Ireland. Jack, you got a fierce pairing ahead of us. They've been having a bit of fighting talk, but here representing Ireland, what are we looking for into turn 1?
Well, jump them off the start would be very nice, but no, the Irish have been fast all weekend, and it's been very, very close between them and me. A 10th and a half covered us all yesterday, so I think it's going to be an interesting race, but a feisty one at the same time.
What does it mean to you to be representing Ireland?
Everything. You know, I'm here representing my country, and the other 2 are doing the same, and I think that they'll not be working together as much today as a normal championship, so maybe that'll help us, and maybe we can take advantage of that, and yeah, see how it goes.
Well, thank you very much, Jack. It's great to speak to you. The 3-minute board has just gone up, so let's see if we can find anybody else to talk to, but I think they are clearing out the grid. This is going to be a great race.
You're right, it is going to be a great race, and it is only the qualifying race. I was saying a moment ago, John, that people in this may well be thinking, yeah, let's just get through without trouble. Well, we suggested that for the Formula 4 qualifying race yesterday, and it went out of the window at the first corner.
I mean, inevitably, it's always going to be the same. As soon as the lights go out, the red mist comes down, and they're all racers at heart, and they want to be first into turn one, but more importantly, they want to be the first car to take the checkered flag. But I would anticipate, just looking at the grid, it's going to be a battle of the front two rows. Those behind may be there to pick up if there's any remnants to be picked up. But certainly looking at the Swedish entry, and Andres Backman in an Audi, and I mean, that was very quick. And of course, the car that's on pole position, Gilles Magnus, likewise in an Audi. But my countryman, you know, Jack Young, directly behind him. He'll only have to get a sniff of an opportunity, and there'll be hips and shoulders all the way around the opening lap from these TCR touring cars.
We haven't yet touched on, but we ought to, the United Kingdom representative in this, which is Chris Smiley, who has won the TCR UK Championship. Chris, who you might remember from the British Touring Car Championship, his car run by Restart Racing, Bert Taylor's team. And it's been a great season for the pair of them. Bert, who was taken quite seriously ill a couple of years ago, and he's come back from his illness to restart a team called Restart Racing, and he and Chris Smiley taking TCR UK. They won that just last week at Snetterton, and here they are representing the United Kingdom. Chris Smiley starting a little bit further back on the grid than he would wish to be, but he's never raced here before, and he'll be making progress, I'm sure, as the race gets underway. He is going to be starting 15th out of the 18. The grid is now being cleared. John Watson and David Addison are trackside, and very shortly the green flag lap is going to be underway. Tom Coronel then second on the grid. It's a one-by-one staggered grid. It's a standing start. Of course, another of the nice elements of this, and John's touched on it, is that it's not a one-make category. Yes, they're all to a technical spec, 2-litre turbocharged cars, but there are different brands on this grid. You've got the Cupras, you've got the Hondas, you've got the Audi, and there's Peugeot as well. So there's this inter-marque battle as much as the inter-nations and the drivers' rivalry as well.
Well, it's the first time I've seen these cars physically. I've seen them obviously on TV when there's been race broadcast, but actually seeing them physically, and I was very impressed. They are proper touring car, race touring cars, and I think all the manufacturers who are responsible for producing these have done an excellent job.
I mean, there are other touring car rule sets around, in the UK, for example, but TCR, which was the brainchild of Marcello Lotti, who was the man behind the last iteration of the European Touring Car Championship, the World Touring Car Championship. He has been the architect of this, and it's a franchised operation that is now popular around the world. Now, there's one car that's stranded on the grid, which looks like it's Brazil to me, and everybody gets away, and you'll be able to see just in a moment over the brow, there is a stranded car. That is Brazil. And if everybody gets away with you being left on the grid, then you're going to have to start at the very back. So Brazil giving away the grid position. That's Rafael Reis, who has not got away, and the marshals rush to his aid, but I think they're going to have to push him from the grid, and he'll start from the pit lane. Gilles Magnus then will start on pole position for Belgium. Netherlands on the front row too. That's Tom Coronel behind the wheel. Starting third for Ireland is Jack Young, and for Sweden it is Andreas Backman. Lining up fifth there is Spain, and it is Isidro Callejas who will drive, and for Argentina you have Ignacio Montenegro alongside. France are represented by Teddy Claret, Latvia by Valtteri Svidris. The Swiss athlete is Gabriel Lusquinos, and he will line up 9th. 10th would have been Rafael Reis de Sa. 11th, with a 3-place grid drop for impeding, is Andy Yan. And the man he impeded is 12th, and that is Venezuela's Sergio Lopez. For Canada, there's Travis Hill, and for Italy, Giacomo Giamandi. For the United Kingdom, starting 15th, Chris Smiley, one to watch. And then you have Norwegian Didrik Esbjerg next on the grid. For Ukraine, there's Pablo Chabanov, and Aaron Cameron, the Australian, has to start at the back of the grid because of an engine change in his Peugeot.
Well, that'll be a disappointment. Peugeot have been real stalwarts of this championship, and championships all the way throughout France as well. But it is the Belgian Audi, followed by the Dutch Audi, followed by Honda and another Audi. So Audi look like they've got a bit of a grip here in Paul Ricard on this particular race. So 30 minutes, a lot can take place.
Absolutely it can, that is for sure. So the cars making their way up through Le Beausset. There's Gabriel Lusquinos then, the Swiss representative, and the driver from TCR South America this year. He's been racing in GT4 in Brazil, but has a Swiss nationality, so he can represent Switzerland as he comes then now up through the last sequence of corners. We've had some really good racing thus far this weekend from the GT and the F4 categories. Touring cars should be no exception. Sergio Lopez for Venezuela turns through and will make his way up towards the grid. He's been a TCR Europe regular, a TCR Spain competitor as well this year, and has also competed in the Italian Championship in the past. But here are two of the real, if you like, three guns at the front of the grid. Gilles Magnus, Tom Coronel, Jack Young you can factor in as well. Jack's been a race winner here in Renault Clios. He's a UK Clio champion. He's been a race winner in the TCR Europe Championship. Brazil, under investigation, did not follow Marshall's instructions. Now, that car set off. I suspect it should have gone to the pit lane and set off from there, but I think it chased the pack. So Rafael Reis may find himself with a penalty here. It matters less in this qualifying race, where at the main race, then he would certainly be in strife. But let's just keep an eye as the grid now starts to form. And there he is. Now, if nothing else, he needs to start at the back of the grid rather than try and go to his grid position. So hopefully the message will have got through. He gets past the safety vehicle, but Rafael Reis needs to stop at the back of the grid, which he is going to do. So that element of the plan is being followed. That's okay. So he will line up then at the rear of the grid as we get set for 25 minutes plus the regulation lap. This is the qualifying race for the Touring Car Cup in the 2022 FIA Motorsport Games. Belgium, Gilles Magnus, Netherlands, Tom Coronel. Lights red, lights out, race start. Good getaway by the Audis from the front of the grid, and a good start also being made by Jack Young as they accelerate down towards turn one. But Coronel for the Netherlands blocks Young for Ireland as they head into the first corner. Andreas Bachmann, the Swedish driver, on the outside line. It's going to be Gilles Magnus that leads the way. Tom Coronel second and Jack Young third, but he's on the wrong line. Sweden up the inside of Ireland there. Ireland comes out ahead, way out wide also. There goes France. That was Teddy Claire's Peugeot exploring every element of Paul Ricard as they drop down to the chicane. Great start by Belgium.
Yes, top three managed to get through pretty cleanly. Jack Young was under threat from the Sweden Audi, but managed to clear that going through the exit of turn two. Now down in to the bottom of the circuit, and the Peugeot climbing all over the Honda, and now back onto turn six. So what you would expect in the middle of the pack, mayhem.
It's all frantic, that is for sure, but they need to keep out of trouble. The point being made on the grid pre-race, there isn't much time between this and the main race, and there is one car with a bit of damage there, and another trailing there, look, off the Audi as they accelerate through. And out of the race are both Pablo Chabanov for Ukraine and Rafael Reis from the back of the grid.
We didn't see where that contact occurred. There was contact under the bottom of the circuit, whether there was two cars or not, difficult to tell. Maybe on the replay we'll get a clearer view.
I don't think they've even got off the line. I think they've been pushed off the grid into the pit lane because they would have been at the very back of the grid. They didn't get as far as the first sector, that is for sure. Anyway, we'll try and catch up on that. As you see there, going through number 21 with the damage on the front, which is Valtteri Zviedris. And so those two cars confirmed the light went out. They did not move. So another problem of getting the car off the line for Rafael Reis, and the same true for Ukrainian Pavlo Chabanov. Fingers crossed they'll do better in the main race, as through to the end of lap one they come. And there are cars with mechanical dramas in the pit lane. So Gilles Magnus for Belgium leads the way, is being run out wide. There was Travis Hill, the Canadian, number 17. But a really good first lap because Belgium, Gilles Magnus, has managed to pull well clear.
Yeah, but Tom Coronel has got the attention of Jack Young coming through to complete lap one. So Magnus has cleared the second and third place battle. And that's a pretty good opening lap for the Belgian to do that, get that kind of gap. He's over a second, 1.5 seconds in fact. And you can see Jack Young's having to pull in behind Tom Coronel. Couldn't do anything about the pace of the Dutchman down, start, finish straight into turn one.
So the cars turn into the turn 1-2 Verrières sequence of corners. Leaping up over the curb there was the Spanish driver. That is Isidro Callejas, who was 7th at the start of the lap, having dropped back behind the Argentine driver, number 29, Ignacio Montenegro. And this is KS's view as they wriggle out of the chicane. Remember, keep out of trouble in this race. Yes, you want to be as far up the order as you can be for a grid position, but you do not need a damaged car. For the UK, Chris Smiley is up into 12th. There, going through 13th now, Travis Hill. So the Canadian driver in the body of the pack as the field accelerates once more onto the Mistral straight with Gilles Magnus ahead by 1.5 seconds at the end of the first lap. Replay of dramas here at the end of the lap. That is the Italian Giacomo Ghermandi going on the inside of Travis Hill, but then he goes out wide, and it's the Norwegian driver Didrik Esbjerg that got a tap in the tail from Aaron Cameron.
The Australia car also managed to gain a position on the exit of turn 1, but here we are now through the chicane on the middle of lap 2. Gilles Magnus has that 1.5 second advantage on the opening lap. Now Coronel, Young, can they begin to claw back that initial advantage that Magnus had built up? Maybe Magnus is just that little bit sharper when he comes to those opening laps on a set of tyres that are not fully yet up to tyre temperature.
That's Andy Yan for Hong Kong, the TCR Asia champion back in 2016, Chinese touring car champion. And a yellow flag being waved there. A bit of debris on the road as well. So yellow flag out, and debris on the track at turn 5 as well as what you can see there. So that yellow flag is being waved as the cars come through towards us, but I'm trying to work out exactly why there is a yellow there.
Well, the debris certainly may have been one of the reasons, but I assumed when I waved yellow flag there's a car in a difficult position, so be prepared to slow down. But it doesn't seem to have had much effect so far on the lead car. Magnus has gone through second and third pretty much as they were a lap ago.
Yeah, trying to work out who it is that's gone missing, therefore, but as yet no suggestion that a car is off the road. So it is Belgium leading the Netherlands, leading Ireland. In 4th place, Sweden. 5th, France. And then in 6th place, there is Argentina ahead of Spain. In 8th place, there's Hong Kong, China, then Latvia, and then Switzerland.
Well, the good news is that second and the third have managed to peg Magnus's lead. So it was 1.5 seconds at the end of the first lap. It's 1.5 seconds at the end of the second lap. So that initial rush that Magnus had, he hasn't been able to carry forward in this second lap.
And there, look, is the battle for second place, which might help Gilles Magnus for Belgium a little bit. There's a big dive up the inside there. Lithuania clatters up the inside, and that forces Hong Kong, China out wide. So robust stuff there. Latvia through on the inside. That was Valtteri Svidris that goes through and gains a place, but that might get looked at. You could argue it's a bit robust. You could also argue that was a proper touring car move.
I think it was more like a proper touring car move, but anything else that we would consider robust.
Indeed, yes. So we've got an incident being looked at between Australia and Norway. That was the one we saw coming out of the Virage Dupont. Didrik Esbjerg getting roughed up a bit by Aaron Cameron. So there is the leader. That's Belgium. That is Gilles Magnus, who comes into this very much as one of the favourites, and he's building that gap over Tom Coronel for the Netherlands. Ireland third. That is Jack Young as the rest of the field comes streaming through. Bit of damage on the side of Spain there. That's the car of Isidro Callejas, and he in turn has got himself up past Argentina now. So Montenegro drops back. There you can see the damage on that left front corner. It's not slowing him much, as I say, he's just gained a place. And through comes then Callejas. Montenegro for Argentina, if you follow me, is there behind him. And Andy Yan is trying to fight back as the cars turn through. Right, this was the opening lap of the race. And the Spanish car on the tail. Drops down, oh yeah, up the inside of the traffic, but that's sort of like a tin can, peel back the bodywork.
Yeah, I mean, it was a dive down the inside. A legitimate move, but the consequence was he did rip a bit of the bodywork away, carbon fibre front wings. So let's look and see.
This is onboard Spain.
There we go now, down the inside. And that's going to be where the damage was done.
So brave stuff by Isidro Callejas. Gained the place, as there, Tom Coronel, I would offer you, is getting away a bit from Jack Young now.
And Jack Young way wide coming out of turn 2, so Canada's got a problem.
That
looks like it's putting over.
Yeah, that's coming towards pit in, so the only consolation is he can hopefully return the car to the team quickly, then they can get to work on that, but that's a third retirement. We lost, of course, Brazil and Ukraine even before the race properly got underway. Right, so Gilles Magnus leading by 1.5 seconds. Tom Coronel for the Netherlands was 6 tenths up on Ireland, and that gap is set to grow a little bit further as well as the field goes through. Still 17 minutes plus that regulation lap to go. Battle developing there, look. Sweden versus France for 4th place.
Yeah, Bachmann I thought might have been able to carry his pace and run with the top 4, be the 4th of the top 4, but He's fallen away just over 2 seconds behind Jack Young in third place, and Jack Young a further half a second plus behind. But there is the fourth place Bachmann, and he is under threat from Claret in fifth place.
So to the Mistral straight they go once again then. The cars sprint their way up towards the right of Senior. And so through goes Belgium, from Holland, from Ireland in third place. And there, the very spectacular Teddy Claret for France turns through in fifth place, inching up onto the back of Andreas Bachmann then, the Swedish representative, who has been a rallycrosser, a karter, an ice racer, and a regular gun in touring car racing, Andreas Bachmann. So he perhaps going into the main race will be another factor here. He's banking fourth for a second row grid position and keeping the Peugeot of Teddy Claret, the French driver, at bay.
I mentioned this yesterday, I do love Peugeot. I wish they were a little bit further up in the field to challenge the Audi and the Honda, but well, we've still got 16 minutes to go. In the meantime, the gap first to second is, again, Tom Coronel is keeping Gilles Magnus within that 1.5 second time band. Magnus has got the high ground, he's got the position, and he's got no interference. Comes across the line to go on lap 4, and what's the gap? Well, down to 1.4. So Coronel has taken 1/10 of a second out of Magnus's lead.
He has indeed. Gilles Magnus has done the fastest lap of the race. Now have a look at the Peugeot of France. Teddy Claret has caught right up onto the back of Andreas Bachmann going down towards turn 1. The margin was 0.6 of a second when they went over the line, but that's come down a little bit more to the eye as Gilles Magnus presses on. But really, Coronel is being helped now that he's shaken off Jack Young. He can concentrate on what's ahead, not behind.
Yeah, Jack Young hasn't been able to maintain the pace of the two leading Audis, and Tom Coronel, now that he's broken that sort of having to keep an eye on my mirror as well as looking directly ahead of me to see where Magnus is, I can now focus on trying to cut down that 1.4 second advantage. There is Coronel, there is Jack Young, there is Bachmann, and directly behind him, Claret in the Peugeot.
So Andreas Bachmann through the approach to the chicane on the Mistral, then running in fourth place in the Audi RS3 LMS TCR. His car from Sweden, run by the very successful ComTU Racing team, and there the Irish driver Jack Young in the ALM Motorsport operated Honda, a car he's familiar with from TCR Europe, but he's dropping away from Coronel now, and in the first sector of the lap Tom was slightly down on Gilles Magnus, but the Netherlands athlete quicker in sector 2. But yes, Jack Young is falling away a little, but still, of course, working towards the main race. All of this will be useful for data, for setup, and any tweaks that can be made might stand him in good stead. Now there, look, Venezuela versus Switzerland, and to the inside line dives Gabriel Quinos. A contact is made, and Venezuela gets turned around the front. A big, big spin for Sergio Lopez. Thankfully, everybody misses him.
And that was all the fault of Venezuela. They pulled sharply across the front, and as a consequence, the contact occurred. So I would have to say, you're master of your own destiny in that particular incident.
Well, through survives Gabriel Quinos for Switzerland. We'll have another look at that. Venezuela back in the race, but here's the move, John.
So waiting for them side by side on the exit. Look how much Venezuela pulls across. What are you going to do?
There's nowhere that Switzerland could go.
Absolutely not.
So big, big spin. Thankfully, not that much damage down to the Venezuela entry, but it's a high-speed part of the circuit, that.
Yeah, but the tires will be a bit sort of squared off, I would imagine, as a consequence of that high-speed spin.
And bear in mind that you've got that red and blue painted section as the runoff instead of grass or gravel here. It's this very abrasive paint to slow the cars down. It did its job, but as John's just made the point, won't have done those tyres much good. So Venezuela, as a consequence of all of that, drops down to 12th, and the car of Switzerland is in 10th place. Chris Smiley is up into 11th for the UK, so he's gained ground. And there for Italy is Giacomo Grimandi coming up to have a go at Venezuela. Sergio Lopez fending him off as they drop into the chicane, but that Venezuelan car's tyres are not going to be in the best of state. You get 18 dry tyres to get you through free practice, qualifying, and the 2 races.
So having to regroup, having had that high-speed spin, and under pressure immediately. Whether now the performance will be affected by potentially an out of round, more square-like set of Pirelli tyres. Wait to see. But it'll take a lap for him to get his head sorted out and get over the emotion of what occurred. He'll say, it wasn't my fault, he hit me. Well, look at the review and take your own judgment. In the meantime, the race lead has begun to extend. Gilles Magnus has actually pulled out just about 0.3 of a second, so he's stretching that advantage over Tom Coronel. who's got a slightly more comfortable 1.5 second advantage over Jack Young in third place in the Team Ireland or Irish Honda.
As they're going through is the Team UK Honda of Chris Smiley, running in 11th place right now at a circuit he's never raced at before, which is true of many of the athletes within the FIA Motorsport Games. It's impossible to find a venue that nobody has competed at, so there are always going to be people that are at a disadvantage with lack of circuit knowledge, but what's fascinating is to see how quickly they can adapt to a new venue. This is Andreas Bachmann then, who comes through for Sweden in 4th place. He was under attack a lap ago from France. Teddy Claret was right up behind him, but for the moment the Audi looking as though it's just extended its advantage over the Peugeot, which means Sweden is still 4th, France is 5th. As up front, Belgium leads the way. They don't just produce the best beer, they produce very good touring car drivers as well. 2.8 seconds to the good is Gilles Magnus now.
Well, that's a lot of time. That's a second over the last lap that Magnus has pulled on Tom Coronel, and the gap between second and third has equally stretched out. Jack Young 2.5 seconds behind. So for some reason, Magnus has found pace, and Coronel has found pace, and Jack Young, well, all three of them are finding pace, but the gaps are actually increasing between each of those three competitors.
So as the cars accelerate now down into the Virage du Camp, there is Teddy Claret in the Peugeot. That's France, remember, and 5th he is, but he's being caught.
So I wonder whether Claret is really 9/10 of a second behind Bachmann. Bachmann's only 1.7 seconds behind Jack Young in third place. I think that that final medal position is up for grabs. We've only got 10 minutes of this race remaining, but it's not impossible that Jack Young may not or could be caught with 10 minutes to go.
You're right, and this in 6th place is Isidro Callejas for Spain. He's only 1 second back from Teddy Claret, and that gap looks like it's coming down, doesn't it? Because he's taken 3/10 out in the first sector. So 4th, 5th, 6th, concertinaing and closing on Jack Young, whose last lap was a 2:15. But Andreas Bachmann is lapping quicker than everybody else at the moment, except for the leader ahead of him. That's proof that the gap is coming down, and Bachmann is taking with him Claret and a really hustling Callejas, the Spanish driver, who's there in 6th.
Yeah, 4th, 5th and 6th is going to be a really... Oh, bodywork somehow. That was on the racetrack that's been kicked up, and it's just caught the side of the damaged front wing on the Spain entry. So there are the gaps between 6th and 5th, and all going favourably towards Spain. Claret being caught now within striking distance for the rather sort of beaten up left front of the Spanish car.
So you're riding on board with Isidro Callejas, the Spanish driver, inching up onto the back of Teddy Claret, who drives for France, and in turn that should take pressure off Bachmann, but you can see ahead of Bachmann where Jack Young is. So 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all concertinaing and a dive to the inside. Spain goes ahead on the inside of France. Good move.
Yeah, a bit of a no-brainer. You could see it already being thought out, worked out, coming into that final turn. Now Leclerc is coming back because he had the better exit off that final turn. So that's the consequence of making a dive down the inside. You compromise your exit, and the car, if you can get the undercut, but a side-by-side up into, and Spain has managed to claw back and now can basically consolidate and think about moving forward, and has Bachmann very much in his sights representing Sweden.
So the trim trails on the side of Spain, but up into 5th place, Isidro Callejas. Next target, Andreas Bachmann, and a big slide as Callejas has to hang on to the Cupra, diving down then through turns 4 and 5 now, but Jack Young is a 1.5 seconds ahead of Bachmann. Bachmann is a 1.5 seconds ahead of these two, and these two crossed the line side by side. It was 1,000th of a second between them going on to this lap, but now I think Spain will get away from France.
Yeah, Spain has done the hard yards and made the pass initially, coming through turn 15, then side by side up into turn 1. But we're all in the right part of the racetrack. Is that Bachmann going slow? Is that the Swedish car, or is that another rider? I just saw going very slowly on the straight.
It is Bachmann, I think. Yes, you're right. So Andreas Bachmann from 4th is in strife, and France round the outside of Spain. Fantastic. Teddy Claret goes right round the outside, gets the job done. Fabulous.
Where did that all come from? Was that a function of looking at the Swedish Audi going slowly, and all of a sudden France got the benefit of it? I don't know, but all of a sudden France is now back ahead of Spain. I thought Spain had it all done and dusted, but not the case for France. They saw the opportunity, made it work. Now Spain coming back through scene. Watch for a move down the inside into Le Busset. He's too far behind at this point, but can he slide up the inside? There's the I don't know what's happened to Sweden, but they're running much, much more slowly and heading into the pits.
So that's another car with mechanical woes. We've seen that for Ukraine, we've seen it for Brazil, now for Sweden. So having been saying that Bachmann was closing on Ireland, Jack Young, now he's in limp home mode. That's Chris Smiley for the UK that's gone through up into the top 10, and big, big disappointment for Sweden. Canada out of the race as well. So there's going to be quite a bit of activity for the teams to do between races.
So having had that car drop out, now what's that going to do to Jack Young's, at present, I would say, relatively safe, the 6 minutes, just over 6 minutes to go. Third place is Claret, and again the French and Spain battling each other, which is wonderful to watch. But I mean, Jack Young sitting back thinking, well, thank goodness they're in their own little inter-nation battle, because that's going to allow me to drive away, hopefully, and consolidate my bronze position. My bronze finishing position.
We've got 4 cars in mechanical strife out of this race, and 3 of them are Audis run by the ComTU racing team. Read into that what you will, but Canada, Sweden and Ukraine all out of the race in the pit lane, all with mechanical woes, all out of the same stable.
I'm not a very good reader, David. Tell me what you're saying.
There's a pattern. There's something linking all of those elements.
Look at this battle. Isn't that great?
These two are linked, aren't they? France and Spain. Isidro Callejas for Spain has got ahead of this Peugeot already. He wants to do it again, but you've got a really good racer with home knowledge here. Teddy Claret, he's a proper touring car racer, isn't he?
Yeah, it was great, man. That pass 1 lap ago began on this part of the racetrack, coming down into the chicane, went the long way around, then put himself in the pound seat when you go right. Claret now defending, having to go back to the right-hand side to ensure he gets a clean entry into the chicane, and really that would be frustrating. Callejas in the rather tatty looking, I mean, bodywork falling off virtually by the lap now. And whether that's having a bearing on the car's straight line performance, well, maybe fractionally, but at the minute right now, Claret has got back. He's in 4th position because of the retirement of Bachmann, and Claret is 4.5 seconds behind Jack Young, so I reckon Young is safe in 3rd position. It'll be a battle finally for 4th between France and Spain.
And the Spanish car getting lighter all the time as more bits fall from the front of the Cupra. But Teddy Claret, yeah, I think he's not going to catch Jack Young because he's having to defend again from Spain. France ahead, Spain right up behind. This is the fight for 4th, and remember, this is only to sort out the grid for the main race. But you've got 2 really feisty drivers here. Now, having talked about the fact that those Audis of the ComTU team have dropped out, it's ComTU Audis 1st and 2nd, hoping to survive as with 5 minutes to go. Spain crawling all over the back of France. Teddy Claret covers off the inside line on this lap, and there's absolutely no way that Spain's Isidro Callejas can find a way through, as that is Andreas Bachmann, very disappointed out of the race.
Well, trying to make the undercut coming off turn 15 didn't quite work, so Claret has got to get the track position he wants to enter turn 1, and the Spanish Supra behind, not able to dive down the inside.
This battle is now for 3rd place, effectively, because Jack Young has got a 5-second time penalty for track limit abuses, the Irish driver. So he's 4.4 seconds ahead of Claret. At the 5, these two are going to jump ahead of him, so it becomes the fight for 3rd place for the inside of the 2nd row of the grid, as you've got Italy, Venezuela and Australia here, all battling together for 11th, 12th and 13th places. And we've just had a change for 12th. Venezuela ahead of Australia, Sergio Lopez ahead of Aaron Cameron.
And looking down, a little bit further down, I thought maybe at one point Argentina, which is now in 6th place, might have had a chance to catch Spain, but the gap's 2.5 seconds with 3 minutes and a bit over, so it's probably unlikely. But for a brief moment, I thought Argentina could join into that battle for 4th and 5th position.
So the car's making the run once again up towards the Mistral. There's the penalised Irish driver, Jack Young. Bit of damage on the back of the car as well. But now he's going to have to push. He's only got to find another 0.6 of a second, and he's secure in his 3rd place. But he can't afford to lose any ground whatsoever. He is down to 4.3 seconds ahead at the moment on that live gap. So effectively, he is losing touch with Coronel. He is dropping into the clutches of a charging France, Teddy Claret. So Jack Young is set to drop on the grid.
And this battle has been the highlight of the race, I think, for me. And both drivers have never given an inch and raced hard but fair. But Jack Young needs, again, 5-second time penalty for the Irish entry, and as you point out, he's only 4.4 seconds to the advantage, so Claret clearly has got the potential to be the final podium medal winner.
Last time, Teddy Claret lapped quicker, and Isidro Callejas lapped even quicker still. So it is 2.5 minutes to go as they come over the timing line, plus the regulation lap at the end. Remember, this is just sorting out the grid for that main race. So Jack Young will potentially drop a row. The medals come on that main race. It's not as we had last time in the Motorsport Games, points scored across the two. It is just a medal apportioning race, which is a lot more simple this year, the format being a better one in that respect. Now, Jack Young, 4.3 seconds ahead, and he's going to lose 2 places if that gap remains as it is.
Needs to find a bit of pace with 2 minutes remaining, and if he hasn't found it now, there's the likelihood of it developing. You can see just how close they are now to. In fact, they only have to get within 4 seconds, and that's the done deal because the 5-second penalty. Yeah. Oh, look, side by side again. Spain coming back, more bodywork. Oh, this is getting a bit personal, I think, now.
Through he has gone, so Spain ahead of France, but that's all going to help Jack Young. If these two hold each other up, he's going to be able to hang on to his 3rd place.
Well, that's the only hope that Jack Young, I think, has. Yeah. If these two keep knocking bits of bodywork off each other, that might give Jack Young that 1/10 or 2 or 4/10 of a second that he needs to just secure his 3rd place, that bronze medal. Down again the inside, Spain and Claret will come back. You can see how he's moving the Peugeot around to try and get the best exit now. And we saw other moments in this race where Claret had a slight speed advantage on the Mistral straight.
So both of the cars now looking a bit dog-eared. Spain goes defensive as they come up towards Senior. To the outside line goes Claret. He needs the inside line into the next corner of Le Beausset. France exits Senior really rapidly. No gap on the inside there. The clock ticking down to 0. Remember, there's a regulation lap at the end of the time, so we're not totally looking at the clock. But Spain again ahead, and Isidro Callejas trying to extend that margin, and in doing so trying to close on Jack Young. But Claret for France is not letting him get away.
No, and I think just looking at that mid-sector time, the advantage has swung back to Team Ireland. So it was 5.3 seconds because of these two going at it, bare knuckle, fighting virtually. And while it's great to watch, it's not doing anything for either two nations to try and secure a bronze medal.
So up towards the timing line they come. So over the line goes Belgium, goes Netherlands, goes Ireland. Is Jack Young coming back at Tom Coronel? He is by half a second, and he's now pulled away from Spain and France. So Jack Young now is secure in that 3rd place. Not bronze yet, bronze in the main race, but 3rd place it is for him, ahead of Spain, France, and then Argentina 6th. And part of that time is his pace quickening, but also the fact that, as John's been saying, they've been delaying themselves behind. So we have got the incidents between France and Spain being looked at by the stewards, and we have got the regulation lap then to come for the drivers. There you've got Spain versus France as they come then up towards the Saint-Baume right-hander, and now I reckon Spain has got this job done. So gapping France is finally Isidro Callejas.
I wonder whether the contact that occurred just 1 lap earlier coming through the sequence of corners has hurt France more than it has hurt Spain. It was France on the outside, Spain on the inside, muscling all the way through. And whether that's done any damage to the Peugeot or look, closes up under brakes, mind you, into the chicane. So Claret has not given up, thinking about a move in the middle of the chicane, but that door was well and truly shut before he got there. So he's now got the remaining part of this lap and 1 further lap to go. And this has allowed Jack Young to escape. He's also picked up his pace. He took half a second out of the advantage of Tom Coronel in 2nd place. So that gap is down to 1.5 seconds, 2nd to 3rd place.
So Jack Young having to push to secure 3rd on the grid for the main race. Remember, this result is only about where you start for the main race, but the pressure is on to qualify effectively as well as you possibly can on that grid to get as far up the order as you can. Andreas Bachmann out of the race will be 15th, and therefore one to watch, assuming the car plays ball, into the main race coming up in a couple of hours' time. So here's the leader, Gilles Magnus for Belgium. He's absolutely dominated this race. He's not put a wheel wrong.
No, he's driven absolutely, I mean, an absolute perfect touring car race. Everything he's done, and again, somebody who I'm familiar with only by watching on television, but being here at the event live, an outstanding performance all the way through the weekend from the Belgian.
somebody that we've seen, of course, in Fanatec GT this season. And a 5-second penalty now for Spain for causing a collision, and a 5-second penalty also for car number 33, Italy, for track limits.
So this is the final lap, and has France got anything left in the tank to come back?
Doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't have to.
The place.
But do you think France has been given that message where they have communicated, don't worry about it, just keep it in the range that you're in, because the Spain car will be getting a 5-second time added to its time. So Claret will end up in 4th position, and the Spanish entry will then drop down. Actually, it might drop down behind. It could easily drop down behind Argentina. And, well, maybe even further.
Yeah, possibly. Might even be mugged by Latvia. So Callejas has got to push on. Absolutely no question about it. So it is going to be Belgium from the Netherlands. That Benelux front of the grid for the qualifying race will be a Benelux front to the main race as well. Ireland for 3rd, but then it's going to be time penalties dependent for 4th place. As again, Teddy Claret for France closes up onto the tail of Spain into the chicane there.
So Jack Young, I think, is secure in that 3rd place, because 4th place on the road is going to be penalised, and that'll bring Claret up into 4th place, but he's probably about 6.5 seconds now behind 3rd place Jack Young. So Jack Young can breathe, and Claret can think, well, what if and or but I hadn't been involved in this inter-nation battle, and maybe I could have found myself in 3rd place overall.
So there is Gilles Magnus then for Belgium, accelerating his way through the Virage de la Tour down towards the Virage du Pont. He has 001 on the Lumi rank. That's his position in the race. That's going to be his position on the grid for the main race. And I suspect he's going to take some stopping when we get to that medal awarding decider. But he's got a corner to go. The checkered flag is at the ready. And honours in the qualifying race for the Touring Car Cup in the FIA Motorsport Games go to Belgium. Gilles Magnus, the driver. A race winner once again in the FIA Motorsport Games, to the delight of the RACB, to the delight of Comte-U. He comes across the timing line. Belgium wins, Netherlands, Tom Coronel 2nd, Ireland, Jack Young 3rd. But after that, penalties will be applied. Well, Jack Young gets a penalty, so is he going to survive in that 3rd place? The next car through is another penalised one, so he survives in 3rd. Everybody will come across the line. Then the timing screen will update as you see Australia and Italy battling together. Great livery on the Australian car, as well as the very vibrant Italian colours come out first. It doesn't really say Italy in terms of the tricolore, but it catches your eye. Giacomo Gemendi comes across the line for 12th on the road. Aaron Cameron from the back of the grid, 13th ahead of the Norwegian driver Didrik Esbjerg. We'll go through the result once it is confirmed, and we offer you Gilles Magnus for Belgium, from the Netherlands Tom Coronel, Ireland's Jack Young as the top 3, 4th France, 5th Argentina, and Spain 6th in the end. Lively stuff, eh?
Yeah, I mean, a walk in the park for Gilles Magnus. I mean, a lights out to checkered flag perfection, and it really is impressive the way he's dealt with the competition over the weekend. Never seriously being challenged, okay, in qualifying, that's one thing, but when it comes to the actual event, the race itself, just is able to pull away and does it in a majestic manner, and not a mark on that Belgian Audi entry.
So a race win for Belgium, and Netherlands 2nd, Ireland in 3rd. Great drive, really energetic effort by Teddy Claret for France, taking 4th place, 5th Argentina and Spain with a penalty, finishing in 6th. 7th to Latvia from Hong Kong, China in 8th, Switzerland 9th, and the United Kingdom is in 10th. Gilles Magnus, the race winner for Belgium, Tom Coronel his runner-up, and Jack Young taking 3rd. Teddy Claret 4th, Ignacio Montenegro 5th from Isidro Callejas. Valtteri Zviedris 7th, ahead of Andy Yan for Hong Kong, China, and then Gabriel Dos Quinhos for Switzerland. Chris Smiley for the UK, 10th. Venezuelan Sergio Lopez, 11th. Australia's Aaron Cameron, 12th. Norwegian Didrik Esbjerg, 13th. And for Italy, 14th, Giacomo Gemendi. We lost Sweden, Canada, Ukraine, and Brazil. Teams with work to do, ready for the main race, which will be coming up later on in the afternoon. It is 12 o'clock just gone here, but at 2:15 they're going to be back on track, so there's not much time to get those cars race ready.
Well, the bodyworks are relatively easy and straightforward. They can be unattached and reattached with a new panel. But if you've got to do a mechanical change, such as take an engine out or change a gearbox, that's a slightly different prospect. And Well, some of these teams maybe understand what rally teams can do with changing gearboxes in 2 seconds. In a race car, it's a different prospect.
Absolutely, yeah. If it's a mechanical woe, then it's going to be tough for the teams, that is for sure. But fingers crossed, it'll be a full grid for later too. Let's have a look at the highlights then of that qualifying race in the Touring Car Cup. A very colourful, very busy grid with the Benelux front row, with Belgium ahead of Netherlands as they blasted away. Gilles Magnus converting pole position into a lead he was never to lose. The Audi's working well around here, with Jack Young in the Honda doing the chasing. A lively first lap and a bit of damage picked up by Isidro Callejas, who tried to find a gap on the inside, diving down through the traffic. He did gain places, but damaged the bodywork on the left front corner. Worse was to come, because he'd get involved with France and ultimately pick up a penalty. Massive disappointment for Ukrainian Pavlo Chabanov. His car pushed off the grid. Rafa Reis the same, and Sergio Lopez for Venezuela got turned around the front of Gabriel Los Pinos of Switzerland and had a big old spin. Tony Claret did not give up in his quest to get back ahead of the Spanish entry of Callejas, and those two the real stars, as Andreas Bachmann retired from 4th place in the massive disappointment of his team. Bachmann out of the car, out of the race, and giving the squad work to do going into the main race of this afternoon, as a big dive by Venezuela up against Italy saw the two cars rub and lose time at the Virage du Pont. Aaron Cameron for Australia catching back up as everybody watched on, with cracking racing all the way through the order. The only lonely person really, though, was Belgian Gilles Magnus, who was on target for a very dominant race win, and he came through the last corner up to the checkered flag. Mission accomplished. He kept out of trouble. He secured pole position for the main race, and it looks like a gold medal for Belgium may only be a few hours away on that performance. Dominant stuff by Gilles Magnus for Belgium. So the drivers then making their way from the end of that race down through to the teams. The post-race technical checks also from the FIA scrutineering team. The Paul Ricard circuit still very active, even though some disciplines have been completed. The medal table building, of course, nicely, with more and more of the events completed. We had Italy taking gold in the single-seater element, the F4 Cup, this morning, on the back of 2 golds yesterday in rallying, and it'll be potentially a Belgian gold in touring cars later on, the way that Gilles Magnus has been going. Tom Coronel chasing him home for the Netherlands, and although he couldn't catch Gilles, it was a good effort nonetheless. And Tom Coronel is with Gemma Scott.
Well, Tom, you promised us a battle. It was an exciting race, but just can't quite get the edge on Magnus.
No, well, I saw that I had a small battle in the beginning with Jacko Young with the Honda. Then I saw him dropping down, and it's the first time we drive with this Pirelli tire, so we didn't know what was going to happen. So I said, okay, if he pushes, then I do the opposite to see what happens. So the last few laps I pushed also again, and I could see that the bite was there, the overhand on Jack. But yeah, it's just to see how you manage the tire. It's the first time we do 13 laps, so I was, but then in the end I just start pushing it, and we did the same lap times as Magnus. So I think the second race we should push the whole race.
So this is basically giving you time to really get to grips with the car, the setup and everything, ready for the medal race.
Yeah, you know, this is the qualification race, so you shouldn't take any risk. But I could see in the first part the Honda is a little bit stronger. I'm a little bit stronger in the second part, so for sure for race 2 I know Jack will attack there. But no, I can see now also that with the Pirelli tire we can attack the whole race, because at the moment I was managing it until the last 2 laps. But no, it's feeling good, car strong, so a medal, that should be okay. But we will fight for the gold one.
We will indeed. Thank you very much, Tom.
No problem.
So illustrating why those gaps were ebbing and flowing, and all of the experience being put to good use there.
Good insight from Tom Coronel, and explaining that they're not familiar with the Pirelli tyre. They race on a different tyre, and part of all the change is the adaptation and understanding. If you're doing a 13-lap run, which is the duration of this race, they don't know whether the tyre will stay with them all the way through. And the conclusion I got from what Tom Coronel said, unless my interpretation of his Dutch, English, Swinglish, whatever, is that the tyre will stand up to that duration, and Tom Coronel will charge when it comes to the final, the most important race of the day for those medals.
Yeah, he knows exactly what he's working towards, doesn't he? And that is going to be that main race. I mentioned the fact that medals were being scored by another gold from Italy this morning. Well, this is how the medal table now stands. Italy has got 3 gold, so has France. Belgium, 1 of each. Germany has got a gold and a silver. Netherlands on a gold and silver as well. The UK has got a gold and a bronze. Latvia a gold. And Spain racking up the medals more than anybody. They haven't got a gold yet. That might change by the end of the afternoon. Czech Republic, Sweden, Turkey, Kuwait, and then Portugal next in the table.
I think for Spain to get a gold medal, certainly in the touring cars, they're going to have to avoid contact. The car certainly looked very strong in terms of overall pace, but you can't have a car with half the bodywork hanging off. That's only going to hurt your pace.
True enough. Might get a medal out of the GT Sprint as well, but that's going to come up at the very end of the day on the track. Back to touring cars, Gilles Magnus, race winner, and therefore starts the main race on pole position. Gilles Magnus with Gemma Scott right now.
I've managed to find our winner. A fantastic result for you. We spoke to Tom Coronel just now, and he was saying how he was reserved with the tyres and figuring out how hard he could push. For you, what were you working on there? Were you flat out from the start?
At the start I was flat out for sure. Afterwards I was managing the tyres, and the same thing, yeah, looking how far can you go with these tyres. We don't have a lot of information on the Pirellis, so yeah, looking like how far can I go with him, because the next race is going to be even more long, and that will be the most important. We've topped all sessions till now, but we ain't got anything yet, so it still got to start. So yeah, looking forward to that main race.
Certainly you've been dominant all weekend, really shown that you're a force to be reckoned with, and everybody's struggling to catch you. What would we expect in that medal race now that everybody has got that slight bit more knowledge on the setup and the usage of the tyres?
I think everyone will get closer and closer, and in the main race they will be aggressive from the start on, because they will have to be seeing our pace. So it's not going to be easy. The job hasn't been done yet, so yeah, I expect some action for the main race.
Is it Tom that you see as perhaps your main competition? Who else in the field do you feel is a threat?
I feel Tom and Jack Young are 2 quick guys. For sure there's other quick guys than them, but these 2 are my main competitors, I would say.
And just one last question for you. What's been your overall impression of the Games so far? It's been a fantastic event. There's so much going on. Have you managed to see much else?
Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of time to see different categories, but for sure whenever Belgians are driving, I go there and cheer them on. It's an amazing event. I've done it in 2019, it was a lot smaller back then, but now it has grown a lot, and it's still, the organization is still as good. So yeah, amazing. It's unique. It's a unique experience for everyone, and I'm happy to be part of it.
And you've got a lot of competitors with you from Belgium. You're a huge team.
Yeah, exactly. The Belgian Federation has always been a federation who is helping a lot of young drivers, and they represent here at the Motorsport Games as well with a lot of drivers, and that's just good for Belgian motorsport. I'm really happy about it.
Absolutely. Well done once again. Thank you, and we'll see you later.
Thank you.
Drivers talking about what's coming up, of course, in that main race. One of the fascinations of an event like this is that it's not part of a championship. It is a one-off. You don't have to think about scoring points over the course of 10 races, 20 races, 30 races. It is absolutely flat chat for the medals in that race.
Yeah, that's the big difference, the dynamic that's changed. Gilles Magnus mentioned a longer race. Well, it is longer. By 5 minutes.
Yes, exactly. Yes, it might take 1 more lap out of the tyres, perhaps, or 2 at most. But it's going to be fascinating to see, with everybody now with a bit more experience on this new Pirelli tyre for the TCR Cup this weekend, and that main race coming up later on. So great action from touring cars. A win for Belgium for Gilles Magnus in that qualifying race.
So the grid is now set for the touring car race, which is happening later today. Darren, the top 3 were as we expected, but there was quite a bit going on behind them to try and get their way up the grid.
Yeah, there was. I mean, obviously there's a great battle between France and Spain that ultimately ended up in a penalty for Spain. But, you know, the top 3, they're the only guys that were running in the sort of 2 minutes 13s of the finishers, that is. So the pace for those 3 was fantastic. But maybe Tom, Jack have got something in the bag for the final, because at the moment Magnus is looking so strong for Belgium. It's he's dominated the qualifying sessions and the practice sessions, etc. But he looked like he had it completely under control there. So they've got to find something. You know, both Netherlands and Ireland have got to find something for the main race now.
I'm hearing some lovely engines going out on track. Can you? Sorry if I was slightly distracted there when you were talking, but we've got the GT Sprints coming up next. We've got some great drivers in this discipline.
We have indeed. I mean, the sprint race is going to be great. We've got the qualifying obviously coming up now, but there's lots of platinum, golds, works drivers in there. This is the best of GT racing, effectively, and we can hear them now going down on the warm-up grid, and it sounds fantastic. These cars, the GT3 category itself is amazing, you know, super competitive, and I think, you know, we're going to see some real hot racing coming up later today, because, you know, the guys know exactly what they can get out of these cars. They're very used to these cars. They've been racing them all season, and they know what they're doing out there. So yeah, I think we're in for a spicy race later today. But let's see how qualifying goes.
And it's all on them, one driver. Okay, well, it's the first time we're having GT Sprint here at the FIA Motorsport Games, and qualifying is about to take place right now.
The GT Sprint is new within FIA Motorsport Games, and this is a really fascinating entry. It's not vast, but it's got some real stars of the GT world in it. David Addison and John Watson are trackside. The session only lasts for 20 minutes and it's already underway. They've had 2 free practice periods this morning, qualifying and a 1-hour race, so everything crammed into a day. They don't need dramas, but they do need a good time out of this. It's wide open, this discipline.
It certainly is. I mean, they were on track at 8:30 this morning, and I mean, you could tell by the signs of the howling V10s, the flat 6s, the V8s, or whatever. Matt Campbell representing Australia in the Grove Motorsport Porsche. We saw that car being driven by Stephen and Brendan Grove in the Endurance Cup. There is the 71, Lithuania, Audi, and Jutta Racing. So everybody underway. Still no lap time actually recorded, because they're just completing the route laps, or completing the out lap and going on to the first flying lap. And hard to choose, David. Who would you? And I don't know. There's all the usual suspects. You've got the Van Thors, you've got the Matt Campbells, you've got Lucas Stolz, Mirko Bortolotti. I mean, those are the names we talk about frequently. And I mean, there are others there that are equally quick.
Well, there for Belgium is Dries Van Thor. The Audi is being run by Santalok. I think that's probably about the only Audi team he's never driven for, but he will this weekend. The French team operate the Belgian car, and Dries Van Thor then is very much a potential winner for his nation, because he was quickest in free practice 2. He did a 2 minutes 2 in that, but quicker in free practice 1. Ayçin Güven for Turkey with the Porsche that's run by Team Turkey, and Ayçin Güven, it's the TalkSport WRT squad, did a 2 minutes 1. Now, Ayçin Güven, we know he's good because he's been an FIA GT Nations Cup winner in the past in Bahrain. He's a Porsche Super Cup star, Carrera Cup Germany star, GT racer and DTM hero Mirko Bortolotti, however, here representing Italy, another potential winner.
Yeah, looking resplendent with the tricolore over the bonnet of the Lamborghini. Again, Mirko Bortolotti, real class act when it comes to driving a GT3 car, whether it's in Europe or around the world. And he will undoubtedly be pushing to get the top of the podium for his nation. But, you know, it's a battle. We've mentioned 3 or 4 other names that are equally capable. Slows down, coming up to completion of a lap now. We're coming into the pit lane. That's the reason he slowed down.
So in he comes, possibly to download data, maybe to switch tyres around and to then go back out and see what he can do. It's only one race, of course, for these cars. There's no qualifying race, no main race. It is just one sprint, and they get 3 sets of slicks to get them through free practice and qualifying. And then, of course, you need to keep a full, fresh set for the race. Now, France won gold yesterday in the GT Cup. There is Tristan Vautier in the Acodis ASP run car, going for gold for France in sprint. Chinese Taipei has done the target time, 2 minutes 15, but of course you can anticipate these lap times to be quicker than we saw in the GT Cup, because you're talking about gold and platinum graded drivers.
Yes, I mean, the time we saw this morning was a 2:01 and a few tenths of a second. Again, temperature is much lower, track temperature, but ambient temperature. We know about Paul Ricard is a circuit that has got many personalities, and the one we've got right now, just 15 minutes after midday, will certainly be a warmer track temperature, higher ambient temperature, and a consequence, a different reaction from the car, and in particular the tyre, with the conditions we've got right now. Dani Juncadella sitting behind the wheel of the Spain entry, a man familiar again with the Mercedes-AMG GT3s over a number of years.
Absolutely. Now, Dani Juncadella in FP1 was the slowest, and in FP2 was only 8th. So you get the feeling that they're still sort of working towards getting that car absolutely right. The car being run by the Antonelli Motorsport team. That's the Antonelli that is the family of Kimi Antonelli, who is the gold medalist in the F4 Cup.
You're talking about Italian motorsport royalty there, I think, aren't you?
Running a Spanish entry.
Yeah.
But it's a different team, and of course, you know, with respect, that is a team that may be not operating at the same level, same experience as Akudis might have.
One might say that, and you might be right. So, I mean, while these are all turnkey GT3 cars, within that package you buy, there's a lot of scope for individual preparation and setup as Dries van Thor goes on to complete a flying lap, and this is a serious effort from Dries van Thor. You can see the body language of the car coming into turns 1 and then through 2, sweeping downhill into the quick right-left here at the chicane, and then the very short sprint into turn 5. It's a corner where more haste, less speed, one might say. Be careful of the marker on the inside, then you run the curve, but be careful you don't overrun and find your lap time deleted. So Dries van Thor, neat and tidy through turn 6, absolutely flat out through turn 7, and gets a sort of a momentary breath all the way run down to the chicane.
So Dries van Thor, who knows this car inside out, his link, of course, with Audi's in GT3 racing is coming to an end. WRT, for whom he's been driving, has now finished its programme for the year, electing not to go to the Abu Dhabi 12 Hours, for example. So Dries van Thor may well be racing an Audi R8 for the very last time in this event. So it's one he would like to go out with a victory in. Evan Chen for Chinese Taipei, 2 minutes 3.9, has set the target time, but Dries van Thor is ahead of him in both of those sectors.
Yeah, 2.5 effect, or certainly a second in effect. And now coming into Le Bousset, a corner which goes on and on and on and offers up a lot of options for drivers. And is he backed out of it? I think he's backed out of it, surely. What's he doing? He's wandering around, warming up the tyres. He's got 2 purple sectors, and he's bailed out of the lap. So why has Dries van Thor opted to do so? And he's going to come into the pit lane, or no, he's going to stay out and have a second go. Strange, purple sectors, first 2 sectors, and he bails.
Right, here's Van Thor then, comes up towards the timing line. That's Tristan Vautier for France, who is looking good as well. We've got Matt Campbell in the pit lane. We've got Mirko Bortolotti in the pit lane for Italy. Vautier is about to put a lap time on the board. Van Thor second fastest, 2 minutes 9. But Vautier should jump that. No, he doesn't. It's a start-up lap for Vautier, 2 minutes 10.
Well, Van Thor's time was totally compromised by the 3rd sector when he backed out of it. On board here with the French Mercedes-AMG GT3 out of turn 2. So his first flying lap, 2 minutes 10. That was a little more than a sighting lap. Now a little bit more serious, down through 3 and 4. Keep the car to the left as best you can, then make your apex. Avoid the marker on the inside, then runs out to the curbing on the outside. It should be one big arc as you go through 5 and 6. Personal best, sector 1, fastest sector 2.
Right, this is Bruno Baptista for Brazil. Now, he's got an advantage in as much as he raced this car 3 times over Friday and Saturday. So he's got a lot of track knowledge over the weekend and of this car, which is run by the Akudis ASP team. Did have mechanical maladies in the 2nd qualifying race for the GT Cup, as opposed to the GT Sprint Cup, because GT Cup is double drivers and pit stops. This is one driver, no pit stops, but he goes 2nd fastest, Bruno Baptista for Brazil. 2 minutes 2.629 as you look there at Dries van Thor.
By a significant margin, quickest in sector 1, personal best, sector 2. And it was at this point 1 lap ago he bailed out of it. And he had a purple, and in fact he had 2 purples. This time he decides, I've got what I want from my car, I'm quicker, even though I had purples at that point 1 lap ago. So wonder where the Belgian Audi, the Belgian driver, will end up. 2 minutes 2 is the target time, 2:02.399, established by the 68 Chinese Taipei, Ferrari 488. Van Thor exits turn 15.
Right, so he's got to beat 2 minutes 2.399. I reckon he's going to do it because he comes up towards the line now and he breaks the beam at 2 minutes 1.729 to put Belgium on pole position. So Belgium ahead of Chinese Taipei and Brazil. Germany fourth, Lukas Stolz, and then you've got Lithuania fifth.
I think that vindicated Van Thor's reason to bail on that previous lap while he was getting purples, but he maybe felt that there's a lot more in the car, and he's gone and established that fact with now getting a provisional fastest time as we watch Tristan Vautier.
And he's up to fourth then now, 2 minutes 2.737. Bruno Baptista for Brazil, absolute best in the first sector, as is Vautier's view. So France, which has already got gold medals ×3, but no other medals, could be on for a fourth, but Vautier, he's up against it here. Lukas Stolz for Germany, by the way, is only sixth at the moment. Danny Juncadella for Spain, he's only eighth. And we've not yet had a proper time out of Australia, Matt Campbell, Turkey, Heinz Guven, or Italy, Pecco Bortolotti.
So, fastest overall middle sector for the Brazil entered Mercedes-AMG GT3, and a good lap so far from the younger of the two Baptista families. Where is he going to finish? Stays third. Waiting to see what the Turkey entered Porsche is going to do, because it's not done a representative flying lap. It's just recorded a 2:09. If you go back to the Brazil Mercedes, as it hops and skips over the curbing. Back now to Dries van Thor. Purple, David.
Should be even quicker then. Is he going to be into the 2:0 mark? I don't think he's going to find that much time, but it should certainly be an improvement as he comes then now down to the Virage du Pont. We've got a time out of Turkey finally. Heinz Guven has starts up lap. There's more to come from him. You've got Australia and Italy to look for next, but first we're going to get Belgium over the line. Here is Dries van Thor. 2 minutes 1.7 to beat. Is this the ideal lap with purple? We'll see in a moment, because he's about to complete sector 3, crosses the line, 2 minutes 1.293. It was a personal but not an absolute best in the last sector, but it still moves 0.6 of a second away from the opposition, with Germany now second. Lukas Stolz for Germany up to second fastest.
Yeah, Lukas Stolz sort of rather sneakily climbed up into second place. We didn't see it on camera, so we had to watch timing and scoring. And still waiting to see where Matt Campbell is, or Mirko Bortolotti. Both have done laps, but not a flying lap. So have they got issues, or are they just hanging back waiting for the opportunity? We've got just over 6 minutes remaining. So they need to be on track pretty quickly if they want to get a chance at deposing that front row, that provisional front row of Van Thor and Stolz for Belgium and Germany respectively.
There is the car that's fifth, now sixth, because Australia has just gone fourth. Matt Campbell's Porsche has gone up to fourth. That's Germany's second, Lukas Stolz. Very much a potential winner of this. We know how good he is. And you've also got Italy up to seventh, Mirko Bortolotti. This lap for Stolz isn't a push lap as such. He did go second last time around, but he's down in that first sector very nearly by half a second.
Yeah, so Stolz pushing, but maybe there's a case of maybe just a little more caution on this lap to see whether he can get some recovery from his Pirelli tyres. And Van Thor likewise is pushing in sector 1, yet again improving with the purple sector fractionally down in that middle sector. So it's sort of a net position for the Belgian Audi. Dries van Thor behind the wheel.
And Dries van Thor quicker again in sector 1, but a fraction of time given away in sector 2. Stolz was still actually quicker last time, 2 minutes 1.935. So you've got Belgium, Germany, France, and then here fourth, Australia. This car was hustled along yesterday by father and son Stephen and Brenton Grove. It's run by Al Bamba's team, and Matt Campbell behind the wheel of it. It should fly, I would have thought.
Hoping it's going to fly. Got a sweet spot for everything. Every manufacturer with a P is the initial, and Porsche is another one of those. So waiting to see if Matt Campbell can deliver middle sector 2, almost 3/10 down, so cancelling out his personal best in sector 1. So it's the conclusion of the lap now in sector 3 for the Australian. Where can this Porsche end up provisionally right now, second row of the grid?
He was a winner here last year in Fanatec GT in the 6R race, so he knows the track, he knows the car, he knows what to expect. He also knows the level of the opposition. So for Australia, Matt Campbell turns now up to the timing line. Formula Ford champion, Carrera Cup Australia champion. Bathurst 12-hour double winner, Le Mans and Daytona 24 hours class winner. He breaks the beam and goes then second fastest, 2 minutes 1.875. He's on the front row.
That's what I was hoping for. Mirko Bortolotti's improved likewise for Italy in the Lamborghini, up to fourth place. Luca Stolz is between Campbell and Bortolotti. Tristan Vautier in the France Mercedes is down to fifth, and the 68 Chinese Taipei entry down now to sixth.
So there is Bortolotti, and on this lap with an improvement just having come from Aitchen Guven, he's down to fifth. But Van Thor, Campbell, Stolz, Guven, Bortolotti, Vautier, the top six. Belgium, Australia, Germany, Turkey, Italy, France. And another change because Lucas Stolz goes through and goes back up to second at the expense of Matt Campbell.
So what can we see from this Lamborghini and Mirko Bortolotti representing Italy? And coming through behind is Lucas Stolz in the Team Germany entry. So into the chicane, that was Matt Campbell. Now Mirko Bortolotti. Hard on the brakes, personal best sector one. So scope there for a further improvement. He needs to find, well, what, a tenth of a second to get onto the second row of the grid and depose the Turkish entered Porsche of Aitchen Guven.
And of course, a 60-minute sprint. It is effectively one stint out of a normal, if you like, SRO Fanatec GT race. So they're used to going flat out for an hour, but there'll be no mandatory pit stops in that, as over the timing line has just gone Aitchen Guven, and he's up to fourth quickest. We've not yet really seen much of Turkey. As you look at Italy, Mirko Bortolotti still pressing on. He's done 2 personal bests in sectors. He will possibly squeeze one more lap out of this, because we've only got 2 minutes and change on the clock as he comes then now through the Virage de la Tour. So Mirko Bortolotti, racing in GT and in DTM this year, drifts away from the apex a little bit there, and he's bailed, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. He was wide. The car ran wide on the entry into turn 14, and immediately got out of the throttle because he knew he was going to lose time. Although he had made personal bests in Sector 1 and Sector 2, he just immediately got out of it, and he's got 2 minutes remaining. He'll get one more flying lap. Depending at which point he would cross the start-finish line, he might get a second one, but I think it's going to be a matter of seconds as to whether he did or he didn't.
Aitchen Guven for Turkey comes across the line. Very, very impressive driver is Aitchen Guven. He's third fastest. That lap was an improvement, 2 minutes 1.692. So you've got Porsche second and third behind Audi of Belgium, but Aitchen Guven here should be a medalist, I would have thought, because he really does know how to rise to the occasion, and very experienced Porsche campaigner, whether it's been in GT races or in one-make categories.
Well, look, I mean, just watching the manner in which he's driving the Porsche, whether he's backed out of it a little bit, as we go back to the Australia entry with Matt Campbell, both an identical Porsche GT3Rs. This is that's 911.2 version.
Yeah.
The new 992, which was previewed, we saw at Spa 24 hours. Wow, what a bit of engineering that car is. And if that isn't going to be a real hot rod GT3 performer, well, I tell you, it looks stunning, absolutely stunning.
And there'll be plenty of those on different grids next year run by different teams. So there, Matt Campbell pressing on, but he's gained a 10th in Sector 1, but dropped a 10th in Sector 2, and he's got to find 3 tenths to be ahead of Belgium. So Dries van Thor for Belgium is the fastest, but for Australia, with the kangaroo on the side of the car, Matt Campbell comes then now down to the approach to Virage du Pont, the heavy braking of the last corner. He gets there now, he stands on the anchors, he turns it right, he sets the car up. He will just about get one more lap out of this if he wishes it, but he's going to be on the front row for the rolling start provisionally anyway. Comes up towards the line, 2 minutes 1.1 to beat, and the lap is a 2 minutes 1.6, so actually fractionally slower than his earlier best.
He's got one more chance. Here we go. Lucas Stolz, personal best in Sectors 1 by nearly half a second. That's a good chunk, a little bit less in Sector 2. So Lucas Stolz for Germany, and the Mercedes currently residing on 4th position, provisional second row of the grid. So he needs another personal best. Oh, if he can get a purple, even better. So Lucas Stolz working behind the wheel, just having to make minute corrections on the entry into turn 15. Exits the corner hard on the gas. He could do no more than push as hard as the throttle. Brazil follows him through. So Lucas Stolz has gone up to third, deposing Aitchen Guven in the Turkey entry Porsche, as Tristan Vautier currently in 6th place for France in his Mercedes-AMG GT3.
So Belgium takes provisional pole position. Is there anybody else looking like they might go quicker? Well, Tristan Vautier gained a bit and then lost twice as much, so he is not going to improve on 6th, I don't believe. The one that still could do something is Matt Campbell, because he's done a personal best within the first sector. Germany improved but stays 3rd, Lukas Stolz. Einschenguven in the pits we'd seen. There's Mirko Bortolotti, but he's slower in the first sector. There's Vautier quick but then slow, as I'd mentioned, so he comes up to the line. Let's just get him through and see whether, even if he doesn't go for pole, whether he can gain a place on the grid, because he was only 66 thousandths behind Bortolotti, but he does not improve. He gave away, in the end, 13 thousandths of a second, and Matt Campbell has also bailed. Look, he's given out 1.2 seconds in the middle sector, so Matt Campbell has given up on this lap. He will bail and head for the pit lane. So Belgium, Dries van Thor, pole position. In some ways to be expected, but it's going to be a really competitive race, that is for sure, to see how the cars come on strong over the course of an hour.
Of course, they're running on a single set of tyres for that hour. Now, in Fanatec Sprint, they do a sort of dissect an hour by a pit stop and a driver change and whatever. So we'll...
But think about it, yes, you're right, as a sprint race, but equally, 60 minutes is one stint out of an endurance round.
Absolutely,
So,
I'm just going to get there.
Yeah.
So that's the difference. So they're accustomed to doing an hour on a set of tyres. But it's an hour in an endurance race as opposed to an hour in a sprint. But of course, endurance races really are 3 one-hour sprint races. Or here at Paul Ricard, 6 one-hour sprint races. Or in the case of Spa, 24 one-hour sprint races.
So whether it's badged as endurance or sprint, the drivers have to be absolutely flat chat as you look at the Hong Kong China Honda NSX being overtaken. This is the view on the Mistral Straight, and the qualifying session then at an end, with the best time in the end being done by Belgium. Let's just quickly look at the order. Belgium, Australia, Germany is the order. See the margins between 0.3 of a second, though. Dries van Thor having in hand over Matt Campbell. Belgium over Australia. Germany, Lukas Stolz 3rd. Turkey 4th from Italy, then France and Chinese Taipei, meaning Lukas Stolz 3rd, Einschenguven 4th, Mirko Bortolotti, Tristan Vautier and Evan Chen ahead of Brazil's Bruno Baptista, the Moroccan driver Michael Benyaya that we didn't see much of, nor the Swiss Yannick Mettler. Only 11th, Danny Junkadea ahead of the Lithuanian Julius Adamavicius, and Mark Lee for Hong Kong China in 13th. So the order then going into the single race for the GT Sprint later on. And Dries van Thor certainly in confident mood now, as I say, going into that with not only pole position, but knowing that he's got 0.3 of a second's worth of pace in hand. But are other cars going to look after their tyres that little bit better in the course of the 1 hour? Will some cars take a little bit longer to get the tyres up to temperature? Will other cars use the tyres more energetically to start with and then lose pace as the race wears on? We'll see later on in the day. A quick look at the highlights then of that session, which began with many of the teams being selective about when they ventured out, but the tyre pressures made good for Dries van Thor, and he was setting an early pace, of course, a lap which he has done many tours of in the years of Fanatec GT. Tristan Vautier for France ending up 6th, another Mercedes looking rapid, Bruno Baptista 8th, but that curb hopping threw him off the road, and he then ended up 8th fastest. Einschenguven was pressing on for Turkey and put his Porsche 4th in the end, another Porsche 2nd, that being the Australia entry of Matt Campbell, and Lukas Stolz 3rd for Germany. But the grid set then for the GT Sprint. Belgium on pole position thanks to Dries van Thor, but the opposition will be snapping at his heels when we go racing.
That was our first opportunity to see the GT Sprint on track. And Darren, we would expect Belgium and Australia to be up there, but Spain further down than we would have thought.
Yeah, Juncadella, I don't think he had the best qualifying. I'm sure he'd be quite disappointed back in 11th place, but with an hour race tomorrow, you know, there's still everything to play for with that. But the qualifying, you can see the difference from yesterday's qualifying in the GT Cup race yesterday and their qualifying session. It's about half a second quicker today, and that's just the level of the drivers that are racing in the sprint, being the platinum and the gold drivers there. So you can see there's that little extra bit of performance and pace, but I'm sure it's going to be a great race. You know, with these guys at the front, it should be quite feisty. It's a word I love, feisty racing. It makes it much more exciting. So let's see how that all plays out with the Sprint Cup later on this afternoon.
You were surprised that they were coming in, still checking tyres and things like that?
Yeah, I think that's a big curveball for everyone in terms of the fact that they're not using tyre heaters beforehand. So for GT racing, that's pretty much a norm, and it makes it easy for engineers to get the tyres in the right operating window. But with this weekend being without tyre heaters, they're going out. They're putting some sort of heat into the car, into the wheels, into the tyres, and then coming back in to sort of make the changes, make the corrections to the tyre pressures to make sure they end up exactly where they need to be to put the hot laps in, really.
And I guess that's why you need your good drivers, because they know how to deal with it.
Yeah, they need the good drivers to do that, but you also need good teams behind you, good engineers to make sure that when we're out there, we're looking at like half a bar, 0.5 of a bar to make a bit of a difference. So, you know, if you're running the tyres at like 1.92 bar, you're going to be losing lap time.
All right, thank you. Well, it's a lot about karting this morning, and next up we've got the Karting Sprint Junior, and that's the final coming up right now.
Now comes the moment of truth. Who will win the gold? Let's find out. Over to Guillaume Alvarez.
Thank you very much indeed, Jake Sanson, and a warm welcome once again to everybody here. Bienvenue à tous et tous in the south of France, the beautiful region of Le Castellet, as we are live from the karting track of Paul Ricard, getting ourselves ready for some incredible action, as we're going to have in just a few moments and 2 minutes now before the start of this junior final. A total of 26 laps, 25 kilometers. This is more than twice the distance that they had to go through in the qualifying heats. They had 11 laps, 3 qualifying heats to make their way up until the final. But everybody is getting ready. Fantastic. A couple of interviews. Thank you very much, Jake Sanson, on the grid to give you guys live from the karting track of Paul Ricard a proper vibe from the heart of the action. Great to have as well with us this Sunday of racing the likes of Jean Lézy and Felipe Massa, former Formula 1 drivers, among many other achievements, and give you a proper vibe of what's been happening onto the start-finish straight. There's going to be a great spectacle, Jake, as we have 30 nations from all 4 corners of the world. 1 minute left before we go for the warm-up lap, and then it's all about 26 laps of furious racing. The young lions will be unleashed, but only one in the end of those 26 laps will get to be crowned winner of the gold medal.
Very true. I feel about 15 years old getting ready for this. I'm about to watch and speak about the first ever gold medal at the FIA Motorsport Games for the Sprint Junior, and I've just interviewed Felipe Massa and Jean Lézy. I'm going to wake up in about 10 minutes. Excellent stuff. 30-second board goes up on the starting line here, ready for the first ever FIA Motorsport Games final in Sprint Junior. The winner of this race will give Karting Sprint its first ever FIA Motorsport Games gold medal, and we are so excited to figure out who that driver is going to be. There have been golds spread around the nations already, for Italy, for France, for Belgium, for the Netherlands, for the Ukraine, for Japan, Australia, the UK and Latvia over the years. But now it's time to see which nation is going to add a gold medal from the world of Sprint Junior Karting. It's Brazil and France on the front row of the grid, Peru and Israel on the second row, then Estonia and the Czech Republic, from Slovenia and Denmark, Portugal and Spain, Sweden and Slovakia, Turkey and Lithuania, Costa Rica and Indonesia, Germany and Finland, Poland and South Africa, Ukraine and Belgium, Australia and Mozambique, India and Switzerland, Malta, Georgia, Mexico and Uzbekistan. Every single one of these 30 countries has worked incredibly hard over the week to get to this stage, but this is the moment of truth. The winner of this race takes the Sprint Junior gold medal.
2 more medals as well, with the silver and the bronze to be awarded to complete the podium, and the battle will be certainly the hardest of all weekend. They had 3 races to make it to this point, 30 drivers on track, the warm-up lap, the second one about to be completed to get the tires up to temperature. The track, 964 meters, 13 different corners, 3 sectors. Keep an eye on turn number 11 and 12, the 2 hairpins in the last sector as well. This is where we've seen most of the overtaking maneuvers through the course of the qualifying heats, even though into the last heat we could feel the tension rising and the will of the drivers to get more attempts and to get more maneuvers in other parts of the track. Turn 1 is one to keep an eye on, as well as turn number 10 in the sector number 2. Mr. Jean Lézy and Mr. Felipe Massa on the sideline, just in front of our position in the speaking booth by the start-finish straight. So good to have those legendary figures of Formula 1 with us to support the next generation of karters. And what better place, what better event than the FIA Motorsport Games edition number 2, 3 years after Vallelunga. We're here in Marseille, and this is about to go live in just a few moments.
Brazil, France, Peru, Israel. The battle will start from the front of the grid here in Karting Sprint Junior. Are we going racing this time for the gold medal? We are indeed. Up to the first corner. Great start for the pole sitter into the first corner. No problems at all for the kart in second, third position, moving their way forward. That is Peru getting up at a second place. A little bit of jockeying for position as they work their way through the first chicane. And out in front, it is Brazil charging away from Peru. So the South Americans doing a fantastic job at the start of this final. 26 laps of the course. It's a long, grueling race. There is so much to come in these 26 laps. The lap time may be about 47 seconds, but a lot can happen in these 26 laps. And already the drivers are putting on a bit of a show. Big tank slapper. Who is that going sideways? That looked to me like the Czech Republic. I think Jacob Kamenik just lost the back end a little bit. Managed to gather it up before it became a big problem. So at the end of the first lap, Brazil leads the way with Peru and France charging after him. Then it is Israel in 4th position with Estonia and Denmark in pursuit. So Gabriel Kunikan of Brazil leads the way here from Cardenas of Peru, Caranta of France, Pinto of Israel and Dubnitsky of Estonia.
Yeah, the junior final is underway here live from Paul Ricard. A good start for everybody onto the track, unlike what we had in some of the heats with a lot of action happening in the turn number 1. This time around we had another Jules Caranta goes for P2. Beautifully made around the inside of turn number 2. France is up a place in 2nd position. Watch out for the back as well with the 126. This is Israel and Jan Pinto trying his bit at the end of the lap. But Jules Caranta went for the move at such an early stage in the race. That was a ballsy one, but he just made it successful, trying to pursuit. Gabriel Kunikan from Brazil pulling away as on the inside as well. Israel being overtaken by the 118 of Mark Dubnitsky for Estonia. Estonia up a place, and watch how the battle keeps on going with the 120 as well, battling along and beautifully made around the inside. Watch out for the contact as the 126 is about to lose a place, I'm afraid. But you can see, you can feel the heat already in the early stages of this final. And this is, of course, the action that we're going to see through the race. But the young lions are unleashed, and there will be no place certainly for caution.
Some of the best racing we've seen all week already in this final in the first 2 or 3 laps, and it looks like a hard charging maneuver there from Aaron Garcia. The Spaniard has already managed to get his way forward past the Slovenian Alex Bogunovic. So as they work their way forward, it's already a very tough race battle out there on the course. Some of these drivers will know this kind of racing of old, having competed in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, a very similar competition to this one, where they all race on equal machinery, and again, it's for the pride of their nation. But this is such a tough discipline in front of the world stage, in front of the motorsport community, not just in front of the karting community. And here they are battling for a gold medal for the pride of their nation. This is such a big honor for these youngsters. For Brazil leading the way, it's looking good as up the inside. That's a nice overtaking move there from the Czech Republic, getting through and passing Slovenia, or at least hanging on to the position. They were dueling already at the beginning of the lap. So over the end of the lap, it is Brazil still leading the way from France. Then it is Peru, from Estonia, Israel, Denmark, Spain, the Czech Republic, Slovenia and Sweden. A great run in the top 10 so far, but as you can see, Pinto and Pedersen, Israel versus Denmark is just growing in crescendo at the moment.
This is the battle for P5 as Thibaut Ramakers from Belgium is setting up the fastest lap, 44.7. Thibaut Ramakers trying to make his bit and climbing through the ranks of this race is P18 at the moment, having climbed 4 positions. Not the best of results for Tibor Ramakas, who had 2 difficult qualifying heats. And all he needs to do, run the inside, goes the 123, beautifully made. This is for the back, this is Matej Konish getting ahead of Portugal, Rodrigo Seabra for P11.
But Seabra got him straight back again, so Seabra, the racing wolf as he is known, has managed to recover the position. And here he is, flying the flag for Portugal, battling away in 11th position, working his way forward. A great run so far from Rodrigo Seabra, trying to get himself further forward. And he is there battling away with the 123 of the Slovakian Matej Konish. But the fastest lap of the race comes from France. Jules Caranta upping the ante, and the Frenchman has his eyes firmly fixed on the Brazilian up front. He wants to win on home soil and take a gold medal.
This was about time for Jules Caranta from France to make his move on lap number 2, because he was able to really put on the pace and decrease the gap. We had more than 1 second between Brazil and France in 1 and 2. Now it's getting down to 0.8 of a second, and maybe even less this time around. Still the same. Gabriel Konigan from Brazil in the lead, is responding to the charge of Jules Caranta. Run the inside for the back. This is a 123. Still battling from Slovakia. Matej Konish is trying to keep Rodrigo Seabra from Portugal at bay in 12th place, as Alp Hassan Aksoy from Turkey in 13, trying to get himself in the mix. So there's battles all over the place into this field of the junior class. Is getting heated by the lap, and we're going to keep an eye, of course, on the battle for P1 between Brazil and France. Andres Cardenas still very much in 3rd place on the way to turn number 11. This is the roller coaster sort of turn, last sector. Run inside in the first hairpin, goes the 115, beautifully made by the Turkish driver Aksoy, upper place in 12 in front of Portugal.
And Silkunas got through on the inside as well, so not only Aksoy but also Silkunas as we come down the straight up to the first corner. Good battles everywhere. Silkunas is going to try and dive through, but Seabra holds on to the position and manages in fact to pick one off. So a good run there from Seabra as he makes another place here. Jules Caranta bangs in yet another fastest lap for France. Oh, the irony of this. We've got Brazil versus France up front. On the sidelines, Felipe Massa and Jean Alesi watching along. They've got so much in common, those two. They both raced for Ferrari and Sauber in Formula 1, and they both got their charged nation trying to battle for the win here in the Sprint Junior. How amazing is that? You couldn't script it. On the inside and up and over. Oh, that's not gone well for Silkunas as he tries to take on Seabra. They've both lost ground as a result. And I'm afraid it's going to be Rodrigo Seabra who comes off worst. He's got a warning flag. He's going to tumble down the field. That is so unfortunate for the Portuguese charge. He's trying to hang on to it on the inside at turn 1. He battles as good as he's got, and he's just nudged away there by the 107 of Peter Andrew Buzanelos of Australia. And now diving through up the inside, that looks like the Mozambique star, the Joker, Ghazi Motlakar, going for his move on the inside as well. And off the road goes Rodrigo Seabra. That's so unfortunate for the Portuguese driver. I think he is out. That is such a shame for Rodrigo Seabra. Is diving in. That is Spain going wheel to wheel with Israel. Israel over the curbs. Spain gives them no room whatsoever. That was ruthless efficiency from Aaron Garcia.
Yeah, fantastic move from Aaron Garcia up to P5 for Spain at a moment in front of Israel. Aaron Garcia, who had a DNF in his last qualifying heat, so there's no gloves whatsoever in terms of driving style for the final. As you can see, the 103 on the sideline.
Rodrigo Seabra
from Portugal is out of this race, unfortunately being taken on the sideline by the marshals. So quite an unfortunate turn of event at such an early stage of this final. We're about to conclude lap number 10 out of 26. And impressive driving style from the youngsters of the junior class ever since the start of the race. There's no gloves whatsoever. This is being aggressive, this is being fair, but I'm pretty sure that the marshals and the officials by the sideline will have both the eyes open to try to digest all the maneuvers as this one run inside of turn number 12. This is beautifully made by the 106. Happening for the back. This is Tibor Ramakers from Belgium getting ahead of Hibowo from Indonesia. A battle for 13 as Tibor Ramakers is up. Here's the replay of the action that we had. Aaron Garcia on the inside of turn number 11, pushing a little bit wide Israel. The 126 Jan Pinto, who was the fastest in qualifying on Friday, losing a bit of ground at the moment, but still hanging on in the 6th place with Mikael Pedersen from Denmark just on his tail. So we're going to have to keep an eye as well on the battle for 6 between Israel and Denmark. But you can see the drivers still very much glued to each other as the gap between the leaders, Brazil against France, just went down to less than 0.4 of a second, almost halfway through this race. We conclude lap number 12 as 0.4 still between Konigan and Caranta. We're driving right now with the 127. This is Jakub Kamenik from Czech Republic trying to chase Mikkel Pedersen and Jan Pinto from Israel.
There's the replay of what happened that slowly dropped Rodrigo Seabra down the field as he sadly connected there with the 112 of Markus Silkunas of Lithuania. That started the chain reaction, unfortunately, and from there on in, for the rest of the next lap, Seabra was fighting a losing battle, and unfortunately the Portuguese driver is now sadly out of the race. That's such a shame. He's been such a great competitor. Over in Germany, he was the rookie champion in OK Junior, so he knows exactly how to get the job done. Just unlucky here at Paul Ricard in the Motorsport Games. But look how close it's got now between France and Brazil. Brazil still leads the way, but France has closed right up. Jules Caranta still feels that there's a chance. We're not even at the halfway stage yet, so there's still a good shot for Jules Caranta to move his way forward and grab the gold medal. He will never have felt more pressure than this. He has competed in several titles over the years. He was a European title winner in the IAME Euro Series this year, and of course all of these karts are powered by that engine, so he knows the power of old. But this is a bigger opportunity than he's ever had in his career. Similar for Gabriel Koenekan of Brazil. These two drivers are going wheel to wheel. It's Brazil versus France for the gold medal in the Sprint Junior here at the FIA Motorsport Games. Bring it on.
Bring it on indeed. The match is on. And the dilemma certainly playing under the helmet of France, Jules Caranta. Shall I try to get my move done as quickly as possible? Shall I wait until the later stages of this race? But look how close they are. He is with 44.8. This is pretty much equal lap time for the two leaders, pulling away from the rest of the field as Andres Cardenas from Peru is still very much in third place. He has 1 second advantage on Mark Dubinsky from Estonia. But those two have not lost contact from each other since the start of the race. Now the pressure is on Brazil. Gabriel Koenekan doing a great job so far into the previous races with 1 win, a second and a third. That put him up the upper part of the class, and now is confirming once again all the good we've been thinking of him. But Jules Caranta, a familiar name in the ranks of international karting, as well as Andres Cardenas and Dubinsky. The battle for France, as Peru and Estonia very much in the mix. But the question is when to pass and where to pass, because this is such a tricky track. I'm quite amazed actually how many overtaking maneuvers we've had since the start of the race at places, especially turn number 1, where we actually didn't see anything happening into the heats. So you can really see and feel that the drivers are giving the absolute best in trying those maneuvers to happen. But Thibaut Ramakers is responding, one of the fastest on track as he keeps on climbing. The young Belgian is in P13 at the moment.
And there is a bit of pressure here now from the competitors, obviously, because we've got 2 nations in the top 3 that have never won a medal at the FIA Motorsport Games before. Brazil and Peru are both in the top 3, and they are yet to take their first medals in the Motorsport Games. France has been on a bit of a rout here on home soil. They really want to get the job done again here in the karting if they can. Belgium picked up the gold in the endurance yesterday for karting, but it's France who has a chance to go for it, and he had to think about it there. Koenekan almost gave him a window of opportunity. So now the battle really is raging between Brazil and France. They're going to work for it on the far side. They come off the 3rd sector, and they will come up and over the top of the brow with exactly 10 laps to go in this final. Koenekan getting a little bit wide on the curbs. Caranta's got him on the run. Up towards turn 1. A little bit of trail braking there for Brazil. No major issues. Caranta of France still hustling his every move. Trying to find the... Oh, that's 2 retirements, unfortunately. Further back. That is game over for Australia and Costa Rica. So Australia and Costa Rica out of the race, I'm afraid. That is game over for both drivers. Peter Andrew Bizanelos of Australia and Diego Ardiles of Costa Rica as they come together, and they are out of the race. Koenekan is already starting to defend a little bit here. It looks like France is going to have a look for the move. Brazil knows he's there. He's going to hold the line for the moment. This is where the battle for the gold really begins. And if they're not careful, Peru is going to sneak in and snatch it from both of them. They've got to be careful. Running wide. They come up and over the top of the crest now. Brazil's going to go defensive. France comes around the outside. Tries to go slow in, fast out. There's no room to maneuver, but here comes Peru. Peru wants to go for the gold medal as well. 3 of them locked in Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, watch out for any bumper contact over there because they're glued together for the past 2 laps. And watch out, Caranta going wide on the way to turn number 7 on the right. That's going to be a tricky part, but he has to shut the door as well because Peru is very much in the mix as well. Watch out for Cardenas around the inside. He goes for P2 side by side, but Caranta is shutting the door on the outside. That was a close first call. Peru very much in the game as Caranta is trying not to lose contact with the lead of Brazil. But look at how close they are. And watch out coming back as well. Aaron Garcia and Mark Dubinski. That's Estonia being the fourth wagon in this first part of the track. On the way to turn number 1. That was close. Caranta goes on the inside and takes the lead.
And Cardenas is going to try and get both of them. Peru tried to get through past both. He has to hang back. Through comes Estonia. All of a sudden, Brazil goes from first to fourth as France hits the front. France takes the lead on home soil. Second now for Peru. Third for Estonia. Fourth place for Brazil, and in fifth place is Israel, and they are all separated now by less than a second. Defensive tactics from Brazil backfire early in the race, and it's not quite going to be a medal yet. There's still time, but Israel's now up alongside Brazil. They get through into fourth position. Good work from Jan Pinto. He's in fourth position, but it's still wide open for the medals. At the moment, it's France ahead of Peru and Estonia. Here's the move. Brazil just too defensive. Look at Peru though, they almost got past France in the same breath, almost 2 into 1. So now Cardenas for Peru is going to have to work his magic, and there's Estonia getting past Brazil as well. All of a sudden, from first down to fourth, and we have still got so much battling to go. Jules Caranta's picked up a warning flag for it.
Oh, we've seen that happening before as well with some of the moves, but unfortunately that's a warning flag for your current leader, France in the lead. Jules Caranta has picked up this flag for the move in turn number 1. What a beautiful battle that is. And around the inside of turn number 12. Oh, diving through. Beautifully made by Jan Pinto. He was indeed making his move up to third on Estonia. So Israel up in the position on the podium.
What a dive from Israel into third position. And don't forget, Israel is still seeking their first FIA Motorsport Games medal, and they could get it done right here, right now, with 6 laps to go on the Circuit Paul Ricard for karting. The fans are loving this on the sidelines. France has the lead at the moment over Peru and Israel, 2 nations that have yet to take a Motorsport Games medal and could do so here on the karting circuit. But Estonia, Brazil and Denmark are still so close, as is Sweden in 7th place with Lindblom. 8th position currently for Spain and Garcia. Slovenia are 9th, and Belgium are all the way up in 10th. Timo Ramakas has made up 12 places. I'll tell you what, they're having a great year in karting, as off goes Pedersen for Denmark. That allows Sweden through into B6. I'll tell you what, Timo Ramakas is making an absolute barnstormer of this.
Yeah, watch out for the young Belgian driver. He's had a massive season in Belgian, vice champion on home soil.
He's now in 8th. He's just made up 2 places on that 1 lap. Ramakas really wants this.
Yeah, there you go. Let's keep an eye as well on this one and how far up he will be able to go after the misfortunes he had in the qualifying heats. But we are far from having seen everything in this final. It can go all over the place. It can be turned upside down in the split of a second, especially in that part of the track. Round the inside, and it's going to be a bit successful. Yes, indeed. Estonia up a position in front of Israel.
Oh, and that's caught out Brazil. Brazil now dropped to 6th position. Sweden have got through into B5. So it's all looking perfectly good for those 4, but not for the Brazilian. Up to 3rd place now comes Dubnitsky for Estonia. They are battling over the bronze medal. It looks as though gold and silver are almost completely secure. It's up to Peru now to keep the flags flying. They're in 2nd position. Peru looking for their first ever medal in the FIA Motorsport Games, and deservedly so it will be. But Sweden fancy their chances of a medal here. Lindblom is charging back. He's in 5th position. He's got time to do something about this. He's having a look on the inside of Israel, who goes defensive. Israel tags with Estonia, and that's Lindblom and Pinto. Sweden and Israel have gone. Oh, disaster for both nations. They were looking so strong. They're going to join Spain, Uzbekistan, Costa Rica, Australia and Portugal on the sidelines. And that promotes Dubnitsky to 3rd position in front of Kunikan of Brazil. Oh, disastrous. But I'm afraid Israel and, well, it's disaster for Israel and Sweden. Both nations gone with 3 laps to go.
That's what we feared might happen actually in this particular sector. Those tight hairpin have seen so many battles and so many good overtaking maneuvers. The yellow flag still being waved. The time for the marshals to remove the carts from Jan Pinto, still very much on the racing line. That's quite a difficult position, isn't it? But the drivers have been warned. They have to reduce the pace and go around the cart of the poor Jan Pinto out of this final. And you can see the despair.
devastated.
You can feel for him after what happened, because he's not particularly responsible. We're going to have to see that again. But as a result, this is a DNF on top of the FIA Motorsport Games for him. He was looking and running so strong into this upper field. But that's part of racing, and racing can be cruel at times.
He really felt that the medal was on there for Israel, and I think I was with him all the way. I think there was a good shot for a medal there for Israel. Let's have a look at it again. They dive through to the inside line. That's a big commitment from Dubnitsky. It catches out. This is the movement a couple of laps before, I think. So that was Dubnitsky on Pinto. We're hopefully going to get to see that in the highlights, but we are going into the final lap. And it looks as though it's yet another moment of joy for France. He only has another 800 meters or so before he cleans up.
Beautiful performance from France's Jules Carenta, who was able to really put himself in the lead and build a gap from then on. More than 1 second on Peru, and Andres Cardenas, Mark Dubnitsky in third. But this will be a brilliant achievement for a driver who we all know about the brilliance in the championship of this season.
The home nation is about to take yet another gold medal here at the Circuit Paul Ricard in the 2022 FIA Motorsport Games. It's gold for France. Jules Carenta a gagné. Victory for Jules Carenta on home soil, and for France, it's a gold medal. The first ever in Karting Sprint Junior goes to Jules Carenta and France. It's silver for Peru, their first ever FIA Motorsport Games. Felipe Massa and Jean Alesi greet them home. It's a bronze medal for Estonia and Mark Dubnitsky, but the gold goes to France. Yet another accolade in this 2022 FIA Motorsport Games for the home nation. Jules Carenta is the king of Sprint Junior. Magnifique.
Allons-y. Allons enfants de la patrie. That's a French anthem for you guys. My part on the anthem, but to celebrate and a well-deserved victory for Jules Carenta and France on home soil. Congratulations to Jules Carenta. Congratulations to his team and mechanic. But what a beautiful final this has been. What a beautiful performance as Jake Jensen going down to the pit lane to try to grab a couple of information. And grab suddenly an interview from our winner of the Sprint Junior Final, winner of the gold medal of the FIA Motorsport Games. Jules Carenta for France is your winner after 26 laps of fury here on the karting track of Paul Ricard. Andres Cardenas for Peru is the winner of the silver medal. Mark Dubnitsky from Estonia running up the top three and the podium with the bronze medal for himself. Then we have Gabriel Koenigan from Brazil in P4. Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark in P5. Then we have Alexander Bekunovic in P6. Tibor Amakas for Belgium in P7. The rest of the classification appearing with Jakub Kamenic from Czech Republic in P8. From Turkey, Alp Ashan Akso in P9. Followed by Markas Silkunas from Lithuania in P10. Then we have Matej Konik in P11. Adija Ibowo in P12, Lois Lizen in P13, Matilda Patz, the only girl that we get to see compete at this level in the junior field, in P14. Then we have Gazi Motlaka in P16, Kimi Tanin from Finland is P16, followed by Ishan Madishin from India in P17. Then we have DJ Nedu, Meja Edgar Rodriguez, Lado Kujanti in P20. Here's the replay and some of the highlights of this junior final. And this was a first attempt of a start with Jules Carenta on the inside for France, with the pole sitter from Brazil, Gabriel Koenigan, on the left side. A pretty good start for everybody into the field on their way to turn number one. No major incident, a bit of wheel banging here and there, but we got to keep everybody on the course of the track into this opening lap. It was up until the passage of turn number 2 and 3. It tangled together with the 1012, unfortunately, that managed to drive on almost 2 wheels. But in the end, for Markas Kilunas, he made it up into P10 at the end of the race. But you could see that it was hectic at all stages of the field into this final. There was no gloves driving from every stage, and the drivers were keen on making those overtaking maneuvers happen at all 4 corners of the track, especially in turn number 1. This particular turn, the hairpin of 11, has seen a lot of battles as well, but the pressure was on the leader, Gabriel Koenigan from Brazil, being harassed by France's Jules Carenta, or future leader or future winner of this final. But before that, he had to go a further move as with the pressure of the rest of the field. The 105, it happened in turn number 1, taking his chance on the inside, and you could see Andres Cadenas from Peru taking not 1 but 2 positions in the process, up to 2nd, and it was the start of disaster for Canigan from Brazil as it dropped down a couple of places into the classification, having to wait for the right moment to move back. Then one of the biggest moments of the race, around the inside, the battle that we saw through Israel and Jan Pinto trying to make his bid through the classification, and then disaster happened, and this incident between Sweden, Scott Lindblom, and Israel, with Jan Pinto both having to watch the rest of the race from the sideline. So it was a double DNF, unfortunately, after showing such a strong pace through the course of the weekend, and you could see the despair from Israel's Jan Pinto after the incident, opposing him to Sweden and Scott Lindblom. But in the end, it was a perfect run to the line and the checkered flag, a gold medal on home soil for Jules Carenta from France after an epic performance in front of Andres Cadenas for Peru and Mark Dudinsky, promoted to P3 with the bronze medal for himself.
It's another gold for France. All the audience here were cheering, weren't they, as he crossed the line?
They were very happy to see another gold for the team. But for Peru, having a silver, that was a fantastic result for those. As you'd expect, the karting was an intense race. Very enjoyable
Full of
to watch.
surprises.
Yeah, it was. But, I mean, the front, it's only in the last third of the race where it started to calm down. But, that early part when Brazil was leading, it was really intense. Great battles there throughout the field. Very exciting to watch. And, I can imagine the seniors have got a tough gig later on to sort of follow that as a great example of how great karting can be.
Well, watching it, I said to you, it looks like so much fun. I can see why youngsters want to get into it. It looks so much fun. I know it's a serious race and I know they're all fighting it out, but it does look fun.
I'm sure every driver on the grid was having the best time of their life. It is really fun, but it's also super, super competitive, even at the age that these kids are at, 13, 14-year-olds in the junior sprint. What I was really noticing is it's the where you learn your racecraft from, and that carries through all the way through your career as you move up, maybe out of karting into single-seaters, into saloon cars or GT cars. But the racecraft that you learn in karting is the backbone of everything that we do further on in our careers, because it's so intense and because it's close quarters all the time. And what's interesting is you think actually when they move out of the karting into single-seaters, they need to get rid of some of that robustness in their driving, because you can't get away with the things that you can in karting in a single-seater, for example, as we mentioned yesterday.
Well, we saw that in the KCM GF4, yes. But is it as painful for a younger driver as it is? I know that when an older person gets in a kart, they say, oh, my back, I'm bruised, whatever. They are getting knocked around a lot.
They are.
Is it as painful for them?
I'm sure it is. But what I can remember when I did karting, I didn't do it anywhere near the level that these guys are doing at the moment. But one time was a clay pitching circuit, great circuit in the UK, bitterly cold winter day. And I can remember at the end of a practice session, it would have only been like 15 minutes or something like that. And I couldn't get my hands off the steering wheel. I'd been holding on so tight. The cold wind has sort of frozen there. My dad had to rub my hands to be able to release it. But I do remember you could be out for a kart weekend and you'd be battered and bruised on the Monday after. But it hurts more now as an older person racing. When you go indoor karting for fun now, you really do feel it. So I think, they do feel it. They're bouncing around 26 laps around a really technical track like that with a lot of bouncing and curbs, etc. They're going to feel it after the intense weekend they've had.
You've got a son and a daughter, and they've started karting now, haven't they?
They have.
Is it anywhere near that level?
No, definitely not. So we've only been 4 times with both of them. It was my daughter's birthday 10 yesterday, so we've taken them along, just introduced them to it. They're just starting to get to that phase where they want to go faster and faster. So I don't know what the journey will be. Maybe it'll be just a bit of fun every now and again, or maybe the bug will bite and they're going to want to have a racing career. So at the moment, I'm just letting them decide what they want to do. But it's really great seeing them out in a go-kart. It's the purest form of motor racing. It really is. So if they do get that bug, then I'll be a happy dad, because owning a go-kart, having it in the workshop at home, it'd be a fun thing to have.
Tinkering around.
Yes.
Well, as Darren said, the seniors have got a lot of work for them. Next up now is the karting sprint seniors final.
What a fantastic spectacle awaits us here on the karting circuit, Paul Ricard, just beside the main sports car circuit. We are ready in fantastic fashion for the FIA Motorsport Games Karting Sprint Senior. There could be a little bit of history made on this starting grid. Belgium and Spain find themselves on the front row of the grid, with Sweden and Germany on the second row. But there is a whole host of nations that are flirting with their first medal in FIA Motorsport Games. From P5 on the grid, Sri Lanka, P6 on the grid, Israel, P7 on the grid, Chile, and P8 on the grid, Hungary. There are so many great opportunities in this field for some great battles out on the course. 32 laps of this phenomenal race circuit to come, and it's definitely going to be very intriguing to see how it plays out. Wow, I am so excited for this one. This particular race circuit has already given us plenty of excitement through the Motorsport Games. Belgium took the karting endurance gold yesterday, and just a few minutes ago, Jules Caranta of France gave the gold medal with the congratulations, the personal congratulations of Ferrari Formula One driver Jean Alesi from back in the day. This is a big one. There are so many nations that have the opportunity to get the top spot. And you have so much competition, even in the top 10 of this starting grid. Elie Goldstein, the grandson of the 5-time karting world champion Francois Goldstein, lines up in pole position. A great opportunity to add his name to the Karting Hall of Fame with this gold medal. Nacho Tunion, second on the grid for Spain. He has an amazing opportunity to give Spain their first gold. They've had plenty of silvers, plenty of bronzes. This is their chance to go for gold. Third on the grid for Sweden, Joel Bergström. They have come so close to the top spot so many times, but this is their best chance yet, and Sweden has only one objective: gold. That's what they want. That's what they're going to strive to achieve. On fourth on the grid, Max Schleimer is going to be there in fourth position on the starting grid. He's been Mr. Consistency through the course of this week, and he has given us so much excitement out on the course. So now he's going to be pushing for the top spot. But there are so many talents further back. Ivan David of Sri Lanka, Ariel Elkin of Israel, Gustavo Suarez of Chile, Balázs Jarancic of Hungary, Adrijas Rimkevicius of Lithuania, and the fast female from Estonia, Carmen Krav. They all have a chance to get onto the medals here. Karl Kumaran of India is there, as is Oscar Wirtz of Austria, the younger brother of Charlie Wirtz, who was in F4 earlier, and of course the son of the Le Mans 24-hour king, Alex Wirtz. There is so much talent on this starting grid. This is going to be one of the toughest, roughest, fastest, most furious races of the FIA Motorsport Games. I can't pick a winner. Guillaume Alvarez, have you got any better idea than me?
To be honest with you, I don't have a clue about who can actually win this race. There's so many contenders, so many names that can finish with the gold medal around their necks. And this is going to be a beautiful spectacle with a total of 32 laps. This is certainly one of the longest finals we're going to actually commented, the two of us, Jixon and myself, Guillaume Alvarez. So this is going to be a great spectacle. Stay with us until the end. A very nice family picture with some of the FIA officials, with Pasquale, our race director, Simone, as well as Ross and Jamie from the RGMMC group team. So a very fantastic display of flags, talents and colors from all four corners of the world, with 30 nations represented. And look at the crowd that we have. Look at the number of people gathering along around the karting track of Paul Ricard. We've had an immense success all throughout the week and in this weekend here in Paul Ricard, not only on the karting track but all over the place on the F1 circuit, as well as through the different 16 series that we had the pleasure of see at the best level for the second edition of the FIA Motorsport Games. But now things are getting serious once again. We're counting the seconds before the green signal, before the green flag will be waved into the air, and the young lions about to be unleashed for 32 laps of intense racing. This will be Belgium against Spain on the upper part of the grid. The front row has never looked better than this one, but how many contenders behind can give them a rough time? Ariel Elkin from Israel is one of them. Ivan David from Sri Lanka, another. Maximilian Schleimer from Germany. Joel Bergström from Sweden, who is more than eager certainly to recover the time that he lost in a very, very difficult last qualifying heat, and a penalty that he had picked up that cost him one of the victories in the qualifying races. So Hungary is there for the taking. There's only 3 medals, the gold, the silver and the bronze, to be awarded at the end of those 32 laps. only 3 people out of those 30 will get to step on the podium in the fan zone, in the heart of the action at the Olympics of Motorsport. 30 seconds left, my dear Jake. We're ready. Everybody's ready. If you are here with us, this is a good choice to follow with us the FIA Motorsport Games senior final of karting.
This is such a tough race to predict. This is not just about who starts on the front row of the grid, not just about who's tenacious in the middle of the gaggle up front, but also who can look after their tyres for those 32 laps, who can stay patient, who can stay positive, who can stay disciplined. This is about the toughest, roughest race you're going to see in the FIA Motorsport Games 2022. The Sprint Senior Final, the first ever for senior OK drivers at gold medal status in the FIA Motorsport Games. Bring it on! Belgium and Spain on the front row, Sweden and Germany, then Sri Lanka and Israel, Chile and Hungary, Lithuania and Estonia, India and Austria, then Hong Kong, China and Slovakia, Denmark and Brazil, Kuwait and Poland, Indonesia and Australia, then Venezuela alongside Ukraine, Barbados and Malta, Portugal and Chinese Taipei, Nigeria, Mozambique, Costa Rica and Panama. This is the one they've all been building up to. And for Ellie Goldstein and Nasha Tunion on the front row of the grid, not only do they expect, their nation expects. Bring it on.
The decor is set, the actors are on track for the warm-up laps, and I do hope that you guys have a good position, have a good seat around the track or in front of your TV screen. Thank you once again for tuning in wherever you are in the world for the Olympics of Motorsport edition number 2. 3 years ago, we were in Vallelunga in Italy. This time around, for the first time, in Marseille on the beautiful Paul Ricard complex. 3 tracks that we had this weekend, 72 nations, 16 series, and 4 only in car racing with the karting slalom, the karting endurance that crowned Belgium yesterday, and 2 sprint classes, the junior that we had just before and the senior, to conclude the show on a high. Who to pick the gold medal? Belgium has already won. Spain is certainly chasing after its first in karting. Nacho Tunion, Ellie Goldstein on the first row of the grid. 964 meters through 13 corners. That's the challenge, and all those drivers are certainly up for the task. One of them actually was quite late to the party, is trying to join the back end of the grid. Let's hope that he will be with us for the rolling start in just a few moments.
That's the Nigerian Philip Ganna. Hopefully he'll be there in position from the start. Belgium versus Spain on the front row of the grid. This is the race for the gold medal. The FIA Motorsport Games Sprint Senior Karting Final. Are you ready? Let's go racing next time. Anticlimax. Always the way in karting. If it's a false start, they send them round again. I genuinely thought we were ready to go there, but with Philip Ganna out of position, the Nigerian, they want to give him the chance to get back into position, and so they'll go round one more time. Only 45 seconds or so these laps, so obviously you've got a little bit of time to play with, but wonderful to see this event. Certainly in the junior final we had Felipe Massa, our former FIA karting president here, alongside his good buddy and fellow former Ferrari Formula 1 driver, Jean Alesi.
And we also have Mr. Stefan Rattel himself, the head of SRO Motorsport Group, the man responsible for all this ever since the first edition of the FIA Motorsport Games, is here with us to follow on the sideline the final, and it's going to be an epic spectacle.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Rattel. We are so grateful, not just for the plethora of the karting, but also for the Motorsport Games as a whole. What a fantastic event it has been. Time to fight for gold. Belgium versus Spain, Sweden, Germany, Sri Lanka, Israel, Chile, Hungary, Lithuania and Estonia giving chase. Jake Sanson and Guillaume Alvarez with you for this epic final. The race for the gold medal. Who's going to go for it? Let's find out. Here we go. Up to the first corner. A great start for Belgium. Sweden's going to get through to second position if they can just squeeze out Spain through turn 1. There's a spin already, and there's 2 karts in trouble right at the first bout. That is a problem already for Ukraine, and I think also in there for Venezuela. It's not Ukraine, my apologies, that is the 225. So that
Maloney from Barbados.
Yeah, that's Barbados. And there's more problems further round. We've got 2 more karts involved. That is Australia for Eva Anagnostadius. And also there's 3 more karts involved. Goodness me, an absolute, there's more than 3.
6 in total, I think.
There's about 6 or 7 karts down there. All sorts of drama. So Denmark has gone, Brazil, so too has Kuwait, Australia, Venezuela, Barbados, Portugal, Nigeria and Mozambique. What a disaster. So many drivers trying to get themselves back into the hunt as well. And that looks like Spain. Spain is gone. That's Nacho Tunion from the front row of the grid. Yellow flags around the course, but Nacho Tunion, the chance of a gold medal for Spain, extinguishes at the bottom end of the circuit. And it looks as though Sweden is down there as well. Sweden and Spain have both gone. Massive, massive drama in this final. And look who's in second behind Belgium. It's Sri Lanka with Jevan David in second place ahead of Israel's Ariel Elkin. Oh my goodness, this race just went nuclear.
Goodness me, they're gonna give us a heart attack by the end of the final, but it's getting out of hand. The 210 as well on your picture. The list is endless actually about the drivers having to retire. We have not even completed the first 2 laps of this race. Full Coursiello on the track. The time for the marshals to remove all the cart and unfortunate drivers. What a ton of event. Pretty much all the rivals of Belgium are out of this race, promoting Sri Lanka and Ariel Elkin from Israel up into second and third. But what on earth happened between Sweden and Spain? Joel Bergström and Nacho Tunion are out of this race. They were the strongest contenders. They had all the chances to give a hard time to Belgium and Ellie Goldstein, but they're gonna have none chance at all in the end.
Well, we started this race with 30 karts. We now have 19 still running, would you believe? Christian Boucher of Mozambique is gone. Philip Gunner of Nigeria. Francisca Queiroz of Portugal. She was looking good for a decent result. Callum Maloney, the younger brother of Zayn from Barbados, sadly out. Andres Adilas of Venezuela is out. Ava Anagnostiadis of Australia is out. Fahad Al-Khaled of Kuwait is out. Joao Maranhão of Brazil is out. Valdemar Agerholm of Denmark is out. And we're looking at it again on the stream. As you can see, Tunion and Bergström, Spain and Sweden out as well. 2 of the favourites for the gold medal. Sadly, their dream ends in tatters on the sidelines as we get ready for another yellow flag lap. We're not quite cleaned up yet. This is going to give a bit of an advantage to the leaders up front because they won't have to look after the tyres for as long. But in terms of the drama, oh, we seem to have lost Oscar Wirtz. The Austrian Oscar Wirtz has gone as well.
What on earth is happening in this final? This is driver number 12 that we're about to lose after not even 3 laps completed. This must be the most difficult start of a final that we have ever seen, with up to 12 drivers out of contention before the first 4 laps completed out of 32. Massive, massive ton of event and crashes are happening all over the place. My goodness me, as some of the contenders are out of the race already. We're still under full course yellow conditions as we speak now. Let's see what happened. This is the start, as you can see at the back end of the grid. Some of the drivers got tangled and one is spinning on the inside. That's the start of chaos with a couple of drivers, 2 of them compromised at the first corner, and then it happened in turn number 2 and 3 that up to 7 drivers were involved in the same tussle.
Yeah, that's where we lost Barbados and Venezuela, but by the time we came around turn 3 there was already another 7 of them out on the spot, and then we lost Spain and Sweden in a collision, and now we seem to have lost the Austrian Oscar Wirtz as well. We've only got 18 of the 30 starters left, and this is lap 5 of 32. My goodness me, this is going to be a bit of a demolition derby if we're not careful. But the quality of the drivers up at the front end should more than make up for it. You've got Belgium still leading the way for Ellie Goldstein, Sri Lanka in second for Jevan David, Ariel Elkin in third for Israel. 2 nations there, by the way, Sri Lanka and Israel, that have yet to score a medal in the FIA Motorsport Games. Cometh the hour, cometh the men, as Goldstein backs them up. I think we're going to go racing this time. He gets on the throttle out of the final turn, and it's green, 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 green at Paul Ricard. We are racing once again here in the final. And up to the first corner immediately. Israel goes for second. Lovely move. Up into P2 past Sri Lanka. And this is their best chance yet, Israel, of a gold medal. Elkin can sense it. He can feel it. And he knows it's coming. Game on.
Game on indeed. Beautifully made from Ariel Elkin and Sri Lanka. Jevan David, 2 former members of the Academy Trophy 2020 for Ariel Elkin, with a win in Lonato, the first ever driver from Israel to win an international race in karting. And there he is against Jevan David, who's shown as well in the Academy Trophy last season. 2 former teammates as well at VDK Racing, Ariel Elkin and Ellie Goldstein. Let's remember that as well. But the battle is on. The 202 further back. This is Rimkevicius and Maximilian Schleimer battling along for P5, as the German, I think, went ahead. No, he's still behind in P6. My apologies. Carmen Krav in 7 from Estonia. Then we have Hungary. as well as Capo Yu in 9th place, and 10th position is Matis Borek at the moment. But Ariel Elkin from Israel had the right move. He didn't wait any longer. As soon as the green flag was waving, he went for the attack on turn number 1, and this is certainly the best choice he's made, because look at him actually getting close to the lead.
I can see all three of these guys making their way to the medal ceremony later. They might not get caught by the rest of the field here. A fantastic charge forward. Meanwhile, you've got Chile in 4th place for Suarez. Germany are in 5th for Schleimer. 6th is Lithuania for Rimkevicius. And then in 7th place, it is the talented Estonian lady, Carmen Krav. She's been given a gift-wrapped opportunity here to go for the top 5, and she's taking it. And up to 8th place comes Yu Po of Hong Kong, China. He's come through into 8th place. Jorancic is still there in 9th for Hungary, and then it is the Slovakian Matis Borek who is there in 10th position. So a great charge forward, but Jovan David now sets the fastest lap from the Slalom Motorsports Club. He is pushing all the way for Sri Lanka. The big opportunity for his nation. He is a bit of a sensation out there in Sri Lanka. The first major international motorsport star. He's already been lighting it up in the last couple of seasons in international karting, but he is staring a medal in the face. He said to me before the start of this race, he said, I'm going to get a medal. I don't even know how it's going to happen, but I'm getting a medal. I will not finish this race until I cross the line in the top 3 with a medal. It's going to happen. And he clearly knew exactly what was coming.
Let's see what's going to happen as well. We have a second wagon full of battles and expectation. The 204 on your picture. This is Andris Rimkevicius, indeed, from Lithuania, battling along in P6. Ariel Elkin from Israel, putting out the fastest lap out there in 44.3. He's trying to get close to the rest of the field, trying to put the pressure on your leader, Eli Gostein from Belgium. And you can see he was able to put himself a bit of a gap. 4 tenths, there's pretty much nothing actually, but Elkin from Israel is having to defend as well against Jovan David from Sri Lanka. Those two are going to give us one heck of a battle for the next few laps. You can see Elkin watching over his shoulder. Watch out on the way to turn number 1. Both carrying a good momentum into the first sector. They're not quite able for Jovan David to make his move, but we have seen plenty of actions in different sectors, in different corners. Turn number 10, turn number 11 and 12 on the last part of the track are those spots to keep an eye on. And it's fair to say that Goldstein is right now responding to the fastest lap of Ariel Elkin, and he's pulling away just a tiny bit up close to 6 tenths of a second now. He's taking advantage clearly of the situation that we have with Ariel Elkin having to go defensive against Jovan David. As we
That's Gustavo Suarez. Gustavo Suarez in 5th place for Chile. He's got a technical flag. Now, that's disastrous. Gustavo Suarez is going to be out of this race with a technical flag. Now, let's see what's happened to him. His bumper is dragging behind him. That's why. Oh, look at that. Absolutely blatant. Gustavo Suarez, the technical flag. It's dangerous. It's hanging off the back of the car. And Chile's chance of a medal is now over as well. They are going to be the 13th retirement in this final. Such a bitter disappointment for Gustavo Suarez and Chile.
Yeah, it actually has 3 laps maximum to get back to the pits under the mechanical flag, and he has to do that without losing any time, because it could be dangerous if he loses the rear bumper on the track on the racing line with another driver. That could actually be quite costly for any of the pursuers. So hopefully he's aware by now, but if he doesn't get back into the pit within those 3 laps, he might actually get the back flag.
He's back right off. It's all over, and Gustavo Suarez knows it. What a shame for the Chilean. Oh, he had a great chance of a medal here today, and it just didn't quite work out his way. Meanwhile, we've got the Estonian and the Hungarian battling away. There is Gustavo Suarez. He realizes what's wrong, and he knows that it's all over for the medal. Once that's gone, is there any worth getting back out there? What a shame for Gustavo Suarez. Well, we were just seeing briefly there that Estonia and Hungary are having a great battle. That's Carmen Krav, and she is battling away with Balázs Jorancic. So Balázs Jorancic, the Hungarian, trying to get past her, but she has really taken this opportunity by the throat as well, and she is trying to work her way back into the top 5. As coming back out onto the circuit again, Gustavo Suarez. Okay, so that's interesting. The Chilean gets back on track in front of Max Schleimer. Rejoins, lets him go, but he rejoins exactly where he was. So that's interesting. What are they up to?
Yeah, what are they up to? Let's see what's going to happen with him. But at least we could understand easily that at such an early point in the race, we have almost 20 laps left to the checkered flag, and is certainly more than willing to give himself a bit more track time and
yeah, he's letting everybody
finishing his weekend as high as he can expect. But
he's letting everybody go. This isn't malicious. This isn't trying to get revenge on anybody. He just wants to get out there and race. He wants to finish the job. Fair play to him. That's good sportsmanship and good spirit of competition from Gustavo Suarez. He rejoins, but he does not impede anybody. He lets them all go, and he's just going to run his own race and get out there and finish for the pride of Chile. Fair play to him. That's the spirit of competition shown glaring in the public eye here on the FIA Motorsport Games. What a fantastic competitor. Now, if I'm Yvan David, I'm sitting right in behind the Israeli Ariel Elkin and letting him do the hard work for the next 10 laps, because you don't want to spend too long dicing and racing with your competitor. You're going to lose ground to the leader. If I'm Yvan David, he's going to go for it. David's going to go for it on the inside. He's going to get back alongside, and they actually bang wheels. So Israel and Sri Lanka dueling for second position. Sri Lanka clearly feeling that Israel were not going fast enough to catch up after Belgium. And Ariel Elkin taps his helmet. Think about this. Think about the long game. Let's not get into a silly war. Let's go after Belgium as a unit.
Sri Lanka, Israel, round one to the advantage of Israel, still in second place. That was the first warning from Yvan David. That was a good attempt, wasn't it, into diving into the hairpin of turn number 11, but you could easily see that by doing so, he was carrying too much momentum on the exit. They couldn't actually close the door quite enough. That's what Ariel Elkin was expecting. We've seen those moves quite a number of times throughout the qualifying heats. So it was there for the taking, was there to get the position back. So let's see if Yvan David is going to keep on repeating the same maneuver. And look at that, the tangled together, the number of cars on the sideline. There's more cars, pretty much as many cars on the sideline than they are on track. We have 16, 17 drivers remaining onto the track at the moment.
I tell you what, Rimkevicius very nearly joined them because he's battling away with Yu Kapo. Yu Kapo is having a fantastic race, the Hong Kong-China driver, doing a fantastic job, up to 5th position now. So Yu Kapo, who has been there or thereabouts in the lower end of the midfield, he's not really put on much of a show so far this week, but in the final, he's doing a terrific job. Yu Kapo now finds himself in 5th place in front of Adrijus Rimkevicius of Lithuania. So that could be an interesting surprise at the end of the race. Can he catch up to Germany in 4th place? Because Max Schleimer is there having a good run. There they go. And also behind, you've got Krav and Jurancic. There's Borec. And you can also just about make out Dmitry Muravchik of Ukraine in the top 10 there as well. Here's the battle for 5th. There's Yu Kapo in front of Rimkevicius, and then Krav and Jurancic. 9th is Borec, and 10th is Muravchik in front of Adrian Labuda. But the battle for 2nd place, the battle for silver, could well become the battle for gold if they just team up and work together. We are halfway through this sprint senior final in the 2022 FIA Motorsport Games at Paul Ricard.
16 laps down out of 32 indeed, and good to see indeed Yu Kapo from Hong Kong, China, making his way up to 5th, having climbed 8th position. Around the inside goes the 218, beautifully made, and this is further back in the classification, isn't it?
No, they've done it again. They've swapped positions again. This is Israel and Sri Lanka. They've done it again and swapped positions for the 2nd time, and yet again Israel manages to retaliate to Sri Lanka. So this is a fascinating duel between these two. Twice now, Yvan David has made that bid into turn 11, and on the consecutive corner, turn 12, Ariel Elkin is able to steal it back again. This is a fascinating duel, and what an amazing podium this is going to be if it ends like this. Goldstein will follow in his grandfather's footsteps to claim an FIA title and a gold medal in the FIA Motorsport Games. The first time that a karting sprint senior category for OK drivers has ever been held in his first ever OK senior appearance. The last time he drove OK was in juniors back in 2017. So an amazing opportunity for Eli Goldstein, the 19-year-old Belgian, to give them a gold medal. They only got their first gold medal in the FIA Motorsport Games yesterday with the endurance team made up of Antoine Mollet, Jeremy Pecklers, Sita van Meert, and Maxime Drion. Thank you. It's been a long weekend. But now there's going to be a big challenge for the drivers further back. There's still a lot of battles. This is Estonia versus Hungary for 7th. This is Carmen Krav, and she is driving beautifully up against Balázs Jurancic. And Jurancic just can't quite get close enough to her. She really has put on a show here, Carmen Krav. Again, 3rd time of asking for Sri Lanka, and this time he's through. This time Sri Lanka gets in a 2nd place past Israel. So now the battle rages for silver, but for the 3rd time of asking, it's Yvan David who makes the move and makes it stick. Sri Lanka now have the silver.
Round number 3 at the advantage of Sri Lanka this time around. It was a bit of a dilemma, wasn't it? We had a temptation to find and to keep on looking to the other battles, as we're going to see the move once again. Beautifully made around the inside of turn number 11, and this is a move from Yevan David from Sri Lanka. He was able to shut that door and prevent any overtaking from Ariel Elkin from Israel, because that's what we've seen happening in the first 2 attempts. But this time around, Sri Lanka is up a place. It's all down to Ariel Elkin to try and tight bid again in the same sector, potentially, if he's able to carry enough momentum on the fast start-finish straight on the way to turn number 1. That maybe an open door coming his way right now, but not quite enough at this time of speaking. This is 20 laps down, 12 remaining on the course. But Sri Lanka and Israel, the battle is raging for P2, and it goes the way of Heli Goshen and Belgium, 1.9 seconds as we speak. So he's nowhere to be seen. Heli Goshen is doing his bit, keeping his head down and praying for those two to keep on battling as much as possible, because in the meantime he can go qualifying lap after qualifying lap. Not to push too much though, because you don't want to go for the mistake or not doing, there's always a temptation to do too much to impress, of course. But this time around, those two are going to keep battling for P2, and there's a temptation to keep looking somewhere else, but we might see another move coming between Sri Lanka and Israel. So keep the eyes open.
But I tell you what, everybody back home in Colombo and Tel Aviv are going to be on the edge of their seats right now. That's all the seat you're going to need for the end of this final. We've got a battle going on down the straight. That's Poland versus Costa Rica. Costa Rica trying to bounce back into this one, having almost run off the road completely at the start. A good comeback actually for Gabriel Kawa. He was there at the first corner having problems with Barbados, and has managed to get himself back into the mix here, and is now battling for 12th with Poland's Adrian Labuda. So a great little battle here towards the end of it, but there are 11 laps to go. Goldstein has 1.9 seconds. Everybody back home in Sri Lanka is going to be delighted with this boy. There are 22.1 million people in Sri Lanka. They'll all be jubilant. And here comes the move. It's a nice one from Labuda to defend, but Kawa's got him. Costa Rica gets through past Poland. A great duel, and Gabriel Kawa gets it.
Yeah, beautifully made indeed. On the outside of turn number 13, all he has to do is to keep a steady line and shut all the doors, keep him at bay as long as possible. But Goldstein, in the meantime, 1.8 seconds. Yevan David and Ariel Elkin, Sri Lanka in front of Israel. The 204 on your picture. Further back in the classification, this is Andres Rimkevich from Lithuania in P6 at the moment. Let's see what he can do in this race. At the moment, he has a 2.7 second advantage on the Common Krav in P7. Balas Jurancic from Hungary is P8. Matus Borek is P9, and we have Dimitro Muskacic from Ukraine in P10 at the moment.
I'm so impressed with Kuyapo. We just saw him going through turn 1 there. The Hong Kong China ace is doing just an incredible job. There he is. What an amazing turnaround of events this is for Yu Kapo. He's not in the medal position, but he's there in the top 5, and this is such a turnaround. He's been 12th, 13th, 14th at best through the qualifying heats. Suddenly, the carnage and the confusion has given him the opportunity to shine, and he was about 9th at the end of the first lap. So this is not by accident. Yu Kapo has suddenly realised there's a window of opportunity here. I'm going to put on a show, and I'm going to let everybody know what I can do. And everybody back home in Hong Kong, China, having an absolute rout with him, loving every single lap of this. Rimkevich is there in 6th. There's Carmen Krav in 7th, in front of Borancic, then Boric, then Moravcik. And in 11th position, by the way, it is Chinese Taipei for Ting Chu Chun. 12th is Gabriel Kawa for Costa Rica. 13th, Poland with Adrian Labuda. 14th is the Indonesian Kanan Sini. And then India's Karl Kumaran is in 15th in front of the Maltese Lucas Pace. But what a fantastic battle. Unfortunately, joining the Chilean Gustavo Suarez on the sidelines. We've just lost Valentin Flamini as well, the Panamanian. And they've had a strong karting season, don't forget. Just 2 weeks ago, Panama won its first ever international karting title at Le Mans in the IWF with their young charge, Gianmatteo Russo. So that's a country that you're going to need to keep an eye on in motorsport over the next few years. Panama is suddenly starting to churn out some megastars. But certainly there's one megastar up at the front, Ellie Goldstein, and he wants to add another gold medal to Belgium's talent. They've already taken gold in both TCR and karting endurance. Now they want to do so in karting sprint senior.
And they've had a silver medal as well in one of the other series in karting slalom, and a bronze medal in the autocar, in the cross car junior. So a good collection of results and achievement for Belgium, and one more to come with Eli Goldstein. If he keeps it steady, he keeps it head down. 1.5 seconds and still less than 6 laps to go before a checkered flag. Talking briefly about some of the nations that we don't get to see quite often competing at this level. From Barbados, we had Maloney, the brother of Zayn Maloney, Callum Maloney, that unfortunately had to retire quite early into this final. But Callum Maloney is the brother of Zayn Maloney that used to be competing in the FIA Karting Championship with FIA Motorsport. You might remember his name as the results and the achievement he's been putting for the past few years. Is the vice champion of F3 after showing wonders as well in F4 and Formula Regional, and on his way potentially to Formula 2. And he's here this weekend giving support to his brother. So always nice, as we said, to see former drivers coming back to karting and giving support.
I'm reliably informed that the TCR Gold hasn't been decided yet. That was the qualifying race that Gilles Magnus got the victory in, so he's got that gold medal to come. But obviously Vantor has just taken pole position for the GT Sprint Gold as well. So this could be an absolute clean sweep of so many events. And Belgium has just scored a silver as well in the karting slalom, by the way. Team Germany picking up the gold for Sebastian Romberg and Annika Spielberger, ahead of Belgium for Romy de Groot and Dario Pemov, with Poland picking up the bronze. That's Emilia Ursula Rotko and Karol Kroll. So great performances from them in karting slalom. So Belgium could be about to get 3 medals out of 4 here in karting. What an amazing performance it's been from them. Karting endurance went their way yesterday, of course, for Maxime Trion, Jeremy Pecklers, Sita van Meert, and of course their 4th man in. You're going to help me again. Antoine Mollet. I will get all 4 of them in one sitting. I will, before the end of this weekend. But Sri Lanka and Israel are about to make history here in 2nd and 3rd with 4 laps to go, as they could get their nation's first ever FIA Motorsport Games medals.
Let's not forget the young Thibaut Ramakers representing Belgium in junior. Didn't have the results he had expected despite some strong performances and a good recovery in the final. But a DNF and some difficulties in the qualifying heat prevented him from shining at the forefront, which he did throughout the course of the season on national soil.
Yeah, fair play to Thibaut Ramakers, actually. He climbed all the way to 7th place in the final just a few minutes ago. Considering he started back in 22nd, I don't think you're going to see many drives as good as that in the FIA Motorsport Games, although of course Ting Chu Chun and Gabriel Kawa have made up 15 places each in this race as well. So great performances. Ariel Elkin, the young man from Tel Aviv in Israel, having had a fantastic karting journey over these last 4 seasons. He went from an absolute no-name. Nobody knew who he was. Nobody knew what he could do. And he has since gone to represent his country in the Academy Trophy, won the final round at Lonato in 2020. He has since made switches to the VDK squad last year and to the TB Kart squad this year. And he races everything. He races senior, he races Ayami, he races Gearbox. This man is one of the stars of world karting. He could rewrite history, this man, in the next few years. He could win multiple world and European titles for years to come. And I have a feeling that Ariel Elkin definitely has a massive future in motorsport, whether it's in karting or cars. Yavan David of Sri Lanka doing a magnificent job as well in 2nd place. Sri Lanka's first motorsport megastar. 22.1 million people back home in Sri Lanka are going to be ecstatic. But the man in the lead, Eli Goldstein, rewriting the family legacy again.
And knowing Ariel Elkin as we do, the bronze medal tastes good, but not as good certainly as silver. He has only 3 little tenths of a second of gap behind Yavan David, so I'm pretty sure it's not quite over yet. We're getting the checkered flag in just a few moments for Eli Goldstein, but could the battle for P2 and the silver medal could be put on its head once again? The final lap we're entering right now, ladies and gentlemen, 1.3 seconds. That should be enough for Eli Goldstein and Belgium to seal the deal and claim their first ever gold medal in the sprint final for the senior category. Yavan David and Elkin, Sri Lanka in front of Israel. The last bit of a battle for the last few corners of what has been an ecstatic final. Despite losing so many drivers, the battle up front has been immense.
This is going to be one of the most joyful podiums in motorsport history. Through the final section, Eli Goldstein is about to make it 2 golds for Belgium in karting in 2022 in the FIA Motorsport Games. It's gold for Belgium! Eli Goldstein wins the gold here in Paul Ricard in the 22 FIA Motorsport Games. He wins gold in Sprint Senior. Sri Lanka takes silver. Israel takes bronze. History is made for 3 brilliant nations. Belgium gold again. Sri Lanka and Israel make history, their first ever medals in the FIA Motorsport Games for the superstars Jevan David and Ariel Elkin. But it's joy, unblemished, untamed, superlative joy and ecstatic scenes coming the way of Ellie Goldstein for Belgium. What a result!
What a beautiful result that is. It makes me feel like singing once again the Belgian anthem, but I won't do that this time around. For your ears, that's better. But congratulations to Ellie Goldstein and Belgium sealing the deal once again. Another gold medal after yesterday's endurance race during 4 hours. Now, Goldstein wins the sprint race after 32 laps of pure domination in front of Jevan David from Sri Lanka and Ariel Elkin from Israel. Here's the classification in full. Goldstein, Jevan David, Ariel Elkin, your gold, silver and bronze medal winners at the end of the sprint senior final. Fourth place, 2.7 seconds down, is Maximilian Schlemmer from Germany. Then we have Yu Capo from Hong Kong, China. Ardius Rimkevich from Lithuania in P6, followed by Carmen Kraft from Estonia. Then we have Balas Juransky from Hungary, Matus Borec in P9, as well as Dimitro Murashvich from Ukraine in P10. Just outside of it, we have Tin Chu in P12, Adrian Labuda in P12, P11 and 12, followed by Gabriel Kauer. We have Kenan Reza Sini, as well as Kyle Kumaran. Luca Pace is the first of the drivers, unfortunately, who didn't make it through the race. We only have 15 drivers left out of 30. Pretty much half of the field has been out of this race. So incredible turn of event, incredible switch of positions, as we had some incidents, as such a chaos happening in the opening stages of this race. But in the end, it was here the start of the race. Let's have a quick look at some of the replays and some of the highlights of this race. The start was pretty decent for Ellie Goldstein, being a little bit pushed on the inside of turn number 1. Chaos starting between two of the drivers that we lost at the opening corner. This was the 207 of Andres Eduardo Ardiles and the 225 that we lost as well, Callum Maloney from Barbados. Chaos happened again, and two of the strongest contenders in the field, with Nacho Tunan from Spain and Joel Dershon from Sweden getting along and getting in an incident, unable to keep on going to this final. So double DNF, two of the strongest contenders that we have seen competing and fighting at the front all throughout the weekend, unable to see it through after less than 2 laps into this final. And Nacho Tunan has been trying to get back onto the race, but it was too late, and the engine was saying no to him, unfortunately. So a lot of chaos, a lot of carnage into the opening stages of this race, and it was all down to the drivers at the front to go for the show. Ariel Elkin, representing Israel, made a beautiful recovery, battling along to fight for position against Jevan David from Sri Lanka. In 3 attempts, Ariel Elkin tried to make his way through, but on the third, it was enough for the Sri Lankan star to make it up to P2 in that particular sector in turn number 11. After 2 failed attempts, Sri Lanka and Jevan David were up into second, sealing the deal and shutting the door with enough momentum. In the end, it was a victory for Ellie Goldstein, punching the air with joy. Fantastic victory with Belgium and Ellie Goldstein, and a fantastic display of talents and flags on and off the track, followed by a lot of people live from the karting track of Paul Ricard. And this was a beautiful, beautiful gesture of fair play. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for following the final of the sprint category here for the senior category. Thank you very much indeed, as we're going to hear some more from the winner of this final for Belgium, Ellie Goldstein, and maybe hopefully from some of the contenders and the drivers on the podium. Thank you very much indeed, and see you next time in 2024 for some more karting action as part of the FIA Motorsport Games.
We did say the seniors had a lot to prove after that junior race. The karting sprint definitely brings a lot of entertainment, doesn't it, Darren?
Yeah, I was expecting the seniors to put on a more sensible show, but with 11 going out on the first lap, and obviously at the end of the race, only 15 making it to the flag. So yeah, a race full of carnage, but a great result for Belgium there, but also Sri Lanka and Israel getting their first medal. So a really wonderful podium to see in the senior sprint sprint race for the karting there.
Making it onto the medal table. Now joining us here in the studio is Kristaps Plush, the gold medalist from Latvia in the drifting. Hello, welcome.
Hi.
You were just saying to Darren, what? 11 out?
Yeah, that's a pretty bloody race. Only half of the participants finish it. So
First lap.
definitely excited.
Now, it's lovely to meet you. We haven't had the opportunity to speak to you yet, but we have all learnt a lot about drifting over these games, and it's really had it's great attention. The fans love it.
Yeah, definitely. This is a sport to watch, and I'm happy that FIA start to be more involved in drifting, because this is definitely sport for the fans, and it's very spectacular, and it's just still getting bigger and bigger.
Before we look at your winning runs, how did you get into drifting?
I started, well, my motorsport career, I started with the circuit racing and time attacks races, and then back in when the drifting appeared in our region in Latvia, that was 2008, 2009, I guess. We tried it, and we really liked it. It was easier to gain or to get the sponsors, and starting from 2010 we started to do it professionally across the Europe, and even in 2015 we managed to compete overseas in Formula D, and yeah, it's been a nice journey for the, I think, last 14 years, and still there. So means it's still excited for me.
Something's working. Now let's take a look at your runs, because it is a fan's favourite, but maybe not clear to people how it's worked out. So can you talk us through this run?
Yeah, I think this was the
three.
First of the finals. Yeah. Well, since the Ali Maxid was higher in the qualification, so he had to lead the first run, and after the first transition there is like an outside zone in which there is a deceleration zone, and he was put on fault because he wasn't back on trial, or he was in a too deep angle, so I have to mimic him, and the judges put him on fault, and I knew it. And then I knew that I just have to do my best lead run to get the win, and I actually managed to do pretty much the same mistake in the same place.
For the second one?
Yeah.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, so far everything was fine. I did accelerate. The entry speed here was around 130, and just after the first transition I was too shallow, and I a little bit get back on the handbrake, and that slowed me down, and that that unexpected move caused the collision, and the judges put me on fault, and that was 1-1, and then so judges decided to go one more time, so the final doesn't end in this way.
So yeah, this is the thing with drifting, isn't it? It's all based on judging and your points you get from the judges, but if they can't quite make their mind up, or you both have a fault like you did, then they have one more time.
Yeah, well, as you're saying, yeah, it's judging sport, and sometimes, well, everybody wants to pull a blanket on his side, but judges, that's their job to make it as fair as possible, and sometimes if it's questionable situation, they prefer to do it one more time, so to be on the safe side.
How do they decide who leads in that situation then?
That is based on the qualification runs that we do it the day before, and the higher you qualify, the bigger chance you have that you will start as a lead car.
Okay, so let's take a look at your one more time.
That was a good one.
The one to watch.
So yeah, if you talk us through it, so you were the lead, so that means that you had the higher qualifying then?
No, this was the second part of the one more time.
Okay.
This is my lead run, and before that I did the chase, and that was really good. So I again knew it that I have to just put the best lead run, and tricky, but on the first run, when there was a collision, he hit me. There was a hit on my rear right wheel, and it was slightly bent, but it wasn't anything like that we couldn't take the run. And what that collision cost actually the advantage, because at certain layouts that gave me a little bit more grip, and that I could pick up more speed and get a gap between our cars. And even after finish, Ali asked me like, "What did you do with the car? Why you got so fast?" And I was like, "You did it yourself. You hit me on a wheel, and it changed alignment, but changed for good."
So is that now a trick for the future? This a new alignment that you found, or is it?
Well, that's a lucky situation.
Okay.
Sometimes it works, but in most cases, collision is definitely not good.
And as a driver, do you prefer to be the lead or the chase? What's the advantage, basically?
I think I prefer first to do the chase run, because we have the same like in rallycross, we have a spotters. And if you're doing the lead, means you don't know what's going on behind you. And then the spotter have to explain you how close he was, did he made any mistakes, and so on. But if you are doing the first chase run, you know it yourself, how he performed and how you did, and
what
then
you've got to do.
you can make your own decisions, because sometimes opinions between humans are different.
And in that chase scenario, what's the visibility like? Because I've been sort of looking at the onboards and I'm thinking this huge plume of tyre smoke coming out, so it must be very difficult to judge where you are in relation to the circuit, but also to the competitor.
That's what you, well, I call it instinct,
Okay.
and the muscle memory. You do quite a lot practice runs, and you do qualification and tandem practice, and that's what you get into you kind of work on a layout, and that's the muscle memory that works for you. When you get in a blind spot, if you get smoked, and then you just somehow, I don't know, count or feel the time wise and track wise where you have to do transitions to stay on a track. It doesn't work always. Sometimes you get swapped out from the racetrack or even crash into someone, but yeah, it's all about muscle memory.
Okay, great.
Darren, when you're watching that as a driver, can you understand what they're doing in the car?
No.
Or how they achieve that?
No, I mean, in racing terms, any slip is a bad thing. You know, you're always trying to keep the car tight and right on the edge of the limit of adhesion, where it's the opposite. You're trying to get the biggest angle you possibly can with the greatest amount of speed while you're carrying that angle. So it's a completely different type of car control and mindset. So it's really interesting to see how it's done. I would feel very uncomfortable trying to slide a car just because it's something I've not really experienced. So it's great to see, because the car control, you can appreciate the car control in terms of being able to balance a car at that angle for that sort of time and distance. So yeah, very impressive to watch.
Agree, yeah. And as I said, like I started as a circuit racing, and at the certain time I did both competitions at the same time. And then when there was a rainy day or the rain, I felt like really comfortable.
Yes.
I felt really, because I can feel the tiny thing before you have a grip and you're about to lose it.
Okay.
And yeah, that's, as you say, like you are on that limit to stay on your perfect line, but in the same time, kind of you feel that the car is about to get loose.
I mean, we've been really lucky for the last 3 days with the weather down here. It's been perfectly dry the whole way through. If we had the rain this weekend down here, would it have changed much? Does it change much with the car setup and preparation?
We will we will lose the speed. It would be much slower, and there would be no smoke. But otherwise, it would be exactly the same layout, same course, and we would probably do the same, but not much.
And tyres are the same? If it's wet, dry?
Tires all the same, yeah. We probably play with suspension, geometrics, probably disconnect the sway bars so the car is more loosey, more soft, and probably lower the tire pressure.
Okay, right. So some minor little changes there.
Yeah, and as I see the drifting, and since I've been doing also the circuit racing, drifting actually is quite similar. The only difference is that you're going sideways, but you're still on a full throttle.
Yeah.
Because we managed to play with the gear ratios, so you can like floor it, and still the engine wouldn't hit the limiter.
Okay. Yeah.
And but you're going pretty much the fastest line, and only difference is that you are not looking through the windshield, just through your side window. But it's still about the same line and the speed. Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect.
Well, Christoph, thanks very much. It was lovely to meet you, and well done again. Well done to Latvia. I'm sure you were all very happy and celebrating hard last night.
Definitely, it's been an honor to be here, and thanks for having me.
Thanks very much, Kristaps Blush, the gold medalist for drifting. We are now heading to other medalists, and they're going to take their podiums. We have got the karting sprint junior podium happening just above us, actually.
Des médailles pour la discipline karting sprint junior avec Manuel Avino, vice-président Sport Europe de la FIA. Médaille de bronze, troisième marche du podium, le Danemark avec Mikkel Garde Pedersen. Médaille de bronze, on a là les espoirs du karting de jeunes pilotes talentueux. Deuxième marche, médaille d'argent, le Brésil avec Gabriel Kenikan. Médaille d'or, et c'est la première pour ce pays avec le Pérou Andrés Cárdenas. Les médailles qui vont être données, présentées par Manuel Avino, vice-président Sport Europe FIA. Sacré plaisir pour ces jeunes pilotes que d'avoir défendu les couleurs de leur pays. Ça a bien bagarré, il y a beaucoup de monde au niveau du circuit karting. Manuel Avino, il a congratule, remercie le premier, le Pérou, qui décroche sa médaille d'or. Mesdames, Mesdemoiselles et Messieurs, directeur, l'hymne du Pérou. Le Pérou qui décroche sa première médaille d'or karting junior avec Andrés Cárdenas. Maintenant, c'est de campagne.
Congratulations to Peru taking the gold, their first gold medal of the Motorsport Games. Silver goes to Brazil and bronze goes to Denmark. The crowd are here, they're cheering on the Peruvian driver. Here they go, they're going to spray that champagne. I bet that feels so good for them to celebrate what was an epic race in Karting Sprint Junior. Well done to all our drivers. They certainly deserve that, don't they? They worked hard for that.
Yeah, very hard in that junior sprint race. Great to see. I really enjoyed what we saw.
Just going to see if I can grab one of the guys. Hi. Our Peruvian driver, if you come and stand over here, that's fine. You're soaking wet. That's okay. Darren, can you...
Hello, well done. That was congratulations. Great result. Fantastic. What's it feel like being a gold medal winner?
Well, it feels actually amazing. Not all the days you can have this opportunity, of course, and I'm forever grateful to my family, to my ASN of my country to have this opportunity, and well, it just feels unique. It feels excellent after all the work you put in, and I'm very satisfied with the work, and yeah, keep pushing.
Great stuff.
And you've got everyone cheering you on. They had the biggest cheers for you.
I think it's a lot of passion in our country, in every sport they can. They're very supportive persons, of course, and that's what I admire most of my country, the person itself, that are very good persons.
Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
You deserve it.
Go and enjoy the celebrations.
Very good. Go and enjoy that celebration there. You can hear them, can't you? Oh, it's nice that we could quickly grab him. Hello, Ben.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us. Shall we see if we can get you a mic?
Perfect. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's great to see South American support on the podium there, because Felipe Massa is here watching.
We've now got the senior podium, so we're going to see what's happening, because of course they've just scooted past us to get up to the podium for the Karting Sprint Senior.
Médaille d'argent du podium pour le Sri Lanka et David. Médaille d'or et de plus pour la Belgique, Elie Goldstein. Anna Nordic, vice-présidente de FIA, va donc remettre ses médailles. La médaille de bronze d'abord pour le pilote israélien Ariel Elkin. Pour le Sri Lanka, médaille d'argent, Evan David. Et enfin, la médaille d'or pour la Belgique, Elie Goldstein. Mesdames, Mesdemoiselles et Messieurs, en l'honneur du vainqueur, l'hymne belge. Belgique, une de plus au niveau des médailles, et celle-ci c'est une médaille d'or en karting senior. Messieurs les pilotes, après les photos, les bouteilles, et on va vous inviter au champagne.
Congratulations to Ellie Goldstein for Belgium taking the gold. He was always a favourite, but he put in a great job in an action, incident-packed race. Sri Lanka taking silver and Israel bronze. Again, the first medals for those countries here at the FIA Motorsport Games, then joining the medal table and doing their nations proud. Good to see the team spirit amongst the winners there. And having a little bit of fun between them as well. In fact, I can see they're coming down the stairs, so it won't be long, and I'm going to try and grab Ellie Goldstein to join us, myself and Ben Constant-Juris, in the studio. I think they're probably having a bit of a chat on the middle ground. Here we go, here they come down now. Hi, can I just grab you? Please come sit down. That's okay, don't you worry. They're white, clean chairs. You're fine if you just grab that microphone. Ellie, well done. I mean, there was a lot going on in that race, wasn't there? You lost almost half the pack after the first lap.
Yeah, it was an amazing race. We did a very good race. Happy to bring back the gold medal for Belgium. I want to thank them for all they did this week for me. And also the RRCB, the whole RRCB squad. Yeah, it was a very tough final, very long final. We tried to keep head, lap after lap, and yeah, to bring the gold medal in Belgium. So
Belgium have got a strong team here.
Yeah, the Belgium delegation is very good drivers. I hope we can win the Motorsport Games overall. I think it is possible, but we still have to confirm with the other categories.
Great, thanks very much. We're now going to look back at the karting slalom final. And Ben, you can talk us through it.
Yes, absolutely. So we saw the start of the karting slalom, and we now join it with a few races to go. This looks to me as though we have Belgium versus Germany with the female racers. So we are in a position here where Belgium are 17 seconds back because the early races, there were quite a few penalties for Belgium. But it is Germany on the right-hand side, Belgium on the left-hand side. And you can see that Germany are ahead, and there's a little mistake there from Belgium. Romy de Groot, the female representative for Belgium. And Germany take more of an advantage then going into the final race. The girls will swing back round into the starting positions. And very much advantage to Germany on this final race. The gap is nearly 20-odd seconds now. Most of that lost with penalties earlier on. 16 seconds of penalties over the Belgian team, with Germany having a clean run of things. Very strong in auto slalom, very strong in slalom karting as well. Germany on the right, Belgium on the left. One final race to go. Great view here to really show the circuit and just how much work these drivers have to do to get the karts cleanly through this circuit. Remember, if you touch a cone or move a cone, you get a 3-second penalty. And look how tight that is. Now they just disappear under the trees, and I have to say Belgium is keeping on top of things here. Fraction behind still, but ultimately, after 8 separate races, the advantage is just going to be too great for Romy de Groot to be able to close down. And Germany coming towards the end of this lap now on the right-hand side. Germany are going to win this last race, but most importantly are going to win gold in the karting slalom. The work was done early doors by the girls, actually. And now that is that. Germany have taken victory. Teammate underneath the awning already. The trainer from Germany also celebrating. Germany with the gold, Belgium with the silver, and it was Poland who took the bronze medal. A big organisation and lots of fans, and here comes the German flag and mum as well.
Oh, that was a good one, wasn't it? And actually it goes to show that those cones really make a difference in who takes the gold and who doesn't.
Yeah, 15 seconds lost by Belgium by just tapping those cones, and ultimately I think that put pay to their possibilities of closing the gap at the end, because all day Remy de Grot, the female representative of Belgium, has been one of the fastest females out there, but ultimately couldn't close down that deficit.
We've got touring cars up next. That's how you and I first met, Ben,
is a
working
long time
together
ago.
in touring cars. And there's still some names that we know in there from back in those days. We're going to be joining them shortly, but should be a great race.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's going to be a bit closer at the front than it was in the qualifying race. You know, I don't know if Netherlands and Ireland were just holding back a little bit, just waiting to see what was going to happen in the final. But you know, those three have really been the class act of the field. So I can't really see the podium spots being taken up by anyone else, really. But let's see, because anything can happen in this final.
Ben, we've got 30 seconds. Any thoughts on touring
Belgium
cars?
with a gold medal just now from the karting, a silver medal there in karting slalom, and possibly another medal coming up. They are looking strong, and Baz
Yes.
Lynn will be super happy with the team he's put together.
That's actually true. Let's think about those gold medals and the Belgians that seem to be sweeping them up now all of a sudden, especially in karting. Well, yes, it is Gilles Magnus, I should say, for Belgium in the touring cars. And he's going to have a tough race ahead of him, but we'll be joining the touring car final now.
The medals are on the line. It is time to go racing for the 2022 FIA Motorsport Games Touring Car Cup. This is the main race. We have already had 25 minutes plus a lap to determine the grid, and now it is 30 minutes plus a lap, and this will determine who takes hold. The gold, the silver or the bronze medal at the end of the touring car element of the Motorsport Games. Gemma Scott is down on the grid, David Addison and John Watson trackside. It is a grid brimming with talent, with successful drivers, and all of them, John, absolutely determined to take that gold medal.
Well, I think all of them are determined to find a way to beat Team Belgium, Gilles Magnus in his Audi, because he's been the dominant driver nation car pairing. And you've got Tom Coronel representing Holland, and then directly behind Magnus you've got Jack Young representing Ireland. So he's in a Honda. It's a Audi lockout the front row of the grid. So I don't know how those two competitors or two nations are going to find a way to beat Belgium. It's going to be a big ask. I hope they get the answers.
Let's find out. There representing the United Kingdom is Chris Smiley. He is the TCR UK champion. Also on the grid, amongst the 18 different nations represented, is the Venezuelan driver, Sergio Lopez. And he had a spin in the first race, but he's good to go now after he's spoken to Gemma.
We're around about midway through the grid here, and just to be joined by Sergio Lopez, who's with Venezuela. Sergio, you had a bit of a moment in the qualifying race earlier on, hoping for a bit more success in this one.
Yeah, I mean, we had a great pace in race one. Unfortunately, we had a contact with the other driver from Switzerland. It was nobody's fault. I think it was a race incident. So we're just going forward for this race. We have a great pace. We have a great car, and I'm sure that we can get to the top 5 spots, or let's hope for the best.
Have a great race. Thank you very much, Sergio. I wish you the best of luck. Everybody, of course, hungry for medals. Let's come across this way, because we've got our British contingent over on this side of the grid. And we're going to speak to Chris Smiley, who's focused in the car. We're just going to jump on in here. Chris, how are you doing? It's been a tough competition so far. The Belgians and the Netherlands contingents, very, very difficult to beat.
Yeah, you know, obviously these guys, this is their own backyard. They're here quite regularly. They've tested at the circuit quite a lot. For us to turn up yesterday, and the first time we've ever been on this circuit, with a new tire, a new braking system, so it's it's been a big learning curve for us. But yeah, we've got ourselves inside the top 10 now. If we can capitalise on the good start like we got the last time, you know, I'm pretty sure we can we can finish inside the top 10 somewhere. So yeah, it's been a great experience, obviously representing GB. So yeah, it's all to play for here. It's the most of the moves are all made at the start. You make most of the plays at the start of this race. So it's crucial to get a good start, get our head down, and see where we end up at the end.
Absolutely. And does that give you a bit of an appetite to want to come back over to Europe for racing a lot more?
You know, it's been a really good experience for us. Obviously, we won the UK Championship last weekend, and it's our circuits in the UK are so much different from this, you know. And yeah, as I said earlier, it's been a big learning curve, and you know, all the guys in the team, they've worked extremely hard all weekend. You know, we turned the car around in 2 days from doing the full weekend's racing from last weekend, obviously winning the British Championship. So yeah, it's this race here. I'm going in with an open mind. I know the start's crucial, and yeah, we're looking to get up as high as possible.
The medal table is in sight, perhaps. Good luck. Have a great race. Thanks, Chris. Let's move further down the grid if we can. We've still got quite a bit of time, I believe, before the race gets going. We've got our Hong Kong China team down here. I spoke to Andy not long ago, just before we came to the grid, in fact, and asked him if we could have a chat, but he said he's very much in the zone and focused. He's determined to get ahead of Spain at the start of the race. But let's come down and speak to Varkas Zviedis from Latvia. Varkas, if we can just jump in, a little wave for your country. What an honour to be here representing your country and fighting amongst the real top guys here as well.
Yeah, it's a really tough grid, but I'm doing my best. The team is working amazingly as well, and as you said, it's amazing to represent my nation, Latvia. It's great to be here, and I'm doing my best, and hopefully this race goes really good for me.
I really hope it does as well. What's the strategy here? Push hard from the start?
In the first race, I saw a lot of people were struggling with the tires in the end, so going to maintain the tire in the end as well, so I can push and fight in the end as well. So have a nice strategy, push in the start, but maintain the tire so I can push in the end as well.
Thank you very much. Well done to you, and have a great race. Wonderful to see so many people down here. I'll hand you back over to our commentators briefly while I head down to the front of the grid.
There are so many characters on a touring car grid, Gemma, aren't there? They'll keep you busy and entertained. One such is Tom Coronel for the Netherlands, who lines up second on the grid. Gilles Magnus from Belgium is the man on pole position. Belgium doesn't just create great beers, it creates very good touring car drivers as well. And Gilles Magnus was, John, just unstoppable in the first race earlier, the qualifying race.
Yeah, class act. He's been the quickest team car nation in the TCR discipline all through the weekend, and just the way the car looks on circuit and the way Gilles Magnus himself presents himself, interviewed, there's a degree of confidence which just says, you know, why would anybody consider challenging me, because I'm just going to win anyway.
There for Hong Kong China is the TCR Asia champion of 2016, Andy Yan, who was given a grid penalty after qualifying for impeding another car, but he went well in the earlier race, got himself to 8th position, and will make progress forward from there, I would have thought. Thumbs up from the experienced Hong Kong China representative, and I know I've said this quite a bit over the weekend, but given that there are all sorts of travel and quarantine dramas still for people going into or returning to Hong Kong and China, the fact that we've got them over here in good numbers representing their nation with what's in store for them at the other end, as it were, is really, really impressive indeed. Valter Zviedris, we've heard from, he represents Latvia and is going to start this race 7th on the grid. Thumbs up once again. And the man on pole position I've touched on already, that is Gilles Magnus, but let's hear from the man that is potentially going to be a gold medalist.
Pole position from our dominant driver, of course, this weekend, Gilles Magnus. Gilles, just getting those final few things done here in the car before you get your mindset ready to focus on this final medal race.
I didn't fully understand that, but okay, so it's going to be a long race, longer than the quali race, and we could see degradation was already a big issue for some guys. I think I managed that well in quali race. I will try to manage it even better now. Start is going to be important as always, and from there on I'm confident I can do it.
Feeling the pressure at all for your country?
I didn't get that.
Feeling the pressure for your country?
Yeah, definitely. We just won another gold medal, so now it's my turn. A little bit of pressure, but like always, no stress.
Good luck to you, man.
Gilles Magnus, GT racer, touring car racer, and very possibly race winner here, because he drove so well in that first race. But let's get this next important point out of the way, John. This is a longer race, and also this is a different tyre from which TCR competitors are normally on. It's a Pirelli tyre. They've learned over the previous 25 minutes plus a lap race how that tyre operates. Now they've got more data.
Yes, they have, and whether they will then change their strategy in terms of what they know now, having done a 30-minute race. This is an even longer race. I think it's 5 minutes longer, and it's not going to make a big difference to what the tyre does. But of course, teams are aware it's a lot warmer now than it was when they went out early in the morning. We've got a track temperature of 27 Celsius, and that's up from, well, just over 20 when they went and did their qualifying. Nevertheless, it's brakes, tyres. Now, everybody wants to push because that's the only way you can make progress. Everybody's going to be chasing Magnus. They want to beat Magnus, so they're going to have to maybe use the car more aggressively in the opening laps, and the best opportunity clearly is going to be on that opening lap. First of all into turn one, but then at the entirety of the opening lap. So you can easily overdrive your tyre, and then you have to sort of back out of it a little bit to give the tyre a chance to recover, and doing so, that will then make you vulnerable to others around you.
Now, what about this driver as a potential medal winner? Third on the grid, Jack Young. He really pushed in the first race, but then picked up a penalty for track limit offences.
Well, track limit offence is a self-induced injury, as you say. It shouldn't happen. It does happen. That just indicates that Jack Young was pushing his Honda to the very limits of what the car is capable of doing. Now, he didn't intentionally, I believe, exceed track limits, but a consequence of just being on the limit itself sometimes leads to a car running a little bit too wide, getting picked up by the race director, being then given a penalty. The Honda didn't seem to have quite the legs in different phases, but certainly towards the end, Jack Young came back quite quickly at Tom Coronel in the second place, and for a moment we thought, well, maybe there's going to be a battle for that second place, but as it turned out, because of the 5-second penalty, Jack Young was able to consolidate his third position, but not really challenge Tom Coronel for second.
Well, there is the grid, and the cars are going to be released very shortly onto the formation lap, because there is the final board. The grid is now cleared of all the engineers. It's now cleared of the marshals. That was a 15-second board that has just been displayed. And so very, very shortly we will get the cars away for this formation lap. It's a chance to get some warmth into the tyres. There is the green flag being waved. The FIA officials working with the local clerk of the course here, Joel Doval, very experienced French race official himself. And so as the cars now are released down towards turn one, a chance on this 5-kilometre long circuit to get warmth into the rubber, and then good to go racing. We had a really feisty qualifying race. Let's see what we have in store next. Gilles Magnus then for Belgium lines up on pole position. It's Netherlands second on the grid, represented by Tom Coronel. Starting third, Ireland, and that's Jack Young behind the wheel, and then the Parisian Teddy Clairet representing France in the Peugeot will start fourth. Fifth for Argentina is Ignacio Montenegro, and for Spain, sixth on the grid, another driver with a penalty in race one is Isidro Calleja. Seventh is Valtteri Zviedris and Andy Yan for Hong Kong, China, alongside the Latvian driver on row 4. Row 5 is where you find the Swiss driver, Gabriel Los Quinos, and alongside him is Chris Smiley for the United Kingdom. Sergio Lopez for Venezuela next, alongside Aaron Cameron, who represents Australia. For Norway, there's Diedrich Esbjerg next on the grid, a very sideways Italian car of there, Gianmarco Germandi alongside him. Ahead of Andreas Bachmann, who had a drive shaft fail in the first race, and Rafa Reich, who had a clutch problem. Travis Hill was out as well with drive shaft dramas for Canada, and Pavlo Chabanov is going to start at the back of the grid, the Ukrainian driver, and there's huge amounts of support for the Ukrainian team here this weekend. Lots of flags yesterday, lots of cheering as the GT Cup entry went really well, and let's see what from the back of the grid here Chabanov can do for Ukraine.
Well, there's even a desk down in the paddock with Ukrainian literature and any support that you wish to give to that particular cause. It was certainly being very welcome indeed, and as you say, just there's a very warm feeling for that particular nation right now having to deal with these difficulties.
One thing we saw in that earlier race was people struggling to get off the line, but I think it was because of individual problems, drive shaft and clutch, rather than anything the drivers were doing, because those that are regular TCR competitors up at the front of the grid had no problem at all. Now, the likes of Gilles Magnus, Tom Coronel, Jack Young, almost in a sense treating this as a regular kind of European race, but the difference here is that, and it's the same in every discipline, you're competing against people that you don't often race against. It's a really interesting entry.
Yes, I mean, the European TCR as opposed to other continents, and of course the issue is that different tyre manufacturers supply tyres for different nations, and here they're on a standard Pirelli tyre, and whether any of the teams were given the opportunity or they could acquire a set of Pirellis to have a private test prior to coming here, I'm not sure that was the case. So it's been a matter of adapting your car, and without going into the technicalities of the variety of tyre designs, but Pirelli's tyre sidewall, for example, might be different to the tyre sidewall that would be used in the British Championship or in European Championships.
So this is the very tight last corner, the Virage du Pont, from which the cars accelerate then now up towards the grid. It's a standing start. It's the 1-by-1 staggered grid. So the man on pole position for Belgium, Gilles Magnus, has that length advantage over the opposition as the cars then now slot into position. A good start here, absolutely critical, as also is being able to extract the maximum on coldish tyres for the first few corners.
Yes, and I mean, we saw a perfect start from Magnus in the race earlier today. Track conditions are warmer, so maybe there's a little bit more temperature in the tyres, particularly in the front tyres on a front-wheel drive race car. That's always paramount, but you need to get the rears warmed up as well, because otherwise you'll have a very loose rear to your race car, and a quick snap of oversteer can catch out the quick and the brave.
So we're ready to go racing. This is where the medals will be awarded in the Touring Car Cup for the FIA Motorsport Games of 2022. That green flag means everybody is back from the formation lap. 5 red lights will go on. When the lights go out, the Touring Car Cup will be underway now, and they accelerate off the line with a good start being made by Belgium. A good start also by France. Teddy Claret jumps ahead of Jack Young, so the Peugeot clears the Honda on the run down towards the first corner. But Gilles Magnus then for Belgium leads Tom Coronel. Jack Young for Ireland to the outside line as they dive into turn 1. So far so good. A little bit of contact in the mid-pack. Andy Jan's Honda hops and skips, but it's Belgium from the Netherlands. But Coronel is really pushing.
Yeah, it's quicker. It looked to be quicker through turn 1 and 2 than the race leader right now. And look at this battle going on for third place down the inside. Claret is squeezing again. Jack Young lost that position. He got alongside, but not able to consolidate it. Everybody now filtering through turns 3 and 4, down into the short, brief, straight into 5. Congestion central as they try to get through there without making more contact. And Venezuela yet again taking the high line around the outside of turn 6, hopefully not going to come into contact with another competitor.
Riding on board with Spain then, your chauffeur here is Isidro Callejas, and he comes up to try to have a go there. Look at the Irish entry, Jack Young, as they break in a moment for the Mistral chicane. So Jack Young has gone backwards. It is Magnus leading the way. It is Coronel for the Netherlands in second place, bouncing it over the curb a little bit, but Tom Coronel is absolutely taking the battle to Gilles Magnus for Belgium on this opening lap. The rest wriggle their way through the chicane. There goes the UK car of Chris Smiley, fighting for position. But it is Belgium, the Netherlands, then France, 1, 2 and 3. Ireland down to 4th place, 5th place possibly. Yes, Jack Young has lost another spot, hasn't he? Because up and past there, look, has gone Argentina. Ignacio Montenegro has cleared Ireland as well.
That disappointing start indeed for Jack Young. Bit of bodywork flapping on the side of the down into side-by-side Sweden, trying to make up quickly. Venezuela looks to me as if it's maybe going backwards more than it is going forward. Remember, they had a big spin coming out of scene because of contact or avoidable contact, and it was more of a responsibility of Venezuela, but not to get on their case too heavily. Now is a new race, a new opportunity.
Absolutely right. So, yes, dropping back a little bit is Sergio Lopez for Venezuela. Jack Young, opening lap, though, has not been good at all. So, have they set this car up to be better in the second part of the race? When he's junking positions, he nearly lost another one there as up the inside tries to go Spain. Isidro Callejas to the inside line. On board with Callejas now. Over the timing line they come. Look at Jack Young, and there's a car going slowly just up the road ahead of them, and it's Gilles Magnus, is it? There's one car. Yes, Magnus it is who's got a problem. Belgium. Woeful pace coming off the last corner. Something has happened to the Audi, and bearing in mind that we lost 2 with drive shafts in the first race, I wonder if it's a drive shaft again, because the race leader is out of it for Belgium. Gilles Magnus is about to grind to a halt.
Shock. Unbelievable shock. Would never have expected that of the Belgium entry. Had a flawless race earlier today. Didn't have to drive the car particularly hard, and all of a sudden there's a major problem. The car is out of the race. The lead is now being handed over to Tom Coronel, and all of a sudden it's open to everybody. There's now this dynamic is going to change, because Coronel is going to have Claret all over him, just 9/10 of a second behind. Then Argentina, Ireland following through in 3rd and 4th position.
Italy on the inside of Venezuela, and a bit of contact there as Gamandi tries to get up alongside Lopez, couldn't quite do it. You can see there's bodywork hanging off the right front corner of the Italian car. So now the race order is the Netherlands ahead of France, ahead of Argentina, Ireland 4th, Spain 5th, and then Latvia in 6th place. Hong Kong, China 7th from Australia. 9th over the line was Belgium, but ignore that because now 9th will be the UK and 10th will be Switzerland. But yes, Tom Coronel finds himself in the lead of the race, but being chased by Teddy Claret for France. Here they come towards us. Coronel will be, on the one hand, thinking, fantastic, I'm in the lead, but I just wonder whether he's going to be fearful that something might happen to his car. It's run by the same team as Gilles Magnus's car.
Well, the three of these cars have had, or two of them had drive shaft problems earlier today. We don't know the reason for Magnus's retirement, but could easily be, as you point out, David, another drive shaft issue. But the point is that car is out. This car in front, the team Holland entry, or Netherlands as they're entered as, Tom Coronel, and all he's got to do is just continue with what he's been doing since he's found himself in the lead.
So now it's a case of look after the tyres, look after the machinery, but also make sure that he doesn't let Teddy Claret get too close to him as you ride on board now with Spain. And that is Gilles Magnus head bound. So the favourite coming into it in strife. And Jack Young goes wide. He just got ahead of Ignacio Montenegro, but he runs wide at the Virage du Pont. And Argentina goes back ahead of Ireland as they come over the line. So third, fourth, fifth, absolutely together. Argentina, Ireland and Spain as one as they cross the line. Netherlands leading France by 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, that's the danger of trying to pass somebody up the inside into the Virage du Pont. You're then vulnerable on the exit, and that's precisely what Argentina did. They punished Jack Young for that move, but it was a position gained momentarily, but immediately lost on the exit.
And Gilles Magnus giving the impression that he does not want to talk to anybody right now as the cars come through the chicane. Down to the Virage du Camp then. This is lap 3. The clock ticks on down. You can see on the screen we've got less than 25 minutes to go. There's the regulation lap at the end. As they're going through is the Norwegian car of Didrik Esbjerg. Behind him is Sweden, so there's a sort of Scandinavian battle going on in a sense between those two. But Coronel leading the way. Teddy Claret for France is quicker in the first sector.
Well, he's taken about 1/10 of a second away from Tom Coronel as they came across the line, and now we're into Sector 1, coming up to the end of Sector 1, so waiting to see what the time. In fact, Claret has had the fastest sector time just now in this first sector as they go on to the third lap.
And there, the United Kingdom trying to gain a place, potentially. Chris Smiley having a look to get past Australia. Aaron Cameron at the wheel of it. So that is the TCR UK champion, Chris Smiley, in the Restart Racing run Honda, Bert Taylor's company. And it's been a great season for them. Bert bouncing back after being very, very ill. Chris bouncing back after a tough year in touring cars. And they come away as TCR UK champions. There is Smiley then for the United Kingdom. And he runs a little bit wide coming out of senior, so he's on the attack, but he's also got to defend from Gabriel Esquinios, the Swiss driver. Battle on lower down look as you see Travis Hill, the Canadian, all over the back of the Italian entry, driven by Giacomo Gamandi. Chris Smiley is on the prowl here, isn't he? The Northern Irish driver.
Yes, he's having to be careful, though. He's got Switzerland directly behind, so again, opening up, as we saw Jack Young do, opening up a gap or diving down the inside, particularly in this part of the racetrack, which is always very tempting. It's just about, well, that's looking at Jack Young, and he didn't take the opportunity this time. Better not to.
So the leaders go by, and Tom Coronel 1.1 seconds to the good now. So the Netherlands ahead of France, Argentina in third, it is Ireland in fourth, it is Spain in fifth, and then you've got in sixth place Latvia, and there on the inside line, going down towards turn 1 for Norway, Didrik Esbjerg trying to get past Rafa Reich, who had a clutch issue in the first race, didn't get into it effectively, but he's getting better now. Now look at Jack Young for Ireland. Here comes the move, does it on the inside line, elbows out over the curve, they almost lean on each other. Argentina gets forced out wide, Ireland goes through.
Yeah, that was a hard move by Jack Young, but I think it was fair. I don't think there's any contact. If it was very minimal, so that would be, I think, a good racing overtake. But again, you know, Jack Young's been in that position, and he's vulnerable again to Argentina running directly behind him. So he can breathe momentarily. Even Argentina's going to be challenged by Lithuania coming up behind as they go into the chicane yet again.
So we're on lap 4. We are still with a goodly amount of this race to go. Still 2/3 of it to go. Now, as there you see the UK of Chris Smiley trying to go round the outside of Australia. Chris Smiley's got the inside line for the next corner. The UK goes ahead of Australia, and Switzerland is right there as well. Great little battle this for 8th, 9th, 10th places.
And Switzerland may have the momentum because he is also going to make up a place, and he's running directly under the rear wing of the United Kingdom entry. Chris Smiley behind the wheel, but watch Switzerland. They're going to look to me as if there's a move coming up down into Le Bousset. Australia trying to get back into the position. He's not lost one position, he's lost two in the space of, what, 3 corners.
Absolutely right. So, yeah, the Australian driver dropping back. But Chris Smiley, and we've been saying this all weekend, the more you start to know the circuit, the more you learn about the track, the better you become. It's all about mileage, isn't it? And it's paying dividends now for the UK driver up into 8th place.
Confidence, ultimately, is the bottom line for a racing driver, having the ability to extract the best from his equipment and from himself. And if you haven't got that level of confidence, just watching again, just coming through the penultimate turn, I can see Switzerland thinking, where can I line myself up to try and get ahead of the United Kingdom entry.
Battle on there, look, between Spain and Argentina. Spain goes ahead as they come across the stripe. So Isidro Callejas goes through on the inside line, or does he? Yep, gets the job done. That was brave under braking.
Yeah, be careful, because again, the undercut's always a very powerful undercut as they will run down the hill, but I think he may have got enough done. Getting the car up on 2 wheels isn't always ideal, but hey guys, you know, I'm here racing.
Absolutely. And it is proper racing, this, isn't it? The lead gap still only just fractionally north of 1 second. So there you can see Tom Coronel. But what is happening now, I reckon, is that Jack Young, third for Ireland, is coming back at Claret. Look how close they are. 0.4 of a second. Now this is going to help Coronel and the Netherlands pull away, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. Tom Coronel is in clear air. He's not really too worried about the battle going on for second place behind him. He's got a sufficient advantage. Okay, 1.2 seconds isn't a large number, but it's enough to let him know that he's not going to be challenged at any point around the racetrack in the next number of laps. And the battle really is with Jack Young and Terry Claret battling for second and third positions.
Well, here they are out of the chicane. Now, looking 4th place, Isidro Callejas proved in the first race that he got faster and faster as the race wore on. He caught up, didn't he, after the midpoint. So don't rule out Spain for a medal yet, because there in 4th place is the charging Cupra, and it might yet get up onto the tail of the Irish Honda, which in turn is looking for a way past the French Peugeot. There is Jack Young then on the back of the Parisian, Teddy Claret. He's not quite close enough to make a move yet, but he's only about half a length away.
You can sense that Jack Young now feels he's in the place he wants to be. Now he's going to have to get past the team at France entry. That isn't going to be any walk in the park, but he looks as if he's got more flexibility of where he can place his Honda as opposed to where Claret can place his Peugeot.
So together they run now up through the Virage de la Tour. Tom Coronel building that lead. It was 1.2 seconds last time, and now potentially Jack Young is thinking, I need to get on with this, otherwise he's going to be too far up the road. Here they come down to the Virage du Pont. Where is the Honda in relation to the Peugeot? Looking for a way, either the inside, the outside. Gets run out wide, coming off the corner. Has Jack Young for Ireland got the drive up past the pits now? Tries to squeeze up alongside France as the Netherlands leads the way. It is France second, it is Ireland third, it is Spain fourth. The gap second to third was a 1/5 of a second. Again, so near and yet so far for Jack Young. He couldn't quite get level.
I thought he might have tried the undercut coming through the final turn, turn 15, but it didn't work out. Claret, I think, probably recognised that and managed to adapt his style and exit of the corner to stall out what was happening for Jack Young. But again, the attack is back on down into turns 3 and 4, the chicane. Turn 5 is never really an easy place. It always ends up having body contact, tears, and, you know, Mummy, he bumped into me.
Well, so far so good, but Jack Young with a really good exit onto the Mistral now. He's going to have to line up to have a go at the chicane. This is for second place. It is France versus Ireland. Jack Young, the only era representative at the FIA Motorsport Games. We've already had 3 gold medals for France, so what can Jack Young do here? He's getting a tow as they make the run up towards the chicane, but Teddy Claret, with his circuit knowledge, covers off a move on the inside line, so there is just no opportunity there for Jack Young. Even if he's quicker, there just isn't the width of the road.
Quicker through turn 6 onto the Mistral straight, but got up to, well, virtually into the rear wing of the Team France entry, but didn't have enough. Wasn't enough time to find a way to launch himself down the inside into the chicane, and had he done so, again he was vulnerable to the undercut from Claret in the Team France entry. So for Jack Young, it's going to be, where have I got my strength? With about 17 minutes of this race remaining. He did say as the race this morning progressed, he felt his car came back to him, and at the minute I would say that's where Jack Young is. He's feeling that he's getting more now from the car than he might have had in the opening 2 or 3 laps when he lost 2 positions.
But they're being reeled in by this man, the Spaniard Isidro Callejas. Look, because he started the lap 0.8 of a second back. He was further back than that a lap ago, and so now he's getting closer and closer, and Jack Young is in danger of having to defend, not attack. Teddy Claret knows that as well. Now this is Jack Young's chance. He's going to try and get the undercut coming off the corner.
Absolutely, but Claret is clever enough to not allow that. He slows himself down sufficiently not to run too wide on the exit, and that of course it makes Jack Young have to wait to get on the throttle to follow through. So Claret is using everything, every bit of skill that he has as a race driver, and knowing where to position his car to stall out the attack coming from Ireland. But maybe more importantly, Spain looking like they really want to be a part of this.
Yeah, I mean, Callejas is doing just what he did in the first race. The longer the race wears on, the quicker he seems to become, as though this car is set up to really click as the race gets towards its close when you need it to. So he's been pushing hard early on. He got a track limit penalty and a collision penalty in the first race. So Spain started 6th on the grid. They're running 4th right now. And Jack Young, no question, is being held up by France. The Irish driver absolutely trapped behind France.
Yeah, you can see how close he's getting, going through turn 6 now, swinging back left through turn 7 onto Mistral Straight. The gap now was at 2 car lengths. It looks shorter on that camera, but there's nothing that Jack Young has got left in the tank. The Honda has no more top speed available to it. Claret does go a bit defensive to try and break the slipstream of the 3rd place Honda. Bodywork hanging off the back of the Honda as well. So was that contact up the inside? Well, that certainly is contact. Claret, now he's going to stand his ground. He has done so. Well, courageous driving from both drivers, and door handle to door handle as they come out of the chicane.
So Jack Young then, with his elbows out, has the inside line for Senior. I fear that's going to get looked at if he takes the place, which he tries to on the inside. There's more contact, and here comes Spain up on the inside. Remember, Spain and France squabbled in the qualifying race, and now Spain through on the inside line. So 2 places lost for France, and it was all triggered by the contact at the chicane against Ireland.
Looking at it just very briefly as we saw it in live, to me it was pretty much what I'd call good, hard door handle to door handle racing. It wasn't a crazy lunge, and just Claret got wrong-footed, because once Young got through, he was on the back foot coming out of the chicane, and that gave the Spanish entrants an opportunity to get the momentum and then make that pass.
Well, there is now then Jack Young for Ireland up into 2nd place. Up into 3rd is Spain. Down to 4th is France. In 5th, right with them again there, look, is Argentina. That is Ignacio Montenegro as he comes now onto the pit straight. But while all that's been going on, the Netherlands has been building its lead, and Tom Coronel was 2.3 seconds clear. He is now 3.1 seconds clear, and however good Jack Young is, that's going to take some reducing.
The beauty for Tom Coronel is it's a Sunday afternoon drive. What's the problem for Switzerland? Oh dear, that's a problem. Is it a reset and he's got it rebooted? Whatever it was, the car suddenly lost momentum. But for Tom Coronel, he's just having a lovely Sunday afternoon drive here at Paul Ricard in the beautiful sun, and he's not putting any load into his car. He's done all the hard yards. He was given a fortuitous lead.
So the race leaders are on lap 8. Let's have a look at what happened to Switzerland. So it was coming towards Virage du Point. You've got Chris Smiley for the UK running in 9th, and a massive lockup by Lusquinhos for Switzerland. He managed to avoid contact, and then had to go on the inside, and another massive lockup, and to avoid contact, virtually stopped.
Yeah, I mean, he was on them. He just had those front wheels locked twice in a very short space of time. It's almost as if he actually stole the motor. I don't think that was the case, but that was the visual effect. So there is Chris Smiley running further down the field in 9th position. He's got the Brazilian entry directly under the rear wing, and behind that you've got Australia, the very bright colours of Brazil and Australia, not dissimilar to the predominance of green and yellow and blue in both. Brazil is easier to recognise, but Australia, the brave, doing their best to be here at the races.
And damage on that car, which had an engine change after qualifying, so Aaron Cameron had to start at the back of the grid for race 1, got up into 12th, and the Australian driver is up into 11th in this main race. There's the damage on that left front corner, but the Peugeot that the Australian drives, and it's run by the Claret Sport team, Teddy Claret's team, now fending off Venezuela. Sergio Lopez turns his way through. Over 70 different nations represented in the FIA Motorsport Games, and Brazil out wide there. Rafa Reich goes wide coming off Lobose. He in turn is trying to find a way past Chris Smiley. Well, good luck with that, because Chris Smiley is a hard racer, mini champion. He raced in the DTM Sporting Sirocco Cup for a couple of seasons. He's been a race winner in the British Touring Car Championship. He's TCR UK champion. And he comes then now down towards Virage Dupont up to the end of lap 8. The leaders go through and the lead gap is coming down. It was 3.1. It is now 2.7. So 4/10 pulled back already by error by Jack Young. He's on a mission.
Yeah, a lot of that came in that final sector where Jack Young found about 3 and a bit tenths of a second to claw that lead gap down from just over 3 seconds to 2.7 seconds. There is our race leader making his way down to the far end of the racetrack, down into one of the slower corners here at Paul Ricard. So watch the clock, the live gap. There it goes. It was 2.7 across the line, 2.6, another tenth of a second to the benefit of the Ireland entry, or the ERA, to give it its Irish name.
So for the Netherlands rather than Holland, it's Tom Coronel. For ERA rather than, what is it we have to say nowadays, the island of Ireland. Jack Young in second place, 2.7 it was, down by a tenth in the first sector. Spain third for Isidro Callejas. France fourth, Teddy Claret. Argentina fifth for Ignacio Montenegro. And then it is Latvia in sixth place, Valtteri Zviedris. There, third, Spain. So Callejas accelerating his way out of the chicane, still hunting down Jack Young to see what he can do about gaining a place. Then the current TCR Spain Championship leader. Now let's have a look at that gap. It's still hovering around 2.6, so nothing really gained. If anything, it's a couple of hundredths lost by Young in sector 2, but look at the bodywork lost.
Yeah, but what Jack Young is managing to do is pull away, well, marginally, but still pull away from Spain in third place. He wants a bit more clear air between himself and that third place entrant to try and find a solution. He said he picked up pace in the second half of the race, and that's apparently what he's doing once again. He may well catch, we've got 10 minutes of this race to run, he may well catch, or certainly reduce that 2.7 second deficit to the leading Holland or Netherlands entry, but whether he'll ever be close enough to through or make a challenge, there is Tom Coronel.
I mean, Tom has got decades of experience, whether it's in a single-seater, a touring car, a GT car. Jack Young, very much one of touring car racing's bright young chargers. He's dropped off the radar in a sense because he's been away racing in Europe rather than in, for example, the British Touring Car Championship. So he's been ploughing his own furrow in Europe, but very successfully, and the gap is down. It's down to 2.6, so yeah, he's gained a little bit of ground against Tom Coronel.
I mean, it's a few, maybe hundredths or so of a second on that last lap. So Coronel may well be realising that Jack Young is coming.
Yeah.
So he hasn't needed to up his pace for over half this race. Now he's realising, have I got a bit left in the tank? Have I got a snuff rubber tyre grip left that'll allow me to up my game a little bit, just to give me that comfort zone of maybe a 3-second advantage?
There's the curb-hopping Cameron for Australia. Aaron Cameron chasing after Rafa Reich, the Brazilian athlete in the rather troubled Cupra from earlier on, but it's going nicely now. That clutch problem sorted out. They are not quite able to get onto the coattails of the UK's Chris Smiley there in the Honda. It comes into the right at Virage Ducamp, closing up a little bit there possibly. Looking to see the sector times. I reckon Coronel is on the attack again, and Claret's got a problem. France has slowed down, and that means that Hong Kong, China has gone by, so the Peugeot of France now hits mechanical maladies.
Wonder, was that a reaction or a consequence of the contact that occurred a couple or 3 laps earlier with Jack Young when that overtake was generated here in this part of the racetrack, the chicane. So that is disappointment for France to see that car crawling now all the way back to the pits, and effectively that race is run. Only 8 minutes remaining, and it'll be about 7 by the time he gets back into the pit lane.
So huge disappointment. Teddy Claret raced really hard at the start of the race. He was one of the most spectacular drivers through free practice, getting the car sideways at any opportunity. So big disappointment. France then heading for the pit lane and retirement. And the incident between Aaron Cameron and Jack Young under investigation. I don't think they mean number 18, because I don't think they've ever been together in the race. But anyway,
I think they're talking about Claret.
Yeah, who is number 20, not number 18. But anyway, that's what it's come up as on the message line. I think we're looking at the wrong cars. However, it is being looked at. So Jack Young, second on the road, may not necessarily stay in that place. As you look at Venezuela going through, 12th on the racetrack right now, and Teddy Claret limping to the pit lane.
Well, I'll nail my colours to the mast and say I put that down to really good, hard, competitive racing. There wasn't an inch given, and there was no, I would call, malicious intent. It just was hard racing, and it gave Jack Young back a position he'd lost in the opening lap.
Okay, well, the stewards will convene if necessary. It's being looked at. So as into the pit lane comes Teddy Claret. That's going to give, of course, another place to the likes of the UK, of Brazil and Australia here that come across the line. Smiley ahead of Reich, ahead of Cameron. 2.5 seconds is the lead gap. So Jack Young is having another push, and he's closing on Coronel for the Netherlands.
Yeah, Coronel, we thought maybe a little bit of an effort to extend that 2.7 second lead down to 2.6. At that point, I thought he's going to get on the programme, get up to 3 seconds, but it's not. It's down to 2.5. So Jack Young is the man on the charge. There is our race leader, Tom Coronel, for the Netherlands. And he got to the back of his mind, are my drive shafts giving me a... Well, I don't know, because when you're in that situation, your mind goes ballistic and you start creating problems where there aren't any.
What he has done is pull back another 0.3 in the first sector alone. So it looks as though the Audi is stronger through the wiggly bit at the front of the lap, and the Honda is very strong in the remainder of the lap. So there you can see the error entry of Jack Young hustling on in pursuit of the race leader, and coming up to the end of the second sector, the gap is down by 0.2. So this is where the Honda is stronger. Now let's have a look at that incident between Teddy Claret and Jack Young. Into the chicane, they were nose to tail. There's a touch there which opened the door. That was the rather more brutal attack by Jack Young. But actually Claret was still ahead as they came out of the chicane.
Yes, I mean, I think it was hard racing, and I think one could say arguably that Jack Young forced the issue and was the responsible party for the fact that he was able to get through. But that's what racing sometimes is.
Well, certainly I've seen far harsher touring car moves. So Jack Young then, yeah, being harsh, but sometimes you've got to do it. Tom Coronel, the race leader, pulled away in sector 1, was being caught in sector 2. So a margin of 2.5 seconds at the start of the lap is about to be revealed with 5 minutes plus a lap to go. We've lost the Italian entry. Gianmarco Gemandi is going no further, as over the line goes the Netherlands, and the gap this time is 2.9. That means Coronel pulls away by 0.4.
Significant amount of time gained by our race leader. Now, whether that's because we didn't see, maybe Jack Young made an error somewhere on the lap, and that's the reason 0.4 of a second increase from 2.5 seconds up to 2.9 seconds. So Coronel seems to be able to respond when he needs to. You're seeing the car 101 getting the Venezuela car getting something must be hanging off an indicator on the pit gantry. There is the Venezuela car. What is it they're getting?
Australia gets run out wide, doesn't it? Jack Young, 5-second penalty for causing a collision. So the Irish driver is given a 5-second penalty, as there Brazil comes up to have a go at the United Kingdom. Chris Smiley is under attack from Rafa Reich as they come now down towards the Virage du Camp. But Jack Young is being given a penalty for causing a collision, and Venezuela is ahead of Australia.
Go and repeat it, really, to make me feel good.
Which miles were you nailing your colours to?
I had a slightly different view to the view race officials of, and they're the arbiters. It's they who can. It's their toy, and they can do what they like with that toy.
Well, Jack Young will feel pretty miffed, because even though he's not necessarily going to catch Tom Coronel, he's going to lose places. 5 seconds, he's going to drop him off the podium, off the medals.
Absolutely, and that is very in fact, the car C62 5-second penalty causing a collision. And I didn't think in touring cars you got penalised for causing a collision unless you wrecked a car totally.
Well, like I say, I've seen worse go unpunished in other touring car championships that you might have seen elsewhere. So the race leader is Tom Coronel, and now some of that pressure is off, isn't it? He can just relax his pace a little if he is fearful of anything else befalling the mechanical side of the Audi. There is the driver that is potentially going to finish even the bronze medal place now, Ignacio Montenegro, the Argentine driver. He's 4th on the road, but should gain a place with that penalty. So let's see. Jack Young will come up to the timing line in a moment. 2nd on the road. Tom Coronel for the Netherlands goes through. There is Jack Young in 2nd place, and he is going to drop behind, certainly Spain.
Yeah, it may not Argentina. He might just stay ahead of Argentina. Only 2 and a bit minutes to go.
I think he's going to be just about safe ahead of Spain. The frustration is that on that last lap, Jack Young brought the gap down to 2.1 seconds, less than it's been pretty much all race. So he's having a push, which is as much now to try and clear his 5-second penalty as much as do anything to catch the race leader. Now, a replay of UK versus Brazil. Rafa Reich comes up to have a go at Chris Smiley, tries to go round the outside, and Chris Smiley says, oh, no, you don't. So the UK entry stays ahead of Brazil.
Yeah, it was never going to be an overtake round the outside of that particular corner. But, you know, you have to take your chances, and now tries to get back down the hill into the chicane. Brazil all over the back of Great Britain. And one must say right now, Brazil looks to be the quicker of those two cars, but Great Britain has got the high ground. It's got the position, currently running in 9th place. In 8th place, Brazil in 9th.
So Chris Miley for the UK in 8th, and bearing in mind he's never raced here before, learnt quickly. So has Rafa Reich, so has Sergio Lopez, so has Aaron Cameron. Lots of people here new to the circuit. Now, Hong Kong China's Andy Yan is 6th on the road, but he's now got a 5-second time penalty for track limit abuses. There's a minute and a half remaining, and then there's the regulation lap as what has been, as we expected, a really fighty touring car race, and Venezuela on the inside of Australia. That's causing a collision, surely.
I think that was a much more severe, if you like, attack on another car than we saw earlier with Jack Young and Teddy Clary, but it didn't result in a loss of position, which is probably the key.
Yeah.
It was the contact that then there was the result was the loss of position for France. That probably is the reason why that 5-second time penalty has been given to Ireland.
And France out of the race, Italy out of the race, Belgium out of the race, the Netherlands leading the race. Jack Young on this lap has done an absolute best in the first sector. He's taken half a second out of Tom Coronel. It might be too little too late because of his penalty, but as the leaders go across the line, the gap is down to 1.6 seconds between the top two. And of course, Jack Young is also trying to shake off the Spanish entry so that he can hang on to a medal.
Yeah, and he needs to find about another half a second to finish in second place, because he's currently 4.5 seconds ahead. No, he's not.
2.9.
2.9 seconds. So, yeah, we'll see what happens on this final as we come up to the end of the 35 minutes, then the extra lap.
Yeah, I reckon Jack Young is going to be in 3rd place when you put the penalty on. So if he can double the gap, we've got this lap and one more, then he might be able to hang on to a bronze. But it's looking as though the Netherlands, Tom Coronel, I get the feeling he's driving within himself now. He is always quicker in the first sector, though, and that starts to distort what you feel of the lap. That is Andreas Bachmann, who had a drive shaft break in the qualifying race. He started 15th on the grid, and he's up to 6th. That's been a really good drive.
Yeah, solid drive indeed from the Norwegian entry, having had the disappointment the Swedish entry having had the disappointment in race 1. Again, a potential race-winning car. Started the 2nd row of the grid in the first event, but started much further back, obviously, because of having to start back. Where did he start? Back on the 8th row of the grid. So that's 16th position.
And now the smoke coming off the Brazilian entry. I think that's bodywork against a tyre, but this isn't a circuit where you want a tyre to suddenly go down on you. Rafa Reich then, he's under attack coming into the chicane. There is the big lock up there. You can see Venezuela behind. So Rafa Reich fighting the car into the chicane.
I think he's struggling to turn the wheel because the bodywork that's rubbing on the tyre is probably restricting certain amount of the steering lock. That's a consequence probably of the overtake that went on a few moments earlier. But now this Venezuela entry, here he comes again round the outside. It's seen, we saw what happened in the earlier race, but this time it's not an issue for Venezuela, and about to become vulnerable itself, having maybe been a little bit conservative because Canada slipped through.
Travis Hill for Canada goes through, but he goes wide.
He's got a problem, I think, Venezuela. That's what the problem is. He's slowing down. He's 2 cars to pass, but look at this, Brazil.
There, the smoke screen. Smoke pouring off that right front corner, and it's now given back. It's given away. I think the tyre has gone, so Rafa Reich can't turn the car. He's off the road. That means the road is now clear, but all of a sudden Canada up into 9th place. And of course Travis Hill was another one that started way back. He started 17th on the grid. Right, the leader is on his last lap. 1.4 seconds ahead now is Tom Coronel. Jack Young is in 2nd place. He's going to be 3rd in the end by the look of it, and that is the end of Rafa Reich's car.
That right tyre you can see is gone. It's just the bodywork has come through it, and the tyre just suddenly, all the air has gone. He was turning left and the car just ploughed straight on, and rightly so, the car's been pulled off to a safe part of the runoff on the outside of turn 12.
So Tom Coronel, look how close Jack Young has got. Now, granted, if the teams are doing this properly, they will say to Tom, Ireland's got a penalty, so he can close. You're not under immediate threat. You can look after the machinery, but it's been a really good effort by Jack Young to bring down the gap. It's such a shame that, again, he's ended up with a penalty like he did in the qualifying race.
Yes, anyway, the penalty has been issued and he's got to get on with it, but he's certainly been able to run down in these closing laps the gap between the lead Netherlands entry, Tom Coronel in the Audi, and the Team Ireland entry, Jack Young in the Honda. But unfortunately, that 5-second additional time penalty added to his race time. He's probably not going to be able to keep second place, and you can see just how close behind third place is. So it's going to be at best a third place for Ireland, and it's going to elevate Spain up into second.
So the last lap for the race leader. It is the Netherlands. It is Tom Coronel, who is going to add a gold medal at the Motorsport Games to his decorated CV. He has been a real stalwart of touring car racing, of TCR of late particularly, and he comes then now down towards the penultimate corner, out of the Virage de la Tour, down towards the Virage du Pont. He's way up the curb on the inside. Jack Young is going to be over his shoulder at the checkered flag, but Tom Coronel for the Netherlands accelerates up towards the timing line. Checkered flag at the ready, and it is going to be Tom Coronel who wins the Touring Car Cup for the Netherlands. Second on the road is Ireland, and where is Spain? Within 5 seconds is the answer, so it's going to be Spain for second, and we wait for Argentina to come through. The penalties will be applied once everybody is home, and it is Spain second, it is Ireland third, so it's just a reversal of second and third places. Jack Young, after all that effort, ends up only with bronze.
Yeah, but if he hadn't put that effort in those closing laps and run down the race leader, maybe he wouldn't have even had that bronze medal to take home for Ireland. So a good finish. It's just a shame that the penalty came at a point where the overtake of France just was considered to be unreasonable, probably because it affected the position of the France Peugeot entry.
Well, Tom Coronel, in many ways, was expected to go well, but he didn't really shine at Vallelunga going back to that 2019 edition. Here, he's been a front runner all weekend and kept the car off the curbs, didn't stress the machinery too much, and if anything was playing on his mind after the demise of his teammate, he certainly didn't let it show, and experience counts. Tom Coronel for the Netherlands takes gold. Isidro Callejas for Spain takes silver, and bronze for Ireland is Jack Young. Now, Pavlo Chabanov for Ukraine is on his way up towards the checkered flag. He didn't get into the first race at all, but he has made it to the end of the second, and so up towards the timing line now comes the Ukrainian driver, and Pavlo Chabanov is going to be 14th, he's going to be last, but it's just fantastic that we have the Ukraine represented in such numbers here. Ukrainian drivers have been an absolutely hugely popular part of this event.
Absolutely, I'm delighted to see them here, first of all, and I hope that their nation is watching back home and getting some joy out of a good story.
Let's look at the results then. Netherlands taking the gold medal, Spain silver and bronze for Ireland. Argentina 4th ahead of Latvia in 5th, Sweden 6th, Hong Kong, China 7th, the United Kingdom 8th ahead of Canada and Venezuela. Tom Coronel, the winning driver, Isidro Callejas, his runner-up, and Jack Young finishing 3rd. 4th, Ignacio Montenegro from Valter Zvidris, and Andreas Bachmann, a really good drive, having started on the 8th row. He comes through for 6th. 7th, Andy Yan ahead of Chris Smiley, Travis Hill and Sergio Lopez rounding out that top 10. Australia 11th, Aaron Cameron ahead of Gabriel Dos Quinhos for Switzerland. Norway 13th, that's Didrik Esbjerg, and Ukraine 14th, Pavlo Chabanov. We lost Rafael Reich for Brazil. We lost Teddy Claret for France, Gianmarco Gemandi from Italy, and Gilles Magnus, the race leader at the end of lap 1, out with mechanical problems. And although the team is reluctant to divulge much, it is felt that it is, again, a drive shaft problem. So, a win for Netherlands. Tom Coronel making his way back to the pit lane and also then through into the fan zone. That's where the podium is. Let's look at the highlights of that race then. The main race of the Touring Car Cup that began with Gilles Magnus, the Belgian driver, launching himself away from pole position to take the race lead, but not a great start by Jack Young, and that dropped him into an early battle with Teddy Claret as the French driver went through on the inside line. Bit of contact in the pack. Hong Kong China's Andy Yan getting involved with Aaron Cameron of Australia. And we had also Ignacio Montenegro battling his way ahead of Jack Young for Ireland at the end of that opening lap. But Young then got on with the job as the race leader, ground to a halt, and a hugely annoyed Gilles Magnus gave up any chance of a gold medal. And the Contiu team furious that a mechanical problem had put the car out of the race. There was some great racing going on up and down the field. The UK versus Australia, for example, where Chris Smiley was squabbling with Aaron Cameron, and Gabriel Dos Quinhos for the Swiss team was involved in the mix as well. as in the first race, Isidro Callejas for Spain just got quicker and quicker and quicker, chipped his way through the order so that ultimately he was fighting for a podium place, moved himself ahead of Argentina as they came down towards turn 1. But then there was this contact between Ireland and France, a penalty given to Jack Young, and that would ultimately drop him from silver to bronze. And not only did he get up through on the inside, but so too did the Spaniard Isidro Callejas. He was able to gain a place as well. Chris Smiley avoiding contact from a very late-breaking Gabriel Los Quinos, the UK fending off Switzerland. Switzerland had another go on the inside. Racing room was given, but so hard on the brakes did Switzerland stand that more places were lost. Teddy Claire's Peugeot gave up the unequal struggle after 10 laps of the race, and that was him done. We also lost Gianmarco Germandi as well, the Italian driver, walking disappointedly away from his car. Contact between the UK and Brazil, but the UK entry of Chris Smiley hung on in their 8th place, his reward, and then contact between Brazil and Venezuela. And I wonder whether that was where the damage was occurred that did this to Brazil, with the bodywork folded against the tyre. Eventually the tyre went down and Rafa Reich out of the race. So for the Netherlands, Tom Coronel came through as the race-winning car. Tom Coronel through to take the gold medal. The Netherlands ahead of Spain, ahead of Ireland on the amended result, and success for the Netherlands. So the drivers there in the fan zone. Tom Coronel for the Netherlands, a very, very happy man indeed, out of the car, helmet off, balaclava off, and the driver with "Eat My Cheese" written on the back of his crash helmet rather than "Eat My Dust" is all smiles. This could be the longest winner's interview of the entire weekend, given half a chance from Tom Coronel. We might issue this as a podcast in the end, because Tom is never short of things to say. The gold medal winner of the Touring Car Cup is Tom Coronel, and Gemma Scott is down there to have a word with the gold medal winner. It's Tom Coronel.
I think the gold medal will suit you really well with the colours you're already wearing for the Netherlands. Congratulations to you, Tom. I mean, at the beginning, a difficult one for Magnus there as he dropped out with the mechanical problems, but for you, that meant a slightly easier race.
No, you saw already directly the first lap, I was full in attack of Magnus, because I knew it had to happen in the 2 laps. So the car felt really strong, so I said, okay, now I have to do it. I catch close, try to see the opportunities. I gave him some space, especially at the hairpin, otherwise I would have dived into it. But, you know, then finally I was in shock because his car slowed down. And then, yeah, to be honest, was a comfortable lead, I believe with 3 seconds. And I saw Jack catching me, but it was fully in control because I just wanted to manage the tire. You know, they had a problem with the drive shaft, and I was just managing it on the down change, gentle on the down change, that the drive shaft was not gonna get some punishment. So yeah, finally we won it. Unbelievable.
Were you aware that Jack behind you had the penalty and you could have just eased off a bit?
Yeah, I was aware, but of course you want to cross as first the finish line. I don't care. I knew he had a 5-second penalty because they told me already. But no, if you want to win, you want to cross the line first, because otherwise it's confusing for the people. And it was one of those weekends where, you know, you manage it and you try to be clever. The speed was there, the car was fast. I mean, everything worked out. Here in Paul Ricard, we won the European race in May, so I knew the circuit was suiting me very well. So yeah, why not? We did it.
Well, you're no stranger to success, but how different does it feel once you're here at the Games representing your country?
No, every win is special. Yeah. And this is one of those ones that the unique races, you know, like the Wimbledon of tennis, and that's for me the FIA Motorsport Games. So I just wanted to catch this one, and we did it.
Congratulations! Boom!
Hoppa!
Tom Romeo Coronel, his dad, a big Alfa Romeo fan, so Tom and his twin brother Tim are Tim Alfa and Tom Romeo Coronel. And they are both racers, but Tom is the higher profile of the two.
And all I can say is bring on more senior citizens in touring car racing, because Tom Coronel showed everybody today. Okay, he benefited from Magnus's retirement, but he said he was on the case and he would have not let Magnussen have a walk in the park as he had yesterday.
Really, really good drive by the Spanish racer Isidro Callejas here, celebrating his silver medal. Spain is the only nationality that's got a representative in every discipline, which is quite something. But he's raced really well. That car had good pace. And Isidro Callejas, the TCR Spain leader, really, really good job, I reckon.
Yeah, you can see there's the emotion of the Spanish team, and obviously they're an emotional nation, but thoroughly delighted to be on the podium for the silver medal.
And Tom Coronel, who's a great social media user, filming himself going to the podium. That'll be on Instagram probably in about 5 seconds. Goes to embrace Darren Turner as he heads towards the podium and is then ushered up the steps. But Tom Coronel, I can remember footage of him having crashed out of the Nürburgring 24 hours, and even before he'd done anything else, he was filming the wreckage, uploading it. The podium might take a while because Isidro Callejas is miles away from it. He's at the top end of the pit lane, and he needs a taxi to get him to the podium now, but he's being ushered in that direction. He's absolutely delighted. He's got the Spanish flag, takes this walk down the pit lane. And Jack Young for ERA taking third place, the Irish driver, the Northern Irish driver, but representing the Republic of Ireland. There is Ignacio Montenegro, who finished fourth just off the podium. But a delighted Isidro Callejas makes his way then down the pit road. And in turn, he'll go to the podium for that silver medal. And a very happy man he is. If I look out of our commentary box through the back door, I can see all the people gathering at the podium, where they're being attracted by not just the drivers, but a big screen and a fan area. There you can see it. And Tom Coronel's car being swarmed around, the team doing its best to preserve part fairway conditions, but good luck with that.
I think that's a big ask. There's a lot of people gathering around the presentation area, and they've been sitting out. There's been a number of chairs.
Yeah.
And people have not been moving off them. They've thoroughly enjoyed all these podium ceremonies, and they just want to sit and watch the big screen above it and then follow the ceremonies as they come by.
Well, there, the equipment of Tom Coronel put back into the car. Fans posing with the car. I mean, this is a lovely touch. You don't often get this at race meetings, that you can be so close to the car at any time, never mind straight after it's won a race. It's a really good feature.
I can't remember the last time I've seen a fan crowd take over. I mean, normally these cars are pushed straight into Parc Fermé, and barely is a team allowed to touch the car until the car's been scrutinized and it's been passed as being within regulation.
Sure. Well, it is Jack Young for bronze. It is then Isidro Callejas for silver, and it is the Netherlands for gold. And Tom Coronel will be a very happy top step of the podium finisher when we get to that podium ceremony. The dignitaries are being rounded up. The drivers are also still being rounded up. You've seen Isidro Callejas making his way to the podium. So the podium will come in due course, but we can reflect on what has been a really excellent brace of touring car races, qualifying race and main race, and a Benelux feature of it has been Belgium winning the qualifying race, but the main race won by the Netherlands. After a great drive, it is yet another line on an impressive CV for the gold medalist, Tom Coronel. So the drivers are making their way to the podium. We've got some, if not all, and Tom Coronel's car is there being looked at by the fans. Many, of course, of whom who are new to Paul Ricard, new to motorsport. They might be fans of perhaps karting, but are looking at other disciplines while they're here. It's a big education process as much as a weekend out.
And also the number of children that are present, which has been, I've said, where are they coming from? But I think a lot of the support of this event has been driven by youngsters, children who have been inspired by the concept of a motorsport games. And in fact, I've never seen as many people at Paul Ricard at any point over the, 1970, I think the circuit was first used as a racetrack, first only created in '69.
Yeah.
And it's only maybe at a French Grand Prix at Paul Ricard, there might be more people than there are here. I think the success of this event from the public's perspective has been phenomenal.
I think you're right. I mean, I know it's free admission. That tells you something, doesn't it? Get people in, and if you are thinking about it as a money-making exercise, there are other ways to generate some income. But the fact that everybody has been encouraged to come and enjoy motorsport, underline the word sport, not just racing, but auto slalom, drifting, karting, rallying, you name it, it's been exceptional. And so now the medals are brought up to the podium. We will have Marcello Lotti, the architect of the TCR format there as well. And so now the drivers should be called forward. So on instruction, the drivers will make their way up the stairs. This wonderful structure that has the cool-down room in the middle, the podium on the top, and the studio for television on the ground floor. There for the Republic of Ireland, Jack Young steps forward for third place. The representative of Ireland, of ERA, and Jack Young, an excellent job by the driver that is part of the BRDC Rising Stars programme to look after young British talent. How's that for a delighted driver for Spain? Isidro Callejas makes his way onto the silver step. And then for the gold medal for the Netherlands, Tom Coronel makes his way onto the podium and is revelling in every minute of it.
What an old showman he is. Can he egg it up? Can he ham it up? What other food variation can we get? But what a great performer, a performer for decades.
Absolutely right. Marcello Lotti, the WSC president, makes the presentations, the bronze medal to Jack Young. The fact that TCR has spread all the way around the globe, from Australia to America, from mainland Europe, you name it, down to Marcello Lotti, who created the concept of the TCR regulation. You've got different manufacturers building cars, and it's worked really well. Isidro Callejas takes the silver medal, and now for gold, not giving it to him, says Marcello Lotti, the gold medal winner in the Touring Car Cup, Tom Coronel.
I don't think he was expecting the kiss.
You go near Tom at your peril. But, yep, Tom checks that it's real gold. He's the winner. The gold medalist for the Netherlands is Tom Coronel. Well done, Tom Coronel. Gold for the Netherlands, silver for Spain, bronze for Ireland. And Tom Coronel gets the other drivers with him on the top step for the photographs to share in the moment. He's brought the crash helmet with him, as Tom Coronel would.
I call him a senior citizen. He's not. He's only 50 years old. He's a long way to go.
The whippersnapper. The champagne to be sprayed. This is where Jack Young tries to get his own back. But again, Tom Coronel's got an answer to that. And Isidro Callejas finally now can join in as well. Really, really happy scenes, which is good. We've had some great racing, as we expected, from the touring cars. Tom Coronel is loving every moment of this. He's going to stink of champagne, but he cares not. And as I've been saying, eat my cheese, it says on his back of his crash helmet. There you can just see it out of shot. The cheese-backed Dutch driver, Tom Coronel. All smiles on the podium. The Netherlands takes gold in the Touring Car Cup. Great drive by Tom Coronel. Great drive too by Isidro Callejas, and for bronze, Jack Young. Right, another photograph. The selfies are coming up. Tom Coronel gets his phone ready and gets everybody, I suspect, together for another photograph. There's the medal look. Oh, it's a video. It's not just a photograph. Videos to be taken. Tom Coronel is going to be celebrating for ages, and while he does that, let's rejoin Louise Beckett.
That was a good podium, wasn't it? And a good celebration. Of course, it was going to be a good touring car race there.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, obviously felt really sorry for Belgium. Had it under control in all the practice sessions and the qualifying, but a great and very popular result for Netherlands with Tom Coronel there. So, yeah, I think Jack was unlucky with Ireland. You know, that penalty, a little bit harsh. You know, I thought it was a tough move, but it did knock Spain out of contention. So, yeah, one of those things. But obviously for Ireland, they still managed to get a podium.
Here we go. Sorry to interrupt you, Darren. Let's switch seats and have a seat with the man himself. Hello.
Hello.
All weekend we've been trying to speak to you, and now is the best time to speak to you.
Well, now, you know, you speak about the competition, otherwise you speak about the event. Yeah, still hyped. It was a good one. Beginning of the race, I tried to push a little bit because I knew Magnus in race 1. He drove away, especially in the first 2 laps, so there was no chance. So I just thought I have to do it in the first 2 laps to get close to him. And when his drive shaft broke, I nearly drove in his back. I just, whoop, I moved. And then, to be honest, we were managing it. Of course, I knew that Jack had 5-second penalty, but still I wanted to cross the line first. But no, happy chappy.
Yeah, happy, sweaty and sticky. That's what we like to see at the end of the race.
Normally champagne, we spray, you say you don't drink it. You spray it or you lick it off.
Yeah.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. It was great to have a quick chat with you.
Enjoy the celebration.
Well done. I'll take your
Bye-bye.
microphone because we've got Ben Constantiouris joining us also now back in the studio. We'll do a little bit of a switching around.
Well done, Tom.
Did you enjoy that?
Coronel sweat. Mixed with-
Oh, it's not so bad. Ben, you're joining us because next up we have auto slalom. Can you give us a bit of an overview of that format?
Well, Gemma and I were down there this morning for the karting slalom. Replaced the kart with an Opel Corsa E-Cup electric car. And you have auto slalom. And we have been doing 27 competitors started the weekend, so over 50 competitors generally. Remember, we have a man and a woman per team, and it is fantastic to see the competition that's been down there. We had Slovakia versus Croatia in one semi-final, Georgia versus Germany in another semi-final, and hopefully soon the auto slalom final will be getting underway. Slovakia versus Germany. Germany are massively favourites here. But a really impressive run from Slovakia to get them up there.
So we're just going to look at this course now because obviously there's quite significant difference from the karting course because of the size of the cars, for one. But it's very much a similar setup.
Exactly the same idea. You've got to go through a multitude of gates and cones. If you touch the cones, you get penalties. Some autocross tracks have reverse sections and donut sections, but because of our electric cars here, we don't have a handbrake, and so we don't have those particular things. But it's still a big challenge, and still, if you touch a cone, that's the biggest thing. If you touch a cone, you get a penalty, and the time here, only 30 seconds a lap, a penalty 10% more extra of that time.
And we saw with the karting that actually lost Belgium, wasn't it, the gold?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, 15 seconds of penalties for them. So looks like we got a slight delay with Slovakia in lane 2. So that's the one on the left-hand side, just getting themselves ready. It looks like the girls are going first. And so you will know, ARC Bratislava running the Slovakia team, and team manager Michaela is actually driving.
I know. It was great to see her name on the lineup. She's such a great crew, team manager anyway in endurance racing. It's really great to see her actually getting involved in racing as well. I didn't realise she actually got in the car.
Yeah, and she's still running her back brace from breaking her back in a rally about 2 months ago. So this is really impressive and incredibly emotional to get themselves into a medal position.
Yes.
They're guaranteed a medal because these two are going to be gold and silver. I'm afraid I didn't follow to find out who is bronze, but it was either Georgia or Croatia.
What I was impressed with is when I watched the karting, how precise they had to be with how close the cones were. But a kart is very precise and very direct. I can imagine with the weight of this, it's much more difficult to get that precision and not hit any of the cones.
And also, in a single-seater, for instance, you can see where your wheels are. It's much harder in that, I'm sure.
What sort of speed are they going to be going?
It's not really about speed, and that's why the electric cars are so fantastic for this, because they are incredibly fast accelerating. Slovakia is on the left-hand side. Germany is on the right-hand side. As I said, Michaela driving for Slovakia. For Team Germany, it's Claire Schoborn. Looks slightly ahead, doesn't she, Claire, on the right-hand side for the moment. Just watch those cones to make sure they stay in position. Yeah, Germany quite a bit ahead as they come to the line, and Germany win the first one. But they have 2 runs, plus then their teammates have 2 runs, and then they will swap lanes and have 2 runs each. So actually, it's a cumulative over 8 races. So plenty of opportunity to make up those small margins where perhaps gained or lost in particular races. Front-wheel drive as well, Darren. So frustrating sometimes.
Well, it can be, but also I think, front-wheel drive with cold tyres, because they're obviously not having a chance to warm them up at all, and they're not going to generate that much temperature with the speeds they're doing. So front-wheel drive sometimes can be fairly precise. You can get that direction change and don't get the push that you might get from a rear-wheel drive in this situation.
In the karting, the drivers were leaning over the front wheels of the carts to try and get the rear end moving around. Obviously, moving around inside a 2-ton electric Opel will have less of an effect, but you still have to be quite precise. And look how narrow some of these sections are.
The bit I'm always amazed is how they remember the course, because it's not that obvious, is it? If you can imagine, you're down at the height of the driver and you can just see a sea of cones in front of you, and then trying to pick out from that the actual course. I know they get practice, but it's still super impressive.
I remember from 2019, it was a pretzel. Is that one of the formats?
Yeah, possibly,
yes.
yeah. Of course, I completely forgot that they had a practice race. So that is probably the first race that they've had, the timed race. I don't have a timing screen in front of us here, but they have all the information down there. I would have thought that was our first race, and that looked a lot closer between Germany and Slovakia.
I'm presuming they're not going to run out of battery power on these short runs. I know there's a lot of energy going in with hard acceleration between each of the gates, but over the length of the 8 rounds, I'm guessing there's still plenty of power the whole way through.
These Opel e-coursers are actually designed for rallying, and the idea is that they're going to be able to participate in the French National Championship next year. So they have enough battery even to be able to do a full loop of rallying. So a good 150, 200 Ks.
Yeah, so this little course is not a problem at all.
Not too bad, yeah.
Well, we'll be joining the auto slalom later and find out what happened there. But next up, it is the GT sprint race. This is it, Darren. We've got the final coming up in just about a minute's time, actually.
Yeah, it's the big one, isn't it, really? When you think about the quality of drivers throughout the grid, this is really going to be where the fireworks for the end of the weekend get started. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing how it goes. We obviously just saw the touring car race, and Belgium, I mean, they're going to be so disappointed not to be picking up the gold, but they have a great position. They're on pole position for this race now, so they have a good chance to pick up a gold in this race. But as we've seen, I mean, anything could happen in this race, but hopefully no one's going to have any technical issues that we saw like some of the teams had in the touring car race.
Ben, are you going to stick around to watch the race with us?
Absolutely, I'm a race fan.
Well, that's always handy. So the cars will just be getting ready now to get out, prepping themselves for the race. What's going through their minds very quickly?
I think right now what they're going through their minds about tyre temp. We've been on this discussion before, because no tyre tents. They're really going to be thinking how they're going to get that temperature into those tyres early on.
Right, well, let's join everything happening in the GT sprint race.
It's one driver, it's one race, it's absolutely flat out, and there's one medal for the winner. It is the GT Sprint coming up. Gold, silver and bronze medals at stake. And this is new to the FIA Motorsport Games. The GT Sprint is for the pro drivers of GT cars, and they're on their own. It is no pit stop, no driver change, one man, one car, and it gives us an opportunity to see which are the fastest brands of car and, of course, the fastest nations thanks to their drivers. And it is Belgium starting on pole position after the efforts of Dries van Voor in qualifying. Australia lining up second on the grid, and that's the Matt Campbell-driven Porsche. David Addison and John Watson trackside. The GT Sprint, John, new to the FIA Motorsport Games. The entry not huge in number, but it's really, really strong in terms of quality.
Yeah, something I'm much more familiar with than some of the other activities we've seen here this weekend. One, again, I'm looking forward to because we've got some of the usual suspects that tend to win in GT3 around Europe, and certainly some of them around the world as well. A 1 hour sprint race. So it's going to be a lot of things to consider. It's almost like a 1 hour stint in a 3 hour endurance race. So the principles are much the same. But it's a lovely evening here, Paul Ricard. Track temperature has actually fallen back to just 21 Celsius, so not quite as warm as it was, 45 minutes, 50 minutes ago when the start of the touring car race. Nevertheless, you push very hard early in your stint and you can damage your tyres, and that will then allow your competition to challenge you, or you just measure your pace and hope that you do enough not to lose a position.
That's Danny Juncadella, who is racing for Spain, but he didn't have a great qualifying in the Antonelli Motorsport run Mercedes. Let's go down to the grid, though, and hear from one or two of the drivers before we go racing. Ayhan Güven is representing Turkey, winner of the FIA GT Nations Cup in years past, and Ayhan is with Gemma Scott.
Jan, it's great to have you here with us for the Games. Of course, you won, or you came second this year in GT Masters, but certainly showing yourself as a one to watch out for in this next race.
Yeah, today we were quick from the beginning. Quali, the Audi make a really good lap time, but yeah, in the race stream, hopefully we are closer to him. And it's 1 hour race, so it will be quite long with the tire deck and stuff. So yeah, we will see. It will be a lot of fun.
Will the race pace differ at all from earlier?
Yeah, I think in the race pace we will closer to Audi.
Have a great race. Thank you, Jan.
Ayhan Güven, who's made a name for himself in Porsches, whether it's in GT racing or in the Carrera Cup Germany, Porsche Super Cup as well, he's been hugely successful in, so he's a man to watch. And Ayhan Güven then, the Turkish driver, double Carrera Cup France champion, Porsche Benelux champion, Porsche Middle East champion, certainly potential winner of this.
Yes, and knows his way around a Porsche, which is very important.
Indeed, so that is the Moroccan driver, Michael Benia, who has been a GT4 European Series racer. We've seen him in British GT as well, and Michael Benia in the Optimum Motorsport run McLaren. For Mercedes, for Germany, is Lukas Stolz. He's going to start third on the grid, and Lukas Stolz is also with Gemma.
Luca, you're no stranger to racing against Dries Van Toor and Mirko Bortolotti, who starts just behind you. What do we expect from this race?
Well, first, it's an honor to be here to represent Germany. Yeah, it's really nice and sunny day in Paul Ricard and racing to some of the best GT drivers in the world. So yeah, it's going to be a fun 1 hour race.
A very quick sentence for your German fans.
Yeah, thanks for crossing fingers for me, and I hope I can go for a medal.
Thank you very much. Have a great one.
Thanks.
So Lukas Stolz certainly is a potential winner. We've seen him be one of the fastest Mercedes drivers over the last few seasons in Fanatec GT.
Yeah, not only fast, but very consistent. So expect a lot from Lukas Stolz, but right now the pace that Dries Van Toor illustrated in qualifying was, well, it was pretty impressive. Whether that will translate into a 1 hour race and still have that kind of advantage. Again, the tyre issue is always something we have to talk about, because you have to look after these things. They're not designed to be perfect all the way through. You've got to make them work for you.
Now we're going into the 60-minute race, which again, of course, is going to have a big impact on the medal table, because we're getting towards the end of the competition now. So the scores based on what we have here are going to be very important indeed. As I say, there aren't many disciplines now still to be resolved. We've got 3 golds, Italy and France, but Belgium has got 2 golds, 1 silver and 1 bronze. And therefore, if a 3rd gold medal went Belgium's way, they would also be able to win on the count back, because when it's a tie, you then go to the number of silvers, you go to the number of bronzes. So it looks as though Belgium, if Dries Van Toor can take gold, could be on as the winning nation. But Italy and France have equally got a good chance of winning outright as well. Now, what about Belgium? Dries Van Toor starts on pole position. The Belgian driver in the Audi on pole position. He's a potential winner, and he's with Jem.
Dries, it's been a fantastic game so far for Belgium. Lots and lots of medals, and there's a possibility that if you are successful in this race, that Belgium could take an overall win.
Yeah, it comes down to the end. Well, is it the last session of the day?
It is.
Oh, it is. Oh, it comes down to the end. So, no, I mean, yeah, I've been following Belgium. They've been doing well in every category, so it's good to see. It's fun to see that all the young and some of them maybe mid-old, I would say, are doing not too bad. So, no, yeah, let's see what we can do. It's been going really well so far. The car's been absolutely amazing since we put it on the ground today. So, yeah, let's see what we can do.
Well, you line up beside Australia here. You've got Lukas Stolz, who you know very well, behind you. Who do you see as your biggest threats?
It's a 1 hour stint, so I guess the Mercedes will be good on tires. The Porsche will be quick, I think, in the beginning. So I'll just try to do some good laps in the beginning and then see where we are. and try to manage my tires.
And of course the sun's going to come down. We've just seen you put some extra tape on your visor to give you a bit of protection.
Exactly, yeah, otherwise with the visor I might struggle a bit.
All the best tricks. Dries, have a great race. Thank you.
Thank you, thanks.
Well, there's somebody that's raced here from daylight into the darkness, who's raced at Spa. He's raced and, of course, won his class at Le Mans, where you've got the sun going down, you've got the sun coming up, of course, the other side of night. So he knows all about racing in different lighting situations. But yeah, Dries van Thor, interesting to hear what he said there about managing his tyres, knowing the strengths of the other cars as well. He's not just thinking about his race, he's thinking about what everybody else is going to be doing around him as well.
Yeah, I mean, everybody might in the pit lane know that over a stint, maybe a Mercedes, because of the layout of the car, might be a little bit more gentle over that 1 hour stint than a rear engine or mid-rear engine car is. So there's no big secrets amongst all the competitors. They know the strengths of their competition. They know their own strengths. And if you've got a car that could be very quick in the opening phase, which could certainly be Dries van Thor on the Audi, or maybe one of the two Porsche, but it's not the beginning that necessarily counts, as being able to maintain that. And if you do go into a stage of tire degradation and other around you are managing to manage it better than you, then you're going to have to be in a very defensive mode. And as the clock counts down, that will become more and more difficult.
And of course, the ambient temperature is going to change as well over the course of the race. Might be cars that work better towards the end when it gets a little bit cooler, as you look at Chinese Taipei's Evan Chen, and he's going to start 7th on the grid. Now, what about Australia? Could we get a gold for Australia? Matt Campbell hopes so. He's on the front row. He's with Gemma.
Matt, of course, down here on the front row, hoping to bring it home for Australia.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've had really good pace so far this weekend. We didn't start necessarily the strongest in practice, but yeah, the team's done a fantastic job and we've improved every session. So good to be starting at the front, but it's going to be a long, hard race.
How competitive can you be against Dries? He was really flying earlier.
Yeah, he's been really fast the whole day, so I think it'll be tough, but for sure up for the challenge. But in saying that as well, I mean, it's super close around me. Times are very fast, and you know, a lot of drivers I know as well, so it should be some really good racing.
Have a great one. Thank you very much, Matt.
So Matt Campbell, winner here last year of the 6 hours in Fanatec GT. Just looking at the back of the grid, quite a few mechanics running onto the grid with equipment, as though somebody might have a problem there. So they'd come out of the pit lane through the gate. It's not Tristan Vautier, because there's serenity and calm around France, but there's certainly one nation that might well be having dramas. I'm trying to keep an eye from where our vantage point is at what might be happening elsewhere on the grid, but I certainly saw mechanics running earnestly back onto the grid.
It does happen. You think of all the work, all the hours of preparation that have got in since the cars were on track earlier today, and then you do your right lap, come onto the grid, and there is a problem. Sometimes it's an issue that can be addressed quickly. Other times it might mean pushing the car through a gap in the safety wall there that the pit lane is directly behind. Hopefully that is not the case, as we're looking at the rear of that McLaren injured by Morocco.
Marco Bortolotti good to go for Italy. Bruno Baptista set to go for Brazil, and Bruno Baptista is with Gemma.
Bruno, it's been a busy weekend for you. You raced in GT Cup as well, now the GT Sprint. Slightly different for you to be pushing there for that 1 hour, but you showed a real pace yesterday and you're enjoying this car as well.
Yeah, it's my first time in GT3, and the weekend was really hard because 2 championships in 1 weekend was hard, but was amazing. I learned a lot with GT3 and for the team. And now we need to have a good pace to catch the guys in the front.
Well, you're with a very experienced team with Akadis, of course, as well, who've had a great year in GT3 in the European World Championship. But here now, of course, yesterday racing with your dad, you've also made some great memories representing Brazil.
Yeah, for sure. And now I need to prove a little bit in some corners. I had a mistake in qualifying, and for sure the pace will be good here because the team for sure giving to me a good car for the race, and for sure we're going to catch the guys in the front.
Good luck to you. Have a great race.
I was going to say, it's a different level from doing the Endurance Cup to doing the Sprint Cup. Here he's got some serious race drivers who know their way around a GT3 car like it's the back of their hand, but it'll all be a part of an education for Bruno Baptista, and hopefully he'll come away from it with a bit bigger smile on his face than he's had pretty much through the weekend.
There in the Red Bull helmet is the driver for Team Turkey, Ayhan Şengüven. As I say, he has had a lot of success in France in the one-make Porsche Championship, double Carrera Cup France champion, race winner in Porsche Super Cup, and another potential winner of this. I know arguably Dries van Thor starts as the favourite, but it does depend on what cars do with their tyres over the course of the hour. Evan Chen for Chinese Taipei has been really rapid as well over the GT Cup races. He goes into GT Sprint then representing Chinese Taipei after he's talked to Gemma.
We're trying to cover all the nations down here on the grid. Ethan, you've been absolutely flying this weekend, really putting in a good fight.
Yeah, I tried to do my best. My previous race that I do the whole season was 2019, so I haven't really been racing that much since the pandemic thing happened. I'm just glad to be back at the track and competing with all these like such a prestigious grid and try to learn from them as much as I could.
And an honour, of course, to be representing your country.
I'm very proud to be representing our country. We are not like the country who think about in terms of racing. So to be on the grid, not doing too bad of a time, I think it's the best I could do, and I hope they are proud of.
I'm sure they're very proud. Have a great race. Thanks, Ethan.
Thank you.
Evan Chen for Chinese Taipei, and there Stefan Rattel, the founder and CEO of the SRO Motorsports Group, on the grid. Of course, it's an FIA Motorsport Games, but SRO is the promoter, and it's a huge amount of effort by Stefan and his team, headed by Anthony Comas, that have put the event together. A Herculean task as well by Mike Scott and all of his team on the television side, bringing all of these different disciplines and trying to coordinate everything so that you don't miss a moment of the action.
It's been a spider's web, literally trying to get everything to come together all at one time. And it's had its moments. Let's say we've had our moments, but we've always managed to come out on top, and hopefully that's how it will be until the checkered flag falls here in just a little over 1 hour.
Right, who's going to come out on top of this then? Put your colours to a mast.
Emotionally, obviously, I would love to see a Porsche win. But pragmatically, if Dries van Thor can get the lead and can then control the rest of the field at a pace where he's not going to hurt his rear tyres in particular, then it's going to be Dries van Thor's to lose, effectively. I mean, he's been quick in this car. It's the Santalok Junior team that, I don't know, he's never driven another Audi, you mentioned. I would love to know, actually, what does he think of the Santalok preparation compared to WRT? Are there any things that actually he's read, I wish I had that on the WRT, or I'm glad I didn't have that on the WRT.
1 minute to go. I know he's driven for, obviously, WRT and a Tempto. I've got a feeling he's driven for Phoenix in the Nürburgring 24 Hours, but anyway, another new team in this respect is Santalok. So, of course, WRT has ended its association with Audi, so Belgium had to go to a different team in order to run the car. The RACB, the Royal Automobile Club of Belgium, and Santalok getting the job. Right, time to go racing. Grid cleared. There will be the 15-second board in a moment. The green flag is there, and the safety car as it is. The leading car will blast away, and then we can have this final lap to get some warmth into the tyres. It would also be interesting to see how France gets on and whether it could be the winning nation on home soil. Tristan Vautier upholding French honour, but from 6th on the grid. Tristan Vautier is somebody that has done incredibly well racing in single-seaters in America. Star Mazda champion, Indy Lights champion. He's been a GT racer, winner of the 2018 Intercontinental GT Challenge, winner of the Suzuka 10 Hours in 2018 as well. So Tristan Vautier, perhaps we're being wrong not to talk him up more than we are.
Well, the only issue I have is he's starting back on the the third row of the grid. So the 5 cars directly ahead of him are extremely competitive packages, driver and car. So to find a way past on pace would be a big ask. It might be through other issues. I mean, tyre wear, tyre degradation is the obvious one.
Let's have a look at this grid as the cars accelerate their way out of turn 2, and you're looking at France, but the grid is headed by Belgium. Dries van Thor for Belgium on pole position. Matt Campbell for Australia lining up second on the grid. Third is where you find Germany, and it is Luca Stolz at the wheel of the Mercedes. And Turkey fourth, and that is Ayhan Guven, a man to watch. Lining up fifth for Italy is Mirko Bortolotti, and sixth on the grid, France, Tristan Vautier behind the wheel. Starting seventh is Chinese Taipei's Evan Chen, and eighth for Brazil is Bruno Baptista. Ninth on the grid for Morocco is Michael Ben Yaya, and 10th on the grid. Spain, the only nation with a representative in every discipline, Dani Juncadella, but he's a long way back. He's ahead of the Swiss representative, Yannick Mettler, and the Lithuanian athlete is Julius Adamovicius, and he is going to go from 12th ahead of Hong Kong, China's Marchi Li in the charismatic Honda NSX Evo. That's your grid. It is 13 strong numerically, but it is really high in terms of driver caliber. So many races, so many titles won in this entry. We've got an onboard camera with the France Mercedes of Tristan Vautier, run by the Ecodis ASP team, and he's going to be a driver to keep an eye to as well over the course of the hour, especially given that the Mercedes are kind on their tyres. And we've also got the onboard on the McLaren, the Optima Motorsport run car of Michael Benyaya, the Moroccan driver. So, Dries van Thor for Belgium is going to be the man on pole position, but of course they don't stop on the grid at the end of the lap. It's a rolling start, so if the race director is happy with everybody's position, then they'll be released into battle. Marchi Li's view at the back of the grid with the Honda NSX of Hong Kong, China. And so as the field turns now up through Le Beausset, we are set to get the cars in a moment into that 2x2 Noah's Ark formation, ready for the start of the race. They will then blast into battle the run down towards turn 1, and Dries van Thor is going to know that he's got a Mercedes that's quick behind him. He's got a Porsche that's quick alongside. Who will he have to defend from? Everybody getting themselves together. Don't rule out Ayntjen Guven, of course. Never rule out Mirko Bortolotti, as the cars then now turn with Dani Juncadella there in the Antonelli Motorsport run Mercedes. He starts further back than he wants to on the outside of the 5th row of the grid. It is wide open, this race, I promise you. Yes, Dries van Thor might be considered a favourite, but it's certainly not guaranteed that he's going to be a race winner. The fans are ready, we are ready, the medal table is ready as well, because this result is going to affect who is the winning nation. There is the closing ceremony to look forward to at the end of the afternoon here at the Paul Ricard circuit. But first, it is time to go racing. The GT Sprint is about to get underway. 1 hour of racing. GT3 cars throughout the grid. The lights are red, the lights will change any second now to get the race underway as they accelerate down towards turn 1. And a very good start by Matt Campbell, who gets the drop from the outside of the front row, and the Porsche swoops across. Australia leads the way. They're all leaning on each other in the pack. Germany on the outside, Turkey round the outside and goes second. Ayntjen Guven gets the jump on Dries van Thor as well. So Belgium, having done all the hard work in qualifying, gets run out wide. Italy through as well, and Van Thor is going back down the order.
He's been beaten up. I mean, absolutely had the best opportunity to get into turn 1 ahead of everybody else. Now, at best, he's 3rd or 4th, and Mirko Bortolotti's on up, and France has had to take a shortcut, but Bortolotti gets up the inside of Dries van Thor as well. And look what's happened, Germany's coming back.
Luca Stolz on the inside. Guven was off the road and back on again for Turkey. But Van Thor then is just hanging on to that place for Belgium ahead of Germany as they come now onto the Mistral Straight. You're right about France going off the road. Vautier had to try and make his own arrangements to keep out of the pack.
And the bonnet on the German Mercedes looks like it's flapping. So that's the consequence of some contact. But now what we're seeing is the big boys are out playing.
And doesn't it show? Through the chicane they come. But look at Matt Campbell's lead. He's disappeared. He's nearly checked in for his flight home. He's that far ahead. So it is Australia leading the way. In second place, it is Turkey. It's Porsche 1, 2. It's Lamborghini 3. It's Italy now on the prowl. Mirko Bortolotti pulls out and pulls back in again. 4th, it is Belgium. 5th is Germany. 6th is France.
Well, who would have written that script? I mean, Matt Campbell getting the jump, maybe set it all off. He's just driven away, and poor Dries van Thor must feel like a punch bowl. He's been back hit, front hit, side hit, and trying to recover and trying to get the composure back again and not lose any further ground. But look, all around here's the completion of the first lap, the opening lap, and it is absolutely like it was, well, racing for victory here.
So we are looking at the end of the first lap, riding on board now with Michael Benyaya, who's squabbling with Chinese Taipei, the Moroccan driver Michael Benyaya. There is Luca Stolz in 5th place then, coming through with Bruno Baptista, the Brazilian driver, fending off Marchi Li for Hong Kong, China in the Honda. So lap 1 in the book, and Matt Campbell leads the way over the timing line. He is 1.8 seconds clear of Guven in 2nd place for Turkey. Italy 3rd, 4th Belgium, 5th Germany, 6th France. And then a bit of a gap opening up before 7th is Spain. Dani Juncadella. Stolz goes through, so Luca Stolz qualified 3rd. So Germany and Belgium roughed up on that first lap.
Very much so, but looks like Dries van Thor has managed to get ahead of, well, he has got ahead of Germany, and now he can focus upon Marco Bortolotti directly ahead of him. He's had many scraps with the Italian over many seasons, racing in the GT3 series. So just, I mean, indications maybe there's not a huge amount of grip at the rear of the Audi when it's pushed to the extremes. And he's now wondering, how am I going to catch Bertolotti? And if I catch him, is there any way I'm going to find a way around him? But Bertolotti's lining up second place Govan in the Turkish entered Porsche. So that's going to be a little war going on with a 1.8 second advantage to Matt Campbell. As we've seen in other races, if you can get the lead, it makes your task so much easier. All you're going to do is focus upon yourself and not put any load or pressure into the car, into the tires, and therefore maybe hamper yourself come the later hours or later minutes of the race.
Of course, many of the teams will have been here for the Fanatec GT race as part of the Endurance Cup back in the late spring, but that's on a slightly different configuration of the circuit because they don't run the chicane on the Mistral straight as we are doing here. So again, that slight quirk from what the teams are used to. Come then here with Michael Benyaya out of senior. That is the Evan Chen Ferrari just up ahead, and so I'll tell you what, it's Marchi Lee in the Hong Kong China Honda that has gone through. So actually on this lap, the McLaren that you're riding with has fallen back in the traffic a little bit. Matt Campbell led at the end of lap 1 by 1.8 seconds. Mirko Bortolotti getting good in sectors, and a big effort being made here by the Moroccan.
It looks like he's made the pass, but it certainly was hard work. It was right on the bumble. You can see the hand movement of the steering wheel as we go back to this battle for the top three. And directly behind Dries van Thor, there he goes, swings through the final turn. And again, Bortolotti remorseless in his pursuit of second place Turkey, and looked as if he was closing as they came into that final turn, but of course on the acceleration then up to start another lap, the second place Porsche opens that gap back up again. Bodywork on the track.
Yeah, indeed. Now Govan has managed to bring down the gap against the race leader. Anshin Govan was 0.7 of a second quicker. Now that he's got the tyres working, he's much quicker than Campbell. There's your leader, the Australian, but look at the gap. So the Porsches 1 and 2, the Earl Bamber Motorsport run car ahead of the TopSport WRT car. That means it is Australia ahead of Turkey. Then the Grassa Racing Team Lamborghini for Italy, of Mirko Bortolotti in third place. This is another element of this, that the teams running the cars for nations are slightly different as well. Hence, you know, Vanthor with Santalok, for example. So there's a lot to factor in. It's not the usual format. It's different disciplines of the event, but it's different drivers in different cars for different teams. It's all fascinating.
So that gap, 1.8 seconds initially, now down to 1.1 seconds. And Ian Gavin has certainly got the pace from his Porsche. I mean, two identical cars, just different in the individual preferences and setup. So I wonder whether that 1.1 seconds is going to be less than a second when they come across start-finish line to complete lap 2, or lap 3 they're on now to complete. So we're settling down though. It's just that the initial frantic bit of action now is actually calmed down.
It has for the moment, that is for sure, but you've got the Porsches then still running 1 and 2, and as people start to settle down and start to adapt to their race pace and see what they can do around the traffic that's there. Look at the start of the race. Matt Campbell there making an absolute peach of a getaway, getting the drop as they ran down towards the first corner. So Vanthor went defensive from Stoltz. Round the outside of Stoltz went Govan. They rubbed, but Govan had all that clear space in front of him and went round the outside of Belgium as well.
Yeah, that was a fortuitous move by the Porsche to get around the Belgian. Oh, and that's where the snap oversteer came. So all of a sudden there was almost an accident in the middle of turn 2. So here's the view looking back from Tristan Vautier in the France, and there's the contact between Germany's Mercedes and Turkey's Porsche, but it was only very minor and allowed Govan to get in and swoop around the outside of Dries van Thor. Not a lot of racing drivers can say they swooped around the outside of Dries van Thor.
Absolutely right, but Govan did it, and Vautier running in 6th place. Now the lead gap is coming down again. It's down to 0.8 of a second. It's Porsche 1-2. It is Australia ahead of Turkey, and there in the Australia entry, Matt Campbell, but you can see that Govan using his Porsche knowledge to good effect as well. He's hunting him down.
Yeah, Belgium looks like they're beginning to make a move, albeit a few tenths of a second here and there, but on the Italy entry, and they're now beginning to drop Germany. Germany is no longer a part of this 4-car lead train. So looks like Lucas Stoltz, whatever, maybe there was a little bit of damage in that initial rub going into turn 1, but he hasn't been able to maintain the pace, certainly of Dries van Thor, who is now going to be on the tail of the Lamborghini representing Italy.
Well, there is Italy, Mirko Bortolotti, and yes, Dries van Thor is starting to close because he did an absolute best, did Dries, within the first sector, the fastest lap of the race. Still that of Aintje Guven from last time through, but that gap for third is coming down, isn't it? Because now Belgium, which was 9/10 of a second behind Italy at the start of the lap, is looking closer. But if he gets onto the tail of Italy and gets stuck, that's going to allow Germany, Lukas Stolz, to close up.
Absolutely, same old story. How many times have we read that story? It's like, you know, the most almost consistent comment we make. You can catch, but can you overtake?
Well, this is Michael Ben-Yair's view, and he's still staring at the back of Evan Chen, but then he sees a gap and tries to go through, couldn't quite do it.
Now this time he wasn't anywhere near enough alongside the Ferrari to make that overtake. So driving in the sole McLaren here in this field and down into the penultimate turn 14. The Ferrari runs wide, and now that might be an opportunity for an undercut on the exit for the McLaren, but really didn't make the best of it. But certainly it was quicker off the corner. Look how close it is to the tail of the Taipei Chinese Ferrari entry.
He's on the outside line, but he's got the run, and side by side, Chinese Taipei and Morocco, and Chinese Taipei through on the inside. The McLaren versus the Ferrari, similar shapes. Michael Ben-Yair right there behind Evan Chen, who's done a lot of miles around here this weekend. He's done all 3 of the GT Cup races, the 2 driver races, and now having to try and fend off the challenge of Michael Ben-Yair from Morocco. Out of the chicane. Absolutely tied together, these two. Little mistake there down in first gear from Morocco. Ben-Yair runs out wide.
Yeah, the back end stepped out, and maybe a sort of... The McLaren is maybe a little bit more of a difficult car to drive in the hands of an inexperienced driver. One of the issues that they have is just that transition with the Pirelli tyre doesn't seem to suit the McLaren maybe as well as some of the other brands. Nevertheless, you've got to deal with what you've got, and you can see the gap between the Ferrari and the McLaren has stretched as they come down into the chicane on the 5th lap of this race. 50 minutes remaining.
And up front, Australia 11/10 up on Turkey, but Italy to Belgium 6/10. So third place, I think he's getting to a position where it might well change shortly. And just to make the point again, this is effectively a 1 hour stint, a 1 hour sprint. There's no pit stop requirement, so you either look at this as a longer version of a GT Sprint Cup stint, or it is just one stint out of an endurance race. Either way, it's flat out from lights to flag.
And all the better for it, so the gap second, third, fourth, pretty much equidistant. Dries van Thor looked like he might have dropped back fractionally there as our race leader. Matt Campbell for Australia was just over a second ahead of the second place Turkey entered Porsche. So it comes across the start-finish line. Looks like it's stretched out to more than a second as they go on to... So where is that? 1.3. So Matt Campbell has eked out a further 0.2 of a second. And again, you wonder whether the Turkish Porsche has maybe pushed really hard in those opening lap. We saw that it did. Dries van Thor, there's the time against Mirko Bortolotti. Lap 3 picked up a 1/4 of a second, lap 4 a 1/4 of a second, neutralized more or less on lap 5 by Bortolotti.
Whatever you do to the setup of the car, of course, might be slightly different. Yes, they're Porsches 1 and 2, but 2 different teams. It might be that one team has got a car that worked better at the start of the race, another that will work slightly better towards the end, and arguably that's when you do need it. But right now, Matt Campbell for Australia, starting, as you say, to stretch his legs. He's pulled out another 10th in the first sector, but the absolute best in sector 1, yet again, that man, the Belgian driver, Dries van Thor. So Belgium hunting down Italy, which in turn, I would say, is getting closer to Turkey as Australia pulls away.
Yeah, it'll always be a big frustration for the 4th place Belgian entry, Dries van Thor. He will be able to catch up, and he is catching up to the tail of Mirko Bortolotti in the Italy entry, but it's going to be a massive attack to try and find a way around it. Did I say massive attack?
You did.
A great Bristol band.
I was going to say other pop groups are available, yes.
They are indeed.
Second, third, fourth through senior. Yeah, you're right about Germany having dropped off the back. There is Lukas Stolz. But again, is that going to be a car that will look after its tyres and start to claw back time during the course of the hour?
I don't know if it's a conscious effort by Lukas Stolz or by Tristan Vautier to be in 5th and 6th positions. As you point out, they may well find that they're better placed in the second half of this 1 hour race to go on the hunt, to go on the attack. But I'd rather be in the front and have to defend than be behind trying to challenge.
Because you've got to catch as well as pass that way, haven't you? So, yeah, it might just be that they don't have the pace. I mean, the Mercedes not looking mighty at all right now, are they? Even though they were very, very strong in the GT Cup for the Pro-Ams.
we know how strong Mercedes has been. And in the 22 season, it's been one man has been the reason for that. And that man isn't here.
True, true, true. What about this battle? Chinese Taipei coming up towards the timing line, just fending off Morocco. Evan Chen ahead of Michael Benyai, who could barely be closer.
I mean, literally, they're almost nudging one another along. And will Morocco try to swing out one side or the other? He goes to look down the inside. There's not a whole lot of room, but I think he has just about made the room and has made a good, clean racing overtake. Good job, well driven.
Nicely done. So Michael Benyai goes through. That puts Morocco into 9th place. So the order is Australia, Turkey, Italy, Belgium, Germany, France, 7th Spain, 8th Switzerland, 9th now Morocco, 10th Chinese Taipei, but for how much longer? Because here 11th on his tail is Brazil, 12th is Hong Kong, China, and 13th is Latvia.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how Bruno Baptista is getting on in this sort of slightly more elevated company than that he was racing in. Look how close Bortolotti has found himself in the space of about 2 or 3 laps, running down Gayan in the 2nd place. Turkey entered Porsche, so maybe Bortolotti is finding a bit more pace at this phase of the race, and Dries van Voor looks a little bit further behind the Lamborghini than he was maybe a couple of laps before.
You're right about Italy's Lamborghini working well. Mirko Bortolotti comes out of senior then right on the back of Ayhancan Guven's Porsche. You can see that he has been able to pull back a fraction of time on lap 5, another 10th last lap through. And maybe here, Dries van Voor has decided to drop back by a length or 2. Let Bortolotti get in the dirty air, work his tyres hard, get stuck, because it'll be easy for Van Voor to catch up again, he perhaps feels, if Bortolotti can't clear the Porsche of Turkey, of Ayhancan Guven, quickly. And he can't, he's stuck, he's been stuck for a few corners.
Looks like he's got more pace right now, but of course the pace is only, it's more about position. Van Voor, as these two cars get almost together. Now, Guven has seemingly, to me, has certainly lost overall lap pace in the last couple of laps, because that's what's brought Bortolotti up to the rear wing, and that's what's drawing Dries van Voor back again towards the rear of the Lamborghini. So now it's the Turkey Porsche, it's a bit of the cork in the bottle of these 3 cars.
Looking really good coming out of the turn 2 sequence is Italy, but look, Belgium right back with them. So as Italy has got stuck behind Turkey, Belgium has caught right back up. Italy to the outside line, can't do it there, coming down to the chicane. Turkey now, having fallen back from Australia, is under attack. Look at Belgium back at the races. Italy to the outside, and Italy tries to get the cut back on the inside. Bortolotti now commits to the inside, he's up the curb, and he's gone through. Good move, here comes Belgium as well.
Absolutely stunning drive by Bortolotti. That was a real opportunistic pass, didn't even think to point to, he just instinctively made that move and made that move work for him, taken 2nd place. In the meantime, what's happened is that the race leader, Matt Campbell, has pulled out almost a 3-second advantage because the pace of these 3 cars was being dictated by the Turkish Porsche, and that was slowing down 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and there's Matt Campbell way up the road.
But Guven is fighting back, or was at least coming into the chicane. Now, though, the Lamborghini of Italy of Mirko Bortolotti breaks away by another length. And watch Belgium. Dries van Voor almost hidden behind the Turkey Porsche. Looks for the inside line, coming up towards senior. No, not able to level. Guven all of a sudden looks like he's woken up because he's still trying to get back past Bortolotti.
It's a bit strange because certainly Bortolotti caught the Porsche very quickly. Now Guven's still maybe been woken up, maybe been stung, but he's got to be on his toes because Dries van Voor looks like he's got the marginally better car as they come up to turns 11 and 12, looking to find a way up the inside and almost a repeat, and the Porsche just isn't able to hold its ground. It just hasn't got the grip, but runs off track to come back on track to go side by side and regains marginally, but Dries van Voor, undercut coming, and it's going to be fun down into Village de La Pont.
Nicely done by Turkey. Good racecraft by Guven to go back ahead. He was all up the curb, but he's gone through, so moves himself clear ahead of Belgium. But look, Italy has checked out, so it is now Australia leading by 4.5 seconds, Italy 2nd by 2 seconds, and then this Turkey versus Belgium battle with, look at Germany, back at the races 5th. Lucas Stolz closing up.
Yeah, it's a great battle between Turkey and Belgium, and clean racing. I mean, right on the edge, but managed not to make contact. And in the space of 3 corners, they've gained, lost, and regained.
To the chicane they come. Up the curb is Guven. He's feeling the pressure, no doubt about it, but Dries van Voor has not yet found a way past.
Seemingly, the first sector of the racetrack is where the Porsche is really losing out most. Dries van Thor tried to repeat what we saw Mirko Bortolotti do just a lap ago, but wasn't in a position to take advantage. Once we get here into the second phase of the circuit, second sector, then Goiven is able to consolidate and just about keep Dries van Thor in the Belgian entered Audi behind him. And then the final sector is probably even Stevens, maybe fractionally more favourable to the Audi, but because of the nature of that part of the racetrack, not very many opportunities to make the pass stick.
Australia still looking commanding up front, even though Bortolotti has checked out from the third place duel. Italy not yet closing on Australia. 2 tenths lost again in the first sector of the lap. They're in the middle sector now, and another 10th lost by Italy against Australia. So even though Italy is in clear air, Australia still lapping quicker. Turkey hanging on a third, way wide. Belgium fourth, Germany fifth. Stolz hasn't actually stayed with them, has he? He's dropped back a bit.
And a little squirm, the Audi turning into Le Bousset. The back end snapped out, and Dries van Thor had to get out of the throttle to correct that, but back on the throttle. Again, it's this first and third sector of where the Audi has seemingly gained or gains an advantage. The middle sectors where the Porsche is able to consolidate, where Goiven can just about keep his second place in his own hands.
So Anton Guven, having dropped behind Van Thorp, quickly got the place back again then. So Turkey leads Belgium. This is for third place, remember? And look at the clock, 41 minutes. That's what they have to the checkered flag. No pit stops, again, make the point in this race. Over the line they come. Chris Reinker of Audi Sport watching how Dries van Thor is getting on. There's another Audi, of course, which is the Lithuanian entry. Julius Adamovicius further back. The car that was also used in GT Cup, but they're the Santalok run Audi hustling on, and Dries van Thor, who knows these cars like the back of his hand, not yet able to make that move stick against Turkey. Ayhan Guven having to fend off the curb hopping Audi way up there on the curbing on the inside of the chicane was Van Thor for Belgium.
It's this part of the racetrack I think that Dries van Thor is trying to focus on. If he can get alongside the Porsche coming into turn 6, then he hopes he might be able to swing through 7 and get ahead. But it's the middle sector, for me, that's the salvation for the Turkey entered Porsche. It just about is able to keep the Audi behind, but Dries van Thor is looking to make a move. He's going to go down the inside.
And Turkey must give back the position for Belgium. It's come up on the message line of the screen. So Ayhan Guven, by being off the road and gaining an advantage, has been told to give the place back. Well, there it is, it's done.
Yes, that was a couple of laps ago. That was coming into turn 14. He had 4 wheels off the racetrack, having had the Audi pass him, and that gave him a straighter line, more momentum, and got the position back. But now that's been redressed, so Dries van Thor can look forward and once again run up to the tail, he hopes up to the tail of the Lamborghini Mirko Bortolotti running for Team Italy in second place. The gap right now between those second and third place cars, 2.1 seconds. That's when they came across the line as they went on to the start of this lap.
Race leaders then are on lap 10. There is the Chinese Taipei versus Brazil battle. It's 10th in the race. Evan Chen versus Bruno Baptista. Both of them have been really busy for their nations. Evan Chen for Chinese Taipei. There are lots of Chinese Taipei supporters on the balcony in front of us watching the Ferrari. Evan Chen hustling on. Lost a place early on to Michael Benyai, don't forget. Race leader, though, Australia, has now put 10 laps in the book, and we've done the first third of the race, effectively. 20 minutes now done, and Australia leading by 5.2 seconds and is still pulling away.
Yeah, that's, I would say, relatively comfortable, because for sure Bortolotti and Van Thor have had to work their cars more than those battling behind.
Have another look at this. This was Turkey being forced out wide. Ayhan Guven there flicked off the road because there wasn't room. But in doing that, got better speed, gained a place.
Yes, he basically straight-lined where Dries van Thor was having to go around the curve. It gets up the inside, so he thinks he's got the job done. Then Dries van Thor makes the undercut, tries to see if he can get the drive off the corner. And, I mean, it was a great battle. We enjoyed the battle. Not surprised to see that there's been a 5-second time penalty applied to Goiven for that manoeuvre. I mean, he didn't have to do what he did, but he'd maybe give us an explanation when the race is finished.
So he's given the place back. That's the penalty done then. As you look at Germany, 5th, Lukas Stolz, coming then out of the chicane on the Mistral. So he gained when they were all squabbling. Interesting to see, isn't it, as well now, the way that Belgium, having finally cleared Turkey, is pulling away. And in fact, Van Thor has just done on this lap yet another absolute best in Sector 1.
And as a consequence of that 5-second penalty, it puts now actually Germany into 4th place, according to timing and scoring as we're looking at it. and Goivan will be back in 5th place, but we're still looking at, as it is on the road, that penalty will be applied to the final timings when the cars and the race is finished.
So there is Belgium, Dries van Thor in 3rd spot, but I reckon it's not going to be long now before he is able to get up with Italy, because he was 0.2 of a second quicker last time around.
Who did you think was going to win, David? You asked me, you didn't give an opinion.
I thought it was going to be Dries van Thor, actually, but I'm having second thoughts about that, the way now that Campbell is going, but it's probably too late to change, isn't it? So over the line they come, but Matt Campbell driving really well up front, isn't he?
Yeah, he gained the advantage. So much has been the case here over the weekend. The car that gets into turn 1 ahead of the field is able, Dries van Thor, by the way, just setting the fastest lap, 2:02.532. That's a pretty impressive lap. That's not a million miles away from what would be a qualifying pace. But it has been, we've seen it in Formula 4, we've seen it in TCR, we've seen it in endurance, GT endurance, and we're now seeing it in endurance. If you can get into turn 1 and clear the field, you're driving in your own space, in your own air, and you can drive your car as economically as you need to do to protect yourself, but primarily not to overload or overwork the tyre.
So we're working lap number 12 right now, and it is Australia ahead of Italy with Belgium 3rd, it's Turkey 4th, it is Germany 5th, it is France 6th, it is Spain 7th, Morocco 8th, Switzerland 9th, Chinese Taipei 10th, 11th Brazil, 12th Hong Kong, China, and then in 13th place Lithuania, as you look at Italy now coming out of the chicane. So Mirko Bortolotti in 2nd place. Last time another 2/10 loss to Matt Campbell. He's doing a stellar job in the Porsche.
Absolutely, again going in the clean air, just driving his own race. Just to clarify what I mentioned there, I said that the Goivan received a 5-second penalty. What it was only an instruction to allow Dries van Thor to retake, so there was no time penalty. Just to clarify that, I was getting a bit ahead of myself, getting overexcited.
But yeah, the time penalties might come if they abuse track limits, but these are the pros, so one hopes they are not going to do so.
Well, when does that ever stop them abusing track limits?
This is a fair point. You heard before the race started, people like Dries van Thor saying the Porsches will be quick at the start of the race. Well, we're 25 minutes in, and I say Matt Campbell's Porsche is still quick, but Van Thor has done the fastest lap of the race.
Yes, he has, but he's got to find a way around Bortolotti. And, I mean, the Porsche has been quick at the start of the race because that's the race leading car. It's got a 5.4 second advantage over 2nd place Lamborghini. The task that Dries van Thor's got to handle, he's got 35 minutes in which to do so, is find a way around Mirko Bortolotti. And I can assure you, that is no easy task for anybody.
Absolutely. Good battle going on here. Look, you've got Switzerland, Chinese Taipei and Brazil all together. Yannick Mettler, Evan Chen, Bruno Baptista, the athletes as they come up towards the line. 35 minutes effectively still to go. This would be the opening of a pit window were it to be a double driver race, but they're going to have to carry on all the way to the end of the hour. And there, Yannick Mettler, he's also been, like Evan Chen and Bruno Baptista, busy all weekend, the Swiss driver, having done the 3 GT Cup races as well. It's a well-used SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes, and it's hanging on to 9th place right now.
Yeah, I think the Mercedes, just I was talking to one of your colleagues and after we had lunch the other day and talking about lifing of race cars, these race cars, I think a Mercedes, the motor is life for about 20,000 miles. I mean,
goes on and on.
I can't even believe a race engine would do that level of mileage. But these are GT3 cars. They're very under-stressed in terms of what their potential is. But that's an amazing statistic as we ride on board with Brazil running down the first part of the Mistral Straight and trying to get on terms with the Ferrari directly ahead, Chinese Taipei entering.
It's all getting quite crowded, isn't it, as Brazil tries to find a way past Chinese Taipei, which in turn is trying to both defend and also attack Switzerland.
Yeah, there we go. Mercedes, Ferrari's cutting back. We can't even see the cars going way over to the... And yes, what was going on there? It looked like Ferrari was one side of the track, now it's come back to the other. And Baptista sort of found himself in the middle of a trio where the Ferrari's the meat and the Mercedes sandwich.
So Chinese Taipei ahead of Brazil, all of that just enabling Switzerland to gap by a length or so as they come now up through Bendor. Out wide goes Switzerland again. These corners difficult to really get the ideal apex sometimes, and you see a difference of line there. Switzerland under attack from Chinese Taipei as we get towards the halfway mark, and now look, Switzerland, Yannick Mettler feeling the pressure.
Yeah, he's got the Ferrari all over the rear. If it looks good on the inside, is there going to be space given? They have given space, but that might work for Baptista because he had the better exit, and he might find himself in a stronger position than he anticipated coming into turn 15, but hasn't been able to capitalize on the straight line performance of the Ferrari, just enough to drag it away from the Brazil entrant Mercedes.
A big dive on the inside by Chinese Taipei, and he's gone through. And look at this for fourth place all of a sudden. Turkey under attack from Germany. Lukas Stolz all over the back of Ayetchen Guven. So Guven, who was closing on the race leader earlier on, has dropped. He's fourth, and it might be fifth imminently, because there, look, you can just about make out the Germany Mercedes. So close to the back of the Porsche was it when they came into view, virtually hidden by that massive rear wing on the back of the 911. Stolz for Germany goes for the inside line, but Guven knows what he's up to, and he knows exactly where to put that Top Sport WRT run car.
He has, but again, just watching the pace that Lukas Stolz has found, he's suddenly found pace that wasn't there initially, or else the Porsche is the car that's really beginning to struggle. There you can see 0.4 of a second, lap 12, almost a second on lap 13. That's what's dragged the Team Germany Mercedes up to the rear of the Team Turkey Porsche. And poor Goiven, I mean, he started off so strongly, and now he's finding himself having to be defensive all the way through the remaining half of this race.
And as, of course, he defends from Germany, so Belgium pulls away. Dries van Thor running in third place, but the two of them absolutely together. And as they come, they're now up through the sequence of corners towards the Virage de la Tour. Together they run, fourth and fifth then, so it's Turkey just up the road ahead of Germany. Fourth and fifth they are. It's Australia leading the way, and this could be Stolz's moment.
Yes, he's kept the tight line into the final turn in the hoop, again of getting the undercut on the exit, but didn't succeed. But the thought was right and the intent was there, but Goiven had it pretty much covered. And again, the acceleration of that low-speed corner, the configuration of the Porsche should ultimately help it in that kind of place. Some of the other corners, maybe the Mercedes has got the overall better balance of the two cars.
So the Porsche and Mercedes accelerate through. And there you've got Turkey versus Germany. Matt Campbell's lead is 4.8 seconds. Last time, Bortolotti took half a second out of him. The Italian driver that little bit closer. So maybe now we're getting to that tipping point as Germany attacks Turkey once again, going up towards Saint-Baume, but couldn't find a way by. But it does look now potentially as though Italy is starting to become ever so slightly stronger in terms of the machinery than Australia.
Yeah, surprised. I didn't expect that gap. That's taken about over half a second out of the advantage Matt Campbell was enjoying. So Bertolotti on a charge. He's still got Dries van Thor within a second. So maybe that hurry up from Mirko Bortolotti is more to do with the closeness, the proximity that Dries van Thor is, than actually trying to run down the race leader.
Back to the Mistral, the fight for fourth then. Turkey versus Germany, but you can see exactly how far they've dropped back now from Belgium. Over 8 seconds now it is between Belgium and Turkey as the cars come up through the right-hander of Senior. Swoop through that corner and now accelerate on towards the right of Le Beausset. So number 20 there, Lukas Stolz representing Germany in a car that won the 2 qualifying races for the GT Cup when it was Fabian Schiller and Valentin Pierburg driving it. They lost out in the main race for the GT Cup, did Germany, because of a safety car right at the very end. But right now, Stolz is grimly determined to take fourth place away from Turkey.
Yeah, and I mean, how close can he get without, maybe putting more load onto those front tires on the Mercedes? But again, hoping to maybe make something work on the exit of turn 15. He uses that line, a different line, to go even in the Porsche, but it never seems to come off. Doesn't seem to have the drive at the point of the exit of the corner I would have hoped for, considering he's been working hard to put himself in a position. The Porsche has always got enough straight line performance to get off that corner and maintain the gap between himself and the Germany entry Mercedes.
We are into the second half of the race. The lead gap's down by another 1/10 of a second as you look at Turkey and Germany still squabbling over 4th and 5th places as they come now down towards the chicane. And does Turkey look slightly stronger this time? The gap is up maybe by length, but it ebbs and flows around the circuit, doesn't it? Down towards the Virage du Camp they come. Replay on board with Brazil. So this, remember, was 9th, 10th and 11th. And Bruno Baptista for Brazil, chasing Evan Chen for Chinese Taipei, who made that dive on the inside and he got the job done against Switzerland. So Chinese Taipei ahead of the Swiss Mercedes, and Brazil looks for a way around the outside. So Bruno Baptista you're riding with, tries to get to the outside of Switzerland. comes into the right, into the left of the chicane, drops down to the virage du camp, and there's the gap on the inside line. Brazil takes it, goes up the curb, and goes through.
It was a big, high-risk overtake, but both drivers managed it very well, and that was a gain in position. Switzerland down to 11th, Brazil up to 10th.
And now Germany set to make this move for 4th place. Stolz running out of time now because we are just over 27 minutes of the race to go. Oh, so nearly able to get up the inside, coming out of Le Beausset there, but he couldn't do it. Now towards Ben D'Or.
Main concern I have is when you get that close in Le Beausset particularly, contact can be inevitable. Look how close he is now. This is the closest we've seen. Lucas Stolz to the rear of the Porsche, coming down to the conclusion of yet another lap. So down, and again, using that line, he's been working very hard all afternoon. It hasn't really worked for him because the Porsche, once it gets onto the straight, it seemingly can just open a sufficient amount of air between the two of them. Here's the battle that's going to take rage. It'll rage now all the way through to the end of the race. The gap to second to first place is 4.5 seconds, so that's been neutralized now by Matt Campbell. But this battle for second place is going to rage on all the way through to the checkered flag.
Now, first to third, 5 seconds. There is third, Belgium, Dries van Thor. Matt Campbell leading by 4.5 seconds for Australia, and last time around lost 2/10 again. So Bortolotti is going to have to get on with the programme because he knows that he has got that Audi catching up to him. These two have shared cars together in the past. They've raced against each other in the past, and they accelerate towards the chicane on lap 17 with just over 26 minutes of the race remaining.
Didn't see a huge amount of the Bortolotti Lamborghini in qualifying. We're seeing plenty of it here this afternoon in a strong second place, 25 minutes remaining. Dries van Thor, this is the battle going down the field for 4th place. Lucas Stolz yet again looking as they come down to the chicane. Just hasn't got quite the pace in a straight line to put himself up alongside and take away the entry. Now, just going to move. Is he going to think about doing something up into Scene? Well, he hasn't got the pace to do so. And again, the Porsche is able to consolidate its advantage. And Lucas Stolz is sitting there and wondering, well, I'm pushing the throttle full. I can't go any quicker.
Nose to tail they come. Turkey fending off Germany then. And these two lapping in the 2-minute 4s. As up the inside goes Germany, still can't quite do it. Those ahead are in the 2-minute 2s, 2-minute 3s, so their squabbling is delaying them. And now Stolz is getting frustrated. He's tried one side, he's tried the other. Everywhere he goes, the Turkish car is in the way. The Porsche of Turkey able to fend him off, but for how much longer?
Well, Govan is anticipating what Lucas Stolz is about to do. And there's always the temptation, oh, there's a little gap. Can I place my Mercedes in that little gap? But by the time that's gone through the process with Stolz, the Porsche's filled that gap and the opportunities are gone.
Into the final 25 minutes now. The lead gap is 4.4 seconds, as again last time around slightly quicker was Bortolotti for Italy. For Germany, Stolz lines up but then thinks better of attacking Turkey into turn 1. Ayhan Guven then in the Porsche fending off the Mercedes. And there you can see Lucas Stolz, who is a master of these cars, but he's met his match for the moment in Ayhan Guven. In fairness, it did take the likes of Van Thor and Bortolotti quite a long time to get through, taking Stolz even longer. Guven drives a wide car, but he does it completely fairly.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, maybe what's happened is the Porsche went into a couple or 3 laps when the performance dipped. Now, maybe the performance is coming back, and really that's again all down to how you're dealing with your Pirelli tyres. So Lucas Stolz close to the rear. The Porsche thinking about it, and he's thinking about it all the time, but an opportunity, will it arise coming down into the entry to the chicane? No. And Lucas Stolz is not the kind of driver who's going to throw it down the inside and try and sort it out, even if it involves a bit of contact.
Out of the chicane, uses a bit more curve there, so it's a tighter line through the second element. Good exit out of the chicane, but Guven knows what he's up to, so he positions the car so that Stolz's only opportunity is the outside line, and then Stolz tries to get across to the inside, but there's just no way through.
Porsche has got more straight line performance, and that's where it counts, coming onto the straight, both sides of the straight, and frustration. Lucas Stolz, he worked hard through the chicane, did all the right things, got the car in the right place, but when it came to straight line speed, couldn't match what Goivan has got.
And again, look, a good exit from Le Beausset, but where he needs to be, Turkey already takes the line. Here, a little bit wider goes Turkey, but there's no gap. So Germany, again, frustrated. Stolz absolutely on the tail of the Porsche. Aenchen Guven hanging onto the place. And again, he's going to cover off that inside line. Is he into the last turn at the Virage du Pont? Because, yep, Stolz tries to get the undercut, gets a face full of 911 again.
I mean, watching what Guven has been doing, he's racing really, really hard. He's defending cleanly. He knows he has got an advantage around certain parts of the racetrack, and those are the straight bits of the racetrack. There's other places under braking, under some of the slower sections, where Lukas Stolz is able to catch, but he hasn't got quite enough momentum when they get onto the following straight to make that overtake possible.
So again, on this section of the circuit, Porsche pulls away slightly. The lead gap's down by 0.4 of a second, incidentally, as Italy closes on Australia. But this is the best battle on track. We're going to stay with it because, again, it is Turkey versus Germany out of the Virage du Camp. Now towards Saint-Vain, they turn through the right-hander, and now that Porsche looking a bit more ragged as the back tries to step out of line, and Stolz using a lot more curb because he's trying to create the gap, even if it isn't there.
But the same story. He's on the straight. Where's the performance, Luca? I haven't got any more. Can't go any quicker in a straight line. And that's the salvation that Turkey and Guven have been able to fall back on. And Guven has not made any errors in his driving. He's driven hard, he's driven clean, he's driven fair. Other than that one moment when he had to give the place back for running off track. I mean, Lukas Stolz was way quicker coming off the chicane, but it's just when he gets out the nose into the clear air, it's just like putting a brick wall in front of it.
Absolutely. Right out of the senior right-hander they come, and again, Stolz thinks about the inside line. It was a sort of half commit to the inside, but again, Turkey in the way, and now going wide, he's Guven, and finally, Germany goes through. Stolz has worked oh so hard for that, but Turkey comes straight back at him. I don't think Guven's going to go around the outside. He can't, and finally, Germany has gained that place.
And that was simply because Guven went into Le Bousset and the car ran way up the corner, and Lukas Stolz had more bite, more grip, could hold the lower line, and then took away track position from the Porsche. And once he had done that, that was game over. The position that Guven had been defending for so many laps has now been relegated to 5th place, and Germany and Lukas Stolz are up into 4th place, but they've got a long way to go to think about trying to run down Dries van Thor with 20 minutes of this race remaining.
But the lead gap has come down markedly over the last 2 laps. We're down to 3. Yes, 3.6 seconds, having been over 4 seconds for the bulk of the race. Now, here is the fight for second, Italy and Belgium together. But because Italy has got Belgium right up behind the Lamborghini, so Mirko Bortolotti is doing his level best to get onto terms with Matt Campbell to catch up. He's being spurred on by charging Van Thor behind him.
So Van Thor is keeping Mirko Bortolotti on his toes. Again, all 3 drivers right on the limit of the performance, both in straight line, but more importantly, the grip in corners, the grip under braking, the grip under traction. And Matt Campbell, for maybe the first time in this race, realizes that is he on borrowed time. We've got just under 20 minutes remaining. The gap was 3.6 seconds when they came across the line at the end of the last lap. And it's certainly possibly doable. Wouldn't want to be more optimistic than that.
Well, we were hearing pre-race from Dries van Thor, expect the Porsche to be quick at the start of the race. Well, we've done 2/3 of it, and it's still leading, but the gap has come down markedly over those last couple of 3 laps, like I've been saying. Italy 2nd, 3rd, Belgium, but up front it's Australia. The other intrigue now is going to be Lukas Stolz, because on this lap he's done 2 personal best sectors. Now that he's in clear air, the German athlete is absolutely flying, so Lukas Stolz should be able to close on these, but he's so far back, I don't think he's going to make up all of the time. That's really out of the...
Well, it certainly would take over a second a lap for Lukas Stolz to get onto the tail of Dries van Thor, and that would be with 18.5 minutes of this race to go, and that would only be just catching, assuming that everybody is running at the pace they're running at right now.
Lead gap down again, 3.2 seconds, so another 4/10 pulled back by Italy against Australia. Is this on for Mirko Bortolotti? He's certainly closing, but has Matt Campbell got enough in hand to preserve to the end? Again, he doesn't have to win by much, just has to win by 1,000th of a second for Australia.
Now, I wonder whether Matt Campbell is realizing that he's running out of grip, or he's consolidating, trying to control his pace just to ensure that he doesn't end up with a load of tire degradation that would even see him being penalised further. So we don't know what's going on in the mind of any of these front 3 drivers, but certainly in Bortolotti's mind, he's trying to catch that Porsche. Dries van Thor's mind, he wants to get ahead of Bortolotti.
To the chicane they come. Chris Reinker of Audi Sport looking on. He's in the team Belgian pit box, the Santalot garage, where the team is operating that entry. Number 32, the Audi of Dries van Thor. In sector 1 this time, Porsche quicker than the opposition, and we've seen that over previous laps, but it's on the second and third sectors where Italy and Belgium start to catch Australia. There is the Porsche in the lead, Lamborghini second, Audi third, 3 different brands in the top 3.
You're hunting rather than being chased. I always liked the hunt.
Yeah.
The chase is a different dynamic. You start, thinking. You start overthinking actually. So all Matt Campbell's got to do is keep his focus on what he's been doing and think forward, think positively, and not get too engrossed in the fact that he is being hunted down by Mirko Bortolotti and his sort of shotgun rider Dries van Thor.
So in the middle sector, another 10th gain back by Italy. And Mirko Bortolotti comes down to the Virage du Pont now, still being hustled along by Dries van Thor. So the gap at the start of the lap was 3.2 seconds. Let's see what it is as they come now up towards the timing line. Through goes Australia, and the beam is broken with the gap at 3.258.
Stays much the same as it was the previous lap. So either Matt Campbell's responded, as last lap was a 2 minutes 3.1. The last lap for Mirko Bortolotti was a 2:30. So a 50th of a second difference between the lap times. So very difficult to notice it on the racetrack. But Dries van Thor certainly looks like he's framing up the Lamborghini now and wondering, can I start putting more pressure than I've been putting already onto the Italian Lamborghini? And if that is the case, then Bortolotti's focus is going to be stopping Dries van Thor from challenging me rather than me thinking I'm going to run down the lead Porsche.
And even if Van Thor could get past Italy, could he do anything about the leader? Goes for the inside line. So Dries van Thor for Belgium shows intent. Couldn't get through, but that was the first hint of a move.
And that's what makes me think that Bortolotti might now have a major think about what's behind, not think about what I might be able to achieve. 15 minutes on the clock. I've got a silver medal right now. I don't want to give that up. I don't want bronze. I would love a gold, but is it achievable? 3.2 seconds is the gap first to second, 15 minutes remaining. Well, one might say in an optimistic view, yes, it is achievable. Practically, Dries van Thor way wide coming into Le Bousset. He's done that a couple of times, and I don't know why he's doing it. Again, the back of the Audi just snaking under acceleration as they come up to turns 11 and 12.
I think you're right about Bortolotti for Italy, and another slide by Van Thor there. Certainly the sector times now suggesting Bortolotti is going defensive and not attacking, but all of a sudden Van Thor's car looking really scrappy.
Yeah, the back end of the car is getting loose, and all of a sudden the proximity that Audi were to the back of the Lamborghini has stretched to probably double the length it was when they started this lap.
Yeah, they were half a second apart, and now as they come over the timing line to the eye, it has stretched. There goes Australia for the race lead. 14 minutes to go, 3 seconds is the gap. It has come down again, and 7/10 it is. It has gone up between Italy and Belgium, but now we need to keep an eye on Van Thor's car just to see whether that was a blip or whether there is now a balance issue as the tyres are perhaps going away, part of which might be because he's had to really work them hard. He's had a lot of battling to do in this race.
Yeah, I mean, he got mugged at the start, and he's had to fight his way all the way through.
How about this battle pack? Because Turkey has been caught now by France and Spain and Morocco. Tristan Vautier and Danny Juncadella haven't really featured in this race, but they're in this battle, and that is Ayhan Guvin. That's another car fading as the race goes on, isn't it?
It is. It's again, we don't know the reasons why, but one would assume it's all about how you've used your tyres and have you abused them, or is there another issue? We're not sure, a technical issue, but normally one would sort of first guess it by saying you maybe overused your tyres in the early phase of the race. I mean, Guvin was certainly a star in those opening laps.
He was, for sure. But here, he's in danger of falling back into 8th place by the end for Turkey, so that car certainly struggling a little bit. Now, the team manager of 44, Brazil, having to go to see the race director as you look at Spain keeping Morocco at bay. Onto the Mistral straight they come. We are on lap 23. Turkey hanging on there just to 5th place, but France, Spain, Morocco right there. Morocco's Michael Benyar having a good run, and here he is making a move against Fanatec GT Endurance Cup champion Danny Juncadella of Spain. He couldn't get past, but that was a good effort.
Yeah, he's been working hard, and the McLarens look good. So he's been sticking in with this group of 4 cars, and that was a move. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong side of the racetrack to make his overtaking. He needed to be well ahead of Juncadella to make that a feasible overtake. So up the hill into Scene, and again you can see the pace of the McLaren in a straight line. It's impressive. Juncadella runs wide coming off Scene, so watch what the Morocco entry, the McLaren 720S. Up the inside, France almost gets alongside Turkey. So Goivan is really losing ground and holding up these 4 cars, 3 cars that are following.
And proof of all of this is that he's already 10 seconds behind Lukas Stolz, who spent a lot of time getting past him. But Goivan doesn't have the quickest car anymore, but he's got a wide one, that's for certain, and he knows how to defend. So credit to him, he's doing his level best, even if he doesn't have the outright pace anymore. The leader has just gone by, so Matt Campbell is now only 2.5 seconds up the road from Mirko Bortolotti, who is 8/10 up on Belgium. So it's getting tasty for the race lead. Over the timing line, here comes Morocco. That's Spain just up the road ahead. The McLaren against the Mercedes. Juncadella ahead of Benyai, who goes one side, goes the other, and tries to swoop round the outside of Spain, but can't do it.
No, that's starting to experience. Juncadella very much experienced as a GT3 race driver. And again, he knew where to put his Mercedes, and again to force the McLaren to go the long way around to go into turn 1, and just didn't have the track position to make it stick. So Juncadella is driving again like most we've seen in this race. One eye looking ahead, one eye on his mirrors, looking back, because he knows the McLaren ultimately in lap time is quicker than the Mercedes he's driving.
Danny Juncadella, 5-second time penalty for track limit offences. So he's under attack, but he's also going to get a 5-second penalty at the end of the race. Now, lead gap, 2.5 seconds. So Bortolotti is pressing on. He's pulled back another 2/10 in the middle sector, and there's confirmation of Spain's penalty.
Wonder who'll convey that message to Danny Juncadella. It wouldn't be a radio conversation I think we could probably transmit.
I think you're right. It's not been the fastest of the Mercedes, though, over the course of the weekend, has it, that car? But you've got to say the Mercedes as a brand in GT Sprint, largely, Sprint, disappointing, because the best is 4th, and Lukas Stolz hasn't really had the pace to do very much about those ahead of him. So the cars have been better in the GT Cup than the GT Sprint competitions this weekend. But for the race lead, with what have we got left? 10.5 minutes. Things are hotting up nicely. It's down to 2.3 seconds between Australia and Italy. Turkey, France, Spain together. Spain at the inside of France there. Look, Vautier under attack from Juncadella. And all of this is because the cork in the bottle is Turkey.
Yeah, Vautier really, again, being his pace dictated to by the Porsche directly ahead, and Juncadella is able to catch up. Likewise, the McLaren doing very much the same. So Juncadella blocking off any chance for the McLaren to swing down or swoop in up the inside. Here we go again. There's second place. And look, Dries van Thor is closing the gap. Last time across the line was just over half a second.
There's the leader, there's second, there's third. So that was 2.9 seconds covering the top 3 at the start of the lap. And this is Morocco on the tail of Spain. But of course, on corrected times, Morocco's ahead anyway. But Benyai needs to clear him on the road, because then he might be able to gain further ground before the end of the race. And he has a go on the outside line. Morocco to the outside into the chicane. Couldn't do it.
No, Juncadella just blocked off any chance of getting into the chicane. So again, that's the experience you get from having driven many, many miles behind the wheel of a GT3 race car, primarily a Mercedes. But a good drive from Morocco and the McLaren. Oh, oops, I said that too soon. A bit of snap oversteer from the rear of the McLaren. But I'd love to see just if he could clear Danny Juncadella, whether he could make any further progress to run down Tristan Vautier.
Yeah, exactly. So this is Vautier's view. Now, he still hasn't cracked the Ayhancan-Guven problem. It took Stolz a long time to do it. And even though Vautier's been quicker lap after lap after lap, the gap isn't there. Out of the chicane comes the French athlete then, chasing Turkish driver Ayhancan-Guven. They're back onto the Mistral straight, 2.3 seconds the lead gap, and this was 3/10 at the start of this 25th lap of the race, with just under 9 minutes of the race to go. The sun's setting, another issue for the drivers as it hits their eyes, and Morocco ahead of Spain.
Yes, indeed. So they eventually, hard work, find a way around. So that will be a very satisfying overtake indeed, because they've been stuck there behind Danny Juncadella for many, many laps, and now make that overtake and focus on whether they can run down France. Just 8 minutes or so of the race remaining. This is on board with Tristan Vautier, who's going to have a mirror full of McLaren and not a sister Mercedes.
Absolutely so, and henceforth for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, the order shuffles. And here they come now down towards the Virage du Pont. And down to first gear goes Morocco, then the McLaren and Michael Benyaya right up with Tristan Vautier already. So it shows the difference, doesn't it, of clear air or being stuck in traffic. There's the leader. And the gap has grown, incidentally, by 2/10 of the previous lap and a further 3 in the first sector of this. And again, it's partly Vanthor coming back at Bortolotti. So let's go back to the France and Morocco fight instead. And they come out of turn 2 now with just over 7.5 minutes to go.
So there is the battle for second place. Dries van Thor has got a new wind in his sails. He's close back up to the tail of the Lamborghini. Lamborghini now having to battle Audi, which had managed to draw away from. But this is the principal battle going on, a 4-way battle going on for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th place. Danny Incordella, who's got that penalty, and while he is running directly behind the McLaren, but is, well, probably might be able to maintain that position overall because he's got sufficient gap between himself and Bruno Baptista, who's 5.7 seconds behind on the road. So technically we finished 7/10 of a second ahead of the Brazil entry should the checkered flag come out right now.
France dives to the inside of Turkey, oh so close, but that compromises Vautier. So now Morocco makes a bit, couldn't quite do it. Porsche, Mercedes, McLaren, Turkey, France, Morocco absolutely as one, riding on board with Morocco. Here's the fight.
Oh, look how cars one side of the straight, cars other side of the straight, and I mean by making that move, if it didn't come off, you were going to be compromised, going to be vulnerable. Well, Vautier just about managed to get it all back in control and on the charge. Once again, 6 minutes of this race to go. So in Le Bousset, you can see how close he is to the rear of that Turkish entered Porsche. So the acceleration, the brief straight up into this never-ending long left-hand corner of frustration. Normally it's called understeer city, that corner, but gets through it and maintains the 5th position. Vautier behind. And then Morocco and Spain filling up 7th and 8th positions.
And what about second on the road? Italy versus Belgium. They've dropped back now from Australia because they've picked up their squabble again. It's impeding their pace. So Matt Campbell, if you like, for Australia, being given his get-out-of-jail-free card. He's pulling away while these two are squabbling once more onto the Mistral straight now. We've got just under 6 minutes to go, so we're going to be 3 more laps potentially as they head in towards the Mistral chicane. Flag goes out the first time the leader crosses the line at the end of the hour. There's no regulation lap tagged onto the end like we had for the touring cars, for example. So Bortolotti frustrated in a sense that he can't get rid of Vanthor. He might have the pace to go after the Porsche, but as long as he's got to defend from Belgium, he can't really do that.
Well, he gets this sort of seesaw effect, seemingly gains some advantage over the Belgian entered Audi, and then all of a sudden Dries van Thor gets a second wind and closes back up. And again, Bortolotti's got to consider, well, am I under attack? Is this attack going to be something that could take my second place away? Van Thor running really high going into Le Bousset, and I think that's more to do with the handling of the Audi. He's having to adapt his driving style to mitigate what might be a back end, a loss of grip at the rear of the Audi. There's Matt Campbell coming through, and comfortably, well, 2.8 seconds is ever comfortable, but in reality, the challenge that we thought might have come from Bortolotti in the Italian entry, to me, that's it. It's not much more that Bortolotti's got in the tank. Dries van Thor is the major challenge to Bortolotti, and it's still an opportunity for Belgium to take that second place away from Italy.
So as they go over the timing line, the lead gap is 2.8 seconds, and if Italy bags another silver medal here with some rough computations, that could give Italy the outright win in the medal table. Have I just seen a mistake from Belgium? Yes, Van Thor did bounce wide at turn 1, and he's junked about 3 lengths there.
Yes, but one little error can pay big prices. The gap's first to second place, still around that 2.8 second timing. There we go back again to this battle, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. On board with the McLaren, dives down the inside. Can he get past Vautier? He has done, but Vautier is going to come back. He's got the slightly better exit, so side by side, a long pitch straight and a brief bit of fresh air for the McLaren. But Vautier is going to be on the inside, coming down into turn 1, and it will be effectively his corner. But where's the McLaren? It drops back in behind the French engine Mercedes and has to do the same job all over again. An opportunity is going to arise going down the hill, of course, into the chicane. He's going to have to go very, very wide. Can he's going to do it. I think he's going to be alongside, and he will. Oh, where's Vautier going to be? Oh, there he is there. Was there contact or not? Wow. The way that Vautier swung across the front of the McLaren, there was no prisoners taken whatsoever with that move.
Now, Michael Benyaya is doing a very impressive job here. A bit of oversteer there, be correct, but he is the leading silver-graded driver. We talk about these races, these disciplines in terms of medals, gold, silver, bronze for the top 3. This race will also, for the podium, have the winning silver-graded driver, and by my reckoning, that's going to be Moroccan Michael Benyaya. So he's in exalted company, isn't he, with golds and platinums around him, and he's doing a ripper job.
He's done an extremely good job, and I mean, he's raced very, very hard. This car has been sometimes a little bit of a handful, but he's managed it, and he's looked like he knows what it's all about. I wish we could see more of him in some of our events in the 23 season.
Yeah, we saw him in GT4, didn't we, a season or so ago, as you ride on board now with the Acurdis Mercedes of Bruno Baptista. He will gain that place against Danny Juncadella on corrected times because of Juncadella's 5-second time penalty. We have got 2 minutes of the race to go. And so race leader remains Matt Campbell for Australia, Brazil hunting down Spain, Turkey fending off France, fending off Morocco.
It's now a 5-way battle. It used to be a 4-way battle, but such is the pace of the Porsche, it's drawn Brazil into this 4-way, now 5-way battle. And who will be, well, who will come out of this in 4th place? Well, we'll find out in a minute and 50 seconds.
But Australia still leading the way as once more France lines up to have a go at Turkey, maybe on exit of the corner. Morocco having a go at France as well. Benyaya in the McLaren, stuck behind the Mercedes that is stuck behind the Porsche. Turkey hanging on to that 5th place. We've said it about other races this weekend. The entry may not have been massive, but it's really delivered the goods in terms of action. What a fight. 5 of them in a line down to turn 1.
Well, I've had great fights midfield. We've got a battle going on for the lead of this race. Matt Campbell 2.5 seconds ahead, but the 2nd place, the 3rd place, Dries van Voor's fallen away by 1.1 seconds from Bortolotti in the 2nd place, Team Italy Lamborghini. So that looks to me as if we've seen the best of the Audi for Belgium. And it's going to, contact, oh, that was an unnecessary rear suspension, rear tyre on the McLaren has been cut down. That was a lunge, was never going to come off, and sadly, well, after a great drive, that's maybe a little bit of frustration creeping in. Frustration overcoming experience, I might say.
And that means that Michael Benyaya for Morocco is not going to be the winning silver-graded driver after all. That's now going to be Bruno Baptista, I would suggest, who has survived all of that and gains a place. So yes, frustration it was on the part of Michael Benyaya. He made that move, but it was a big, big whack. Tristan Vautier losing places as well, because not only did he drop behind briefly the McLaren, but also Baptista was able to get through as well, the Brazilian driver, and Spain has gone by also. And as the leaders go on to the last lap, it's 2 seconds between the top 2. Matt Campbell's got enough in hand, but onto the last lap. It's been a great drive by the Australian. Mirko Bortolotti fight for second. And Dries van Voor, having been roughed up at the start, has never really been able to recover.
No, and there was always going to be the case that if Dries van Voor didn't get lead going into turn 1 on the opening lap, he was going to have a battle, because all around him it's such a competitive field. You've got such outstanding drivers in these lead cars that it's just like a normal sprint race or an endurance race that we would be broadcasting on throughout the season. You just cannot afford one little error, such as the competition in the world of GT3 racing.
So Matt Campbell for Australia is going to give them a gold, but it looks as though for 2nd place in this race and another silver medal, Italy will be the winning nation in the FIA Motorsport Games. Nervous faces in the Team Australia pit box. The media team looking a bit worried about this, but with only half a lap to go, I think they're going to be okay for a win. Matt Campbell for the Alabama Motorsport team. For Stephen Grove's squad, there's the stricken Morocco McLaren. Real shame, that little mistake by Michael Benyaya with serious consequences for him. Through senior for the last time, Bortolotti dropped to 10th in Sector 1. He's gained a 10th back in Sector 2. So Australia, Italy, Belgium. Brilliant race to end the weekend.
Yes, and seeing, I mean, some of our more familiar competitors going at it in a 1-hour sprint, no pit stops, lights go out, lights go out, checkered flag, and no pit stops. You've got to manage your tyres, and in differing conditions, the light beginning to fall down. Now, of course, the hour change in Europe means that we're now in effect racing what would have been 10 to 6. It's only 10 to 5 in the evening here. So coming to the end of a wonderful GT sprint race.
Australia will take the gold medal in the GT sprint. Matt Campbell, the driver, Porsche, the brand, and Australia, the winning nation. The gold medal to Australia in GT Sprint. A great drive by Matt Campbell, delighted the Bamba Motorsport team pit. Italy second and provisionally winning the FIA Motorsport Games. And Dries van Thor third for Santalok. He takes bronze for Belgium. And look at this battle. This is for fifth. Turkey, Spain, Brazil, all together. And somehow Ayhancan Guven, in the world's widest Porsche, is keeping at bay the two Mercedes. Remember, Juncadella's got a time penalty anyway. Guven gets run out wide. Here comes Brazil up the inside. Almost level with Juncadella for Spain. That gives Turkey the chance to hang on to the position. The two Mercedes dead set level. Brazil goes through on the inside. Great move.
Absolutely well read, well driven by Brazil. Excellent performance, and Bruno Baptista will be delighted with that last-minute, last-lap opportunity to make one more position to finish in 6th place overall, and Juncadella will then drop back down into 7th.
Plus he's 5 seconds, so he's going to drop further than that. So Turkey 5th behind Germany, Brazil 6th. I'm going to offer you Chinese Taipei 7th, France 8th, and ultimately Spain 9th, with Switzerland in 10th yet to come across the line. Hong Kong, China 11th, and then Lithuania in 12th place. But Australia it is that takes the win. Stephen and Brenton Grove, the Grove Motorsports Brains Trust, very, very pleased with that result. Bamba, the Kiwi, it's his team that operates the car, and Matt Campbell, the driver.
I mean, it's great to see that car, which wasn't as competitive in the endurance events, but to see it being driven as it was by Matt Campbell to show the true pace that this Porsche GT3R has got. And a well-earned, deserved victory for Matt Campbell and for Australia. And they'll be celebrating all the way back down, whatever the state they're based in, they'll be delighted with this.
Well, he was a winner here last year in the 6 hours, part of the Bam Cam Jam team, Bamba, Matt Campbell and Mathieu Jaminet. But now as a soloist, Matt Campbell wins a fascinating GT sprint race. It's similar in a concept in a way to what we used to have the FIA GT Cup at Macau, and hopefully can do again when travel allows. But let's look at the results of GT Sprint. Australia wins gold, Italy silver, and Belgium bronze. Matt Campbell triumphs over Mirko Bortolotti and Dries van Thor. Germany 4th, ahead of Turkey and Brazil 6th. Chinese Taipei 7th, ahead of France. Then Spain, with Switzerland 10th, Hong Kong, China 11th, and Lithuania in 12th. Lukas Stolz then is 4th, behind that top 3 of medal winners. Ayhancan Guven 5th from Bruno Baptista and Evan Chen. Then Tristan Vautier from Danny Juncadella, Yannick Mettler 10 from Marci Lee and Julius Adamovicius. Michael Benyard, the one that we lost from the race. Late race, of course, with that damage. So Matt Campbell takes the win, and one, of course, lights the flag, never headed, but that doesn't really tell the whole story of the race. It was a race that began with Dries van Thor on pole position and the Audi storming off the line, but not good enough because Matt Campbell made an absolute perler of a start and was able to get the drop on the opposition as they ran down towards turn 1. There was a bit of rubbing in the pack. Lukas Stolz delayed, and one of the stars in the first couple of laps was Ayhancan Guven, who got himself into 2nd place and set off in pursuit of Campbell as Belgium. Dries van Thor was run out wide coming out of turn 2, and that enabled Italy to get past on the inside. So Porsche's ran 1 and 2, but eventually Guven started to be caught by Italy. Bortolotti taking Van Thor with him, and then that battle became ever more intense. One of the best moves of the race was that, a really incisive dive by Italy. Mirko Bortolotti through, and then Van Thor and Guven squabbled. Guven off the road and back on again. He came out just ahead, and in the end was told to give that place back, which he did. Through went Belgium, back up into 3rd spot. It also meant that Ayhancan Guven was then being chased by Germany as Brazil squabbled with Switzerland, moved through on the inside line, and the fight then took up attention lower down as we had the squabbles going on between the likes of Chinese Taipei, Morocco, France as well. Michael Benyard from Morocco doing a good job to level with France's Tristan Vautier as they came across the line and made that run down towards the first corner. But when the McLaren made a dive down into the Virage du Camp that didn't work, the damage was enough to put Morocco out of the race and also give the Silver Cup win to Bamba to Brazil. Michael Benyard out of the race, but at the checkered flag, Australia prevailed. The gold medal to Matt Campbell, to Porsche, to the Grove Motorsport team, to Bamba's squad operating the car. Gold medal in GT Sprint to Matt Campbell for Australia. So what a weekend it has been. There have been more discipline podiums going on while we've been watching the GT Sprint. The Grove family ready there to cheer home Matt Campbell and the Australian team. Very, very happy indeed, understandably so. An excellent drive by Matt Campbell, and the celebrations are about to begin as Matt Campbell arrives into the fan zone. Gold medal to Australia. The Porsche is there, and what a drive by Matt Campbell.
How emotional for me.
You said Porsche was going to win.
Well, you know, it's because I'm a fan of the brand. I didn't know they were going to win, but Matt Campbell did the best job possible. He got the lead, and he was able to pull away, consolidated. The lead then started to disappear, but he was in such a strong overall position. And that was also a battle that, I mean, with Mirko Bortolotti being compromised with the battle going on with Dries van Thor. Might have been a different story, but there we are. There is our race winner about to be interviewed.
Well, it's been a massive project by Stephen Grove to get the Australian team over here for GT racing. Well done to Australia, to Matt Campbell. He's with Gemma Scott.
Matt, congratulations. What an amazing atmosphere already to celebrate that. A gold medal for Australia.
Yeah, obviously very, very cool. First one for the weekend, and what a way to finish. I mean, it was pretty tense there. The car was dying at the end, had a few problems, but yeah, we made it, and yeah, pressure was definitely coming. So glad I made no mistakes and brought it home.
What was wrong with the car at the end?
Had slow upshifts, so just trying to manage that, trying to avoid some bumps. And also I think just some vibration starting as well from tyres. So we made it in the end, cars in one piece, and yeah, we got the gold medal.
I think that gap you pulled out right at the beginning really made a difference.
Yeah, so important. I mean, the car was fantastic on the couple of out laps there, and was managed to pull a gap and just try and maintain. But yeah, it definitely wasn't easy towards middle and end.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you so much, cheers.
Brilliant job by Matt Campbell. Well done to Matt, to Australia, and another Paul Ricard win for the Australian driver.
Yeah, interesting. Matt Campbell tells he was having not just to drive the race, but manage the car. So doing two different things at the same time, and knowing that he was being run down gradually, but always had sufficient in the tank to consolidate that lead and take a great victory for Australia.
So Australia, Italy, Belgium, the top three, and Stephen and Brenton Grove celebrating with Matt Campbell. Fantastic effort that by the team, and Matt explaining about the little dramas he was having with the vibration late in the race, but he can smile about it now.
Yes, he can relax about it. He'll enjoy celebrations after this very important victory indeed for Australia.
Now, what's that done to our medals table then? Matt Campbell goes back for more photographs, but at the end of the track activity, Italy takes 4 medals, but 3 golds and a silver, gives it the nod over France with only 3 golds. Belgium got 2 golds, a silver and 2 bronzes, but it's the number of golds that determines the victorious nation. So Italy it is that wins with a silver over and above France with only the 3 golds. Excellent stuff. Belgium's 2 golds, a silver and 2 bronzes put it third from the Netherlands, Germany, and then United Kingdom ahead of Peru. So well done to Italy. It was winning gold medals last night in the rally competition. It took 2 golds last night, so 2 in rallying and 1 in GT Sprint, plus a silver. It does illustrate, doesn't it, the spread of medals. Look, 4 silvers, 4 bronzes for Spain, but not a single gold. You've got to feel sorry for Spain for that, given that that's the only nation with a representative in every discipline.
Yes, indeed, but they did very well. Outside of the gold, they got 4 silver, 4 bronze. So they've come away with the biggest haul of medals of any nation, but of course that coveted gold medal, which they would have loved, even just one of them, they didn't quite achieve.
Kuwait getting a silver, Sri Lanka on the medals table, so too Slovakia, Poland, Israel, Estonia, Ireland, Denmark and Georgia. So Italy is the winning nation. They will be the closing ceremony to come at the end of the evening. The podium is being made ready. The drivers are being found. We know where the Australian representative is, but we need the others now for the podium to get underway. And Matt Campbell is all smiles now, smiles of delight and relief after getting the Porsche to the end of the GT Sprint as the gold medalist. Dries van Thor third, Mirko Bortolotti second. Matt Campbell wins for Australia. He takes gold. And the CAMS team, the Motorsport Australia squad, delighted with that result. The GT Sprint new for 2022 at the FIA Motorsport Games, delivering great action and a gold medal for Australia. So drivers then will be brought to the podium shortly, ready for those medals to be presented. And Bruno Baptista, 6th overall, I think we're decided is the winning silver graded driver, not silver medal, but the driver grading was platinum, gold, silver and bronze, of course, across the GT and sports car categories. It's amazing how busy that fan zone becomes as soon as you bring a race car in, and it's a really, really cool touch, isn't it, that everybody can get so close to a car straight after the race. Normally they have to go to a scrutineering bay and be weighed and almost hidden away. The mechanics are there to make sure that nothing untoward happens to the car, but everybody being understandably respectful of the winning Porsche.
Yes, I mean, it is great to see fans getting so close to a car immediately following its success, its victory. And that fan zone has been busy all day. I mean, I've been down there a number of times, and there are people that you go back every 3 or 4 hours. The same fans are still sitting there in their deck chairs. I mean, watching a big screen, watching the presentations, watching Louise and Darren in the studio area. In fact, one member of the public came up and said, well, can you turn up what you're saying? We want to hear what you were saying, because that wasn't going out as a broadcast.
And if you look to the bottom left, you'll see the kart track, and John has been on that as well, around the orange inflatable circuit. He's got that line through the first corner down to a T, I promise you.
Every line is perfect.
As it has been for the last 3 days of broadcast, I'm sure.
It's been a lifetime, hasn't it?
So the fans are ready. The podium is being made ready. We're just rounding up the last drivers. And the FIA team are there. The SRO officials will make sure that everybody's in the right place. So the Porsche comes out on top. And Stephen and Brenton Grove shared the car in GT Cup, give it over to Matt Campbell for GT Sprint, and he brings it home as a victor. There is Bruno Baptista as the winning silver-graded driver. He's had a really busy weekend, and Felipe Massa, the FIA driver's representative, signing autographs, and I suspect we're going to have him on the podium as the FIA dignitary to present medals as well. Very proud Australian team, and understandably so. Excellent job done. Massive supporters of the event have been the Grove family. And Stephen, who's an inveterate Porsche enthusiast himself, racing in Australian GT, in Intercontinental GT Challenge. The fans find themselves on the big screen and respond in time-honoured fashion.
Absolutely, so they should. They've been great. The support they've given this event over the last 4 days has been, I think, really, really outstanding. And that's what I want to see. Youngsters, children, 7, 8, 9, whatever years of age. Yeah, exactly. We've got you, mate. We know who you are. Take that beard off. Take those glasses off. We know you.
But fantastic. Then everybody finding themselves on the screen. Big cheers all round. And this is taking motorsport to the people, as it should.
Yes, and I think that's been the great success of this weekend. It's brought people who probably were never motorsport fans per se, but because it was perceived to be something different in the way that it was representing your nation, and the pride, particularly here in France, are such a proud nation in every sport that they play football, rugby. Luckily, they don't play cricket very often. And they've got a great legacy in motorsport as well.
But there aren't many events, there aren't many sports where you can stand shoulder to shoulder with the winner fresh out of his tournament before he goes to the podium, get an autograph. You know, he's not hidden. You can't do that at the World Cup final. You can't do that at the end of something in the Olympics. But at the FIA Motorsport Games, you can stand with the winner as he's waiting to go to the podium.
The first thing is you've got to get the people in. You've got to get the fans in. If you're not bringing the fans in, then there's no point. But we've got loads of fans that have been here all through, say, 4 days. And again, that for me, that image of seeing children looking up, maybe some of them will be inspired.
Yeah, hopefully so. You're right. And with so many different disciplines of motorsport here, it doesn't have to be GT racing, doesn't have to be single-seaters. It could be auto slalom, it could be karting, it could be drifting. What's the phrase? Whatever floats your boat. Right, more fans have found themselves on the screen. Some happier to see themselves than others. And all of this, of course, is as we await the arrival of the drivers.
There's the bloke looking, there's the beard, there's the glasses. We knew you were here. We've got your number.
So from Vallelunga, where we ended in the rain back in 2019, 2 years off, of course, because of the pandemic, but what a weekend it has been, not only in terms of the racing, but in terms of the atmosphere in the paddock and the way that the event has grown now with the number of extra disciplines brought in.
Yes, I think it's the growth is and a very big part, an important part of the success of this weekend. Paul Ricard has delivered as well. I think the circuit has done a magnificent job. There's so much space around the circuit for all these additional activities to be permitted to take place. And I mean, look, this place is called Le Plain du Castellet. It is the plain on top of that. We're sort of 400 or 500 meters above sea level here, and it continues the hills or mountains directly behind. So it's a very rugged part of the sort of the southern part of France. You might call it loosely the Côte d'Azur. Look at those kids. What a great time they're having.
It's great to see, isn't it? And it's also good that people have stayed right to the end of the day to join in the podium. It's not been a case of watch the checkered flag fall and dash to the car.
Again, maybe because they're not necessarily motorsport fans. They're here for a day out, and this has been a part of their day out. And they'll go home and tell, the kids will be telling their grandma and grandpa, I was on TV, exactly. Did you see me?
And other people discovering just what a race-winning GT car is like, how big it is, and what it's like inside, because, of course, again, for many of them, they won't really appreciate what's inside the car in terms of the safety element, in terms of all of the switches and the dials that a driver has to be au fait with.
Yeah, I mean, just some of them putting their hands over the vents over the front wheel, because the front brakes in these things are massive front brakes, and there will be a load of heat still filtering out as the car sits statically. When you've driven a hard race and you bring a race car to an abrupt halt, you get a huge amount of heat soak, especially from brakes. And really what you do in a slowing down lap is slow down to get a lot of cooling into the brakes as much as you possibly can before you bring it to a standstill.
In the end, the winning gap was only 1.6 seconds, as you've been hearing from Matt Campbell. There was a reason for that, partly with the upshift problem and partly with a vibration that he had as well, but brought the car to the end with that gold medal going Australia's way. Excellent job done by one of the top Porsche GT racers, no question.
Well, he's a factory driver, drives wherever Porsche send him to, and he certainly has upheld the Porsche family honours as much as he's upheld the honours of his nation. And for the Grove family as well, it's a success that they didn't get in the Endurance Cup. They had issues in the first of those races, but the car has come home victorious here this evening. And I wonder what will happen to that car now. Will it remain in the family's ownership, or will they look forward to getting their latest version, the 992 Carrera RS GT3R, I beg your pardon, which is a real mean machine. Going to take that level of performance from the car we've just seen winning today to another level, and the little I'm beginning to understand about it, I gather that's going to be a really special race car.
Well, the car now being returned to the team. You've seen the mechanics whisk it away. The drivers ready for the podium, and so now I think we are just about ready. So yes, the medals are being brought forward, and we are ready to receive the winning drivers then at the end of the GT Sprint, that final discipline of the weekend. And so Porsche wins from Audi in third, Lamborghini between them, and that means that it is Belgium third, Italy second, and Australia taking home the gold medal. And more photographs taken from on high on the podium, as then the drivers are about to be called forward. Up, first of all, steps the bronze medalist for Belgium, Dries van Thor, the Audi driver. And if that's the last time we see him in an Audi R8, and it potentially is, then it's not been a bad effort, has it, to take pole position and third. It might be that he finds a slot in an IGTC race in December. We'll wait and see. for the silver medal for Italy. Mirko Bortolotti steps forward. But then, for the top step of the podium, for the gold medal for Australia, it is Matt Campbell. Matt Campbell, winner here in Fanatec GT in the 6R race last year. He is victorious in the FIA Motorsport Games. And so now the medals presented. The bronze medal goes to Dries Van Thor from Lutzlief Linden, the FIA GT Commission President. There is the silver medal to be presented to the Italian, to Mirko Bortolotti, the Lamborghini driver. Complimenti Mirko Bortolotti for second place. And then the gold medal to Australia, to Matt Campbell. The Australian driver, Matt Campbell, wins. Silver for Italy for Mirko Bortolotti. Bronze for Belgium for Dries Van Thor. And now they will be, of course, the winning silver driver, Bruno Baptista, to join them on the podium. And he gets the silver cup from Felipe Massa, Brazilian driver, Brazilian driver. Well done to Bruno Baptista. Felipe Massa, the president of the FIA Drivers Commission, congratulates the top three drivers outright, the medalists, makes his way from the podium, and then we await the national anthem of Australia as the winning nation. An emotional Matt Campbell after a tough race, but he prevails and a great effort by the Australian.
I mean, a real emotion on Matt Campbell's face there. I mean, I was just worried that maybe the emotion was overwhelming him. I think it may have done.
It's now when he has time to stand there and sort of relive what he's just gone through to win that 1 hour flat-out blast and the drain it's had on him mentally, that it all starts to really hit home. But there, the celebrations are underway, and congratulations to Matt Campbell and congratulations to Mirko Bortolotti, because that silver medal has helped Italy become the outright winning nation here this year in the FIA Motorsport Games.
And even better that kids have been showered in champagne, so another tale to tell the grandparents.
The drivers make their way from the podium. Mirko Bortolotti will head in under a week's time to Portimao, where he's got Lamborghini factory duties at the Lamborghini World Finals. But what a fantastic weekend it has been here. And the drivers then complete the GT sprint. So congratulations to Italy as the winning nation, and what a weekend of action it has been. We will look forward to more of the same next year. From John Watson and David Addison, thanks for your company. It's goodbye from us, and we'll go to the studio for more reaction.
Our final race of the 2022 FIA Motorsport Games has taken place, and Stefan Rettel, you've joined us in the studio. It ended on a new discipline, GT Sprint, and that was a good one to end on.
That was very good to have top professional drivers with really some of the best from Porsche, from Audi, from Mercedes, from Lamborghini, and it was very exciting because of this race depended the final result of the FIA Motorsport Game between Belgium, France and Italy, and that made it very exciting for everybody.
It was a super way to finish the whole event, to finish on a race of such quality between the nations, from the best of the best in GT3 racing. It was a wonderful way to finish these games.
How have you felt this Games has gone? I mean, we know it's been fantastic. It really has. The whole team have put in so much effort to get it to this stage, but you must be pleased.
It's simply a dream come true. You know, it's been decades of dreaming about it, and years to make it a reality. To make it a reality with everyone from the FIA, and it's really an event that would not exist without the FIA, because only the FIA has access to 140 ASN around the world, and it's really the effort of the ASN to bring their team together that has made this fantastic event possible, and also my very dear SRO team that has worked for now 3 years, because you know we suffered 2 postponements with the COVID pandemic, and finally to do it where we had planned to do it, it's a huge satisfaction, and we were blessed with the weather, I have to say, and the pub, everything worked, you know.
And so obviously this year, 72 ASN's nations turn up for this event. Is the dream to have all 140 here for the Motorsport Games?
That would really be a dream, but the objective is really to reach 100. I hope one day we'll get there. I'm sure one day we'll get there. Let's say that the objective for the next one will be 90.
Yeah.
That would be nice if we can get to 90, but there is no doubt that this event will grow and become very important in the global motorsport calendar.
I think so. For me, when I arrived here on Friday and I walked through the paddock for the first time, it's just a magical festival of motorsport. And I think the fact that there's a type of level of racing that anyone can enter with the esports and the karting slalom, it just gives so many opportunities for lots of nations that don't have motorsport as a starting point.
And also the fans, because we've had such great fans here of all ages, families coming, and that shows what you're offering.
Yeah, it's a combination. What we want to do is a combination of some top motorsport. I think the last race we've seen tonight is top motorsport today, and grassroots. And I think the combination of both embraces motorsport as a whole, and that's really what we want to offer.
I mean, that's the beauty, isn't it, of this event, having the grassroots entry level to motorsport, like we say, the esports and the karting. And for us to watch the karting and the lower formulas with the F4 today was really great to see the youngsters coming through. And you can see the inspiration with the youngsters in the crowd. You know, they can see themselves doing this in maybe 5 to 10 years' time.
And yesterday morning I drove to Gap, which is not near, but it was beautiful. It's in the lower Alps, beautiful setting, to see a cross car. And I have to confess, I had never seen a cross car race, and it was just spectacular. And with the flag of the cars, you know, the top of the car is really the flag, and you could really follow the nation. And even if you don't know anything about that particular form of racing, you get excited, because, and that's the whole idea of the motorsport game. You follow the flags, you know, and that makes for everyone, even if you don't know the category, that makes it exciting.
Yeah, it's been super exciting following all the nations and particularly the medals table.
Stefan Rattel, thank you very much and well done. Thank you for your conversation.
Thanks to you, because you have held this studio for a number of days now, and you've made it very interesting for everybody. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Darren, Stefan really just summarised it right there, didn't he? Of course.
It's been so amazing. These days have just been absolutely amazing. And I think Stefan really did capture exactly what this motorsport.
Do you know what I did want to ask him though? Where's the next one?
Yeah, I mean, they couldn't have had better weather here in Paul Ricard for the last 3 days, and you know, wherever it's going next needs to be able to put on such a show as they have here in France.
Right, there's one last thing that we haven't seen, and Ben's back with us, and that is the auto slalom final. We did see some of it earlier. Ben, you went down there to watch it, so can you tell us, we're going to see some pictures of the last run. What happened? Who won?
Yeah, absolutely. So we saw Slovakia beat Croatia, and we saw Germany beat Georgia in the semi-finals. So Georgia and Croatia went head-to-head for the small final, and it was Georgia who took the bronze medal. And this is the last 2 races between Slovakia and Germany for those medal wins.
So this is the last run that they're on.
It's the very final race then. So already with a large advantage, Germany up to nearly 15 seconds of an advantage. There was a cone touch from Germany in this last race, but ultimately the penalty was so small that Slovakia weren't able to overhaul. They had about 4 or 5 cone touches in this final section of 8 races. I love this format. Germany taking the victory ahead of Slovakia, who have got a big presence in esports, but not massive in the rest of the world of motorsport. And then Georgia picking up the bronze medal, another nation that only have just built their first racetrack a few years ago.
Oh, that's lovely to see. And that's our final medal then. We've finally seen our final run from the Games. Final thoughts from over the last few days, because you've been out and about all over the place.
I love the opportunities I've had. I am, of course, a circuit racer at heart, and I love being at a racetrack and seeing the likes of the GT and touring cars and single-seaters. But then going out into the mountains, seeing rallying, seeing the cross car. We've obviously got a new fan in Stefan Rattel, which is good news. and the grassroots stuff like auto slalom, seeing the massive support, the countries that you wouldn't usually expect to see at a racetrack, and an amazing atmosphere in those smaller events that haven't been on the racetrack, but still have great support from the ASNs and the countries. And we have to say, karting and esports as well. The entry list takes up 2 pages. Amazing stuff.
And Darren, for you, I don't need to ask. I know you've enjoyed it. I know you love the format.
I've enjoyed every moment of this weekend, and the highlight for me was probably the drifting, because it was so new, something different for me. Really enjoyed it, and understanding the rules and regulations, so that was really good. But just seeing the youngsters racing in all the different categories that they were allowed to race in, it's just nice to see the next generation coming through and them representing their countries. What a way to go racing.
Thanks, guys. Well, we've seen some new disciplines. We've met some new future names in motorsport. And for me, seeing the spirit amongst the competitors and the nations really was something. It was like everybody, it was clear they all felt like they were sort of something special. They were all part of it. So now, it's goodbye from us, and we're going to leave you with the highlights from the final day of the 2022 FIA Motorsport Games.